When I woke up, my head felt like it was splitting open. The worried look on the woman in front of me made me sigh. I had traveled through time, into the body of a girl with the same name as me, Chin Rong. Back in my original life, I was a food blogger who had just finished building a guest house in my hometown. But due to an accident, I ended up in this ancient world. Thanks to the memories of the original owner of this body, I learned about her life. Her mother, Madame Yu, was a strong yet gentle woman who was mistreated by her in-laws for having 3 daughters. Her father, Qin Taiju, was a scoundrel who cheated with a widow from another village and even wanted to divorce her. Madame Yu, being tough, demanded to take her daughters with her, threatening to expose his affair if he refused. Left with no choice, Qin Taiju agreed, and Madame Yu left with 3 taels of silver and her daughters. We moved to Lihua town, near her parents' home. It was a lively town surrounded by water, with a bustling dock and vibrant night markets. Madame Yu helped me sit up and asked if I felt better. I reassured her I was fine, and she left to inform my grandparents about our situation. While she was gone, I ate a steamed bun, drank some hot water, and started planning. Surprisingly, my guest house had come with me, though it only functioned as a storage space now. Still, it was stocked with plenty of supplies, frozen meat, snacks, and even some gold bars in a safe. The gold bars would need to be melted into a more ancient style before use, but they gave me peace of mind. After checking the supplies, I felt hungry again. The kitchen had almost nothing, just some rice and a handful of greens. Rolling up my sleeves, I made a simple mushroom and vegetable porridge using some ingredients from my storage space. By the time the porridge was ready, its aroma filled the house, and Madame Yu returned with my sisters, Qin Yu and Qin Yi. We all sat down for dinner, enjoying the warm, flavorful porridge. Madame Yu even joked that my cooking seemed to have improved after my illness. I just smiled, happy to see everyone eating so well. Later, Madame Yu gathered us and explained our financial situation. The house we rented cost 380 copper coins a month, and we had only 2.5 taels of silver left. To make ends meet, she planned to start working at a local embroidery shop in a few days. It wasn't much, but it was a start. I knew we'd need to work together to make this new life in Lihua town a success. When my mother, Madame Yu, mentioned she'd start working at the embroidery workshop, I listened carefully. She'd learned embroidery skills before marriage, so her abilities were more than enough for the job. She explained that her initial wage would be 600 copper coins a month, with extra pay for custom work if her skills impressed the clients. After paying for our rent, we'd barely have 200 coins left. With our savings, we might slow to carpe by for a year, but she was determined to make it work. She reminded us that my youngest sister, Qin Yi, was only 8, so my other sister, Qin Yu, and I would have to help out more. I quickly reassured her, saying, "Mother, I'll be 14 next year. I can take care of my sister." Qin Yu nodded in agreement, promising to help as well. Though I could see the worry in her eyes, Mother seemed relieved. The day Mother started her job, I woke up early to make breakfast. I wanted her to have a good meal before leaving. I cooked porridge and made fried dough sticks using ingredients from my guest house space. When Mother saw me in the kitchen, she was surprised. "Why are you up so early, Rong?" she asked. I smiled and told her, "It's your first day of work, so you need to eat well." Her eyes softened, and I could tell she was touched. I set the table with porridge, fried dough sticks, and some pickled vegetables. When she tasted the fried dough sticks, her face lit up with delight. "I haven't had these in years," she exclaimed. It made me happy to see her enjoy them so much. I even joked about selling fried dough sticks at a street stall someday. After breakfast, she left for work with a smile, and I felt a warm satisfaction, knowing I had made her day a bit easier. After Mother left, Qin Yu and Qin Yi began tidying up the kitchen. They were both hardworking and sensible for their age. I told them I was going out to explore the town. Qin Yu worried about me since I'd been sick recently, but I assured her I was fine. I wanted to see if there were any opportunities to make money. Mother had given me 30 copper coins to buy some necessities, so I grabbed a pouch with the coins and a gold ring for my space before heading out. This was my first time exploring Lihua town. The town was divided into two markets: the East Market, which was pricier and had better goods, and the West Market, which was cheaper and filled with stalls from nearby villages. The West Market was bustling with activity, with vendors selling everything from wontons to sugar figurines. It was lively and full of interesting sights. While wandering, I noticed a fisherman selling fresh fish at a low price. Since the town was near the water, fish here were cheap. I bought one for 5 copper coins. Later, I stopped by a gold shop to inquire about prices. Deciding it was safe, I sold the gold ring and exchanged it for 2 taels of silver. With my basket of fish and newfound silver safely tucked away, I headed home, already thinking of how to stretch our resources and make our lives a little better. By the time I got home, the sun was high in the sky. Chin Yu was busy picking vegetables with Chin Yi. These were brought back yesterday from Mother's visit to her family. My grandparents loved Mother dearly, but couldn't invite her and all 3 of us daughters to stay with them since they had a son's family to consider. When Chin Yu saw me, her eyes lit up. "Big sister, you're back." I handed her 2 meat buns from my basket and said, "Here, you and Chin-Yi eat these. I'll head to the kitchen to cook something fresh." She looked at the buns hungrily but still asked, "Have you eaten, big sister?" I reassured her with a smile.
"Don't worry about me.
I'm full from breakfast. I need to work on this fish before it spoils. If it turns out well, we might even sell it at the market." Chin Yu grinned, and even little Chin-Yi chimed in, "I'll listen to big sister." Taking the fish to the well in our backyard, I began cleaning and preparing it. This house had a well, which saved us a lot of trouble compared to fetching water from the street. I cleaned the fish, removed the bones, and started making fish balls. It was a meticulous process, but I'd practiced it enough before coming to this world. As I worked, I checked on the vegetables Chin Yu and Chin-Yi had prepared. With cabbage and mushrooms ready, I decided dinner would be vinegar stir-fried cabbage and mushroom fishball soup. Chin Yu and Chin-Yi were quick learners and had cleaned the vegetables perfectly. They asked to leave and work on making nets for the market, something Chin Yu had picked up from Mother. It was a small way they could earn a few coins. While they worked on that, I returned to the kitchen, finished making the fish balls, and started cooking. The soup filled the house with a delicious aroma just as Mother came home. Seeing the smoke rising from our little kitchen, she smiled. Life was hard, but at least we were free from the oppression of the Chin family. Mother seemed determined to give us better lives. As she entered, Chin Yu and Chin-Yi excitedly told her about the fresh food I was making. She smiled warmly, praising my cooking skills as the smell of fish balls and freshly steamed cornbread filled the room. We sat together to eat, and everyone loved the fish balls. They were tender, flavorful, and absolutely delicious. Seeing them enjoy the meal filled me with a deep sense of satisfaction. After dinner, I brought up an idea. "Mother, you think the fish balls are good, right?" She nodded enthusiastically. "They're delicious." I explained my plan to sell fish balls at the market. "Mother, your wages will barely cover rent, and while Chin-Yi's nets help a little, the costs of living here in town are high. We'll need extra money for food, firewood, and warmer blankets and clothes for winter. I think selling food at the market could help." Mother hesitated at first, but she quickly saw the sense in my plan. She even suggested asking my uncle to provide bamboo for making cheap containers for the fish balls, saving money. I agreed, feeling hopeful about our new idea. Together, we could make this work. Last night, Mother was so tired from her work that she went to bed early with Chin-Yi. Chin-Yi wanted to keep working on her net making by the dim light of the oil lamp, but I persuaded her to stop, reminding her that the poor lighting would harm her eyes. She agreed, understanding that even the best skills would be useless if her eyesight failed. I had another plan in mind. Mother was visiting my grandparents tomorrow, and it wouldn't be right for her to go empty-handed. There were a few pumpkins at home, and my guest house space had plenty of supplies. I decided to make pumpkin flour cakes, which Mother could take as a gift. If they turned out well, I could also sell them at the food stall I was planning to set up. The next morning, I woke early as usual. After breakfast, I went out to run errands. First, I ordered a pot at the blacksmith's for 150 coins and a pushcart at the carpenter's for 250 coins. Then I explored the docks, observing the bustling activity and the wealthy traders passing through. With an idea of the market, I returned home. Mother had given me 800 coins as capital, a generous gesture considering our tight situation. I felt her deep love and determination to provide for us, which strengthened my resolve to succeed. At home, I checked on Chinyu and Chinyi, who were busy working on their nets. Satisfied they wouldn't interrupt, I entered my guest house space. I gathered ingredients, red bean paste, glutinous rice flour, sugar, and pumpkins, and also grabbed some decorative candles to give to my sisters. Handing the candles to Chinyu, I explained they were a lucky find from a traveling merchant selling them cheaply. She was delighted but worried about our expenses. I reassured her that we'd soon earn back the money with our hard work. Her smile returned, and she went back to her net making with renewed focus. Watching my sisters work so diligently warmed my heart. Before I came to this world, I had been an orphan, never knowing what it felt like to have family. Now, seeing their earnest efforts, I felt a deep sense of fulfillment. In the kitchen, I prepared the pumpkin flour cakes. I steamed the pumpkin, mashed it into a smooth paste, and mixed it with glutinous rice flour and sugar. Using a floral mold from my space, I shaped the dough into beautiful flower-like cakes. After steaming them, their sweet aroma filled the house. They were a vibrant yellow, soft, and fragrant. I set aside some cakes for my grandparents, wrapping them in oiled paper, and shared the rest with Chinyu and Chinyi. My sisters couldn't hide their excitement. Chinyu admired the cake's beauty, and Chinyi hesitated to eat something so pretty, asking if they were really edible. I laughed and encouraged her to try. When she took a bite, her face lit up with delight, and she nodded enthusiastically, her mouth too full to speak. Chinyu declared with confidence, "Big sister, your food stall will definitely succeed." After making sure everything was ready, I headed out to find Mother. She was thoughtful as she finished her work, probably debating whether to buy some snacks for my grandparents. When she saw me waiting, she was surprised. I handed her the neatly wrapped pumpkin flour cakes, explaining that I had made them for her visit. Mother was taken aback by my thoughtfulness and the cake's intricate design. "You even made these look like flowers. They're as beautiful as the ones in the shops," she marveled. I smiled and told her about the mold I had bought from the merchant. Her pride in my efforts shone through, and with the cakes in hand, she set off for my grandparents' house, her steps lighter than before. When Mother visited my grandparents, she brought along a package of my pumpkin flour cakes. My aunt, who answered the door, was surprised but happy to see her. Mother explained that I was planning to set up a food stall and needed help making bamboo containers, as there was plenty of bamboo in the wild. She handed over the cakes, saying they were for the family to try. My aunt, a straightforward and kind woman, was touched by Mother's thoughtfulness. Even my grandmother came out, impressed by the cake's beautiful design. When they tasted them, both praised their soft, sweet flavor and subtle floral aroma. Grandmother was confident my business idea would succeed and arranged for my uncle to deliver the bamboo. 2 days later, the bamboo containers and the pot I ordered were ready, and my younger cousin, Xiaoshan, came to help with the stall. Early in the morning, we ate fishball soup I had prepared the night before. Xiaoshan hesitated, remembering his mother's advice not to eat too much at our house, but the aroma was too tempting. I teased him, saying he needed strength to work and wouldn't tell his mother, which made him laugh and eat happily. At the market, we set up the stall, and as soon as the fish balls began to cook, their delicious scent attracted customers. My first customer was a cautious man who asked if my claim of "not tasty, no payment" was true. I confidently reassured him, and after his first bite, he ordered 2 more portions. Others followed suit, and soon I sold out all 300 fish balls, earning about 80 copper coins after costs. It was a great start, and I planned to prepare more fish balls and even sell pumpkin flour cakes the next day. Xiaoshan was amazed at how quickly we sold out and helped me pack up the stall. While he pushed the cart home, I went shopping. I bought snails, extra fish, vegetables, and some meat to stock up for the next day's business. Despite the hard work, I felt a growing excitement. Our small food stall was already making progress, and I was determined to make it a success. On the way home, Chin Rong carefully calculated that she had earned 145 won today, with a profit of about 81. She spent 32 won on meat, 8 won on vegetables, and 10 won on river snails, which took up more than half of her profit. However, earning money was for spending, and she planned to sell more fish balls tomorrow, plus flour cakes, to increase her income. Now, Chin Rong was in charge of daily household tasks. Apart from the 800 won costs that you gave her initially, you also provided an extra 100 won for daily expenses, with the option to ask for more if needed. Currently, besides the 2 taels of silver from selling a ring, she still had 550 when left out of the 900 when you had given her. All the expenses for today's groceries were accounted under her budget. When Chin Rong arrived home and sorted out her finances, she opened the courtyard gate and saw Xiao Shan tidying the yard. The small courtyard still had some space where Chin Rong planned to plant vegetables. She had casually mentioned this, but she didn't expect Xiao Shan to get to work on it right after returning home. Xiao Shan, help me grind the fish meat later. I'll go prepare dinner first. Okay. Today was the first day of opening the food stall, so they had to have a good meal to celebrate. With this excuse, Chin Rong could finally take out the high-quality rice from her storage to cook. She quickly washed the rice and started steaming it. Then, she cut a piece of meat, saving the other piece by hanging it in the well to eat later that evening. After cutting the meat, she put it in a pot, added a bit of cooking wine, and threw in a few slices of ginger. Once the scum started floating on the surface, she scooped the meat out and rinsed it in clean water. After cleaning the pot, she heated oil and stir-fried spices that she had taken from her storage space. The seasoning was complete and aromatic. She caramelized sugar and fried the spices until they changed color before adding the meat. As soon as the meat hit the pot, the sizzling sound and hot steam filled the air. When the meat turned golden brown and the aroma began to rise, she added soy sauce and warm water, brought it to a boil, and let it simmer on low heat. Cooking braised pork took time, so during the simmering process, she quickly stir-fried a dish of green bamboo shoots and another of leafy greens. By then, the fragrance of the braised pork had spread throughout the yard, even wafting into the neighboring courtyard. In the neighbor's house, Master Chen's little grandson couldn't stop fussing over the smell, but Madam Chen held him back, embarrassed at the thought of begging for food. When the sauce thickened, Chin Rong served the braised pork, which was beautifully colored and fragrant. She tasted a piece and couldn't help but squint in satisfaction. Perhaps it was because the pigs of ancient times were raised on natural forage, but the flavor was far superior to modern pork despite the same cooking method. Xiao Shan Ayua, time to eat, Chin Rong called. The moment she called, the others were already standing at the kitchen door. Since Xiao Shan is here, bring the dishes to the main hall, she instructed. Got it. She served everyone a big bowl of white rice, each topped with a spoonful of meat sauce. Qin Yu and Qin Yi had seen good food before, but Xiao Shan was stunned. He never knew that meat could look and smell this good. When Chin Rong picked up her chopsticks, the others began eating too. Xiao Shan especially couldn't resist, though he tried to remember what Sister Yu had told him. The braised pork was simply too delicious, soft, tender, and flavorful without being greasy. One piece wasn't enough. After much hesitation, Xiao Shan finally reached for the bamboo shoots. To his surprise, they were incredibly tasty, crunchy, fresh, and slightly sweet. The combination of the braised pork and bamboo shoots was heavenly. This is amazing, he exclaimed. The others agreed, eating enthusiastically. Chin Rong noticed Xiao Shan focusing on the bamboo shoots and asked, Xiao Shan, don't you like the meat? Xiao Shan shook his head, his face flushing red.
No.
It's not that. I just want to save it for the girls. Chin Rong smiled. Don't worry. Eat well. There's enough meat. If we run out, I'll make more. Eating well gives us energy to work. She added 2 more pieces of meat to Xiao Shan's bowl. His restraint melted away as he started eating with gusto. After dinner, Qin Yu and Qin Yi volunteered to wash the dishes and clean the pots. Feeling tired, Qin Rong still had to make fish balls with Xiao Shan. Before starting, she prepared the river snails, as they needed to purge sand before being edible. She dissolved a spoonful of salt in water and soaked the snails in a large wooden basin to clean them by the next day. The household lacked jars, pots, and basins. Now that she had an income, Qin Rong thought about buying more supplies. Once the snails were dealt with, she and Xiao Shan began making fish balls. Although young, Xiao Shan's strength was greater than hers, and he pounded the fish meat with precision. While Xiao Shan worked, Qin Rong went to the kitchen to make pumpkin flour cakes, which could be steamed early the next morning and sold. By the time they finished, it was late. Xiao Shan left, and Qin Yu, worried for her sister's exhaustion, said, "Elder sister, I'll cook lunch from now on." Qin Rong agreed, realizing she couldn't sustain this pace of working from dawn to dusk. "Let's manage for now. I'll teach you some simple dishes and you can cook. For meals, we'll eat whatever's left over from the stall. Once we make enough money, we can buy better food." Okay. Qin Yu had complete faith in her elder sister now, agreeing to everything she said. That day, Yu returned home late because of extra work at the embroidery workshop. Qin Rong was already asleep, and Qin Yu waited for her, stitching under the lamp. "Mother, why are you so late today?" Qin Yu asked, bringing out a warm meal for her. Yu sighed, rubbing her temples. Master Zhang's daughter from East Street urgently needed her dowry embroidery. The whole workshop was rushing to finish it. But once it's done, they'll give us an extra 101. The meal, still warm from being kept on the stove, paired perfectly with the meat sauce and vegetables. After finishing, Yu even let out a satisfied belch before realizing her concern. If the meals continued to be this good, the family might eat themselves into poverty. Determined, Yu resolved to work even harder. The next morning, Xiao Shan arrived early again to help Qin Rong. Since the fish balls sold well yesterday, Qin Rong prepared more today, along with 40 pieces of pumpkin flour cake. The pumpkin flour cakes were made without red bean paste, using only eggs and sugar, and were priced at 5 won for 2 pieces. Qin Rong and Xiao Shan set up their stall early and secured a good spot. Because the fish balls were delicious, some customers who had tried them yesterday but hadn't had enough returned early. "Little girl, give me 2 portions of fish balls." "Got it." Qin Rong quickly served 2 portions of fish balls to the customer. The customer speared a fish ball with a bamboo skewer, put it in his mouth, and closed his eyes in bliss. After finishing 1 portion, he noticed the tender yellow, attractive cakes placed near the pot of fish balls. "What kind of cake is this? It looks so beautiful, just as good as what's sold in the shops." Qin Rong smiled slightly. "Uncle, this is pumpkin flour cake. It tastes great. Let me cut a small piece for you to try free of charge." The customer quickly agreed. "Sure, my daughter loves things like this. If it's good, I'll buy some." Qin Rong used a bamboo knife to cut a small piece for him to try. To his surprise, the pumpkin flour cake was not overly sweet but perfectly balanced with a lingering flavor. Though he didn't usually enjoy sweets, this cake was exceptional. "How much are these pumpkin flour cakes?" 5 won for 2 pieces. "I'll take 10 pieces. Coming right up." To Qin Rong's delight, the customer was so generous that a quarter of the cakes were sold in just a short time. Today, the fish balls and pumpkin flour cakes sold quickly. Within an hour, most of the goods were sold out. After cleaning up, Qin Rong told Xiao Shan, "Take the cart home first. I'll buy ingredients for tomorrow's fish balls and pumpkin flour cakes. Make sure you stay for lunch at home. There's something new to eat today." Hearing this, Xiao Shan looked conflicted. Yesterday, he stayed for lunch, but his aunt scolded him when she learned he had eaten braised pork. However, Qin Rong's cooking was too delicious, and he couldn't resist the thought of today's new dish. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Rong guessed that his aunt must have said something. After a moment of thought, she said seriously, "Xiao Shan, let's discuss something." Xiao Shan quickly waved his hands. "Sister Rong, just tell me. I'd like you to come help me daily if you're free at home. I want to entrust the task of pounding fish meat to you. You have the strength for it, and do a great job. My mom already told me to help you, Xiaoshan said, puzzled as to why Qin Rong was so formal about such a small matter. Qin Rong shook her head with a smile. Xiaoshan, I mean I'll pay you wages. Right now it's a small business, so I can offer you 1 meal and 5 won a day. How does that sound? Xiaoshan's eyes widened. Not only would he get to eat, but he'd also be paid? His mother would never agree to this. No, Sister Rong, I can't take your money. My mom would kill me. Xiaoshan, talk to your aunt about it when you get home. If you take the job, you'll need to come every day. Helping out occasionally is a kindness, but I can't expect you to do it daily for free. If you accept wages, it becomes a proper job. Later, when my business grows, I'll increase your pay. Qin Rong carefully explained her reasoning and told Xiaoshan to discuss it with his aunt. Xiaoshan nodded blankly. At his age, he couldn't find work doing hard labor, and apprenticeships required paying a fee instead of earning money. Working for Qin Rong wasn't too demanding, and he could even bring money home. It was an excellent arrangement. After speaking with Xiaoshan, Qin Rong carried her basket to the dock, where many people were selling fish. Today's fish balls sold more than yesterday, doubling her profit. Combined with the 100 won earned from pumpkin flour cakes, she made a total profit of 221 after deducting costs. With Xiaoshan's help, Qin Rong bought several more fish. When she got home, she found that Qin Yu had already started steaming rice. Having taught Qin Yu and Xiaoshan how to gut fish yesterday, she left the fish to them and headed into the kitchen to prepare stir-fried dishes. She had bought asparagus tips at the dock, a seasonal vegetable, and stir-fried them first. The highlight of the meal was stir-fried Perilla River snails. The snails had been purged of sand overnight. Qin Rong first boiled them with ginger, salt, and cooking wine, then drained them. Next, she stir-fried the snails with oil, green onions, ginger, and garlic, adding chili peppers for spice. In this era, chili peppers were rare, and people typically used prickly ash as a substitute for spiciness. The chili peppers were from Qin Rong's storage, and since she didn't have many, she used them sparingly. However, she had planted chili seeds in the yard, hoping to achieve chili abundance soon. Once the spices were fragrant, she added a spoonful of fermented black bean sauce, stirred in the perilla leaves, and tossed the snails to coat them evenly. A splash of water helped form a flavorful sauce, and the dish was ready, a vibrant and aromatic plate of stir-fried Perilla River snails. Dinner's ready. Hearing Qin Rong's call, Qin Yu, Qin Yi, and Xiaoshan eagerly gathered around, their faces lighting up with joy at the prospect of trying something new. Though they were just kids, their excitement was unmistakable. None of them had ever eaten river snails before. As Qin Rong sat down, the 3 pairs of eyes stared at her expectantly. Under their puppy-like gazes, Qin Rong couldn't help but smile. She handed them bamboo skewers, taught them how to eat the snails, and took one for herself to taste. The snails were incredibly clean, with no earthy smell, and were both spicy and flavorful. Qin Rong couldn't resist eating several more. When she looked up, Qin Yu and Qin Yi were tearing up from the spiciness, but they didn't stop eating. Xiaoshan, seemingly immune to spice, ate without even blinking. Xiaoshan, take a plate of Perilla River snails home, so everyone can try them, Qin Rong said. Okay. Xiaoshan nodded enthusiastically. In the evening, when you return home, she also tasted the Perilla River snails. A lover of both sweet and spicy flavors, she was completely captivated by the dish and couldn't stop praising Qin Rong as she ate. Ah Rong, how has your cooking improved so much? Qin Rong laughed and replied, because your daughter is amazing. At that moment, you felt that her decision to divorce and move out had been the right one. Not only did she now have her own small haven, but she had also picked up embroidery again. Although working at the embroidery workshop was tiring, the skilled embroiderers she worked with had greatly improved her skills. Ah Rong, don't wear yourself out running the stall every day. Qin Rong handed her a cup of tea with a smile. Mom, don't worry. I earned 200 won today. I'm thinking of saving up for a few days to buy some much-needed household items. You was surprised to hear that Chin Rong had earned so much, nearly equivalent to her half-monthly wage. You earn that much?
Yep.
That's wonderful. My daughter is so capable. I can't lag behind either. This spring, I'll find a way to make a new set of clothes for each of you three. You didn't feel any sense of inadequacy. Instead, she was proud of her daughter's success, defying the notion that girls couldn't achieve great things. Chin Yu quickly chimed in, Mom. I'll give you the money I earn from net nodding too. Let it be my contribution. You initially wanted to refuse, but, seeing Chin Yu's sincerity, agreed. All right, the four of us will definitely make a good life together. You didn't say the final thought in her heart. Let that scoundrel Chin Taiju and his family regret everything. The next day was overcast. Rainy weather was a big worry for food vendors. Looking at the sky, Chin Rong and Xiao Shan set up the stall early, hoping to sell out their fish balls and pumpkin flour cakes quickly to close up before the rain started. Business was decent, with some regular customers already coming to the stall. The fish balls sold particularly fast at this time of day. As Chin Rong busily served fish balls, a sharp female voice cut through the air. Oh, look who it is. Isn't this my dear cousin? Chin Rong looked up to see several young women gathered in front of her stall. The one who spoke was Qin Lian, the daughter of Qin Laonyang's youngest son. When it came to Qin Lian, Chin Rong couldn't help but roll her eyes. Qin Laonyang had always favored her youngest son, Qin Taizhan, who was once praised by a scholar for being clever. This led the family to decide to send him to school. But Qin Taizhan wasn't cut out for academics, failing to even pass the elementary scholar exam after years of study. Eventually, when the family ran out of money to support him, he took a job as a manager at a restaurant in town. Having moved to town, Qin Lian saw herself as a city girl. Whenever she returned to Qinjia village for the holidays, she would look down on everyone and everything. The original Qin Rong had often been the target of her disdain. The old Qin Rong might have been an easy target, but this new Qin Rong wasn't. She cast a cold glance at Qin Lian and ignored her, turning her attention to an elderly customer buying pumpkin flour cakes. Feeling snubbed, Qin Lian scowled and snapped. Qin Rong, can't you hear me talking to you? After serving another portion of fish balls, Qin Rong glanced at her briefly. Have you ever seen someone begging to be ignored? You're talking to me, and I'm pretending not to hear because you're annoying. Why are you insisting on hearing something unpleasant? Not expecting the once quiet Qin Rong to have such a sharp tongue, Qin Lian was momentarily speechless. One of the young women with her, embarrassed by the public scene, tugged at Qin Lian's sleeve. Lian, let it go. Arguing in the street isn't a good look, especially since you're arranging a marriage. Hearing this, Qin Lian immediately quieted down. It was true. This wasn't the time for her to risk ruining her reputation, especially since her marriage negotiations with the youngest son of the West Street grain shop owner were ongoing. With a final glare at Qin Rong, she left with her group of friends. She thought, I'm going to marry into a wealthy family, something Qin Rong could never dream of. Qin Rong couldn't care less about these young women. If they didn't respect her, she wouldn't show them any courtesy either. Perhaps because of the weather, food sold slower than usual. It wasn't until nearly noon that everything was sold out. Big Sister Rong, I told my mom about our arrangement. She said I must work hard and not slack off, Xiao Shan said as they packed up. Qin Rong nodded. Good. With your help, I can save a lot of effort. By the way, tomorrow is a big market day. I'll head to the marketplace now. Here's 20 copper coins. Buy some buns to take home. We'll have a simple lunch today.
All right.
Xiao Shan took the coins and pushed the cart toward the bun shop. In Lihua Town, there was a small market on the 5th of each month and a big market on the 15th. Farmers from the surrounding 10 miles would bring their goods to the big market. Since it was rare to have a big market, Qin Rong decided to scout for new things to sell. Tomorrow was an excellent opportunity to make money. It was peach season, and several vendors in the West Market were selling peaches. Qin Rong inspected the fruit. Each peach was large and fragrant, with a sweet aroma wafting from them. Young lady, These peaches were picked at sunrise. They're very fresh. Would you like to buy some? A cheerful vendor asked. How much are the peaches? Qin Rong inquired. 2 won each. Fair price for everyone. Qin Rong squeezed one. It was still firm, indicating it could be stored for a few days. I'll take 10 peaches.
Got it.
The vendor handed her the peaches with a smile. These peaches could be used to make white peach milk tea, peach cakes, peach jam, dried peaches, or peach wine. Qin Rong planned to make white peach milk tea, which was easy to prepare and convenient for selling at the stall, whether served hot or cold. Now she just needed milk. After some searching, she found an old man selling fresh milk at the back of the West Market. Uncle, how much for this milk? This small bucket is 51. Even though Qin Rong knew fresh milk was expensive in ancient times, the price shocked her. The small bucket held only 2 pounds of milk. Seeing her hesitation, the old man explained, milk is scarce these days. This price is already very reasonable. Qin Rong calculated in her head. White peach milk tea didn't require much milk, and 2 pounds would make a decent amount. With many merchants attending the big market tomorrow, there was a good chance it would sell well. All right, I'll take a small bucket.
Great.
If you need more in the future, you can find me at Feng Dania's house in Linshui Lane on the eastern outskirts. Qin Rong smiled and agreed. Qin Rong, thinking it was a big market day, also bought some river snails and perilla leaves, planning to make a variety of dishes the next day. However, the household was short on buckets, so she stopped by the general store, spending 30 won on a bucket and another 80 won on a few sets of bowls and chopsticks. In just a short while, much of her earnings for the day were spent, but these were necessary expenses. Without investing, there would be no profit. Tomorrow's white peach milk tea was targeted at families with disposable income, so it couldn't just be served in bamboo tubes. That wouldn't justify a higher price. With everything prepared, Qin Rong felt a bit hungry. Fortunately, the wonton stall in the West Market was still open. She sat down and ordered a bowl of wontons from the elderly lady running the stall. This stall had been in the West Market for many years. The taste of the wontons was average, but the portion size was generous. Finding the flavor too bland, Qin Rong took a small jar of shrimp powder from her basket and added some to enhance the taste. The elderly lady noticed and approached cheerfully. Young lady, are my wontons not to your liking? The lady had been running the stall for years. When her husband was alive, the wontons were flavorful and popular, but after his passing, business declined. Her son and daughter, though successful and filial, respected her wish to continue running the stall despite its modest earnings and often came to help out. They understood that the stall held sentimental value for her. Qin Rong smiled. Auntie, the wontons are a bit mild for my taste. The elderly lady, aware of Qin Rong's skill in making fish balls, felt a bit embarrassed. Her family loved Qin Rong's fish balls, praising their unparalleled freshness. Young lady, I know you're skilled. My cooking isn't as good as yours. This stall was my husband's, and I took over after he passed. My skills are just lacking. Would you mind giving me some advice? Memories of this stall surfaced in Qin Rong's mind. When she was little, her mother had brought her here but, dissatisfied with having only daughters, seated her brother to eat while she was left to stand aside. The stall's elderly owner had pitied her, secretly giving her a bowl of wontons to eat in the back. That bowl of wontons had left a deep impression on her. Recalling this, Qin Rong's expression softened with warmth. Auntie, your wontons lack a bit of umami. You could reduce the quantity slightly, but enhance the flavor. The elderly lady looked puzzled. How should I enhance the flavor? Qin Rong smiled. Auntie, bring me a bowl of wontons. The elderly lady quickly complied, and Qin Rong added some of her homemade shrimp powder, then pushed the bowl back. Auntie, try this. The elderly lady tasted a spoonful, her eyes lighting up immediately. The wontons were indeed much more flavorful. Young lady, could you sell me some of this powder? Qin Rong replied, of course. But I don't have any on hand. I'd need about 10 days to make it. Would you be willing to wait? The elderly lady was about to nod enthusiastically but paused, realizing she hadn't asked the price. She hesitated. Young lady, how much would it cost? After calculating the shrimp needed, Qin Rong said, a jar like this lasts about 30 days. I can sell it to you for 90 won per jar. Does that work? The elderly lady, surprised at the reasonable price, quickly agreed. That's very fair. After arranging the time for pickup, Qin Rong carried her basket and headed home. On the way, she bought a bamboo basket to carry more goods as her sales increased. White peach milk tea was simple to make. Since milk was expensive, Qin Rong planned to make the peach flavor stronger and the milk flavor lighter. She had bought 10 peaches, saving a few for the family and using the rest for the milk tea. For her first batch, she used just 1 peach. Raw milk needed to be boiled to kill bacteria. Qin Rong first boiled the milk, then added tea leaves and sugar to a pot, stirring until the sugar dissolved. Next, she added diced peach. The sweet peach aroma blended with the tea's freshness, creating a delightful fragrance. Once the mixture was ready, she added several bowls of water. When the pot began bubbling, she poured in the boiled milk. The milk's creamy scent mingled with the peach aroma, filling the kitchen. Qin Rong couldn't help but inhale deeply. She was craving milk tea herself. After pouring in the milk, she stirred the pot continuously, a crucial step often overlooked. When the milk tea was ready, she ladled out 4 bowls as a test batch. Qin Yu and Xiaoshan were busy making fish balls, but Qin Yi, drawn by the aroma, came running. Big sister, it smells amazing. Qin Rong placed the milk tea on the table and said, the white peach milk tea is on the table. Help yourself. Grinning, Qin Yi bowed. Thank you, big sister. Just the smell made her feel blissful. She took a sip, and the sweet, creamy flavor hit her taste buds. It was heavenly, delicious, sweet, and fragrant. Ignoring the heat, she took another sip and exclaimed, Big sister, this is the best drink I've ever had. #1 in the world. Qin Rong laughed at her dramatic reaction.
Got it.
Big sister knows. With the milk tea a success, Qin Rong tied on her apron and started making fish balls and pumpkin flour cakes. The milk tea and perilla snails would be prepared fresh before heading to the market. Just as she finished her work and sat down to rest, someone knocked on the courtyard gate. When Qin Rong opened it, she found a middle-aged man in his 40s. The man wore a well-made blue cloth outfit and had a refined demeanor. Smiling, he said, Young lady, sorry to bother you. My name is Bai Fu. We just moved to the neighborhood and live at the alley entrance. I caught the scent of milk from your home and wondered if there's a place nearby that sells it. My master would like to try some. Bai Fu hadn't expected the door to be opened by such a young lady. The fragrance had tantalized his master, who was quite the gourmand, especially after retiring from his official post. Qin Rong was momentarily stunned. I made it myself. It's for sale at the market tomorrow. I only made a small test batch today. Hearing this, Bai Fu looked disappointed. It seemed his master wouldn't get to taste it today. Why don't you bring a bowl, and I'll scoop a ladle for you? That's all I have left. I made very little, and this milk tea has to be freshly made to sell. If it's left overnight, it won't be good for tomorrow. Qin Rong wasn't particularly enthusiastic, but the disappointment on the uncle's face was too obvious to ignore. All right. Sorry for the trouble. The man quickly pulled a small bowl from the cloth bag he carried. Qin Rong took the bowl, went inside, and ladled a portion of milk tea for him. Uncle, if your master likes it, you can come to my stall at the West Street Market tomorrow to buy more. Bai Fu nodded and handed Qin Rong a small silver ingot. Thank you, young lady. Qin Rong shook her head. Uncle Bai, it's just a bowl of milk tea between neighbors. It's not worth a silver ingot. If your master enjoys it, come to my stall tomorrow. I have other food there as well. Bai Fu was slightly surprised. Though Lihua town was small, its people were certainly sharp. Thank you, young lady. Qin Rong gave a polite nod and closed the door. On the day of the big market, Qin Rong worried that she and Xiaoshan might not handle the crowd alone. Before heading out, she dropped Qin Yi off at the Yu family's home and brought Qin Yu and Xiaoshan along to set up the stall. The white peach milk tea had been prepared early in the morning. To serve it, Qin Rong borrowed 2 square tables from the wonton stall lady. Bowls, chopsticks, and water were all ready. Customers could wash their bowls right after drinking. With yesterday's milk and peaches, Chin Rong made about 50 bowls of white peach milk tea, pricing it at 6 won per bowl, mainly targeting traveling merchants or well-off families. Perilla snails were another new offering, priced at 3 won per portion. Fish balls sold the fastest as usual, followed by pumpkin flower cakes and perilla snails. However, no one had bought the milk tea yet. A few young ladies inquired, but after hearing the price, they grimaced and walked away. Chin Yu grew anxious. "Big sister, we haven't sold a single bowl of white peach milk tea yet." Chin Rong remained calm. "Don't worry. Most of the morning market-goers are farmers coming to sell their goods. They're naturally reluctant to spend 6 when on a small bowl of milk tea." Just then, Uncle Bai arrived with a man dressed in fine silk, presumably Master Bai. Master Bai had a long, rectangular face with an imposing presence, exuding authority without effort. Chin Rong greeted them warmly. "Uncle Bai, Master Bai, here for some white peach milk tea?" Master Bai nodded slightly, and Uncle Bai chuckled. "Yes, young lady. My master thoroughly enjoyed your milk tea yesterday. Would you like to drink here, or take it to go?" Chin Rong asked. "We'll drink here," Uncle Bai replied. "You mentioned you have other food. Bring us a bit of everything." "Certainly." Chin Rong quickly ladled milk tea, while Xiaoshan packed the perilla snails and pumpkin flower cakes. Chin Yu served the fish ball soup. Sitting at the stall, Master Bai observed the bustling crowd and remarked, "Ah Fu, look at this." While it lacks the grandeur of the capital, the vitality in the people's eyes here surpasses that of the capital. Bai Fu agreed. Indeed, when their food arrived, Master Bai noted the spicy aroma of the perilla snails and asked in surprise, "Are these snails cooked with chili peppers?" Chin Rong smiled. "Yes, they are." Intrigued, Master Bai took a sip of the milk tea, inhaling its rich aroma before drinking a large gulp. "Delicious. Truly exquisite, young lady. You are very skilled." Chin Rong smiled modestly. "Thank you for the compliment, Master Bai." Bai Fu was equally impressed. The perilla snails, with their fiery spice and fresh, clean flavor, surpassed any he had tasted before, even in Nanshui. "Young lady, these snails are incredible." The two men praised the food enthusiastically, drawing the attention of merchants nearby. Soon, they too began ordering the dishes, filling another table with milk tea, fish balls, and snails. In a short time, the pumpkin flower cakes and fish ball soup sold out, leaving only a few perilla snails and milk tea. Master Bai finished his milk tea and several pumpkin flower cakes, savoring the experience as one of life's great pleasures. Bai Fu, meanwhile, packed several portions of perilla snails to take home. As Chin Rong cleaned the tables, a group of young ladies approached. One of them looked familiar, likely part of the group with Qin Lian the day before, though she had stayed silent then. "This drink smells amazing. How much is it per bowl?" asked a round-faced young lady with a bright green velvet flower in her hair, which complemented her fair complexion. "It's white peach oolong milk tea, 6 won per bowl," Chin Rong replied. "Give me 4 bowls. I'll treat everyone," the round-faced girl declared generously. Chin Rong reached to ladle the tea, but one of the young ladies, who seemed to know Qin Lian, pulled the round-faced girl aside and whispered, "Sister Yan, this girl is sharp-tongued. Her father abandoned her mother, and she's jealous of Sister Lian. Yesterday, Sister Lian tried to help her by buying some food, but she insulted Sister Lian and drove her away. Let's leave. We shouldn't associate with someone so unrefined." Chin Rong, who decided it was acceptable to badmouth someone loudly enough for them to hear. This was absurd. Before Chin Rong could respond, Chin Yu slammed down what she was holding, put her hands on her hips, and snapped, "Who are you calling sharp-tongued? Who's jealous of Qin Lian? Who's unrefined?" Chin Yu was naturally outspoken and had clashed with Qin Lian many times growing up. Though she didn't know the exact details, she could tell this was somehow related to Qin Lian. The accused young lady blushed and stepped back, hiding behind the round-faced girl.
I
didn't say anything." The round-faced girl seemed to understand the situation and, while displeased, chose not to escalate. She gracefully bowed to Qin Rong and Qin Yu. My apologies on her behalf. I hope you won't take offense. Her polite demeanor softened the tension. Qin Rong decided not to dwell on it and replied with a smile, no harm done. If anyone spreads falsehoods, we can always go to the authorities. That's a punishable offense. After giving the gossipy girl a meaningful look, Qin Rong turned back to the round-faced girl. So, do you still want the white peach milk tea? The round-faced young lady nodded and said, Of course I want it. Jiang sister, if you want a drink, sit down and keep quiet. If not, you can leave first. The young ladies seemed to follow the lead of the round-faced girl. Seeing her sit down, they all followed suit. The Jiang family's young lady felt a bit embarrassed, but couldn't leave outright due to her family's instructions, so she awkwardly sat beside the round-faced girl. Qin Rong and Qin Yu served the white peach milk tea to the young ladies. Please enjoy. The young ladies thanked them politely and began sipping the milk tea. The first sip was sweet, the second refreshing, and before they knew it, their bowls were empty. This is delicious. Each of the young ladies ordered another bowl, except for the Jiang girl, who refused to admit the tea was good. She licked her lips, staring at her empty bowl, wondering how she finished it so quickly. After the group left, Qin Rong sold another dozen bowls of milk tea and a few portions of perilla snails. By the end of the day, most of the items were sold out. With only a few bowls of white peach milk tea left, Qin Rong decided not to sell them. You love the tea, so Qin Rong planned to take some to the embroidery workshop for her and the shopkeeper. As for the remaining 2 or 3 portions of perilla snails, she decided to let Xiaoshan take them home so the Yu family could enjoy them. After a rough calculation, Qin Rong realized today's earnings were as follows: 231 from fish balls, 81 from pumpkin flour cakes, 81 from perilla snails, and 181 from white peach milk tea, totaling 571 after deducting the cost of materials. Qin Rong took out 41 and handed 20 each to Xiaoshan and Qin Yu. You both worked hard today. Take this as your wages. Qin Yu shook her head. Big sister, I don't need it. Of course you need it. You both helped, so you deserve a reward. Right now, I'm earning little, and the household still lacks many things. Once things stabilize, I'll give you even more, Qin Rong said. Xiaoshan initially wanted to refuse as well. His eldest brother earned only 30 when a day working at the dock, and that didn't include meals. Helping Qin Rong wasn't strenuous, and she provided food too. However, knowing Qin Rong's character, he understood that her offer wasn't just politeness. Thank you, big sister, Xiaoshan said gratefully. Seeing Xiaoshan accept, Qin Yu took her share as well, carefully placing the 20 went into her purse. Having just sold her net knots yesterday, she still had 5 left. With today's addition, she now had 25 of her own, the first time she'd ever had personal savings. You, go with Xiaoshan to pick up I'll have the fishmonger deliver the fish to our house, Qin Rong instructed. Okay. Looking at the sky, Qin Rong worried it might rain. Spring showers often came suddenly, and she didn't want to get caught in one. She quickened her pace and reached the Li embroidery workshop in about 30 minutes. The big market had brought many customers to the workshop, and shopkeeper Liu was busy welcoming them with a constant smile. Qin Rong went around to the back door, where an older woman guarded the entrance. Visitors looking for the embroiderers could inform her. Granny Li, could you call my mother, you? Wait here. Before long, you came out, her expression tense, fearing something had happened at home. Rong, what's wrong? Did something happen at home? Qin Rong quickly reassured her. No, nothing's wrong. I just had some leftover white peach milk tea and brought it for you. Knowing shopkeeper Liu treated you well, Qin Rong set aside a portion for her. The remaining 2 portions were left for you to share as she saw fit. You felt a warmth in her heart and gently patted Qin Rong's head. My hard-working girl, it's nothing, mother. As Qin Rong was leaving, she handed a small piece of leftover pumpkin flour cake to Granny Li. Though it wasn't even a full piece, Granny Li was delighted to receive it and gave Qin Rong a handful of pumpkin seeds in return. Try these. I cooked them myself, Granny Li said. Thank you, Granny Li. You brought the milk tea inside and shared a bamboo tube with shopkeeper Liu. The remaining portions were divided among herself, embroiderer Yang, who had taught her much, and embroiderer Chen, a close acquaintance. Zhou, who had joined the workshop with you, lacked Yu's talent and skill. However, her family was relatively well off for farmers, so she often looked down on Yu and competed with her at every turn. When you brought the milk tea, Zhou made some snide remarks. Embroiderer Chen tried to speak up, but Zhou included her in the ridicule as well. Yu ignored the jabs, feeling no shame in earning an honest living with her skills. When Qin Rong returned home, her clothes were damp from the spring rain. It seemed unlikely they'd be able to set up the stall tomorrow. She told Xiao Shan to go home and decided against making more fish balls. If the weather didn't clear, they wouldn't go to waste. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Qin Rong opened it to find Bai Fu standing there. Uncle Bai, what brings you here? Bai Fu set down a bamboo basket and said, Today, my young master and I dug up some spring bamboo shoots. My master wanted to send these over. Seeing the full basket of bamboo shoots, Qin Rong was startled. This is too much. Not at all. Consider it a thank you for the white peach milk tea, Bai Fu replied cheerfully. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, Uncle Bai. After closing the door, Qin Rong glanced at the dried cured meat hanging in the corridor. An idea struck her. She could make bamboo shoot and salted pork soup tonight. Calling Qin Yu and Qin Yi to help peel the bamboo shoots, they worked through the 10-pound basket, setting aside 5 pounds for the dish. Having recently bought a new clay pot, Qin Rong found it perfect for the slow cooking required for this dish. With the older clay pot, she decided to make 2 pots of the soup. After all, with such a generous gift, she couldn't accept it without reciprocating. If someone gives you a peach, return them a gem. The ingredients for Yanduxian, a bamboo shoot and salted pork soup, ideally include bamboo shoots, cured pork, and black fungus. Fortunately, Qin Rong had several bags of dried black fungus in her storage space. She first soaked the black fungus to rehydrate it, then cut a whole piece of cured pork and steamed it before slicing it into pieces. Next, she retrieved some chili peppers from her storage, removed the seeds, and chopped them into chunks. Qin Rong's knife skills were excellent, cutting the bamboo shoots into beautifully shaped pieces that looked exceptionally tender on the plate. The bamboo shoots were blanched, an essential step to remove their bitterness and make them more palatable. She then heated a pan with oil, added the cured pork, and waited until the sizzling sound of the melting fat filled the air. Next, she added the bamboo shoots, stir-frying them briefly before adding water to simmer. The mixture was then divided into 2 clay pots and placed on the stove to simmer slowly. The soup bubbled as the flavors of the bamboo shoots and cured pork melded together. When the broth turned a milky white, Qin Rong added the rehydrated black fungus. After simmering a bit longer, the Yanduxian was ready to be served. The soup, cooked to perfection, was at its most flavorful. Wrapping the clay pot in a cloth, Qin Rong placed it in her basket, greeted Qin Yu, and set out for the Bai household. Spring rain continued to drizzle, and the air carried the scent of fresh grass. Qin Rong held an umbrella as she walked, savoring her first experience of spring rain in ancient times. The Bai household wasn't far from hers, and she soon arrived. The courtyard gate was open, and Master Bai was playing chess with a well-dressed man. After some hesitation, Qin Rong knocked on the gate. Master Bai looked up, recognized her, and stood up. Miss Qin, what brings you here? Qin Rong entered the courtyard and brought out the pot. Uncle Bai sent over some bamboo shoots, so I made a pot of Yanduxian and brought a portion for Master Bai to try. Master Bai was a connoisseur of food, always seeking out delicacies wherever he went. Even after being demoted and sent to the southern regions, his passion for fine cuisine remained. This is wonderful news. Miss Qin, you are too kind. Chengyu, you are in for a treat today. Indeed, sir, replied the well-dressed man. Before Chengyu could finish speaking, Master Bai had already lifted the lid of the pot. The fragrant aroma filled the air, and he couldn't resist picking up a piece of bamboo shoot with his fingers to taste. Master Bai chewed thoughtfully, his eyes closed in satisfaction. Exquisite. Simply exquisite. Chengyu, you must try this. Qin Rong didn't linger, smiling as she bid farewell. The rain continued, and she had to deliver a raincoat to you. The Yanduxian also made its way to the Yu household, where it became an instant hit. Even Yu Dashin began envying his younger brother for having delicious food every day. The rain in Lihua town persisted for 3 days. Being surrounded by water, the area was particularly humid, and Qin Rong felt sticky and uncomfortable. Bathing was inconvenient in ancient times, and she longed to buy a large wooden tub for soaking. She retrieved a coin pouch from her bed compartment containing broken silver and copper coins. After calculating her earnings, she found that her recent profits had just balanced out her initial investment. She strung 801, the amount you had given her initially, into a strand. With 258 when left, she decided to reserve it for purchasing ingredients. A large wooden tub cost 81, which left her short of funds. Though she still had the 2 taels of silver from selling her ring, she didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. 3 days without running her stall meant significant lost income. This line of work depended on favorable weather. She thought about how much better it would be to save up and open a shop. Shops in Lihua town's West Market were expensive. Renting a shop cost about 20 taels of silver annually, while purchasing one ranged from 150 to 200 taels. Lost in thought over her finances, Qin Rong was interrupted by Yu, who entered with a smile. Rong, guess what I brought back? Is it spring clothing? Yu was surprised by her daughter's cleverness. Our little Rong is so smart. Hearing Yu's voice, Qin Yu and Qin Yi ran in. Mom, you're back. Yu placed the bundle on the chest by the bed, her face beaming. I made spring clothes for you all. Try them on and see if they fit. Qin Rong received a light yellow outfit. Mom, the fabric is nice. Didn't you say you hadn't received your wages yet? Yu smiled. A few days ago, Yang's cloth workshop was clearing out some defective fabric. I joined a few embroiderers to buy some. Opportunities like this don't come often. With these spring clothes done, our biggest expense left is just the rent. Warmth filled Qin Rong's heart as she carefully changed into the spring outfit, which made Yu's eyes light up. My Rong looks stunning. Big sister looks beautiful. There was no mirror at home, so Qin Rong planned to check a reflection in her storage space later. Every girl loves to look pretty, and Qin Rong was no exception. After carefully folding the spring outfit, Qin Rong handed Yu the string of 801.
Mom, take this.
Yu was startled. Isn't this the money for your stall? Mom, I've already earned it back. We don't need to buy anything major right now, and I've set aside working capital. Since you manage the household, having more money on hand will ease your worries. You've already earned it back? Yes. From now on, I'll cover the cost of our daily meals, Qin Rong said with a smile. I'll hand over the money I earn from knotting nets to Mom. That'll be my contribution, Qin Yu added. Then what about me? Qin Yi pouted, upset that she couldn't earn money to help. Our little E can help Big Sister take care of the herbs and vegetables in the garden. They're the key to delicious food, Qin Rong quickly reassured her. Hearing this, Qin Yi perked up and nodded enthusiastically. Okay, I'll be in charge from now on. Seeing Qin Yi's adorable determination, you couldn't help but laugh. It truly felt liberating. Divorce had brought nothing but happiness. The persistent spring rain lasted 3 days, but finally cleared by the afternoon of the 3rd day, promising good weather for the next day. Qin Rong quickly instructed Qin Yu before grabbing her bamboo basket and heading to the dock. After 3 days of rain, the dock was sure of plenty of fish for sale. She walked around the dock, quickly securing a few fish and arranging for them to be delivered to her home. With her basket still in hand, Qin Rong headed to the West Market, now bustling with vendors taking advantage of the clear weather. There were no pumpkins left this season, so Qin Rong decided to switch her offerings. White peach milk tea was reserved for large markets, but perilla snails were always a good option. After some searching, she spotted a farmer selling snails in a corner of the market. Squatting down, she picked up a handful to inspect. Brother, these snails look good.
How much are they?
The farmer, surprised to find someone interested in buying snails, asked, How much do you want? If I take them all, can you give me a discount? Qin Rong replied. After some thought, the farmer offered this entire barrel for 41. How about it? These snails were much more plentiful than the last batch Qin Rong had purchased, so she agreed and arranged for the farmer to deliver them to her house. Before leaving, she noticed another barrel of small fish beside the farmer. How much for the small fish? 3 won per Jin. Is that all right? Deal. I'll take them all. Deliver them to Yu's house in Lu Shui Lane along with the snails. Tomorrow, instead of pumpkin flower cakes, she would sell perilla snails and salted small fish. On her way back, Qin Rong stopped by the wonton stall to deliver 2 jars of shrimp powder to the elderly vendor. She returned home with 180 when in her pocket, feeling satisfied. As she passed the alley entrance, Bai Fu spotted her and called out with a smile, "Miss Qin, will you set up your stall tomorrow? My stomach's been craving your food." "Yes, Uncle Bai. I'll be there and there'll be something new too," Qin Rong replied. "Make sure to save a few bowls of white peach milk tea for my master."
He's been longing for it, Bai Fu said.
"Uncle Bai, the milk tea is only sold at the large market. The cost of milk is high, and it might not sell well on regular days," Qin Rong explained. "If I order an entire bucket, would you sell it?" Bai Fu asked. "Drinking too much milk tea isn't good for older people. A whole bucket would make dozens of bowls," Qin Rong cautioned. "No problem. My master is well acquainted with others in Lihua Town. We can split it among a few families," Bai Fu reassured her. After some thought, Qin Rong agreed. "All right, but I'll need to prepare it after tomorrow's stall. You can pick it up then." Bai Fu pulled 3 qian of silver from his pouch. "Will this cover it?" "It's more than enough, Uncle Bai." "I'll give you change," Qin Rong said. "No need. Just save me some of the new dishes, and if you have perilla snails, keep some aside too," Bai Fu said with a smile. "All right." Qin Rong accepted the silver and bid Bai Fu farewell. When Qin Rong arrived home, Xiao Shan and Qin Yu were already cleaning the fish. "I bought some small fish. Tomorrow we'll sell some new dishes. Big sister, do I need to come to the stall tomorrow?" Qin Yu asked. "No need. Xiao Shan and I can handle it." Qin Rong set down her basket, tied on her apron, and began preparing the small fish. Each fish was only a finger's length, requiring only the removal of the innards. Cleaning the fish took nearly half an hour. After rinsing them in fresh water, she seasoned them with salt and soy sauce, letting them marinate and drain. She heated a pan, added oil, and fried the small fish until their skins turned golden and crispy. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she worked. Wiping her brow, she added garlic, ginger, scallions, and chili peppers to the remaining oil, stir-frying them until fragrant before tossing the fish back in. The delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen, drawing Xiao Shan and Qin Yu closer. Qin Yi, prepared as always, asked eagerly, "Big sister, can we eat this?" Qin Rong laughed and handed Qin Yi a small piece of salted fish. "Careful, it's hot." Obediently, Qin Yi took a bite. After finishing, she wanted more. Qin Rong smiled, plating a small portion for Qin Yi to share with her siblings. "Take this to your brother and sister, okay?" Once all the fish were fried, Qin Rong set some aside for final stir-frying at the stall the next day to preserve the flavor. She sent a portion of the salted small fish to Master Bai's household, knowing they'd enjoy it. At dawn, Xiao Shan arrived early, still getting used to running the stall after a few days off. He and Qin Rong carried the small fish, perilla snails, and fish ball soup to the market. Some customers, delighted to see her stall open again, greeted her warmly. "Miss Qin, you're finally back. I've been coming every day to check." Qin Rong apologized. The rain made it inconvenient to set up. "Today, I've brought some new dishes. Buy more, and I'll include a half portion as a bonus. Miss Qin's food is always excellent." "Give me a few portions," one customer said eagerly. Even before she finished setting up, customers were already waiting. Knowing her cooking was well-loved warmed Qin Rong's heart. As expected, the small fish and perilla snails sold out quickly. The fish ball soup took a little longer, but was gone within 15 minutes. After closing, Qin Rong went to the West Market to buy milk and peaches for Master Bai's white peach milk tea. Days passed, and it was soon time for another large market. This time, in addition to perilla snails, fish ball soup, salted small fish, and white peach milk tea, Qin Rong introduced salted bamboo shoots. Earlier, her eldest uncle had delivered a bundle of bamboo tubes and dozens of pounds of wild bamboo shoots harvested from the mountains. With more shoots than she could use immediately, Qin Rong pickled them to sell at the market. Priced at 2 per portion, they were affordable. At first, only regular customers bought the salted bamboo shoots out of curiosity. But after a few merchants sampled them, they bought out Qin Rong's entire stock and even placed additional orders for pickup in 5 days. After packing up, Qin Rong decided to rest for a day after working so hard. Xiao Shan, we'll take a break tomorrow. You can head home now. Big sister, you don't need to buy bamboo shoots. My brother and I can gather some from the wild, Xiao Shan offered. Over the past month, he had earned 200 when helping Qin Rong, a good income for his age. Grateful, he wanted to contribute something in return. If we're resting, why don't I join you? I've never been to the mountains, Qin Rong said. Of course, Xiao Shan's eyes lit up. After enjoying Qin Rong's cooking for so long, eating his aunt's food at home felt like punishment. The embroiderers at the embroidery workshop were allowed 1 day off each month, and tomorrow happened to be his rest day. In the evening, after finishing their meal, Qin Rong's family gathered to go over their finances. Qin Rong brought out an intricately designed wooden jewelry box from her storage space, claiming she had bought it from a shop. The box was made of camphor wood and had 2 layers. For now, she only used the bottom layer. Yu smiled and said, "Let's go through the accounts. I'll start first." She took out the coins in her possession. Here's 850 in total. My monthly wages are 601 and the remaining 251 is from tips I received. Qin Yu chimed in next. I'll go second. I earned 181 from net nodding. Here, Mom. All of it is for you. The remaining 51 is from helping Big Sister. She gave it to me. You smiled and said, since your big sister gave it to you, you should save it. Consider it your private savings. All right. Qin Yu was thrilled. Even though it wasn't much money, having her own savings gave her confidence and autonomy. Next, it was Qin Rong's turn. She brought over the jewelry box and said, over these days, except for the rainy ones, I've been running the stall daily. After deducting costs, I earned 5 taels and 1 xian of silver. An additional 1 tael of silver came from selling shrimp powder and salted bamboo shoots, and 250 copper coins were from fulfilling Master Bai's order. In total, this month I earned 6 taels of silver and 350 copper coins. The box contains 5 taels and 8 xian of silver. The missing amount was spent on household expenses. Thanks to Qin Rong's earnings, the family's meals had been plentiful, and all 4 members had visibly fuller faces. Qin Yi, being young, didn't grasp the significance of the earnings. However, Yu and Qin Yu were wide-eyed with surprise. You earned so much, Qin Rong smiled and said. It's not that much. I've been thinking that once we save enough, it would be better to open a shop. Running a stall depends too much on the weather. If it rains, the ingredients could go to waste. Yu felt gratified by her daughter's diligence. Rong is right. Since this money is your hard-earned savings and you plan to use it for a shop, you should keep it. Yu's reasoning was sound. Over these days, the family had been eating well, and all 4 looked much healthier. Qin Rong worked tirelessly from dawn to dusk, covering most household expenses, so it was only fair she kept her savings. Additionally, since Qin Rong was nearing the age of marriage discussions, having more savings would be a safeguard. As for the other 2 daughters, their marriages were still a ways off, giving you more time to save for their dowries. After discussing their finances, the mother and daughters chatted for a while before heading to bed. Qin Rong planned to go to the mountains with the Yu brothers the next day, so she retired early. The wild mountains outside town were some distance away. With plans weighing on her mind, Qin Rong woke up early and decided to prepare some scallion pancakes to take along. She had prepared spring roll wrappers, fried dough sticks, eggs, and other ingredients the night before, so all she had to do was cook. She placed a thin stone slab over the charcoal stove since flat pans weren't available in this era. She had asked her uncle to fetch the stone slab from the riverbank. Once the stone slab was heated, Qin Rong poured oil onto it. She reheated the fried dough sticks, then added more oil to cook the spring roll wrappers. She cracked an egg on top, spreading it thinly with chopsticks. The pale yellow egg blended beautifully with the milky white wrapper. Working quickly, she added the fried dough stick, brushed on sweet and spicy sauces, folded the wrapper, and pressed it flat with a spatula. In no time, the fragrant scallion pancakes were ready. Chin Rong didn't like scallions, so she left them out. She made over 20 pancakes, wrapping 10 in oil paper and placing them in her basket. The rest she kept warm in the covered pot. For the mountain trip, Chin Rong had also purchased a water pouch from the general store. After filling it with hot water, she was ready to set off. The sky was still dim when Chin Rong arrived at the dock, where Yu Shaoshan and Yu Deshan were already waiting. "Ah Rong, let's go," Yu Deshan said as they boarded an ox cart. Since the mountains were far, they decided to take the cart to a rest stop near the mountain's base, which served as a hub for travelers and their animals. After arranging a time with the cart driver for their return, Chin Rong and the brothers headed into the mountains. "Here, I made some breakfast. Try it," Chin Rong said when they reached the mountain's base. She handed out scallion pancakes to Yu Deshan and Yu Shaoshan. Yu Shaoshan had smelled the fragrant food in her basket during the cart ride, but didn't dare ask. Now he eagerly accepted the pancake and took a big bite. The flavors of the egg and sauce burst across his palate, leaving a lingering fragrance. He quickly took another bite, savoring the chewy texture of the fried dough stick. "It's delicious, big sister." "What is this?" "It's a scallion pancake," Chin Rong replied with a smile. Yu Deshan, who was usually more reserved, couldn't help but relax after his first bite. His initial shyness vanished, replaced by pure delight as he thought, "This is the most delicious pancake ever." After eating and resting briefly, the three began their climb into the mountains. By the time they reached the wild bamboo forest, daylight had fully broken. Yu Deshan and Yu Shaoshan set down their baskets and began digging for bamboo shoots, while Chin Rong wandered nearby. She spotted plenty of shepherd's purse and Indian aster greens growing in the area. The Indian aster greens were slightly overgrown, but the shepherd's purse was still tender. Squatting down, Chin Rong began harvesting the wild greens. After clearing one patch, she moved on and found clusters of mushrooms growing on the ground. Excited by her discovery, she picked a basketful of mushrooms. Dried mushrooms could be ground into powder and used as a flavorful seasoning. As she continued exploring, she stumbled upon a grove of wild Chinese tune trees. Chinese tune was a prized ingredient, perfect for mixing with tofu, stir-frying with eggs, or making spring rolls. It could be eaten fresh, pickled, or sautéed. Harvesting the Chinese tune took some time. Once she had carefully packed the shoots into her basket, Yu Shaoshan came to find her. "Sister, we're almost done. All right, let's head back," Chin Rong said. On the way down the mountain, Chin Rong picked some raspberries that were at their ripest, their bright red standing out vividly among the green foliage. The Yu brothers, with their impressive strength, carried the dozens of bamboo shoots down the mountain without breaking a sweat. After returning home, the Yu brothers helped Chin Rong peel the bamboo shoots, busily working together. Not wanting them to work for free, Chin Rong opened her money box and handed 30 copper coins to Chin Yu. "Ah Yu, go to Butcher Zhang and buy a piece of pork and also get some tofu." "All right." Chin Yu took the money and left promptly. In Chin Rong's basket were still plenty of wild greens. She washed some of the raspberries and placed them on the table. In ancient times, snacks were scarce, and raspberries served as a treat. In spring, many village children would pick and eat them in the mountains. She set aside the rest of the raspberries to make jam, which could be used to flavor water as a sweet drink for a treat. The mushrooms she had gathered were plump and of various types. Chin Rong planned to dry and grind some of them into powder for seasoning. After dealing with the Chinese tune shoots, Chin Rong realized that the household didn't have enough pots. They only had the stove pot and the one used for her food stall. If she needed to cook the salted bamboo shoots and prepare meals simultaneously, it wouldn't suffice. With that in mind, Chin Rong decided to order 2 more pots from the blacksmith, including a flat one. Based on the Yu brothers' reactions to the scallion pancakes earlier, she was confident they were well-liked. As the weather warmed, fishball soup might lose its appeal, and she could switch to selling scallion pancakes. Lately, others had started selling fishball soup at the market, and while theirs didn't taste as good as hers, it still cut into her business. Since Yudashan was staying for dinner, Qin Rong planned to prepare several dishes: Chinese tuna fried with eggs, Chinese tuna with tofu, braised pork, a mushroom, three-delicacy soup, and shepherd's purse with bamboo shoots. She began by boiling water and adding a spoonful of salt. Once the water boiled, she blanched the cleaned Chinese tuna shoots, quickly removing them and rinsing them in cold well water. She chopped them finely and placed the fresh tofu on a plate, sprinkling the chopped shoots over it. Next, she heated oil in a pan, added soy sauce, chili, and vinegar, and stir-fried the mixture before drizzling in sesame oil. Using a large spoon, she poured the aromatic sauce over the tofu and Chinese tuna, creating a dish with a delightful combination of savory and fresh flavors. This Chinese tuna with tofu dish was light and refreshing, something she knew Master Bai would enjoy. He had been a great patron of her stall, often bringing her fruits or fresh ingredients. With this in mind, Qin Rong brought the dish to the Bai household. At the Bai household, an unexpected encounter awaited her. Standing at the gate were Qin Taizhan, Qin Lian, and a waiter from the restaurant. Both Qin Lian and Qin Taizhan were startled to see Qin Rong. Qin Lian crossed her arms and looked at her with disdain. "Qin Rong, what are you doing here?" Qin Rong replied coolly, "What does it have to do with you? No wonder your father abandoned your mother. With such poor manners, it's no surprise she raised you like this." "No sense of propriety at all," Qin Lian said, her tone sharp and full of disdain. "Whoever's barking nonsense is the one without manners," Qin Rong countered calmly. A young lady like you, not respecting her own sister, spouting whatever comes to mind. One can't help but wonder how you know so much about someone abandoning their wife. Perhaps your father has entertained similar thoughts. Qin Lian was so furious, she almost stumbled backward. She tugged at Qin Tieshan's arm, whining, "Father, look at her." Qin Taizhan, who had lived in town for many years, was fair-skinned and carried himself with an air of superiority, thanks to his education and favor from the restaurant owner. In the original host's memories, he had never treated their family as relatives, only as servants. He had always been condescending toward Yu and her daughters. Hearing about Yu's life in Lihua town and Qin Rong's food stall, he had not expected to run into Qin Rong here. To his surprise, she no longer carried the poor and rustic demeanor he associated with her. "Arong, how can you speak to your sister this way? Didn't your mother teach you any manners?" Qin Taizhan said with a frown. Qin Rong couldn't help but laugh. "How odd. By your logic, I'm the elder sister, and she's the younger one. If my dear younger sister speaks out of turn, shouldn't you be questioning her upbringing instead of blaming me?" Qin Taizhan wasn't prepared for her sharp tongue. He remembered her as meek and submissive, unworthy of attention. "I'm your elder and a learned man. You may not have studied, but do you know the virtues of filial piety, loyalty, integrity, and righteousness? Allow me to educate you," Qin Taizhan said smugly. Qin Rong couldn't help but laugh outright. Seeing her reaction, Qin Lian shouted, "Qin Rong, my father is only trying to help you. What's with that dismissive attitude?" Qin Rong smirked, her voice dripping with irony. "Filial piety, loyalty, integrity, and righteousness? Uncle, do you practice them yourself?" Qin Taizhan was stunned. He had never encountered such audacity. "What do you mean by that?" Qin Rong, her expression turning serious, asked. "Uncle, your current life in town is closely tied to the education you received, isn't it?" "Of course," Qin Taizhan replied proudly. Qin Rong nodded. "When you were studying, grandmother placed all her hopes on you. The family poured all its resources into your education. My father worked from dawn till dusk, and my mother shouldered all the household chores. Meanwhile, you asked for money without hesitation. After your marriage, you moved to town with your wife, funded entirely by the family. Did you ever give back even a fraction of what was invested in you?" Qin Taizhan was dumbfounded, and Qin Lian stared wide-eyed in shock. Qin Rong continued, "You've never considered it, have you? Whenever you return to the village, you look down on us as if you're above it all. And your daughter has inherited that attitude, showing nothing but disdain. Uncle, I've seen little of the virtues you preach, but I've seen plenty of arrogance and hypocrisy. Qin Tieshan's face turned red with anger. Pointing at Qin Rong, he shouted, "Have you no respect? Uncle, weren't you just lecturing me about virtue? Now you're talking about respect? Which is it?" Qin Rong remained unfazed. Qin Taizhan was nothing more than a paper tiger. He appeared fierce, but was powerless when faced with someone who stood their ground. Qin Taizhan was truly infuriated, so much so that he couldn't even form words. Qin Lian, however, glared and sneered. "Qin Rong, you're just jealous. You can't stand seeing us living well. Don't you realize that having an uncle managing a restaurant in town brings pride to your family? You're just ungrateful." Pfft. Qin Rong couldn't help but laugh.
Pride?
Does pride put food on the table? The family invested real money and resources to support second uncle. Do you think grandmother did it just for some superficial sense of pride? Qin Lian, when it comes to shamelessness, your family takes first place without competition. Even great families invest in a talent with the expectation of reciprocity. If there's no repayment, they'd be scorned as ungrateful and unrighteous. Inside the Bai family courtyard, Master Bai sat at a stone table, playing chess with a young man named Zidu. Stroking his beard, Master Bai chuckled. "What do you think, Zidu? Didn't I tell you Lihua town is full of interesting characters?" "You really don't need to worry about me, sir," Zidu replied helplessly, but before he could say more, Master Bai pushed aside the chessboard with a hearty laugh. "Come, Zidu, let's have a look." "Yes, sir," Zidu replied. Master Bai opened the gate and greeted warmly, "Miss Qin." Qin Rong nodded in greeting. "Master Bai, I picked some fresh Chinese tune shoots from the mountain today. They're in season, so I made a small dish and brought you a portion." Master Bai's eyes lit up when he saw the plate of Chinese tune with tofu. The tofu looked like white jade, and the tender green shoots were arranged in neat circles, giving the dish a refreshing and elegant appearance. Even Qin Lian, upon seeing the dish, couldn't help but swallow her saliva. But she quickly turned disdainful and muttered, "What kind of lowly food is this to bring to a nobleman?" Master Bai pretended not to hear her, accepting the dish with a smile. "Thank you, Miss Qin." Meanwhile, Qin Taizhan finally remembered why he was here. Bowing obsequiously, he said, "You must be Master Bai. I'm Qin Taizhan, the manager of Chunfeng Restaurant. My employer sent me to deliver some wine and dishes to you." Master Bai acted as though he hadn't heard him and gestured for Bai Fu to dismiss them. He turned to Zidu and walked back inside with the dish. Qin Taizhan was dumbfounded, and the restaurant server exchanged uneasy glances with him. Seeing their confusion, Bai Fu said coldly, "Manager Qin, please leave. Our master enjoys good food, but not just anything." The restaurant owner had gone to great lengths to secure this opportunity, a recommendation from the county magistrate himself. Realizing he had bungled it, Qin Taizhan grew desperate. Bowing low, he asked, "Could you tell me what our esteemed guest prefers?" Bai Fu, who had served Master Bai since childhood, carried himself with an air of authority. Though officially a servant, he was treated as family by Master Bai, who had once held the rank of vice minister. Bai Fu gave Qin Taizhan a disdainful glance. "Manager Qin, please leave." Panicking, Qin Taizhan whispered to Qin Lian, who suggested, "Father, maybe they're upset because you didn't bring silver?" The moment the thought clicked, Qin Taizhan hurriedly pulled out his money pouch. Seeing this, Bai Fu's face turned green with disgust. "Manager Qin, please take your leave. We are not that sort of people," he said icily. Watching the scene, Qin Rong found it both amusing and absurd. Tired of the spectacle, she said, "Uncle Bai, I'll be heading back now." "Thank you, Miss Qin. Take care," Bai Fu replied warmly. Qin Lian, noticing Bai Fu's polite demeanor toward Qin Rong, immediately grew suspicious. Her eyes filled with disdain, and she was about to say something unpleasant when Qin Rong shot her a sharp glare. "Qin Lian, I suggest you keep your baseless thoughts to yourself and stay out of my sight. If you spout nonsense and pollute others' ears, don't blame me for reporting you." False accusations carry penalties, and you'll end up beaten. Chastened, Qin Lian fell silent, especially wary of causing trouble at the Bai family's gate. Seeing this, Qin Rong smiled faintly and walked away. Inside the Bai family courtyard, Master Bai picked up a piece of Chinese tuna with tofu with his chopsticks. The fresh, fragrant taste filled his mouth, and he closed his eyes in satisfaction. Delicious. Simply exquisite. Zidu, observing his mentor's reaction, was skeptical. How good could a simple vegetarian dish be? Curious, he tried a piece himself, and his eyes immediately lit up. The flavor was extraordinary. Well, Zidu? Master Bai asked, grinning. Sir, this Chinese tuna with tofu is indeed extraordinary. I never thought I'd taste something so delightful in a small place like Lihua Town, Zidu admitted. Master Bai laughed heartily. Zidu, the world is vast, and every place has its own wonders. Today, Miss Qin has reminded me not to underestimate anyone. Her mother, despite being a simple village woman, had the courage to divorce and start anew in town. Miss Qin herself has exceptional cooking skills and entrepreneurial spirit, running a successful stall. And her words today, sharp and insightful, were remarkable. Lihua Town is full of surprises, Zidu. Don't rush me to leave. In the capital, I may have wielded influence and served the people, but there were things I missed. Without experiencing the diversity of life firsthand, how can one truly empathize with others? After we finish this meal, return to the capital and tell those meddling fools to stop seeking me out. If it weren't for their constant visits, the county magistrate wouldn't have sent the restaurant owner here. I wish to remain anonymous for now. I'm just an ordinary man. Go back, Zidu. When the time is right, I'll return. Understood, sir. Please take care, Zidu said respectfully. Master Bai's eyes shone with satisfaction. I'm well here. Very well indeed. Today you took a break from work, but since the family was still struggling financially and making spring clothes for her daughters had already cost quite a bit, she teamed up with a few embroiderers to make small items to sell in the countryside during her day off. Though selling was tiring, she managed to sell all the items she had prepared, earning a modest amount to help with expenses. When you returned home, the sky had already darkened. Qin Yi was waiting eagerly by the courtyard gate. Hearing Yu's approaching footsteps, she looked up excitedly and called out, Mom, you're back. Yu smiled and hugged Qin Yi. Didn't I tell you not to wait by the gate? What if you ran into a kidnapper? Don't worry, Mom. I'm really strong. Qin Yi puffed up her chest confidently. Yu was amused by Qin Yi's adorable display. She patted her daughter's head and held her small hand as they walked inside. That evening, dinner was more elaborate than usual since Yudishan was joining them. Qin Rong prepared several dishes: steamed 8 treasure sticky rice, vinegar sautéed cabbage, Chinese tuna with tofu, Chinese tuna fried with eggs, braised pork, and a plate of stir-fried green peppers with crispy pork cracklings. The Yu family had lived in Lihua Town for decades, but buying a house had depleted their savings. Yuta Shan's wife was known for managing household expenses frugally, and the family rarely had more than one meat dish per meal. Yu Xiaoshan often raved about the food at his aunt's house, and today he finally had a chance to taste it for himself. The aroma wafting from the kitchen earlier had already made Yuta Shan's stomach growl in anticipation. Once everyone was seated, Yu encouraged them to start eating. Yuta Shan took his first bite, a crispy, flavorful pork crackling, and was instantly impressed. Pairing it with the fresh, tangy Chinese tuna with tofu was a match made in heaven. The Chinese tuna fried with eggs was even more delicious, and the vinegar sautéed cabbage was refreshing and appetizing. But it was the braised pork that stole the show. The rich, savory flavor was unlike anything Yuta Shan had tasted before. Shoveling sweet potato rice into his mouth, he silently resolved to help his cousin more often, just so he could enjoy more meals like this. As Qingming approached, the constant drizzle in Lihua Town made it difficult for Qin Rong to set up her stall. The rainy weather also reduced foot traffic, resulting in fewer customers. Meanwhile, other vendors in the West Market had started selling fishball soup and purple perilla snails, though their versions weren't as tasty as Qin Rong's. However, their lower prices had cut into her business. Deciding it was time for a change, Qin Rong temporarily stopped selling fishball soup and purple perilla snails. Instead, she decided to make Qing Tuan green rice dumplings, using salted duck eggs she had prepared earlier. These dumplings were convenient for takeaway and didn't require bringing a stove to her stall. Since it was raining, Qin Rong didn't open her stall every day, and Yu Xiaoshan didn't come as often. After deciding to make Qing Tuan, she asked Yu Xiaoshan to gather some mugwort leaves. In Lihua town, families traditionally made and ate Qing Tuan during Qingming, so Yu Xiaoshan initially thought she was making them for personal consumption. However, when he realized the large quantity she needed and her specific requirements for the leaves, he understood she intended to sell them. Taking the task seriously, he enlisted Yu Deshan's help in collecting the mugwort leaves. After the leaves were brought back, Qin Rong selected the tender green tips, washed them, boiled them, and mashed them into a paste. She then filtered the paste through cloth to remove any fibrous bits, completing the first step. Next, she kneaded the dough, incorporating the mugwort juice into the mixture. To ensure the Qing Tuan were delicious, she paid meticulous attention to every detail. Having trained with a master of traditional Chinese pastries, Qin Rong had spent a year perfecting her kneading skills. As she pressed and folded the dough, the tender green mass began to take shape under her hands. She then prepared 4 types of fillings: salted egg yolk, sweet red bean paste, pickled snow vegetables with bamboo shoots, and sesame peanut paste. While the sesame peanut filling required more effort, the other 3 were ready-made. Qin Rong worked quickly and skillfully, her hands a blur as she shaped plump, round dumplings. The kitchen filled with the fresh aroma of mugwort. Making delicious food was a soothing process for Qin Rong, and she enjoyed every moment. She prepared 150 dumplings of each filling, totaling 600 Qing Tuan. Since the people of Lihua town generally preferred sweet fillings, the red bean and sesame peanut dumplings were more familiar flavors. Qin Rong packed 3 of each type in oiled paper, sending 1 package with Yu Xiaoshan to take home and delivering others to the wonton vendor and the Bai family. At her next market day, Qin Rong's stall displayed only Qing Tuan. A regular customer, intending to buy purple perilla snails, was surprised to see only bamboo steamers on the table. "Miss Qin, no snails today?" he asked. Smiling, Qin Rong replied, "No snails or fishball soup for now. I'm selling Qing Tuan these 2 days, but there'll be other new treats soon." "What new treats?" "Everything you make is so delicious," the customer exclaimed, disappointed about the snails, but intrigued by the promise of something new. "Scallion pancakes and marinated snacks," Qin Rong replied. Curious, the customer decided to try the Qing Tuan. "I've never heard of salted egg yolk filling. Give me 2 of those." Coming right up, Qin Rong quickly wrapped 2 salted egg yolk Qing Tuan and handed them over. The customer was impressed by their appearance and eagerly took a bite. The soft, fragrant glutinous dough gave way to the rich, savory flavor of the salted egg yolk. "This is amazing. I've never had such delicious Qing Tuan. Give me 3 of each filling." "Of course," Qin Rong said with a bright smile, quickly packing the order. At first, some locals were skeptical, since most families in Lihua town already made Qing Tuan. However, seeing the satisfied expressions of other customers, many became curious and decided to try them. Before long, a long line had formed at Qin Rong's stall. The salted egg yolk dumplings were the most popular, selling out first. Yu Xiaoshan was delighted by their success, his earlier concerns about selling the dumplings now completely gone. Today, Qin Rong's stall was open all day, and she steamed batch after batch of Qing Tuan. By the end of the day, she had sold all 560 of them. A rough estimate suggested she had made nearly 2 taels of silver, with at least 1 tael as profit, more than she typically earned on a market day. However, she couldn't sell Qing Tuan indefinitely. At most, she planned to sell them 2 or 3 more times since her stock of salted duck eggs was running low. While the second batch of salted duck eggs was already curing, they wouldn't be ready for another 20 days, by which time Qing Tuan season would be over. Feeling exhausted from the day, Qin Rong decided to bring home some wontons for dinner. To her surprise, the next day saw even more customers coming for Qing Tuan, some even traveling from East Street after hearing about them. The growing demand kept her so busy that she barely had time to catch her breath. By midday, all the Qing Tuang were sold out. Xiao Shan, Qin Rong said, "Let's have braised pork rice for dinner today. Tomorrow, we'll sell our last batch and then take a day off." Got it. Yu Xiaoshan, who had been helping Qin Rong for nearly 2 months, had grown more mature and dependable. On her way back, Qin Rong stopped by Butcher Zhang's to buy 2.5 pounds of pork belly, half lean, half fatty. She also picked up various condiments at the grain and oil shop. Ever since her business started to stabilize, Qin Rong had been trying to avoid using supplies from her hidden space unless absolutely necessary, as they were non-renewable. Braised pork rice required high-quality meat. Qin Rong diced the pork belly and blanched it, then chopped some rehydrated dried shiitake mushrooms into small pieces. Once the pan was hot, she added oil, followed by the drained pork belly, which she stir-fried until golden brown. Then she added the diced mushrooms, stirring them together before pouring in hot water, soy sauce, sugar, and a small amount of salt. Soon, the pot was bubbling, and the aroma of braised pork filled the kitchen and wafted out into the courtyard. The irresistible scent didn't just attract Chen Fuzi's grandson, Bao Gur, but also Chen Fuzi himself. Chen Fuzi, holding a stern expression, muttered to himself, "Why does the meat smell so tantalizing?" Meanwhile, Bao Gur, who was frequently teased by the mouth-watering smells coming from next door, tugged at Chen Fuzi's sleeve, his lips pursed. "Grandpa, I want meat." Chen Fuzi widened his eyes. "Even I want meat, but it's not ours to eat. A true man doesn't make a fuss over food. But I'm not a man yet, Grandpa."
"Ivant met," Bao insisted.
Seeing this, Madam Chen sighed. "Today is Bao Gunnar's birthday. How about I ask the girl next door if she's willing to sell us a bowl?" Reluctantly, Chen Fuzi relented. "Go ahead and ask, but if she says no, don't press her." Madam Chen nodded and took Bao Gur to knock on Qin Rong's gate. Qin Yu opened the door and greeted Madam Chen with a smile. "Madam Chen, how can I help you?" Madam Chen, straightforward as always, got straight to the point. "The food from your house smells so good. I was wondering if I could buy some from you." Qin Yu thought for a moment. "Please wait a moment. This is just our family's meal. I'll check with my sister to see if there's any extra." "Thank you." A short while later, Qin Yu returned with a small bowl of braised pork rice. "My sister said we didn't make much, but this portion is for you. We're neighbors, so no need to pay. In a few days, we'll be selling braised pork rice at our stall. If Bao Gur likes it, you can buy some then." Madam Chen hesitated. "That doesn't feel right." Qin Yu laughed cheerfully. "Don't worry, Madam Chen. It's just a bite to eat." Hearing this, Madam Chen didn't insist further. "Thank you so much." Despite his cravings, Bao Gur had been raised well by his grandparents. He politely bowed to Qin Yu, his chubby, doll-like appearance melting her heart. Back at their home, Madam Chen handed Bao Gur a spoon and encouraged him to eat. However, the boy first scooped a bite of rice soaked in savory sauce for his grandfather and then another for his grandmother. "Grandpa, Grandma, let's eat together." Madam Chen's eyes welled up with tears. She nodded repeatedly, her voice trembling. "All right, let's eat." Chen Fuzi was also moved. After Bao Gur's mother passed away, his father had remarried a woman named Zhang. Initially, Zhang treated Bao Gur well, but after having her own son, she began neglecting and eventually mistreating him. Chen Fuzi discovered this when visiting Bao Gur and was furious. What hurt more was hearing his son, in front of Bao Gur, express his deep resentment. He blamed Bao Gur for his mother's death, claiming she would still be alive if not for him. At the time, Bao Gur was young but seemed to understand. Wiping his tears, he asked Chen Fuzi if he could leave with him. Disappointed in his son and blaming himself for prioritizing his scholarly pursuits over raising him properly, Chen Fuzi took Bao Gur away. Since then, the boy had never spoken of his father. During the new year, when Bao Gur's father and stepmother tried to visit with their younger son, Chen Fuzi refused to let them in. If they could abandon their own child, then severing ties with his father was no surprise. Chen Fuzi sighed. Though he had spent a lifetime educating others, he felt ashamed for failing his own son. He didn't fear dying alone. After all, he still had Bao, a bright and kind child whom he would raise with care. Qin Rong's braised pork rice received unanimous praise. When she encountered Mr. Qin, even he couldn't resist asking when the braised pork rice would be available again. Qin Rong had another plan in mind. She wanted Yu Xiaoshan to sell braised pork rice near the Feilu Academy. After inquiring with Madame Chen, she learned that Feilu Academy didn't have a dining hall, so most students bought food nearby for their short lunch break. This made it a prime location to expand her business. Calculating her funds, Qin Rong had about 8 taels of silver, far from enough to buy a storefront. Opening an additional stall could help her earn more. She shared her idea with Yu Xiaoshan, who enthusiastically agreed, confident that Qin Rong's food would be well received even at the academy. Qin Rong decided to raise Yu Xiaoshan's daily wage to 20 since running a separate stall at Feilu Academy would involve more responsibility. They planned to sell lunchboxes, with 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish priced at 10 won per box and 2 vegetable dishes at 7 won per box. She ordered 100 food boxes from her uncle, pricing them at 2 won each, with an additional 2 won deposit for takeout boxes that would be refunded upon return. The quality of the first day's meals was critical to building a reputation. Qin Rong decided on 25 servings of mapo tofu with stir-fried cabbage and 25 servings of braised pork rice with mushrooms and greens. Mapo tofu wasn't a known dish in this era, so she intended to use it to make a strong impression. To establish her brand, she named her lunchbox business Qin's Lunchboxes and planned to make a signboard. Testing the recipe for mapo tofu was essential since she hadn't made it in this era before. She soaked tofu in well water, then rinsed and blanched it before draining it thoroughly. Next came the sauce preparation. Qin Rong minced some pre-blanched meat, mixed it with crushed garlic, ginger shreds, soy sauce, and salt, and let it marinate. Separately, she prepared a mixture of soy sauce, starch, her homemade seasoning powder, chili powder, and water. After setting up the fire, she heated oil in a pan, stir-fried green pepper strips for aroma, then added the marinated meat and stir-fried it until it darkened. Finally, she added the tofu and sauce mixture, letting the ingredients bubble and meld together. The spicy aroma filled the kitchen, quickly drawing Qin Yu in. "This smells amazing," Qin Yu exclaimed, taking a deep whiff. Once the mapo tofu was ready, Qin Rong brought a large bowl to Mr. Chen's house. Coincidentally, she bumped into him at the door. The strong aroma from the tofu left him momentarily dazed. Madame Chen, opening the door, warmly greeted Qin Rong. "Rong Jier, what brings you here? I made a new dish, mapo tofu, and wanted you to try it. Also, I was hoping Mr. Chen could help me write a signboard for my lunchbox stall near Feilu Academy," Qin Rong explained with a smile. Although distracted by the tantalizing aroma, Mr. Chen caught the mention of her plan. Without hesitation, he agreed, feeling both curious and eager about her lunchboxes. Madame Chen, amused by her husband's uncharacteristic excitement, assured Qin Rong, "Just tell us what you need written." Handing over the mapo tofu, Qin Rong requested the name Qin's Lunchboxes for the signboard. Watching the Chen couple's reactions as they tasted the tofu was gratifying. They devoured it enthusiastically, savoring each bite. By the next day, with the signboard in hand, Qin Rong and Yu Xiaoshan set up near Feilu Academy, with 50 portions each of braised pork and mapo tofu lunchboxes. Students swarmed out during their lunch break, their curiosity piqued by the sign. "What's a lunchbox?" one young student asked. Qin Rong recognized him as the young owner of the West Street grain shop and explained while opening 2 lunchboxes. "This is the braised pork lunchbox, priced at 10 won, and this is the mapo tofu lunchbox, priced at 7 won." The aroma alone began to draw a crowd. The grain shop owner quickly ordered 1 of each, paying for the boxes up front and opting to keep them. Seeing the first sale, others followed suit. Some students, eager to taste the food, opened their boxes on the spot. One bite into the dishes, and their eyes lit up. They were unlike anything they'd ever eaten before. Rich, flavorful, and perfectly cooked, the lunchboxes left them ravenous for more. One student exclaimed with delight, "This is incredible. I've never had food this good before. Their enthusiastic reactions ensured the stall's success, with nearly all the lunchboxes selling out before long. Yu Xiaoshan couldn't contain his excitement. His worries about unsold food had completely vanished. The students' fervent response cemented Qin Rong's belief that her lunchboxes were a hit. The lunchbox sales on the first day were a great success. Some students who arrived late were unable to buy lunchboxes and repeatedly asked Qin Rong if she would come to sell lunchboxes again. Master Chen was also a step late, so he had to turn around and go back silently. He would not stay late tomorrow and would come early to buy. Qin Rong accompanied Yu Xiaoshan to sell lunchboxes for another day, then let Yu Xiaoshan sell on his own. She returned to the West Market and set up a stall to sell scallion stew. Qin Rong's stall in the West Market sells scallion stew and a drink. Today she sells scallion stew and snow pear and white fungus soup. An old customer saw Qin Rong and said happily, "Miss Qin, you finally came to set up a stall. I haven't seen you for several days and thought you were not coming." Qin Rong smiled and said, "I'm sorry, uncle. My brother has been selling lunch boxes at the academy these days, and I helped him out there for 2 days." "What is a box lunch?" the old customer asked curiously. Qin Rong explained with a smile. A box lunch is a meal with delicious food packed in a box. Usually it is 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. Sometimes there are 2 vegetable dishes. What dishes are there? The main dishes are mapo tofu and braised pork, Qin Rong explained while making scallion stew for the guests. The old customer listened and asked again, "Did you do this?" "Yes, I made them all. I made all the dishes in our Qin's lunch boxes." Qin Rong nodded. "Then I have to go and take a look," said the old customer. Qin Rong smiled and said, "Uncle, don't miss out. It will be available around noon." Good. On the first day of selling scallion stew, many regular customers came to buy a portion and leave. Just when Qin Rong wanted to take a break, she saw a delicate little boy standing in front of her stall. He was obviously a young master from a wealthy family, but his face was a little dirty and there were tears in his eyes, looking very pitiful. The little boy stood with his hands behind his back, staring straight at the scallion stew. Qin Rong asked, "Young master, are you hungry?" The little boy sniffed and asked in a muffled voice, "How much is your scallion stew?" Qin Rong said, "If you don't add anything, it's 2 cents each. If you add eggs and meat slices, it's 4 cents each." The little boy pursed his lips and took out a jade pendant from his purse. "Can I exchange it with you for some scallion stew?" Qin Rong saw that the jade pendant of the little boy was of good quality, so she was unwilling to accept it. She thought for a while and said, "Your jade pendant is very valuable. I can't accept it. How about this? Tell me where you live and I'll treat you to scallion stew." The little boy was a little lonely. "Forget it, I don't want it." The child was quite stubborn. Qin Rong spread out a spring roll wrapper and cracked an egg. The aroma of egg wafted into her face. "My spring onion stew is delicious." Qin Rong was talking. Her hands were moving nonstop. The little boy couldn't look away again. It smelled so good. Qin Rong wrapped a scallion stew and handed it to the little boy. "Little master, eat it." The little boy was stunned. He whispered, "Didn't you ask me to tell you where your home is? If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Everyone has secrets. I'll treat you to the scallion stew." Qin Rong took a small stool and placed it next to her. She said, "Young master, sit here and eat. Although Lihua town is very peaceful, there may be kidnappers from other places. You are so young, you look easy to kidnap." The little boy took the scallion stew and walked over to sit down silently. He knew Qin Rong was right, but he didn't want to go home. He was very hungry and took a bite of the scallion stew silently. The dough was wrapped in sweet sauce and had the aroma of egg. He widened his eyes. There was actually such a delicious thing. The little boy finished the scallion bun bite by bite and soon finished it. "Delicious!" The little boy licked the corner of his mouth, as if savoring the taste. Qin Rong smiled and said, "Young master, delicious food can bring you a sense of happiness." The little boy stood up silently and bowed to Qin Rong like a little adult. "Thank you, sister. The scallion stew is delicious." Before Qin Rong could say anything, she saw several maids and servants rushing over. One of the leading maids said, "Master, how could you come out like that? Do you know how long we have been looking for you?" You are too ignorant. The little boy lowered his head silently and clenched his hands unconsciously. The leading woman saw that the little boy had some dough on his hands, and she frowned and said, "Young master, I am your father's wet nurse. You must listen to me. These are not presentable things. Don't eat them in the future." The young master had been silent at first, but now he raised his head and said, "Madam Wang, you can't be so rude." The young master seemed to have never contradicted Nanny Wang in front of her. Nanny Wang's expression was visibly stiff. She said with a fake smile, "Young master, I am your father's wet nurse. I will definitely not harm you. I am telling the truth. You are still young and can be easily coaxed by a few nice words, but I am not easy to coax." The young master seemed even more impatient. He pointed at Nanny Wang and said sternly, "Shut up." Nanny Wang was completely stunned, and the maids and servants beside her were also stunned. They had never seen the young master lose his temper so badly, and they all looked at each other in bewilderment. Seeing that Nanny Wang didn't dare to say anything, the young master bowed to Qin Rong and apologized. "I'm sorry, the servant was rude. This little young master was so young, but he saluted seriously like a little adult, which made Qin Rong think he was even cuter. It's okay. It's not your fault." Before he could finish his words, a beautiful woman dressed in luxurious clothes came over anxiously. "Sure, how could you run away alone? If you were kidnapped by a kidnapper, what would you let your mother do?" The young master looked at his mother's anxious face and turned his head away stubbornly. At this time, Nanny Wang flattered her face and said, "Madam." The young master was just ignorant at the moment. The woman frowned slightly, as if she was a little unhappy, but she didn't say anything. She sighed and said, "Sure, what's the matter? Can you tell, mother?" The young master stared at his mother in a daze, then lowered his head and said softly, "Mom, I ate the scallion stew and didn't pay for it." The lady raised her head and said to the maid beside her, "Zijuan, give me the money." "Yes, ma'am." At this time, Nanny Wang at the side suddenly said, "Madam, I don't know if there is anything wrong with this scallion stew. I'm afraid the young master will get sick from eating it." Qin Rong had also seen enough of the fun, and seeing that Nanny Wang was so out of tune, she said, "You're a weird nanny. Just now when your wife wasn't here, you kept blaming your young master. Now that your wife is here, and she's so reasonable, why are you so shameless? I can sue you for spreading rumors and causing trouble." Nanny Wang originally had a trace of guilt on her face, but when Qin Rong said the words, "Report to the authorities," she immediately straightened her back, patted her chest, and said loudly, "Go ahead, report it. I'm the county magistrate's wet nurse." Qin Rong's peripheral vision caught sight of the lady, who frowned and looked even more dissatisfied. Qin Rong knew what was going on, so she smiled and said, "The emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. Even if you are the county magistrate's wet nurse, you are guilty of making up rumors. County Magistrate Wang has always been a good official. You are ruining his reputation like this, and I don't think you're going to tolerate that for me." Nanny Wang had never been to school and was stupid, so she had no idea what Qin Rong meant by that. She said with disdain, "You are such a troublemaker." The county magistrate's wife finally couldn't sit still anymore and shouted, "Shut up." Nanny Wang never thought that her wife would be so disrespectful to her. "Madam, this is a scoundrel. Don't listen to her nonsense. I am your master's wet nurse. I will never harm you, Madam Wang. I appreciate the fact that you nurse my husband, and I have always treated you with great courtesy. However, that is not a reason for you to act like this now. You nurse my husband, and my Wang family also paid for it. In some matters, you should ask yourself if your hands are too long, or if you are too greedy and are trying to swallow an elephant." The county magistrate's wife looked serious and stared at Madame Wang coldly. "Madam, you really misunderstood me. My heart is all for the Wang family. Think about the past. Nanny Wang had been running the Wang family for decades. This was the first time she was slapped in the face by the second wife who married in. Naturally, she was unhappy and started to throw a tantrum. "Shut up. What? Do you want me to slap you in the street so that you won't mention the fact that you are my husband's wet nurse? I won't be polite if you keep making a fuss." The county magistrate's wife interrupted Nanny Wang coldly. After hearing this, Nanny Wang finally shut up and dared not say anything more. When the county magistrate's wife saw that Nanny Wang had shut up, she smiled and said to Qin Rong, "My brother has always been a picky eater and rarely eats out. Can you give me a portion of this food? Before I got married, I also loved to eat snacks outside." The county magistrate's wife didn't say anything while signaling Zijuan with her eyes to give away the silver that had not been given away. Qin Rong took the silver and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll make it for you right away." Qin Rong's movements were swift and beautiful. The county magistrate's wife watched intently as she spread the spring roll wrappers, beat the eggs, brushed the sauce, and pressed the dough sticks. Then she felt hungry. Shergur also watched intently and then swallowed silently. The scallion stew just now was really delicious. The county magistrate's wife seemed to sense something. She smiled and said, "Young lady, make another scallion stew." Qin Rong raised her head slightly and agreed with a smile. It was the first time for the county magistrate's wife to eat scallion stew. The taste really brightened her eyes. She and Shergur looked at each other and smiled slightly. "Shergur, we have eaten scallion stew together. Are you willing to tell mother why you ran away from home?" The smile on Shergur's face disappeared again. He silently put down the scallion stew and turned his head away. The county magistrate's wife felt helpless. Shergur was not her biological son, but the child of her husband's previous wife. Shergur's biological mother was weak and died not long after giving birth to Shergur. Not long after she married into the Wang family, her husband took Shergur home. Unfortunately, her mother-in-law did not trust her and soon appointed Nanny Wang to take care of Shergur. Over time, Shergur became more and more silent. Qin Rong thought for a moment and served each of them a bowl of tremella soup. Coincidentally, there are only 2 bowls of tremella soup left. "Try it and see if it tastes good." The county magistrate's wife drank the tremella soup in a very elegant posture, and Shergur's movements were exactly the same as those of the county magistrate's wife. Shergur scooped a spoonful of tremella soup into his mouth, and his head instantly blossomed. It tasted so good that his ears stood up. It was so delicious. The county magistrate's wife actually had the same expression, which made Qin Rong laugh. The county magistrate's wife smiled and asked, "Miss, what are you laughing at?" "Perhaps it's a subtle influence, the young master, and you have the same expression." "No wonder you are his mother," Qin Rong said with a smile. The county magistrate's wife smiled and said, "Of course. Shergur is my first child. I didn't know anything when I first came home, and my husband was busy with county affairs all day long. Thanks to Shergur for accompanying me and giving me a lot of comfort." Although Shergur was holding the pear and white fungus soup, his ears were secretly turning red. "Girl, your pear and white fungus soup is so delicious, very different from what I usually drink." The county magistrate's wife's brows relaxed as she said this. Shergur's ears pricked up again. He also wanted to hear why this pear and white fungus soup tasted better than any he had tasted before. Qin Rong smiled and said, "There's nothing special about the ingredients I chose for this snow pear and white fungus soup. The taste should be the same. Maybe I didn't add anything and just restored the original nature of the food. Of course, the most important thing about snow pear and white fungus soup is the heat. If you boil it again after it cools down from high heat, it will taste better. It just takes some thought." As soon as Qin Rong finished speaking, the county magistrate's wife was slightly stunned. She was a smart person and naturally knew that Qin Rong was using objects to describe people. What a clever person. Thinking of this, the county magistrate's wife's eyes were filled with admiration. "Miss, what's your name?" "My name is Qin Rong. I'll call you Sister Rong, okay?" the county magistrate's wife said with a smile. Qin Rong didn't dare to say whether it was a good idea or not, so she naturally agreed. The county magistrate's wife smiled and said, "The food you cook is really delicious. I will bring Shergur to patronize you often in the future." As she spoke, the county magistrate's wife took Shergur's hand and asked with a smile, "Sher, are you willing?" Shergur's ears instantly turned red. He lowered his head and whispered, "Mother, I do." The county magistrate's wife touched Shergur's head with some joy. At this time, Shergur bit his lip and said, "Mother." I thought you didn't want me anymore since you had brothers and sisters. The county magistrate's wife finally understood the crux of the matter. Sugar was too young to understand these things. It must have been Nanny Wang who did it. She glared at Nanny Wang, then smiled and took Sugar's hand and said, Sugar, Mother has said that you are my first child. How could I not want you? On the contrary, even if you have a brother or sister in the future, you will always be Mother's favorite child and a role model for your brothers and sisters. So, don't sneak out alone in the future. Mother will be worried. If you are kidnapped by kidnappers, it will be too late to regret it. Sugar realized that he was wrong and lowered his head in shame. The county magistrate's wife was very happy to hear that her brother had spoken to her today. When she left, she took off the jade bracelet on her hand and said, Sister Rong, you are very pleasing to my eyes. I want to thank you today. This bracelet is for you. Qin Rong wanted to refuse, but was stopped by the county magistrate's wife. Sister Rong, this is not a reward. Qin Rong looked at the county magistrate's wife's smiling eyes, thanked her, and accepted the jade bracelet. Now, every morning, Qin Rong would go to the West Market to sell scallion buns and drinks. She could sell nearly 100 scallion buns and more than 30 drinks a day. She would change the drinks every few days, so Qin Rong's stall also had a group of regular customers who loved sweets. Qin's lunch boxes are unexpectedly popular at the entrance of the academy. Now they can sell nearly 150 lunch boxes a day, and Yu Xiaoshan is making a lot of money every day. After selling braised pork lunch boxes and mapo tofu lunch boxes for a while, Qin Rong thought about changing the dishes appropriately. Although the price of braised pork rice is high, the cost is also higher. At the end of the day, the profit is really not as much as that of mapo tofu. Qin Rong took a walk around the West Market and decided to replace the braised pork lunchbox with a fish-flavored shredded pork lunchbox. After arriving home, Qin Rong put the ingredients next to the well. Over time, Qin Yu and Yu Xiaoshan had become very conscious in helping to wash the vegetables. Green peppers were readily available in the vegetable garden. Qin Rong picked some, washed them, removed the seeds, and cut them into shreds. She also soaked the black fungus. Sister, are we going to eat the leftover braised pork lunch boxes at noon today? Qin Yu asked. Sister will make a new dish for you. If the response is good, we won't make braised pork rice tomorrow, Qin Rong said. Yu Xiaoshan smiled and said, everything that big sister cooks is delicious. Today, she has green peppers and black fungus. Do you want to make soup? Today I'm making shredded pork with fish flavor. Qin Yi swallowed her saliva and asked Qin Yu in a low voice. Second sister, did the eldest sister buy fish? Qin Yu was also a little confused. No fish was delivered today. Qin Yi and Qin Yu were both puzzled. Qin Rong came over to pour water and saw that the two looked more curious than each other, so she asked curiously, what happened? Yu Xiaoshan explained while washing vegetables. Sister, Ayu and Ai are curious why there are no fish. Fish-flavored shredded pork is a Sichuan dish. Although the name of the dish contains fish, there is no fish in it. Qin Rong finally understood what Qin Yi and Qin Yu were thinking, and then she said, fish-flavored shredded pork is a dish that originated from Shu. It is not made with fish, but fried with fish ingredients. That's why it's called fish-flavored shredded pork. Qin Yu was full of admiration. The elder sister actually knew how to cook Sichuan dishes. After Qin Rong prepared all the ingredients, she began to cut the meat into strips and then applied salt, cooking wine, eggs, and starch to marinate. The sauce was prepared by Qin Rong when she was soaking the black fungus. It used sugar, balsamic vinegar, cooking wine, salt, soy sauce, and a spoonful of sauce. This sauce was made by the farmers in Daliang village. Qin Rong tasted it, and it tasted very authentic. Heat the pan. Qin Rong pours in the stir-fried shredded pork, takes it out, stir-fries shredded radish with oil, then adds sauce and stir-fry until fragrant, then adds the ingredients and green pepper and stir-fry until the green pepper changes color slightly and the spicy taste comes out. Then Qin Rong pours in the shredded pork and stir-fry until the shredded pork changes color, then pours in the blended sauce. The moment the mixed sauce was put into the pot, the sour and spicy taste wafted out with a sizzling sound, steaming, and the gluttony in Qin Yu. Qin Yi and Yu Xiaoshan's stomachs was aroused, and they went into the kitchen again. The overbearing fragrance today was different from that of mapo tofu. Yu Xiaoshan swallowed his saliva desperately, but the saliva in his mouth still continued to secrete. Qin Yu and Qin Yi were not much better. Their eyes kept drifting towards the kitchen. After the fish-flavored pork shreds came out of the pot, Qin Rong fried another plate of oily vegetables and then shouted, "It's time to eat." The three people in the yard stood up in unison and rushed into the kitchen to help serve the dishes and set the plates. At this time, there were only a few of them eating, so 2 dishes and a soup were enough. After sitting down, Qin Rong said with a smile, "Try this fish-flavored pork shreds and see if it's delicious." Yu Xiaoshan, Qin Yi, and Qin Yu all reached into the plate with their chopsticks, picked up a piece of shredded pork with fish flavor, and stuffed it into their mouths. This is delicious, sour, sweet, and spicy, and goes well with rice. The 3 of them didn't even have the chance to say it was delicious, and they couldn't wait to take a bite of the rice. Qin Rong smiled when she saw this, and she also took a bite of shredded pork with fish flavor. It was indeed delicious. Speaking of which, it seems that her cooking skills are getting better and better. After selling fish-flavored shredded pork lunchboxes for several days in a row, Qin Rong decided to take a day off. Yu Xiaoshan was reluctant to let her go, as she would have to sell fewer lunchboxes if she took a day off. However, Qin Rong said that one should always have a balance between work and rest, and Yu Xiaoshan finally realized that he was indeed a little tired. This month, I was able to sell an average of 200 box lunches a day. After deducting Yu Xiaoshan's wages and the cost of vegetables, I could still make about 1 tael and 1 qian of silver a day. Selling scallion stew and drinks could make about 200 won a day. In a month, including the days when it rained and I couldn't open the stall, I probably made about 3.5 taels of silver. I didn't sell shrimp noodles this month, but I did make 1 tael of silver from selling salted bamboo shoots. All in all, Qin Rong earned nearly 32 taels of silver this month. Qin Rong herself had some idea in her mind, but Qin Yu, and Qin Yi were all stunned. They could actually make so much money in just 1 month. Qin Rong smiled and took out 200 coins for Yu Shi, Qin Yi, and Qin Yu, and gave another 200 coins to Yu Xiaoshan. At first, no one wanted to take the money, but in the end, Qin Rong said that the business was good in the first month, so it was a good start, so she gave red envelopes to everyone, and everyone accepted it. At this pace, we will be able to open a shop next year, and our lives will get better and better in the future, Qin Rong said happily. You had not expected that Qin Rong's business would be so good. She could earn much more than she did working as an embroiderer. However, she did not plan to quit her job. Now she was still learning and could only do some ordinary embroidery work. However, her embroidery skills were getting better and better. When she was promoted in the future, her monthly salary would be higher. Similarly, she would be able to get more money for custom orders. Sister is so awesome. This was the first time that Qin Yi had her own copper coins. She was so excited that she couldn't contain herself. During these days in town, she also made friends and met good sisters. How could young ladies of their age have so much private money? Sister Xiaodao treats me very well every day. Her father will share some of the malt sugar he buys with me. I will also treat her to a piece of candy tomorrow, Qin Yi said seriously. Qin Rong smiled and praised her. Our Ai is so sensible. Sister, can we go shopping tomorrow? We have been in Lihua town for so long, but we haven't had a good time shopping by ourselves, Qin Yu asked excitedly, pinching her purse. Qin Rong thought for a moment and looked at Yu. Mom, you have to rest tomorrow anyway. Why don't we take some things to my grandparents' house and go shopping in the afternoon? How about that? Since coming to Lihua town, except for the first day when I went back to my mother's house to sit for a while, I haven't talked to old lady Yu in detail. Thinking of this, Yu agreed. Okay, let's go to my grandparents' house tomorrow. Yeah, since she had decided to go to her grandparents' house tomorrow, Qin Rong was thinking about what to bring with her. Qin Rong thought about it and decided to make mung bean glutinous rice cake when she saw the mung beans and glutinous rice flour placed in the corner. Qin Rong first soaked the mung beans in clean water. While he was talking to Qin Yi and Qin Yu, she quickly went to the homestay and got a large bowl of milk. After all the preparations were done, Chin Rong began to cook the mung beans. Cooking mung beans requires a certain amount of heat, but now Chin Rong is already very skilled in using the earthen stove and furnace. After the mung beans are cooked, Chin Rong directly soaks them in cold water, then drains the water, adds glutinous rice flour and milk, and then adds sugar while stirring. Next, Chin Rong found a square mold bowl specially made from the blacksmith shop, brushed oil on the body and bottom of the bowl, poured in the mung bean and milk paste that had just been mixed, flattened it with a wooden mold, covered the pot, and began to steam the mung bean glutinous rice cake. At this time, it was already late at night. Because Chin Rong had to get up early every day to prepare food for the stall, she went to bed early every day and fell asleep as soon as she lay down. So, at this time, Chin Rong was so sleepy that she could hardly open her eyes. Seeing Chin Rong was so sleepy, you said, "Rong, is there anything else you need to pay attention to for the rest of the work? If not, I'll watch the pot." Chin Rong yawned and said, "Okay, mother, it will only take a quarter of an hour at most." After the mung bean glutinous rice cake is steamed, let it cool down, cut it into pieces, and put it on a plate. Good. The next day, Chin Rong slept until she woke up naturally. After being busy for a whole month, she suddenly stopped and felt more and more tired. However, she had saved nearly 40 taels of silver now. If she could save this money every month, she could open the shop in half a year at most. If you don't buy a shop but just rent one, you'll have more money. You prepare today's breakfast, which was just a simple porridge with some side dishes. The side dish was pickled cucumbers made by Chin Rong herself, which tasted very good. After breakfast, you took her 3 daughters back to her parents' home, carrying mung bean and glutinous rice cakes. The Yu family also lives in the west of Lihua town. They have been living with the neighbors for more than 10 years. Everyone lives close to each other, so if there is any disturbance once one family knows about it, almost every household will know about it. Everyone knew that you had divorced her husband's family, especially when everyone knew that not only did you divorce, but she took her 3 daughters with her. Some felt sorry for you. Some wanted to see her in trouble, some made sarcastic remarks, and some were really worried about her. As soon as you arrived at the entrance of Wuma Lane, she met Aunt Wang from next door. "Mrs. Zhen is back. She looks pretty good." As soon as Aunt Wang finished speaking, Yang Ernyang, who grew up with you and married at the end of the alley, said sarcastically, "Aunt Wang, are you dazzled? Zhen Yang just got divorced and brought 3 girls with her. Her dowry was not big to begin with. What's the difference between her coming back like this and being divorced? She must be so worried. How can she look good?" You pretended not to hear and didn't even look at Yang Ernyang, but Chin you couldn't stand it anymore. She shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing that Chin Yu was angry, Yang Ernyang became even happier. After all, the purpose of saying disgusting things is to annoy people. If everyone is like you who talked for a long time but didn't say a word, then what's the point? Oh, you're angry? What I said is true. Is it wrong to get a divorce? Or is it wrong to bring 3 girls back home? Yang Ernyang said coldly. Chin Yu wanted to say more, but was stopped by you. She shook her head to signal Chin Yu not to say anything more and then said, "Aunt Wang, I have to go see my mother, so I'm leaving first." Okay. Aunt Wang responded with a smile. When they were a little further away, Chin Yu pouted and said, "Mom, why don't you let me say it?" You sighed and said, "Mother is afraid that your reputation will be affected. If you want to live in Lihua Town in the future, you must find someone to marry you in Lihua Town. If you get a reputation for being a hot-tempered person who will dare to marry you in the future, this is also a helpless move. If that's the case, then Mother has to stand up," Chin Rong suddenly said. You was slightly startled. "What did you say?" Chin Rong turned around and said to you, "What I mean is that a Yu's temper has already been formed. She can't just sit back and watch others bully her. If she doesn't want a Yu to have a reputation as a fierce person, then she has to fight back herself and stop others from talking about it. We are all women in our family. If others think we are weak and can be bullied, then there will definitely be more trouble." Yu was a little surprised. Although she was strong-willed, she was unwilling to argue with others.
But now,
the situation was different. If it was the same as before, she would probably be treated as a soft persimmon. "Wrong, you are right. Mother understands. After you understood this, her eyes became more determined.
Bom bom bom.
Mrs. Yu opened the gate and was surprised to see the Yu family. These days, Yu Xiaoshan helped Qin Rong set up the stall every day. In just 2 months, he had already earned more than 1 tael of silver, which was more than what Yu Dashan earned. If at the beginning, Mrs. Yu's care for Yu was more out of the friendship between sisters-in-law and the pity in her heart, now it is also more intimate and sincere. Jinyang, I heard from Xiaoshan that you were taking a rest today, and I was wondering if you would come over. Mrs. Yu let the Yu family in. Yu handed the mung bean glutinous rice cake in her hand to Yu Deseo. Sister-in-law, this is the mung bean glutinous rice cake, made by Arong. Ask Dad, Mom, and you to have a taste. Mrs. Yu complained. Since you're here, why are you being so polite? You don't have to bring anything every time you come. Jinyang, you're here, let me see you. At this time, Yu Lao Nyang heard the voice and came out. Grandma. Qin Rong, Qin Yu, and Qin Yi shouted in unison. Old lady Yu responded with a smile on her face. Hey, come in and sit down. Yue Hong, go to the butcher's stall and get a piece of meat. Yes, mother. Mrs. Yu took off her belly band and walked out. Today, Father Yu and Big Brother Yu took Yu Xiaoshan and Yu Dashan out together, leaving only Mother Yu and Big Sister Yu at home. Qin Rong and Qin Yu sat for a while and then thought about going out for a walk first. After saying something to Old Lady Yu and Mrs. Yu, Qin Rong took Qin Yu out. Qin Rong thought about the money she had earned and wanted to go to the shop to buy something for Yu and her 2 younger sisters. Sister, can we go shopping in the jewelry shop? Sister Yuzhen said that the Li family's jewelry shop has a new batch of items, which are very beautiful. Qin Yu said excitedly. Qin Rong naturally agreed. She was planning to spend money today, and what woman doesn't like to be coquettish? She was also very interested. There were 2 jewelry shops in Lihua town. Li Ji's jewelry was more affordable, while Hua Ji's was more high-end and more expensive. Qin Rong and Qin Yu naturally went to Li Ji's jewelry shop. When Qin Rong and Qin Yu arrived, Li's jewelry shop had just opened and there were not many people in the shop. The owner of Li's was a woman in her 30s. Although she didn't wear many jewelry, she had a good temperament. Young lady, come and buy some jewelry. I have complete sets of headwear as well as single accessories. You can take a look. Shopkeeper Li did not look down on Qin Rong and Qin Yu just because they were dressed simply. Qin Rong smiled slightly and began to look carefully. Suddenly, she saw a silver hairpin with cloud thunder pattern and inlaid pearls that was particularly beautiful. She said, Shopkeeper, can you take out this silver hairpin and let me see it? Shopkeeper Li smiled slightly. Young lady, you have good taste. This silver hairpin arrived just yesterday. The styles of the inlaid beads are the latest nowadays, and they all came from the capital. Qin Rong took the hairpin, looked at it carefully, and said, It's really good. Shopkeeper, how much does it cost? 1 tael and 8 cents of silver. This is my lowest price, young lady. Shopkeeper Li did not expect Qin Rong to buy it, but she was still very happy that someone knew the value of it. Qin Yu also thought the hairpin was beautiful. She had just admired it with Qin Rong. When she heard the price, she was a little shocked. It was too expensive. Qin Rong didn't say anything. She picked up the hairpin and compared it on Qin Yu's head. The hairpin was perfect for you, but it would look a bit old-fashioned on Qin Yu. Qin Rong, Qin Yu, you're here too. Things here are not cheap. Qin Lian's voice came from the door. Qin Yu frowned and looked towards the door. What does it have to do with you? Qin Lian smiled proudly. Of course it has nothing to do with me. My mother came with me to take charge of the event. I'm engaged. Qin Lian's mother Zhou straightened her back and said calmly, Yes, Alien is engaged, and I am here to help her choose the groom. Alien is my treasure, and the family she is engaged to is good, so of course she will have a grand wedding this time. Although Qin Rong is not very old actually, she is mentally quite old. She can still see Zhou's subtle sense of superiority. Shopkeeper Li has been doing business for many years and has a keen eye. She can roughly guess what the customers are thinking. She smiled and continued Zhou's words. Whose son did Qin Lian choose? You look so happy. Shopkeeper Li's question really touched Zhou's heart. He is the youngest son of the owner of Zhu's grain shop on West Street. Shopkeeper Li immediately put on a bigger smile. Sister Zhou, this is a good marriage. It seems that the Zhu family has relatives serving as officials in the capital. Zhou is even happier now. Yes, our Lianjie is very lucky. I came here to buy a headdress. The family has already bought a gold headdress. Shopkeeper Li was a little surprised. Qin Taizhan was just a restaurant owner, but he could afford a golden headpiece? It seemed that Zhu Juding valued it very much. Thinking of this, Shopkeeper Li asked the waiter to bring many sets of headpieces for Zhou and Qin Lian to choose from. During this process, Qin Lian was always calm, with a faint smile on her face and a look of superiority and nobility in her eyes. Qin Yu quietly looked at Qin Lian, feeling a little lonely. Of course, Qin Lian's eyes also swept over Qin Yu, and she felt even more proud. Qin Rong turned a deaf ear to what they said. She was only concerned with choosing her own jewelry. Suddenly, she saw a peach blossom-shaped pearl flower with the main flower made of gauze. She picked up the pearl flower and placed it on Qin Yu's head to compare it. It looks good. Qin Rong was satisfied and asked, Shopkeeper, how much is this pearl? Shopkeeper Li admired Qin Rong's aesthetic taste very much. She picked the most popular styles at the moment. Young lady, this pearl flower costs 200 coins. Although the material is ordinary, the style is really good. Qin Yu was brought back to her senses by Qin Rong's actions. This pearl flower was really beautiful, but the price was really not cheap. Qin Rong nodded and took out a plum blossom-shaped pearl hairpin of the same style as the peach blossom-shaped one, then handed the 3 hairpins to Shopkeeper Li. Please help me pack them up, shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Li was stunned for only a moment, and soon she came to her senses. Young lady, the total is 2 taels and 2 cents. Qin Rong nodded and said, Shopkeeper, please wait a moment. I need to pick out another velvet flower for my little sister. Do you have any here? My little sister is young, so it would be best if the style is more lively. Shopkeeper Li didn't expect Qin Rong to not even mention the price, and the smile on his face deepened. Yes, it's in the cabinet. I'll take it out for you to choose. Zhou and Qin Lian were a little surprised. If they heard correctly, that was a hairpin worth more than 2 taels of silver, and Qin Lian was willing to buy it without blinking an eye.
Even their family
said they bought a golden headdress, but that was also a generous betrothal gift from her husband's family. Her mother took most of it and added some silver to buy a golden headdress. With a gold headpiece to support the occasion, the mother and daughter chose Li Ji to buy some cheaper jewelry.
But
I didn't expect Qin Rong to be so generous. Are you just trying to show off your wealth? The velvet flower that Shopkeeper Li brought out was beautiful, but Qin Rong felt that it was not suitable for Qin Yi. She asked, Shopkeeper, do you have any other velvet flowers? Shopkeeper Li smiled and said, there will be new goods in 2 days. If you can make it in time, you can come back and have a look in 2 days. Qin Rong was still thinking when Qin Lian's annoying voice came again. Qin Rong, you set up a stall every day in the wind and rain. It's not easy to make a few dollars, but don't pretend to be rich just because we are here. Qin Rong, I'm lucky, you can't compare. Qin Rong sometimes really doubted Qin Lian's train of thought. She said in a difficult way, sometimes, I really want to know where does your confidence come from? Qin Lian rolled her eyes and said, why are you pretending? I'm about to get married. It will be a big problem for you to arrange a marriage in the future. It will be bad for your family's reputation if you tell them about it. Qin Rong looked at Qin Lian coldly and said, I told you that day that I'm not someone who you can mess with. You haven't even gotten married yet, but you're still talking so irrationally. Aren't you really afraid that your stupidity will spread to your future husband's family? If I were you, I should be at home embroidering my wedding dress instead of running around and acting wild in front of others. What's more, you have to live your own life. I think second aunt doesn't discipline you enough. It doesn't matter if you make a fool of yourself in front of us, but if you marry into the Zhu family and are still so stupid, then you'll really suffer. Qin Lian sometimes felt very powerless. She had the upper hand, but she couldn't beat Qin Rong no matter what. She stared at Qin Rong, but didn't know what to say. Zhou pointed at Qin Rong with an unhappy look on her face and said, I don't know how Yu Xinyang raised her children. After leaving the Qin family, are you so ignorant of the rules? Qin Rong frowned and said, "Have you followed the rules?" Second aunt, it's always Qin Lian who stirs up trouble. It doesn't matter if you indulge her now. Lihua town is not big. If what happened today gets out and is accidentally heard by the Zhu family, then who will be hurt? Zhou is not a stupid person. Otherwise, she would not have been able to keep Qin Taizhan in her control. After thinking about the pros and cons, she grabbed Qin Lian and signaled her not to say anything more. Seeing that Zhou was tactful, Qin Rong paid for the hairpin and left. Zhou looked at Qin Rong's back as she left and thought to herself, I never knew before that she would be such a successful person. Qin Rong and Qin Yu left Li's and went to Zhang's grocery store. The street was bustling with people. Qin Yu was still a little unhappy because of what happened just now. Why should you let someone who is not worth it affect your mood? You have to live your own life, Qin Rong said as they walked, holding Qin Yu's hand. Qin Yu hesitated for a while and asked, Sister, have you thought about our future marriage? Qin Rong was speechless for a moment. Girls of this era were too precocious. This 12-year-old girl was already thinking about marriage. Qin Lian wasn't even 15 years old yet, but she had already been arranged to marry. It was too exaggerated. I haven't thought about it, Qin Rong said. Qin Yu said seriously, Sister, you should think about it. A woman's marriage is very important. Qin Rong found that Qin Yu was particularly persistent about getting married. She was a little curious about what Qin Yu was thinking. Ayu, you're still young. Why do you think so far ahead? Qin Yu lowered her head and said, Sister, I want to have a home of my own. Qin Rong was a little surprised. Huh? What? Qin Yu sighed and said, Sister, when we were in Qinjia village, Dad didn't care about us and Grandma looked down on us and would beat and scold us at any time. Once, because of my second uncle's family, you were punished by Grandma and not allowed to eat. I stole the steamed buns for you, and Qin Lian complained to Grandma. Dad not only didn't help us, but he even hid away. Mom stood in front of me, but was beaten by Grandma. At that time, I thought it would be great if I had my own family. It doesn't matter if I'm poor. I can work hard with my future husband, just like Sister Yulian. Qin Rong didn't expect Qin Yu to think this way. Ayu, Mom is married now. Has life become better? Qin Yu was stunned. She was a little confused. Yes, has Mom's life become better? Qin Rong patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and said, Ayu, a home is a home because of people. Getting married may make you a better person, but it may also make you a worse person. So, whether you have a home or not, what's important is yourself, isn't it? Although Qin Yu was still a little confused, something in her mind seemed to be clear. Sister, let me think about it again. Well, think about it again. Qin Yu is not a modern person after all. Qin Rong cannot ask her to have modern people's thoughts, and the wisdom of the ancients is actually in line with the times. When we got back to my grandparents' house, everyone was already there. Yu's mother put out a plate of mung bean and glutinous rice cakes and said, This is the mung bean and glutinous rice cakes made by Aerong. Let's try it together today. The cakes sold in the cake shop were not cheap on weekdays, and the Yu family rarely had spare money to buy cakes before the new year. Qin Rong's mung bean glutinous rice cake was very beautiful, and it was so delicious that people were reluctant to eat it when it was placed on the plate. Father Yu seldom eats these. Under the gaze of everyone, he reached out and picked up a piece of mung bean glutinous rice cake and put it in his mouth. It was sweet but not greasy and had the fragrance of milk. It tasted soft, glutinous, and sweet. He didn't expect that his granddaughter would have such a good cooking skill. He would not have to worry about his future. It's delicious. Come on, eat it all. Old Man Yu smiled very lovingly. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't wait to take a piece to eat. As Old Lady Yu was old, she loved to eat soft and sticky things. After eating one piece, she couldn't help but take another one. Arong's craftsmanship is better than those in the pastry shop, praised Yu Laonyang. Qin Rong raised the corners of her lips slightly. Sometimes happiness is a very simple thing. At this moment, she felt particularly warm. It was already dark when we came out of my grandparents' house, but fortunately the night market was open, and the streets were very lively. Yu held Qin Yi's hand and said with some nostalgia, When I was a child, Mom often asked her uncle to take me to the river to play. The pier is very lively at this time. After the lights are on the pleasure boats, there are many boys carrying baskets and selling food. Mom, I bought something for you. Chin Rong originally wanted to give her the hairpin when she got home, but she felt that now was the best time. What is it? You asked curiously. Chin Rong smiled and took out the silver hairpin from her bosom. Mom, does it look good? The moment you saw the hairpin, her eyes instantly turned red. Arong, this hairpin is very expensive. It's even better than the one your father bought for me when I got married. Of course it will get better. Life will certainly get better and better. As long as mother likes it. Chin Rong said as she helped you put on the silver hairpin. You was as happy as a little girl. Thank you, Arong. Mother is very happy. You thanked Chin Rong solemnly. When they returned home, Chin Rong gave Chin Yi an exquisite dressing box that she had bought at the grocery store. This is a gift from my sister. If you save anything in the future, you can put it in it. Chin Yi hugged Chin Rong in surprise. Sister is the best. Thank you, sister. Chin Rong smiled and touched Chin Yi's little head. Chin Yi has always been very well behaved. She is still so young. She is not only quiet but also thinks about how to help her every day. How could she not like such a well-behaved girl? In the south of the Yangtze River, lotus can be picked, and the lotus leaves are so lush. It was the season for lotus roots to be put on the market. Chin Rong looked at the lotus roots piled by the door and decided to make some honey-glazed lotus roots. These lotus roots were sent by Mr. Bai and were at their freshest. Honey-glazed lotus root is the most suitable for the taste of Jiangnan people. Chin Rong picked out a few lotus roots and cleaned them. These lotus roots were just dug out from the pond. The lotus roots were full of silt. To get rid of the silt, they had to be soaked in water. You don't need a lot of glutinous rice, so Chin Rong scooped a bowl of glutinous rice and poured it into the water to soak it. At this time, the lotus root had been soaked almost completely. Chin Rong took a knife and peeled off the skin with a few swishes. Then she cut it into pieces and stuffed glutinous rice into the holes of the lotus root. After stuffing the glutinous rice, Chin Rong found a few bamboo sticks and inserted them into the closed lotus root nodes. Then she put the closed lotus root nodes into the pot, added rock sugar and brown sugar to the pot, poured in some clean water, and began to steam the lotus root. The fire should be just right, neither too big nor too small. When the sweet aroma wafted out of the pot, Chin Rong opened the lid and smelt the delicious smell. Chin Rong took out the steamed lotus root nodes, took out the bamboo sticks, arranged the lotus root nodes piece by piece, sprinkled a spoonful of honey on them, and the honey-glazed lotus root was ready. The rain outside was a little lighter. Chin Rong put the honey-glazed lotus roots in a basket and went to the Bai family with an umbrella. The gate of the Bai family's courtyard was not closed. Mr. Bai was painting at this time. He heard the movement at the door, raised his head and smiled. Miss Chin, you came at a coincidence. What good things have you finished? Chin Rong smiled and said, Master Bai, it's honey-glazed lotus root. Oh, I once tasted this honey-glazed lotus root in Yuqian town. It was so delicious that I can't forget it for a long time. It's a pity that I don't have the chance to go to Yuqian again. Mr. Bai sighed with some regret. Master Bai, I don't know if the honey-glazed lotus root I made is authentic, but I will definitely not disappoint you. Mr. Bai was a little surprised. Oh, are you so sure? Chin Rong took out the lotus root and placed it on the stone table. Of course, I'm a cook, so I have confidence in the food I cook. Okay, I'll try it now. Mr. Bai picked up a piece of lotus root with chopsticks. He leaned in and smelled it. Is there honey in it? Yes, we use tree whole honey, which is the key to the delicious honey-glazed lotus root, Chin Rong said. Delicious, delicious, it has a sweet taste. The sweetness is light, not greasy at all. It is even sweeter than the honey-glazed lotus root I ate in Yuqian town. The lotus root is sticky but not mushy. It's delicious, extremely delicious. If Miss Chin opens a restaurant, I'm afraid I will visit there every day. Master Bai was in a good mood after eating the food he had been craving for. I am indeed going to open a shop. I have already found a broker to look for a shop. Oh? Miss Chin, if you need any help, please feel free to tell me. Chin Rong smiled and thanked him. Thank you, Master Bai. There is no problem for now. Then be sure to notify me when the store opens. Mr. Bai felt relieved when he thought that he would be able to eat Qin Rong's delicious food often in the future. Of course. Qin Rong agreed. Qin Rong has saved some money in the past 2 months, and now she has nearly 100 taels of silver on hand. It is definitely not enough to buy a shop, but if she just wants to run a shop, the money should be enough. In the past few days, Qin Rong went to the pawn shop to ask the pawnbroker to help her find a shop. If there is a suitable shop, she plans to rent it first. At this time of year in Lihua town, there are many sudden rainstorms, which is not suitable for setting up stalls. Summer food cannot be stored. After the rainstorm, the goods cannot be sold. Basically, they cannot be kept until the next day, and all of them are wasted. This huge amount of waste led Qin Rong to decide to open the shop as soon as possible. It was really hard for her to run the shop in the wind and rain. It was raining heavily again today. Lihua town had been raining for several days in a row, and Qin Rong hadn't set up a stall for several days. Since she was planning to open a shop anyway, Qin Rong decided to take some time off and prepare properly. "Excuse me, is Miss Qin at home?" A female voice came from outside the courtyard gate. Qin Rong was making candied lotus root with honey at this time. She washed her hands and went to open the door with an umbrella. Qin Rong remembered the woman standing outside the door. She was Hong Yun, the personal maid of the county magistrate's wife. "Miss Qin, I haven't seen you setting up the stall for a long time. Madam is a little worried, so she asked me to ask if anything happened," Hong Yun said with a smile. Qin Rong didn't expect that the county magistrate's wife still cared about her after just one meeting. Although her maid often came to buy food afterwards, she really didn't expect that the county magistrate's wife would actually send someone to inquire about her. Qin Rong let Hong Yun in and said, "Sister Hong Yun, come in quickly. The weather has been bad recently, and I am planning to open a shop. I have been busy preparing to open a restaurant these days." Hong Yun was surprised and said, "You're actually going to open a shop? Miss Qin is really capable. I won't come in and sit down." "Madam is still waiting for my reply," Qin Rong hurriedly said. "Sister Hong Yun, wait a minute. I just made some honey-glazed lotus root. I'll pack it up and you can bring it to Madam and young master for me." "Good." Qin Rong was very quick and quickly packed 3 servings of honey-glazed lotus root. "Sister Hong Yun, 1 is for you, and the remaining 2 are for Madam. However, glutinous rice is difficult to digest, so don't eat too much." "Thank you." Hong Yun didn't expect that he also had it, and his smile became more sincere. After the rain stopped, Guanya's dentist also came to the door. Now, there happened to be a restaurant in Shishir that went out of business, and the restaurant owner planned to rent out the shop and return to the village to live. This restaurant has a good location and a decent amount of space. It can accommodate 6 to 8 square tables. It is larger than Qin Rong expected. Since it is originally a restaurant, there is not much that needs to be changed. "Mr. Zhangya, I wonder how much the boss wants to rent the shop per month. The location of the shop is really good." "The owner wants 3 taels of silver a month," Zhang Yaran said. 3 taels of silver? This price is not cheap, Qin Rong said. Zhang Yaran smiled and said, "Miss Qin, since the opening of sea transportation, our town has convenient water transportation and more merchants are coming and going. The house price was still cheap before the new year, but it has increased several times since the beginning of the year. If this shop was rented last year, it would only cost 2 taels of silver. Now it is normal to ask for 3 taels of silver. However, the owner of the shop said that if you rent it as a restaurant, he will not take away the furniture. Zhang Yaran has always had a good reputation." After the opening of the sea transportation, more people came to Lihua town. The restaurant is in a good location. Qin Rong thought about it and said, "Then please take me to see the shop. If it's good, I will book it." Okay. Zhang Yaran was also very happy. She didn't expect that this young lady's personality was so straightforward. After the rain stopped, Zhang Yaran took Qin Rong to see the restaurant. The location was indeed good, and there were many prosper shops around. This was a shop that could be rented at this price on West Street. If it was on East Street, it would be possible to double the price. "Miss Qin, what do you think?" asked Zhang Yaran. Qin Rong nodded. This place was originally a restaurant. If it could be used as a restaurant again, a lot of money could be saved. Miss Chin, if you think it's possible, just settle the matter as soon as possible. With the development of maritime transportation, the shops in our town will definitely prosper, Zhang Yaran said. Qin Rong felt a little conflicted when she heard this. If that was the case, it would actually be best to buy it. However, Qin Rong did not have that much money on hand right now, and she also needed to set aside money to purchase the ingredients. Forget it, let's rent it first. But I'd like to trouble Mr. Zhang to find out for me if the boss is interested in selling the shop. If he is, I will buy it as long as I have more money, Qin Rong said. Zhang Yaran didn't expect Qin Rong to be so courageous at such a young age. Okay, I'll try my best to find out. Qin Rong paid a year's rent and the shop was settled. After getting the key, Qin Rong looked around the restaurant carefully. The front of the restaurant was the shop, the back was the kitchen, a warehouse, and a wing room. The wing room was not big, but it could accommodate a bed. Qin Rong thought that if she was busy late, she could stay in the restaurant. Early the next morning, Yu deliberately did not go to the embroidery workshop. She took Qin Yu, Qin Yi, and Qin Rong to the shop together. When they arrived, Yu Xiaoshan had already arrived, and even Yu's mother and Yu's sister-in-law came. Mother, sister-in-law, why are you here, Yu said. Old lady Yu said cheerfully, my granddaughter is very promising. She wants to open a shop at such a young age. As a grandmother, how can I not lend a hand? Sister Yu also said, Mrs. Zhen, we are all family. No matter what, we can at least come and lend a hand. The relationship between people is a two-way thing. Qin Rong feels very comfortable at the moment. Her grandmother and aunt both care about them. Mom, sister-in-law, I'm happy to. I'll call you in advance next time. You didn't act pretentiously. She stepped forward, unlocked the door, and invited everyone in. The tables and chairs in the restaurant were all there and could be used. There would be no problem after they were cleaned. Qin Rong mainly renovated the kitchen. In addition to the original earthen stove, Qin Rong also wanted to build another earthen stove, add 2 small stoves, and an oven. Without an oven, many dishes cannot be cooked. There is still a big difference between opening a shop and setting up a stall. If there are no fresh dishes, it is hard to guarantee that the guests will not get tired of eating. Building a clay stove and a baking oven is not a big deal. I'll go talk to your uncle. He knows some people and he can give you a cheaper price, said Mrs. Yu. Okay, it's much easier with someone you know. Then, everyone got busy. Old lady Yu and sister-in-law Yu were used to doing this kind of work, and their movements were very quick. Since Mrs. Yu had to take care of her hands as an embroiderer, Qin Rong asked her to go to the restaurant on the next street and order a table of dishes. After Yu got married, she never went to a restaurant. It was only after she joined the embroidery workshop that she and the other embroiderers would pool some money to have a meal after receiving rewards for a good job. Everyone had been busy for the whole morning and was already hungry. At this time, the food from the restaurant was delivered. Shredded pork with pickled cucumber and radish, roasted pheasant with chestnuts, stewed sea bass, crab stuffed with orange, wild rice stem and tomato sauce, qingyuan tofu, shrimp and fish belly soup, and a plate of plum blossom cakes. This was also Qin Rong's first time eating at Chunfeng Tower. Looking at the delicious dishes, she was quite excited. This is too expensive. Arong runs a shop and has many other expenses. So why did she order so many dishes at the restaurant? Old lady Yu disliked her daughter for being too extravagant. This would cost a lot of money. Qin Rong smiled slightly and pulled old lady Yu to sit down at the table. Grandma, we cooks have to try the food in the big restaurant to see how it tastes and see where the difference is. This is also a kind of cost. What's more, as long as these dishes are eaten in our stomachs, it is not a waste. Sister Yu also said, yes, mother, this is also the filial piety of the children. It just so happens that I also benefited from it. I have lived in Lihua town for so long, and I have never been able to eat the food in Chunfeng Tower. After hearing this, old lady Yu no longer felt disappointed. Okay, let's sit down and try it. After old lady Yu finished speaking, everyone sat down. After old lady Yu started eating, Qin Rong followed suit. The food at Chunfeng Tower was still light in taste, and Qin Rong always felt that it was a little unpleasant. This sea-based stew is pretty good, Arong, you should try it. Yu picked up a piece of fish and put it in Qin Rong's bowl. Qin Rong tasted the fish and savored it carefully. Chunfingla's fish is quite good. It's not fishy, but also very, very tender. After another busy afternoon, the shop was basically tidied up and we were just waiting to build the earthen stove and oven. It's still early. Grandma and Aunt will come to my house for dinner soon. Let Xiaoshan call Grandpa and Uncle, Qin Rong said. Old lady, you didn't want Qin Rong to bother her anymore. She had already worked hard all day. She was about to refuse, but Qin Rong took her arm and persuaded her. Grandma, I have to prepare for the store these days. It's not that hard or troublesome. I'll do whatever I can. You can just think of it as tasting the dishes for me. Qin Rong had said so, and old lady, you would not reject the filial piety of the younger generation. She patted Qin Rong's hand lovingly and said, Okay, then Grandma will look forward to seeing a Rong's cooking skills. At this time, there was no good meat left on the meat stall, only a few pig's trotters left. She packed up the pig's trotters and bought a few pieces of tofu from the tofu beauty. Then Qin Rong went home carrying the basket. Qin Rong made her fortune in modern times by preparing marinade. It is not difficult to make braised pig's trotters. The key is how to prepare the marinade. First, wash the pig's trotters. Burn the skin of the trotters with fire until golden. Then blanch the trotters. Take them out and put them aside. After wiping the sweat off her face, Qin Rong began to stir-fry the marinade. She poured oil and added rock sugar to stir-fry the sugar color. Then she added the prepared marinade to sauté the aroma. She then added the pig's trotters, poured a spoonful of white wine, and then a spoonful of vinegar. After turning it over, she added water and simmered over low heat until the sauce was reduced. When the braised pig's trotters came out of the pot, the fragrance filled the entire courtyard. Everyone sitting in the courtyard couldn't help but swallow their saliva. How could it be so fragrant? After the braised pig's trotters were ready, Qin Rong made another dish: fried tofu, salt and pepper dried fish, smashed cucumber, steamed cured meat, pickled cabbage, and stir-fried lichen with black fungus. Dinner is ready. Here I come. Yu and Yu's wife came in to help serve the dishes. There were many people today, so Yu specially found the round table at home. It had been a long time since the family had eaten together in such a lively manner. Yu's father and Yu's eldest brother actually liked to have a few sips of wine, so Yu specially asked Qin to get a pot of wine. Dad, Mom, brother, and sister-in-law, we are happy today, you should eat more. Yu was really happy today, she asked everyone to eat more dishes. Although old man Yu was a man of few words, he always loved his daughter. His daughter divorced without a word and took 3 girls with her. He felt sad for a long time and blamed himself for not being able to judge people well and letting his daughter marry into such a family and suffer so much. Whenever he thought about it, he couldn't get over it and sighed in front of old man Yu. On the other hand, Yu's mother was more open-minded, especially when Qin Rong often sent Qin to her home on weekdays. She had been with her granddaughter for a long time and felt that there was nothing wrong with her daughter being like this. What's more, Qin Rong is so capable now. Seeing that her family's life is getting better and better, she can open a restaurant in just a few months. What else can she not want to open? Grandpa, please try this braised pig's trotter. It should be to your liking. Qin Rong saw a hint of guilt in her father's eyes and hurriedly greeted him. Good. The pig's trotters were red and looked very appetizing. Father Yu reached out and took a pig's trotter and started eating it. As soon as he took the first bite, Father Yu's attention was all on the pig's trotter. The meat was tender and tasty, but also chewy. Father Yu finished the whole trotter in a few bites. After finishing it, Father Yu licked his lips. One was not enough. So, old man Yu immediately reached out and took the second pig's trotter. Seeing this, Boss Yu was afraid that the pig's trotter would be eaten up if he reached out too late. So, he quickly took a trotter and started to gnaw on it. Everyone had the same idea. For a moment, no one spoke at all. They all concentrated on gnawing on the pig's trotters. It was delicious, so delicious. Arong, with this skill, you can open a shop in the county or the provincial capital, said Mr. Yu. Mrs. Yu nodded continuously, Yes, your uncle is right. Qin Rong seemed to be thinking deeply after hearing this. She could consider the county town or the provincial capital, but for now she had to take it one step at a time. It was a few days later, when the earthen stove and oven were built. Qin Rong took Yu Xiaoshan, Qin Yu, and Qin Yi to try the dishes. Qin Rong has not been idle these days. There are many things to pay attention to when opening a restaurant, and the most important thing is, of course, the menu. Qin Rong does not plan to stop the lunchbox business. She plans to open a window at the door of the shop to sell takeout lunchboxes. After the restaurant opens, Yu Xiaoshan will definitely not have time to sell lunchboxes at the entrance of the academy. However, her restaurant is in a good location, not far from the pier and the academy. Therefore, Qin Rong does not plan to stop the lunchbox business. As for dining in, Qin Rong plans to set aside a few signature dishes to build her reputation, which will be rotated every 5 days. The remaining menus will be based on the season, and she will sell whatever is available. However, the wooden sign of the menu still needs to be made in advance. Although the weather is good now, there are still not many people in Lihua town who can read, so the menu will probably have to be introduced verbally when the time comes. The signature dishes are the focus. Qin Rong built the oven not only for desserts, but also for some big dishes such as spicy grilled fish, Beijing roast duck, grilled lamb chops, etc. Sister, what are we going to do in the restaurant today? Qin Yu asked curiously. Qin Rong walked and said, we're going to taste the food today. Sister will make grilled fish for you guys. Grilled fish? Another fresh food? Qin Yu and Qin Yi were already looking forward to it. Qin Rong chose the fish for today herself, a grass carp weighing about 1.5 kilograms and a sea bass weighing about 1 kilogram. Qin Rong also planned to make 2 kinds of grilled fish. One is grilled fish with garlic paste, and the other is grilled fish with dry fragrance and spicy flavor. Grilled fish with garlic paste goes better with rice, while grilled fish with dry and spicy sauce goes better with wine. Whether it is grilled fish with garlic or grilled fish with dry spicy sauce, the most important thing is the seasoning. Grilling is relatively simple, but the oven is newly built and the temperature is difficult to control. Qin Rong came here mainly to try out this oven today. The ingredients for the grilled fish were all prepared by Qin Rong at home. After the fish were prepared, Qin Rong put 2 portions of grilled fish into the oven. Qin Yu and Qin Yi leaned their heads forward with anticipation. Sister, is it ready now? Why do I feel like I can already smell the fragrance? Qin Rong raised the corners of her lips slightly, her eyes full of smiles. Well, now we just have to wait for the fish to be grilled. After a cup of tea, the aroma of grilled fish wafted out, and people from the next door shop came over following the smell. What's that smell so good? Qin Rong was thinking about the menu at the moment. When she heard this, she replied, I made the grilled fish with garlic paste and the grilled fish with spicy sauce. It smells so good. Sister, are you from the winery next door? Qin Rong seemed to have seen this lady before. Yes, I'm Mrs. Tsin from the winery next door. Are you the new restaurant? Asked Mrs. Tsin. Yes, if Madam Tsin doesn't mind, I'll ask Madam Tsin to come and help me try the dish once the grilled fish is ready. Madam Tsin just thought Qin Rong was very interesting. Young lady, have you asked your parents before asking me to taste the food? Qin Rong smiled slightly. Madam Tsin, this restaurant is opened by me and I have the final say. Mrs. Tsin was really surprised now. Qin Rong looked so young, but she could actually open a restaurant? In that case, I must try it. The young lady is young, but she is cheerful and capable. She is really interesting, Madam Tsin said with admiration. Then I'll come find you in a moment. Good. Good wine needs no bush. Marketing is necessary in any era, and tasting is also a marketing method. This restaurant has already ruined its reputation before, and now in the same location. If it wants to make a good name for itself again, it must first eliminate some stereotypes. When the grilled fish came out of the oven, Qin Rong knew it was a success just by looking at its color. This spicy dry fish has been baked to a golden color, with a crispy skin. When the skin is peeled off, the tender white fish meat is exposed. Qin Rong picked up a small piece of fish meat with chopsticks. The meat is firm and tender, and the freshness of the fish is almost overflowing, but there is no fishy smell. The fish meat is already very tasty because it has been marinated. Chin Rong sprinkled some cumin and pepper, which makes the taste of the spicy dry fish even better. Chin Rong had just put the grilled fish on the table when Madame Tsin came over with a pot of peach blossom wine. It smells so good. Madame Tsin closed her eyes in ecstasy. Mrs. Tsin, come and sit down, Chin Rong called. Young lady, why don't you call me Sister Tsin? It won't sound so distant, Madame Tsin said. Chin Rong smiled and replied, Okay, then Sister Tsin will call me Arong, and this is my sister A.U. and A.E. Madame Tsin nodded and was about to pour wine for Chin Rong and her sisters. Chin Rong hurriedly stopped her when she saw this. She said embarrassedly, Sister Tsin, we sisters are not good at drinking. Madame Tsin slapped her forehead when she heard that. Oh, it's my fault. I forgot you were so young. Chin Rong smiled and said, Sister Tsin, if you don't mind, try the drink I made. It goes really well with grilled fish. Madame Tsin smiled and said, Thank you very much, Arong. Chin Rong stood up and took out a small jar from her backpack. She poured drinks for everyone and said, This is the grilled fish companion I made myself. Grilled fish companion? Mrs. Tsin asked curiously. Well, Sister Tsin can try it first. Madame Tsin picked up the tea bowl and took a sip. Is it sour plum soup? Chin Rong smiled and replied, Yes, it's sour plum soup. Grilled fish has a strong flavor, and it tastes salty after a while. This sour plum soup can help relieve the saltiness, spiciness, and greasiness. Madame Tsin nodded, picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish meat with fish skin, and a burst of spicy taste rushed to her taste buds. Madame Tsin usually eats light food, and logically she can't eat such a strong flavor of dry, spicy grilled fish. But Madame Tsin just felt that one bite was not enough, and she couldn't put down her chopsticks. Chin Yu and Chin Yi were used to eating heavy-tasting food at home, so they couldn't even lift their heads when eating. Chin Rong also tried the grilled fish made in the oven. It tasted good, but the temperature was not well controlled. After all, this was not a modern oven, and the temperature could not be directly controlled. She already knew where the problem was and would improve it when the time came. Madame Tsin took a bite of fish and a sip of sour plum soup. Her lips were red from the spiciness, but she was reluctant to put down her chopsticks. Arong, your cooking skills are so good. I can foresee that my winery business will reach a higher level. Chin Rong smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Tsin, for the compliment. Everyone was very happy with the grilled fish. After leaving, Madame Tsin returned from the wine shop and brought back a basin of red fruit. Chin Rong looked carefully at the red fruit that Madame Tsin mentioned. Wasn't it a tomato? Chin Rong was a little surprised and asked, Sister Tsin, where did you get this red fruit? Madame Tsin said, My brother from my mother's family went to sea with a master's family. This was brought from outside. We don't have it in Daliang. Seeing Chin Rong's surprised expression, Madame Tsin thought that Chin Rong must know this red fruit. Arong, do you know this red fruit? Chin Rong nodded and said, This red fruit looks like a persimmon. It was brought from foreign countries, so it is called a foreign persimmon. Madame Tsin said, Arong, you know so much. I wonder what foreign countries are like. Chin Rong only felt that Madame Tsin's tone contained endless sighs. If Sister Tsin is curious, you can go and have a look when you have the chance. Madame Tsin smiled and said, As a woman, I'm afraid I don't have that chance. I'm trapped in this world, day after day. Chin Rong thought for a moment and said, We live our lives. How can we know what will happen in the future? Madame Tsin smiled faintly. You are right. How can you, a little girl, speak so maturely? Being ignorant of worldly affairs is a blessing. Chin Rong smiled. Madame Tsin was slightly startled, and the smile in her eyes deepened. She was obsessed with it. I'll go back now, Arong. Good. Chin Rong watched Madame Tsin leave. It was only much later when she saw the scars all over Madame Tsin's arms that she realized that the husband Madame Tsin married was a real scoundrel. He only cared about eating, drinking, and gambling every day. He would beat his wife when he was unhappy or too happy. Madame Tsin was beaten to death all the time, but she had to endure the pain and sell wine the next day as if nothing had happened. Madame Tsin wanted to divorce, but her husband refused. She had to either divorce her or continue living like this. Madame Tsin also talked to her parents, but Her parents only said that the daughter of the Tsin family could not be divorced and sent home even if she died. Madame Tsin had made a fuss, but it was useless. She had to save face and could not do anything more shameless, so her life had to go on like this endlessly. Qin Rong's food tasting was very successful, so she decided to make the spicy grilled fish the main dish for the opening day. After deciding on the menu, everything was ready for the restaurant. While still thinking about opening the restaurant, Qin Rong suddenly remembered that the name of the restaurant had not been decided yet. After thinking about it, Qin Rong decided to name the restaurant Yujie Restaurant. Qin Rong thought of some elegant names, but after thinking about it, she felt that none of them could be connected with her snack shop. After all, her restaurant mainly targeted ordinary people, and it would be unsightly if it was too elegant. After the sign was made and hung up, Qin Rong made some flyers and asked Yu Xiaoshan to promote it at the entrance of the academy. In the future, Qin's lunchboxes would no longer be sold at a stall, but would be sold separately in Yu's restaurant. Yu Xiaoshan originally thought that these students had forgotten about them long ago, but he didn't expect that as soon as the get-out of class was over, the students saw Yu Xiaoshan and rushed over chattering. "Brother, why don't you sell lunchboxes? I haven't had Qin's lunchboxes for a long time. When will they be available? Didn't you bring a lunchbox today? I miss the fish-flavored shredded pork. Oh, I miss braised pork rice. I really want to eat mapo tofu. I haven't had it for a long time. Why don't they sell it on rainy days? Not even on sunny days? I can't even enjoy studying anymore. That's right, the weight I gained with great difficulty is gone again. When will I be able to sell lunchboxes again? Yes, lunchbox boy, when will you sell lunchboxes again?" Yu Xiaoshan smiled and explained to everyone why he had not come to sell lunchboxes recently. He also explained to the students that Yu's restaurant would open tomorrow and would provide all the food, whether it was lunchboxes, stir-fried dishes, or desserts. Upon hearing this, the students immediately asked for the address of Yu's restaurant. "Tomorrow, right? They will definitely arrive early tomorrow." "Hey, young man, what dishes will we have tomorrow?" asked one of the students. Yu Xiaoshan was stunned for a moment, then began to name the dishes. The main dishes are spicy grilled fish with dry fragrance and grilled fish on garlic paper. These two dishes will take longer to prepare. The other dishes include salt and pepper dried fish, honey candied lotus root, spicy tofu, fish-flavored shredded pork, 3 shredded dried tofu, braised pork feet, green pepper and jujube fruit, cold cucumber salad, fried radish, and mushrooms and vegetables. Drinks include sour plum soup and red bean milk tea. Dim sum includes glutinous rice and mung bean cake and melon milk. The student just asked casually, but Yu Xiaoshan named all the dishes he remembered, which made all the students present very hungry. "Brother, please don't report it. We can't wait to eat it now," Yu Xiaoshan said with a smile. "Come early tomorrow. We will give discounts to those who dine at Yu's restaurant on the first day." "What is a discount?" "It's just cheaper." "Then let's go early tomorrow. July 6th, good luck." Yu's restaurant opened on that day. Yu specially asked for leave from the embroidery workshop, and Yu Xiaoshan's whole family came to Yu's restaurant to help. Mrs. Yu and Mr. Yu were old, and Qin Rong didn't want their grandparents to work too hard, so she asked Qin Yi to coax them to stay with her in the side room. A few days before the opening, Qin Rong had already agreed with Yu Deseo and Yu Xiaoshan that both of them would come to work in the restaurant, and each would be paid 1 or 2 taels of silver per month. This wage is really not low. If Yu Deseo goes out to find a job, she won't be able to find a job with such high wages, not to mention that Yu Xiaoshan is still a half-grown boy. Qin Yu also agreed to come to the restaurant to help, so Qin Yi could be brought to the store. Although Qin Yi is still young, she is very well behaved and can help with some things. If she feels tired, she can go directly to the room at the back to rest. After Boss Yu set off the firecrackers, Yu's restaurant opened for business. It happened to be a big market day that day, and some people who had just finished their market day came to watch the fun, but they were just there to watch the fun. Most farmers would not go to restaurants to eat even if they were hungry after the market day. They would rather just buy a bun or a bowl of wontons from a small stall to get through the day. So, although there were many people watching the fun, the crowd dispersed after a while, and Yu's restaurant looked deserted. Both Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu were a little worried, fearing that their niece's business was not doing well and she would lose money. Mrs. Yu also had a worried look on her face, and she couldn't help asking, Yu, why haven't you come yet? Qin Yu believed in Qin Rong's cooking skills and comforted Yu. Mom, it's okay. My eldest sister's cooking skills are good, and it's only a matter of time before the restaurant becomes popular. Yu nodded, but the worry on her face could not be wiped away. Qin Taizhu hadn't been to the market for a long time. The main reason he came today was because his wife Jiang was pregnant. After selling the things he had, Qin Taizhu had some money. Jiang held her waist and said, Boss, I'm hungry. Why don't we eat something in town before going back? Qin Taizhu was a little hesitant because eating in town was not cheap. Seeing Qin Taizhu hesitate, Jiang said unhappily, Boss, if I don't eat, your son will. I asked the doctor to check his pulse, and it must be a boy. He is your only child and cannot let him starve. Qin Taizhu hurriedly said, Okay, then we'll eat in town. Qin Taizhu and Jiang Shi were walking to the Yu family restaurant at this time, so Jiang Shi said, Why don't we eat here? Qin Taizhu nodded and led Jiang into the restaurant. Before Yu saw Qin Taizhu, Yu's wife saw him. She crossed her arms and said with glared eyes, Get out. You are not welcome here. Qin Taizhu saw Mrs. Yu clearly and his face turned pale, but Mrs. Jiang didn't know. You are so unreasonable. We come here to eat, but you want to drive us away? Yu had also looked over at this time, and her expression instantly dimmed. Qin Taizhu used to be afraid of Boss Yu, and now seeing Boss Yu looking at him with an unfriendly face, he quickly pulled Jiang and whispered, Forget it, let's go to another restaurant. Yu was actually feeling very unhappy. Although she left decisively at that time, she thought about how she and her daughter couldn't even have a full meal at the Qin family before, but now, Qin Taizhu actually had spare money to take his wife out to a restaurant. Even a saint would feel angry. Jiang glanced at Qin Taizhu, and her peripheral vision swept over Yu.
What was there to not understand?
But she was afraid of Yu before because she and Qin Taizhu were indeed having an affair, and having an affair would be called an adulterer and thrown into a pig cage. So, at that time she was afraid of Yu's trouble. But now, she and Qin Taizhu were already married, so what was there for her to be afraid of? I'm going to eat here today. It's not like I won't pay. Why are you chasing me away? Jiang puffed out her stomach with some complacency. Yu naturally saw Jiang's little trick and felt as disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. The restaurant was in an uproar, and a group of people gathered outside to watch the fun. This made Jiang even more excited. Everyone come and take a look, this restaurant is chasing customers away. Then the people around started pointing and talking. It would be bad for the reputation of the restaurant if this continued. Yu Taseo felt a little regretful at this time, secretly annoyed that she was too impulsive and brought trouble to the restaurant. Qin Rong heard the noise in front in the kitchen. She came out to take a look, and when she saw Qin Taizhu, she was confused. At this time, Jiang was still slandering the restaurant in a domineering manner, which made Qin Rong even more annoyed. After taking off her waistband, Qin Rong walked past Jiang and went to the door. Qin Rong was actually very pretty. She was a little thin and shriveled because of lack of food and drink and daily fatigue in the Qin family. But after coming to Lihua town, Qin Rong ate well every day and became very beautiful. Qin Rong arrived at the door and said to the people gathered outside, Today is the opening of our Yu family restaurant. It was supposed to be a happy occasion, but we didn't expect such a mistake to happen. It scared everyone. Today, I will make the decision. Anyone who spends more than 30 coins in the store will get 3 coins off for every 30 coins spent. As for the farce inside, it is a sad thing and not worth mentioning. But since they have come to make trouble, if I don't say anything, everyone will be more suspicious. I might as well tell everyone frankly. The person inside is my father, and the woman who made trouble. At this point, Qin Rong sighed, lowered her head and wiped away her tears. The woman who caused the trouble is my stepmother. My stepmother was originally a widow. My father came back one day and insisted on divorcing my mother, so my parents divorced 3 months ago. Well, the rest of the things are really family affairs, not worth mentioning. My mother was very sad and didn't want to sell that woman for food. I think it's understandable. Qin Rong said some and hid some, So in fact she didn't say much, but the people who were watching the fun imagined 100% of the story. Qin Rong looked aggrieved and tried to curl the corners of her lips. It's my fault, after all. Jiang is also pregnant. How can I just feel sorry for my mother? The widow divorced 3 months ago, and now she is pregnant. Who would believe that there is no trick? The people around looked at Jiang with contempt. This is too shameless. Now the whispering and pointing voices were directed at Jiang and Qin Taizhu. Jiang was dumbfounded when she saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Don't listen to this girl's nonsense." Qin Taizhu's face also turned red at this moment, and he looked at you with a stutter. You didn't bother to pay any attention to him at all, and turned her back, not bothering to pay any attention to the two of them. Seeing that the contempt on everyone's faces became even worse, Jiang couldn't stand it any longer, so she pulled Qin Taizhu and said, "Qin Taizhu, you are mute. Why don't you say something?" Qin Taizhu avoided everyone's gaze, and when he saw Boss Yu, he lowered his head. In desperation, he left Jiang behind, pushed through the crowd, and ran out. Jiang was stunned. She left angrily, with a gloomy face. Of course, even after leaving, Jiang was still pointed at and talked about for a long time. After the crowd dispersed, some people still came into the restaurant. Qin Rong asked with a smile, "What would you like to eat? What dishes do you have that you're good at?" Qin Rong thought for a moment and said, "I wonder if you can handle spicy food? If you can order our spicy grilled fish, which is our restaurant's signature dish." This guest was a businessman from Shu. He originally thought that the food in Lihua town was too bland. He was surprised to hear that this restaurant actually used spicy vegetables as the main dish. Dry and spicy grilled fish. It sounds like the taste of our Shu. So you are from Shu. You will definitely like this dish. Shredded pork with fish flavor. Qin Rong said with a smile. You've already made me hungry, young lady. Why don't you just serve me? I've looked at the menu, just give me 3 dishes and a bowl of soup. How about this, since you're the first customer, I will give you an extra portion of crispy pork, Qin Rong said. Okay, the guests from Shu naturally had nothing to be unwilling about. The crispy pork should be eaten while hot, and of course it tastes better when fried freshly. Qin Rong took a pork tenderloin and cut it into thin strips. Then she put it into a bowl and added minced ginger and salt. She then grabbed a handful of dried Sichuan peppercorns and fried them until fragrant. She then used a pestle and scooped them into powder and put them into the bowl to marinate together. While the fish was marinating, Qin Rong fried a dish of shredded pork with fish flavor and made a cold salad of smashed cucumber. The grilled fish was put in the oven in advance. After the 2 dishes were finished, the grilled fish was almost done as well. "Aunt," Qin Rong called out. Upon hearing her voice, Yu's wife hurried to the kitchen to serve the dishes. At this time, the meat strips were almost marinated. Qin Rong beat 2 eggs into the cornstarch, stirred it into a paste, and then poured in the marinated meat strips. While turning the meat strips over, Qin Rong put the meat strips coated with starch into the frying pan, and the meat strips in the frying pan made a sizzling sound. Qin Rong fried the meat strips until golden brown and fished them out one by one, and a plate of steaming dry-fried crispy pork was ready. There was no second customer to order for the time being, so Qin Rong took the plate of crispy pork and left. "Guest, here is some fried crispy pork for you. Eat it while it's hot." Qin Rong placed the fried crispy pork in front of the guest from Shu. The guest from Shu had never eaten deep-fried crispy meat before, but the aroma of the crispy meat and the aroma of the peppercorns went straight to his head. It was so fragrant, it was the taste of Shu. "This smells so good, let me try it first." There were a bunch of curious guests surrounding the guest from Shu. They all had some spare money, but since someone had tried the food first, they also wanted to see the guest's reaction before deciding whether to sit down and eat. The guest from Shu picked up a piece of crispy meat, dipped it in chili powder, and put it into his mouth. The moment the crispy meat entered his mouth, he felt so happy that he was about to fly. The familiar flavor of Sichuan pepper and the familiar meat combined together turned out to be a delicacy he had never tasted before. Spicy and crispy. The key is that the meat is fried just right, and it will be greasy when you bite it, and the slight greasiness is immediately neutralized by the spicy taste of the peppercorns. It is so delicious. The guest from Shu didn't bother to talk and hurriedly stuffed another piece of crispy meat into his mouth, then another, and one after another. In a short while, he finished the whole plate of crispy meat. Delicious, really delicious. I never thought that I could eat such delicious food in Lihua Town. Miss, are my other dishes ready? I am so looking forward to it. Qin Rong was about to reply when Sister Yu came over with some spicy grilled fish. As Sister Yu got closer, the whole restaurant was filled with the overbearing aroma of grilled fish. The guest from Shu couldn't wait to grab the fish meat, and then he didn't bother to talk. The guest from Shu was eating so deliciously that the people around him were greedy, so they followed suit and ordered the fried pork and grilled fish. Business came, and Mrs. Yu was very happy. Qin Rong nodded to Mrs. Yu and Qin Yu and went back to the kitchen. After the first wave of customers left, the restaurant gradually became quiet. Just as Mrs. Yu and Mrs. Yu finished their work, a new group of customers arrived. It was the students from the academy who had just finished their classes, and quite a few people came at this time. "Brother, we are here to buy lunch boxes," the students from the college said hurriedly when they saw Yu Shaoshan. Yu Shaoshan smiled and said, "Okay, the lunch boxes are here. If you want to eat in the restaurant, you can order dine-in." As soon as Yu Shaoshan finished speaking, the students lined up consciously. The lunch break was short, and most of them came to buy lunch boxes. The young master of the West Street grain shop also came today. His family was a merchant, and he studied not for the purpose of passing the imperial examinations, but purely to make friends and understand reason. So young Master Zhu sat down. "After studying for a few years, I naturally know the names of the dishes. I want a plate of smashed cucumber, a plate of deep-fried pork, a plate of spicy grilled fish, and a bowl of sour plum soup." Okay. After the dishes were served, Master Zhu tasted each one. When he tasted the grilled fish and crispy pork, the expression on his face was very intoxicated. "Please give me 5 more servings of crispy pork. 5 servings." The other students were all stunned. Is it really that delicious? However, seeing their classmate eating without even looking up, they all looked at each other and asked, "Brother, can I take the fried pork to go?" Upon hearing this, Yu Deseo hurried to ask Qin Rong, who was already prepared. "Yes, we have oil paper ready." The students were very happy when they learned that they could take the fried pork away. The restaurant was small, and there was no room to stand inside, so the students stood outside the restaurant. Mrs. Tsin originally wanted to come to show her support, but she didn't know that the Yu family restaurant had been surrounded by 3 circles inside and outside. Some people have already eaten the deep-fried crispy pork and are smiling happily. It is delicious, so delicious. Mrs. Tsin couldn't squeeze in, so she had to go back to the winery. Because of the student support, many passers-by were also attracted and went into the store to buy deep-fried crispy pork. Those who were relatively well-off simply sat down and placed orders, vowing to try how delicious the food was. Surprisingly, there was a very long queue at this point. By the time Qin Rong finished her work and finally took a break, it was already the end of the afternoon. Everyone was exhausted, and almost all the prepared ingredients were sold out, so Qin Rong asked Yu Shaoshan to buy a few bowls of wontons. "Today, we must close early." Qin Rong also ate a little in the evening, and then sat in front of the candle to count the accounts. "Today, we sold 100 box lunches, and surprisingly sold 330 crispy pork. There were about 15 tables of customers who ordered meals in the restaurant." Qin Rong used an abacus to calculate, and after taking into account the discount cost, she actually made 5 taels of silver today. Of course, this only calculated the cost of ingredients, and the investment and labor of opening a restaurant were not included. The most profitable business here is dine-in. Although the crispy pork and box lunches make money, the main focus is on small profits but quick turnover. After selling so many box lunches and crispy pork, the profit from the last plate is about the same as that from the 15 tables of customers who placed orders. Today is the trial opening day, and Qin Rong feels that she still needs to adjust the structure of the restaurant. It is not difficult to make dry-fried crispy pork, but if you do it all by yourself, you will definitely neglect the customers who place orders. Yu Shaoshan is responsible for selling lunch boxes and really can't spare the time to fry the crispy pork.
There's still not enough people.
Seeing Qin Rong's bitter face, Yu asked, "What's wrong with our Rong?" Qin Rong said helplessly, "I feel like we still don't have enough staff. Tomorrow there will only be me, Xiaoshan, my aunt, Ayu, and Ai in the restaurant. Looking at the situation today, I want to set up another window to sell deep-fried pork. If I were to take care of it all, I really wouldn't be able to handle it. However, my aunt has to be in charge of serving dishes and settling bills, and Ayu has to help in the kitchen, so it seems like I really can't handle it." Yu hesitated for a while and said, "Arong, how about I help you? Don't you like working in the embroidery workshop, mother?" Yu's embroidery skills have improved a lot in the past few months. Now her embroidery works can be sold at a high price. For a small embroidered screen, you can sell it for 3 to 5 taels of silver. Then what should I do? You got along well with the embroiderers in the embroidery workshop, and she really wanted to learn more in the workshop. How about we hire a waiter to serve the dishes, and then let your aunt fry the crispy pork?" asked Yu. Qin Rong nodded. "Then I will go to the dental clinic tomorrow." Yu was relieved to see that Qin Rong knew what was going on. She was still a little uncomfortable about what happened in the restaurant today. It wasn't because she still had feelings for that jerk, but simply because today was a great day for her daughter's restaurant to open, but those two people had brought bad luck upon her. "Arong, don't take today's incident to heart." Qin Rong shook her head. "Mother, I won't take it to heart. But if these two come to my house again, I won't be polite to them. It's just, you don't seem very happy." Yu sighed and said, "Thinking back to the past. We were in that hellhole. We couldn't even get enough food, and your father didn't even dare to fart. But today he was willing to take people to the restaurant. Thinking about how I have been a slave in the Qin family for all these years since we got married, I feel very depressed. Especially because I have implicated your marriage. In this world, many things are not women's fault, but women always bear more. At the beginning, out of a momentary impulse, and also because she was afraid that her 3 daughters would be abused in the Qin family, she relied on her love for her daughters and found evidence of Qin Taizhu and Zhang's affair, agreed to a divorce, and took her daughters out of the Qin family. However, because of her, it became difficult for her daughters to get married later." Seeing that Yu was sad, Qin Rong suddenly stuffed a piece of preserved peach into Yu's mouth, then asked with a smile, "Mom, is it delicious?" Yu was a little confused, but still nodded. "It's sour and sweet. Very delicious. Mom, if you hadn't taken us away from the Qin family, my sisters and I would never have the chance to eat this preserved peach in our lifetime. This preserved peach sells for 15 cents a bag in the shop. When we were in the Qin family, my sisters and I secretly made preserved peaches and wanted to sell them to buy medicine for Mom. But who knew that Qin Lian would snatch it away from us, and Grandma would even say something bad about me in the end. I made the preserved peach for a long time, but I only broke off a small piece to taste it."
So,
Mom, you are right. We will definitely live better and better in the future. As for the marriage, if this family minds, then even if I marry into the family, I will still have a hard time. In the end, whether our life is good or bad depends on ourselves. So, Mom, just live our life in peace and don't worry. After hearing what Qin Rong said, Yu's resentment and the knot in her heart that had been there for a long time dissipated a lot. People really shouldn't be too greedy. She has a daughter like this, and she will have a better life in the future. Why should she dwell on the past, making herself sad and causing others to worry? It was late at night, and Qin Rong went back to her room to sleep. However, Yu was still sitting in front of the candlelight, eating the peach preserves one by one. In the dim light of the fire, one could still see the red circles under Yu's eyes. The next day, after the restaurant closed, Qin Rong went to the Yang to pick someone. Zhang Yaran and Qin Rong had already had some friendship, so this time, it was Zhang Yaran who received Qin Rong. "Miss Qin, I remember what you said," Zhang Yaran said with a smile. Qin Rong said, "Mr. Zhang Ya, today we have something else to do. I want to find a waiter to serve food." "Any requests?" Zhang Ya asked. "There are no other requirements, except that it would be best if you can do some basic arithmetic to settle the bill," Qin Rong said. Zhang Ya thought for a moment and said, "There is one person who is quite suitable, but he is not as strong as he could be. This boy is called Chen Shubai and he lives in Xiaohe Lane, West Street. There are only two of them in his family, mother and son. The boy of the Chin family had been studying in the school, but unfortunately, the head of the Chin family was in trouble. The escort company did give him some compensation, but then his mother fell seriously ill and almost spent all the family savings, so he definitely can't go to the school. Now he wants to work and save some money to support his family. He definitely knows arithmetic and literacy, but he is young and his physical strength is average. Zhang Ya, I want to meet the person before deciding. Zhang Yaran saw that there was a chance, so he hurried to Chen's house to call Chen Shubai. Zhang Yaran and Chen's father were old acquaintances. After Chen's father left, the Chin family fell into a very difficult situation. If he could help Chen Shubai, Zhang Yaran would be very happy. Chen Shubai arrived very quickly. He was wearing a moon-white gown. Although he was young, his temperament was very elegant. Shubai, this is the owner of Yu's restaurant. Chen Shubai didn't expect that the owner of Yu's restaurant was such a young lady. He bowed and saluted. Qin Rong was a little hesitant. I need to find a waiter to serve food.
Can you
Do it, Chen Shubai said solemnly. Although I have never been a waiter, I am willing to try. Being a waiter is different from studying. I don't know. Qin Rong's unfinished meaning was that she didn't know whether Chen Shubai could put up with such shame. Chen Shubai said seriously, if a scholar can't even support his family, then he is really a useless scholar. Chen Shubai's eyes were indeed very determined. Qin Rong thought for a moment and said, okay, then try my restaurant first. The monthly salary is 800 won. If you do well, and the restaurant's business is good, I'll give you 1 or 2 more months' salary. Chen Shubai thanked him earnestly and changed his words. Thank you, sir. It was still early. Qin Rong took Chen Shubai to the restaurant. At this time, Yu Deseo and Yu Xiaoshan were still preparing the ingredients for tomorrow. Aunt Xiaoshan, this is Chen Shubai. You should teach him the key points of work tomorrow. He will be a member of our restaurant in the future, Qin Rong said. Okay, Mrs. Yu put down the work in her hands, wiped her hands, and went to explain to Chen Shubai the key points of tomorrow's work. Qin Rong was watching as Chen Shubai prepared the dishes. She felt satisfied when she saw that he remembered every item very carefully. Then she focused on her own work. After Chen Shubai went back, Qin Rong carefully taught Yu Deseo how to fry the crispy pork. As long as the ingredients were prepared, it was easy to master the trick of frying it. Yu Deseo was also used to doing stove work, so she mastered the technique after trying a few times. Okay, we've been busy all day. Aunt, you and Xiaoshan can go back first. I'll stay in the shop today, okay? Yu Xiaoshan and Yu Deseo were just about to leave when 2 more customers, one big and one small, came into the restaurant. The older customer was tall and handsome and looked no more than 17 or 18 years old. The child he was carrying was about 5 or 6 years old. Excuse me, is the restaurant still open? Qin Rong said. I was just about to close the door. The older guest paused when he heard this and was about to turn around and leave. At this time, the child on his back rubbed his eyes and said, Brother Gu, I'm so hungry. The child's eyes were red, and he looked a little pitiful. I'm sorry, I don't know if you can make some food. I can pay more money. Qin Rong asked the two to sit down after hearing this. The restaurant is closed, and there is no food left. If you don't mind me cooking noodles for you, is that okay? The guest named Gu nodded and said, Thank you for your trouble. With the guests coming, Yu Deseo was worried about leaving Qin Rong alone in the shop, so she asked Yu Xiaoshan to go back and she and Qin Rong lived in the shop together. Mrs. Yu helped Qin Rong light a fire. Qin Rong washed her hands and started to cook noodles. The noodles were ready, and there was some mustard greens soaking in a wooden basin in the kitchen. Qin Rong suddenly had an idea. She planned to stir-fry shredded pork with mustard greens as a topping and cook 2 bowls of noodles with mustard greens and shredded pork. Qin Rong picked a piece of pork belly and cut it into shreds. After the oil in the pan was heated, she put in the shredded pork and stir-fried it. When the shredded pork changed color, she added the snow vegetable and stir-fried it. Then she poured water and added more. When the noodles were out of the pan, Qin Rong beat 2 eggs and made poached eggs and put them in a small dish. She then scooped a spoonful of soy sauce and poured it on the egg noodles. The snow-covered pork and shredded snow mullet noodles are ready. Qin Rong put the noodles down on the wooden tray. The snow-white pork shredded noodles were steaming at this time. The young man swallowed his saliva and glanced at the guest. After the guest nodded, the young man picked up the chopsticks and started to eat voraciously. He looked really hungry. The guest looked tall, but he ate the noodles very politely. Chin Rong was still watching from the side, and the guest said, "Thank you, young lady. The noodles are delicious." Seeing that the two had no other requests, Chin Rong nodded and sat aside to start counting the accounts. Yu's wife was already cleaning the kitchen, so there had to be someone outside. Today's revenue is not bad, even better than the first day of business. If business is as good as today every day, then buying a shop will not be far away. After buying a shop, she also needed to buy a house. There was a reason why Chin Rong did not ask you to leave the embroidery workshop. This was ancient times, and the constraints on women were much greater than in modern times. If she were to get married one day, then the shop and the money were all earned by her. By then, if her two younger sisters were still unmarried, even if she could help with the dowry, how would you live in the future? Chin Rong didn't want to get married either, but even though it was a fictional era and the status of women was closer to that of the Tang and Song dynasties, it was not as open as it is now. What's more, in modern times, if women don't get married, there will be nagging from gossipy women. Chin Rong was still thinking about her own things, but suddenly she heard a soft sob, and she looked over. It was the cry of the young man. The young man was eating noodles and sniffing at the same time, looking quite pitiful. "Brother Gu, I miss my parents," said the young man. The guest paused while eating noodles, sighed, touched the young man's head and said, "Amu, eat noodles, they will be clumped up soon." Chin Rong. What a unique way to comfort a child. The young man named Amu continued to cry while eating noodles desperately. The guest just clumsily helped Amu wipe away her tears, but said nothing else. Chin Rong thought about it, then poured out a few pieces of peach preserves from the bag of snacks. She walked up to them with the peach preserves and put them on the table. "This is the new peach preserves we made this year. They are sour and sweet and taste great. Eating them will make you feel better. It's free and you can have them," Chin Rong said to Amu. Amu seemed to have not expected Chin Rong to speak to him. He was stunned for a moment before turning to look at his elder brother Gu. After elder brother Gu nodded, he stood up and took the peach from Chin Rong, then saluted Chin Rong politely. "Thank you, sister." Amu took a bite of the peach preserves and was indeed attracted by the sweet and sour taste of the peach preserves. Snacks are still attractive to children. After eating the peach preserves, his mood was indeed much better. The guest wanted to pay, but when he touched the purse at his waist, he realized that he had lost it because he was in such a hurry. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he stood up and said, "I'm sorry, young lady. I didn't bring enough money today. I'll give you the money tomorrow morning. I'm a constable from the government office, and my name is Gu Sheng." Chin Rong looked at Gu Sheng's sword and nodded. "It's okay." Gu Sheng still felt embarrassed, but because of the situation and because he was with Amu, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and buy on credit. This was the first customer who bought on credit since Chin Rong opened the shop. However, since he was a public security constable, there was nothing to worry about. The rule of Magistrate Wang was fair and just, and Gu Sheng looked righteous. The most important thing was that they were just 2 bowls of noodles cooked after closing time, so even if no money was paid, it was not worth anything. After Gu Sheng and Amu left, Yu Deseo quickly closed the door of the restaurant. "Arong, it's late, let's go to bed." Good. The deep-fried crispy pork was very popular for a while, but after the initial boom, the number of portions sold each day gradually stabilized. The crispy pork cost 10 cents per portion, and about 150 portions could be sold a day. The number of box lunches per day is relatively stable. Chin Rong can now sell about 150 box lunches a day. However, the dine-in business is a little weaker. The box lunches and crispy pork are more famous, and almost everyone buys them and leaves. Therefore, the dine-in business is a little weaker. But slowly, it is getting better day by day. Gu Sheng brought Amu to the restaurant as soon as he finished his work that day. After Gu Sheng and Amu had a bowl of noodles that day, Gu Sheng often brought Amu to eat here. Amu's father was Gu Sheng's senior brother and was the head of the police in the neighboring Linshui town. Amu's father was seriously injured and died while suppressing bandits. Amu's mother caught a cold because she was too sad. She took medicine for a while but didn't see any improvement and finally passed away. Amu's father was an orphan picked up by Master Gu Sheng, and Amu's mother was a mountain villager. After Amu's parents passed away, it became a difficult question for Amu to stay or go. Gu Sheng thought of his senior brother, so he went to Linshui County to bring Amu back to raise. Gu Sheng's parents were willing, but Gu Sheng's eldest brother and sister-in-law were not very happy. Gu Sheng's eldest sister-in-law had just given birth to a son, and the family was short of money. They were not happy about raising someone else's son at this time. Gu Sheng couldn't bear to make his parents feel awkward, so he told his family and moved out. Originally, Gu Sheng had to pay half of his monthly salary to his family, but now he didn't have to. Gu Sheng rented a house near the government office and sent Amu to school. Gu Sheng's monthly salary was not much, but he was smart and had a lot of extra income. In addition, when he was at home, the money he paid to the government was only 50% of his monthly salary, and the extra money he earned was all saved by himself. In the past 2 years, he has saved more than 10 taels of silver. Hello, Sister Rong. Brother Gu and I are here to have dinner. Amu bowed to Qin Rong in a serious manner. Qin Rong was just thinking of a new dish when she saw Amu coming. She smiled and said, "What a coincidence today is. If you guys are not in a hurry to leave, I'm going to make a new dish." Amu raised his head and said, "Sister Rong, we are not in a hurry to leave. Brother Gu got a reward today and came to take me to eat delicious food." Qin Rong smiled slightly when she heard this. So amazing. Wait, I just happen to have something new to eat today. Will it be too troublesome? Gu Sheng asked. No, this is a new dish I just thought of. It's a good opportunity for you to help me try it out and see if it tastes good, Qin Rong said as she went into the kitchen. The method of making braised lion's head is actually very simple, and the main test is the skill of the hands. Qin Rong cut the meat into pieces, then took 2 kitchen knives to chop the meat together, and after chopping the meat into minced meat, she added seasonings, beaten egg, and a small bowl of starch and stirred vigorously. If you want the lion's head to be soft and tender and chewy, this stirring technique is very important. After mixing the meat evenly, Qin Rong greased her hands with oil and kneaded the meat filling into meatballs. Then fry the meatballs. Pour oil into the pan, sauté the onions, ginger, and garlic. Qin Rong fries the meatballs until golden brown, then removes them one by one. Add seasoning and water to the pan, bring to a boil over high heat, add the meatballs, and then simmer over low heat until the sauce is reduced. A delicious braised lion head dish was ready. Eating only the braised lion head would be a bit greasy, so Qin Rong smashed the cucumber and mixed a plate of shredded green bamboo shoots with sesame oil. When Chen Shubai served the dishes, Amu's eyes widened. He sniffed, shook his head, and said, "It smells so good." Gu Sheng originally didn't care much about his appetite, but after eating at Yu's restaurant, he found that he seemed to have a gluttonous appetite. Gu Sheng and Amu looked at each other, and then reached out to pick up the lion's head. The gravy was delicious, the meat was tender, and it went really well with rice. Gu Sheng took a bite of the braised lion's head and a mouthful of rice, and the whole bowl of rice was finished in an instant. At this time, there was only one braised lion head left on the plate. Gu Sheng wanted to reach out, but seeing Amu staring at him eagerly, he coughed and said, "I'll leave this last one for you. Stop staring at it. Eat the one in the bowl first, then the one on the plate." Amu smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Gu." Amu knew that Gu Sheng treated him very well and actually wanted to give the last braised lion head to Gu Sheng, but the braised lion head made by Qin Rong was so delicious. He really couldn't help it. While biting the braised lion head, Amu thought, "Brother Gu, please give me the braised lion head. If you can't get a wife in the future, Amu will take care of you in your old age." Qin Rong saw that Gu Sheng and Amu had almost finished eating, so she walked over and asked, "How is the braised lion's head? Is it delicious?" Gu Sheng and Amu nodded in unison. "It's really delicious. Do you feel a little bored?" Qin Rong asked again. "Just right," Gu Sheng said. Qin Rong nodded. "Then it's a success. I'll add it to the menu tomorrow. Then I'll come and eat after school," Amu said loudly. "Okay." Qin Rong smiled very gently. She liked AMU very much, and she felt a little pity for AMU because of his miserable life experience. However, there were so many people with miserable life experiences in this world, and she didn't feel pity for all of them. It was really because AMU was very likable and polite. Gu Sheng and Amu were the last table of guests. Qin Rong had just packed up and was about to close the wooden door of the restaurant when a little maid came in. Qin Rong recognized her. She was the head maidservant serving the county magistrate's wife. Sister Riju, why are you here? Qin Rong greeted Riju with a smile. Riju was relieved to see Qin Rong still here, and said, "Luckily you're still here. I was rushing to get you here for fear of missing you. Why are you so anxious? Madam would like to invite you to her house. I wonder if Miss Qin has time?" Riju asked. Qin Rong looked at the hourglass and felt that it was a little late. "It's too late today. Will I be able to make it in time if I go there earlier tomorrow?" Riju nodded quickly. Don't worry. Madam meant tomorrow. I didn't make it clear." After agreeing on a rough time with Riju, Qin Rong went back. Because she was busy a while ago, Qin Rong almost always stayed in the shop. In the past few days, she has some ideas and Chen Shubai and Yu Deseo have also got the hang of it so she can finally go home. Qin Rong arrived home under the moonlight. At that moment, Yu was embroidering something in front of the candlelight. "Mom, I'm back." When Yu saw that it was Qin Rong, she quickly put down the things in her hands, stood up and said, "Ah, Rong, you're back. The water is ready. Go wash up." "Mom, are you waiting for me?" Qin Rong asked. Yu smiled and said, "Well, Ayu has been working hard these past 2 days, so I let her go and rest first. You've been working so hard every day, and Ayu said you'd be back today, so I specially boiled some water and waited for you." "Thank you, Mother." "Silly girl, why thank me? Isn't this what a mother should do?" After lunch the next day, Qin Rong said goodbye to Chen Shubai, changed her clothes, and went to Wang's house. Qin Rong asked the doorman to inform, and Mrs. Wang sent Riju out to pick up Qin Rong. The Wang family's house is very outstanding in Lihua Town. The yard is maintained very elegantly, just like the feeling given by the mistress of the Wang family, Mrs. Wang. Lihua Town is the largest town in the county governed by County Magistrate Wang, and it also has the best people's livelihood. Because of the dock in Lihua Town and the convenient water transportation, the people in Lihua Town live a good life. For County Magistrate Wang, the year-end assessment should be able to get another grade. Because of this, County Magistrate Wang also likes Lihua Town very much. Miss Qin, Our Lady is in the flower hall in front. Riju led Qin Rong to the flower hall where Madame Wang met guests. "Sister Rong, you're here." Mrs. Wang smiled and asked the maid to serve tea. Qin Rong smiled and said, "Madame's yard is so beautifully maintained." Mrs. Wang smiled and said, "Sister Rong, my maiden name is Jiang, so why don't you just call me Sister Jiang?" Qin Rong carefully observed Madame Wang's expression and confirmed that Madame Wang was not speaking casually and that there was no reluctance in her expression, so she bowed and said, "Hello, Sister Jiang." "Okay, Sister Rong. Asked you to come here today because I have a favor to ask of you," Mrs. Wang said. Qin Rong was a little surprised. "Sister Jiang, what's the matter?" Mrs. Wang stood up and said, "My maiden name is Jiang. I was originally the daughter of a scholar in Elon Town. My father's talent for studying is average, but he is very dedicated. Although my father studies every day, he is not ignorant of common affairs. It's just that after passing the examination for a scholar, it is really difficult for my father to make further progress. My brother has been very smart since he was a child, so my father decided to train my brother with all his strength. My elder brother was indeed very ambitious. He passed the examination for a scholar at the age of 15 and then passed the examination for a jurin. Because my brother passed the examination for a jurin, I had more choices for marriage. My husband's Wang family is actually a branch of a noble family. Although they are not closely related to the main family, they are still a clan. Originally, I was not worthy of my husband because my husband was not a county magistrate at that time, but he was already a jurin. But I was the second wife, and my husband's previous wife died early, so the Wang family chose me. Later, my husband was sent to Qingping County as the county magistrate, and I followed him. Because of the dock in Lihua Town. We stayed in Lihua Town. Qin Rong listened to Madame Wang talking about family affairs, and although she listened with great interest, she couldn't help feeling confused. She was really just an ordinary person. Her father was confused, her mother was clear-headed and they divorced, and she didn't know why Madame Wang was talking about all this. Seeing that Qin Rong was listening attentively, Madame Wang smiled slightly. Sister Rong, I'm telling you all this because I want you to understand my situation. It's also because I don't have any sisters to talk to. I hope you don't feel bored. How could I feel bored? Otherwise, how could I call you Sister Jiang? Qin Rong said. Mrs. Wang laughed again when she heard this. Qin Rong was pretty and could talk. No wonder she felt so close to her. Qingzhou Prefecture has 12 counties under its jurisdiction. Among the 12 county magistrates' wives, my family background is the least prominent. The prefect's wife usually invites us to have tea, and the ladies of these families often bully me with words. In 2 days, my husband's sister will come to Lihua Town for a short stay, and she will bring her little sister with her. My husband asked me to prepare for the banquet. Sister Rong, can you come and help me once? Mrs. Wang asked with a smile. Qin Rong was a little hesitant. Although she could cook a few dishes, she had no idea about the standards of banquets held by wealthy families in this era. She was afraid of making a fool of herself. Sister Jiang, to be honest with you, I only know a few country dishes and know very little about the specifications of the banquet you're going to hold. I am not afraid of losing face, but I am afraid of losing your face. If I fail to do this well, I will definitely feel guilty. Qin Rong said honestly. Mrs. Wang smiled and said, Sister Rong, you don't have to worry about these. It's just a family banquet. You just need to cook something new. I will also find a cook who can cook for you. Did the cook sign a death contract? Qin Rong asked. Madame Wang nodded. Of course. Qin Rong thought for a moment and said, Sister Jiang, I still don't have much confidence, but there are still a few days before the banquet. I can come to confirm the dishes with you a few more times and taste each dish in advance. If there is no problem, then I will come to help you prepare the banquet this time. Is that okay? Mrs. Wang also thought this was a good idea. She couldn't have no other plans. She knew that she was the cook who signed a death contract. She couldn't find any faults, but it was really nothing new. Before she and her husband were sent out, she was laughed at by several sisters as a country bumpkin. She didn't want to be laughed at after being out for so long. Either the east wind prevails over the west wind, or the west wind prevails over the east wind. If people look down on her on the first day, she will find it difficult to refuse if anything happens later. Sister Rong is really thoughtful. The banquet will be held in about 10 days. Do you think we can make it in time? Asked Mrs. Wang. Qin Rong calculated the time. To be honest, she was actually unsure. Within 5 days, I will decide on the dishes, and then we will taste the food. Is that okay? Mrs. Wang nodded and said, Very good. Sister Jiang, I'd like to trouble your cook to tell me what the specifications of the banquet are so that I can go back and think about it, Qin Rong said. The specifications of these banquets are usually not available to be asked outside. The most convenient way is to ask Mrs. Wang's cook. The cook has signed a death contract and dare not be vague about major matters. She will not enter the mansion, so she cannot threaten the cook's position.
So,
asking directly is the most convenient. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Wang hurriedly sent Hong Yun to call over the cook Lu. After cook Lu arrived, Qin Rong asked her about the general specifications of the banquet, including how many cold dishes, hot dishes, soups, and cakes were needed. After learning this, Qin Rong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was an imaginary dynasty, and mutton was not necessary like in the Song dynasty. Qin Rong herself did not like mutton and did not know much about cooking mutton. She only knew the simplest methods. Sister Jiang, I have an idea. I will decide on the dishes in the next 2 days and come over once they are ready. Qin Rong stood up and said, Thank you, Sister Rong. Thank you so much. Mrs. Wang raised her head, and the maid beside her immediately understood and brought up a brocade box. Rong Jie, please accept this. No matter whether it succeeds or not, I understand your intentions. Mrs. Wang said it very sincerely, which surprised Qin Rong. Sister Jiang, I understand. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Qin Rong took the brocade box and left the palace. After the restaurant closed, Qin Rong returned home. After washing up, Qin Rong opened the exquisite brocade box in front of the oil lamp. The first layer of the brocade box contained 6 pearl flowers. The second layer contained 3 purses, each containing a piece of jewelry, including a silver bracelet, a gold earring, and an enamel ring. The third layer contained 20 taels of silver. Mrs. Wang was indeed generous, and the gift she gave was very thoughtful and considerate. Qin Rong closed the brocade box and put it in the interlayer of the wooden bed. Hidden in the interlayer of the wooden bed was a dressing box that she had bought herself. Inside was a silver note worth 50 taels of silver, some small change, a jade bracelet, and a pearl flower. These are all Qin Rong's belongings. The capital for opening the shop is the capital she put out that day and the cash income from daily turnover. Qin Rong has not counted the accounts before the end of the month, but she thinks she will not lose money. She will be able to earn back the capital in another month. Qin Rong woke up at the hour of Mao. Now she didn't have to prepare breakfast, so she didn't get up as early as when she was setting up a stall. Most people would eat box lunches or buy crispy pork for lunch, and most people would eat in the restaurant for dinner, so Qin Rong had her own rules now. After Qin Rong packed up, she carried the basket on her back and went to the market. There were clams, razor clams, and snails on sale today, so Qin Rong bought some of them as well. The vendors in the West Market are selling yam and purple sweet potato. Yam is actually quite common, but I didn't expect that purple sweet potato already exists in this era. How much are yam and purple sweet potato? Qin Rong asked. Both yam and purple sweet potato are durable. If you want all of them, I'll give them to you at a lower price. I'm busy right now and I have to buy some medicine for my wife, said the vendor. Qin Rong asked, how do you sell them all? 50 cents in all. Qin Rong thought it was not expensive and it was a rare dish, so she ordered all of them. After buying the snails, Qin Rong thought about buying a duck. The stewed duck and snails is also very good. After a few days, when her dried bamboo shoots are dried, she can make the stewed duck with dried bamboo shoots, which will taste absolutely delicious. Qin Rong strolled around the West Market for a long time and bought a lot of seasonal vegetables. Then she returned to the restaurant to prepare lunch boxes and crispy pork for lunch. After the food was prepared, Qin Rong began to think about the food. Qin Rong planned to serve 2 pastries for the Wang family's family banquet. The first one was the purple sweet potato yam roll, and the second one Qin Rong wanted to be creative and make Western-style pastries. To make purple sweet potato yam rolls look good, the net skin is very important. Qin Rong had soaked the rice when she arrived at the restaurant just now. Now it was almost soaked. She used a scoop and pestle to grind the rice into rice paste, then added some glutinous rice flour to it, and used gauze as a mold to make the rice net skin. Then Qin Rong cut the purple sweet potato and yam into pieces, steamed them, and mashed them into purple sweet potato puree and yam puree respectively. She then added honey and milk into the puree and stirred them into puree. Finally, Qin Rong used 2 layers of rice paper to roll up the yam and purple sweet potato puree. After the 16 purple sweet potato and yam rolls are made, although they have not been fried in oil, they already look good enough. Boss, there's a guest named Bai outside. He said he's known you for a long time and wants to try your new dishes. Qin Shu Bai entered the kitchen and said to Qin Rong. Qin Rong raised her head and said, I'll be out right away. Qin Rong cleaned her hands and wiped the sweat off her face before coming out. Seeing that it was indeed Master Bai, she smiled and said, Master Bai, you are here. Mr. Bai stroked his beard and said, I was out a few days ago, and I came here as soon as I came back. Ha 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 ha, Miss Qin. I heard from the boy in your restaurant that you were tinkering with new food today. Qin Rong smiled and nodded. Indeed, there are new foods. I will be preparing a banquet for someone in 10 days, and I am currently researching the dishes. Oh? Very good, very good. Does Miss Qin need a food taster? Mr. Bai said with a smile. Although Qin Rong was not clear about Mr. Bai's background, she did have some guesses in her mind. It would naturally be best if Mr. Bai could taste the dishes. That would be great, Mr. Bai. Would you like to try the pastries I made first? I'll fry them now. Qin Rong asked. Of course. There were no other customers eating in at this time, so Qin Rong went into the kitchen to make purple sweet potato and yam rolls. The purple sweet potato and yam rolls were already rolled, and they only needed to be fried in the pan. Qin Rong picked up the fried purple sweet potato and yam rolls one by one and placed them on the plate. The snow-white rice wrappers were wrapped around the purple sweet potato puree like silk threads, which looked particularly delicious. Qin Rong also used the green flowers and plants at hand to decorate the corner of the plate, and the purple sweet potato and yam rolls were finished. Qin Rong brought the purple sweet potato and yam rolls to the hall, and Master Bai picked up the chopsticks immediately when he saw Qin Rong. "Mr. Bai, this is purple sweet potato and yam roll," Qin Rong introduced as she put down the plate. Mr. Bai smiled and said, "Your purple sweet potato and yam rolls look extraordinary. Are there any pastries like this in the capital?" Qin Rong asked. "I have never eaten anything like this in the capital. Let me try it." Mr. Bai picked up the chopsticks, picked up a purple sweet potato and yam roll, and stuffed it into his mouth. The skin was crispy, and the yam and purple sweet potato filling was sweet but not greasy, with a fresh and sweet flavor. It was delicious, really delicious. Mr. Bai took one and ate another, and asked Bai Fu to eat with him. "Ah Fu, try it." Miss Qin's purple sweet potato and yam roll not only looks very artistic, but also tastes unique. Bai Fu had been craving for the food, so when Master Bai mentioned it, he immediately sat down and ate one in one bite. The purple sweet potato and yam rolls had just come out of the pot, and the purple sweet potato and yam filling inside was still a little hot. It felt a little hot to him, but he couldn't bear to spit it out, so he just ate it. "Miss Qin, this purple sweet potato yam roll is delicious." Bai Fu was about to take another bite, but was stopped by Master Bai with chopsticks. "Why are you in such a hurry?
Drink some tea."
"It's just burned you." Qin Rong saw the reactions of Master Bai and Bai Fu and knew that the purple sweet potato and yam rolls must be good. "Master Bai, just fill your stomach for now. There's a stew of duck and snails on the stove, and there will be cold dishes and hot dishes later. I'm afraid you won't have enough to eat." Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai immediately looked expectant. Okay, I'll wait here, Miss Qin, take your time." Qin Rong nodded and went back into the kitchen. Today, Qin Rong also prepared old duck and snail casserole, crab stuffed with orange, okra and clams with scallion oil, shrimp, corn and cucumber stew, emerald white jade bamboo shoots, and a bowl of song sauce fish soup. When Chen Shubai was serving the dishes, some guests also saw it, and their eyes widened. The dishes were so delicious. So they all asked Chen Shubai to order one portion. After Chen Shubai talked to Qin Rong counted the dishes and found that there were still a lot left, so she made a few portions according to the guests' wishes. After most of the guests left, only Mr. Bai and Bai Fu were left in Yu's restaurant. Qin Rong washed her hands and made a pot of tea for the two of them. "Mr. Bai, Uncle Bai, what do you think of today's dishes?" Qin Rong asked. Mr. Bai smiled and said, very good, very good. The dish you cooked today has both good color, aroma, and flavor. Even the chefs in the capital may not be as skilled as you. Miss Qin, I dare not say that your cooking skills are definitely the best, but they are unique, and the most important thing is that they take into account the taste. It is really good. Qin Rong raised the corners of her lips and smiled slightly. "Master Bai, have some tea." Mr. Bai picked up the tea bowl and took a sip. His eyes lit up again. "Why is this tea so sweet? It's spring water. There is a spring on a solitary mountain in the suburbs. I found it when I went to pick wild vegetables," Qin Rong said. Very good, very good. Miss Qin is a thoughtful person. This tea is refreshing and makes people feel very comfortable." "Master Bai, there will be cakes tomorrow as well, but these cakes are more special and are called cloud pumpkin tarts." Mr. Bai hesitated for a moment before saying, "I have never heard of this before. I must come earlier tomorrow." "Good." After seeing off Mr. Bai, Qin Rong was just about to clean up when she saw that everything in the kitchen had been neatly arranged. Qin Rong remembered that she had asked Yu Deseo and Yu Xiaoshan to leave first. As soon as she turned around, Qin Rong met Chen Shubai, who came in carrying a bucket of water. "Brother Shubai, you haven't left yet." "Boss, I saw Aunt Yu and Xiaoshan left first today, and I thought it would be too late for you to clean up by yourself. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well finish the work before leaving." Chen Shubai said. Chen Shubai had been working in the restaurant for some time, but he had not found any of the problems that Qin Rong was worried about. For example, Chen Shubai was not aloof because he had studied. On the contrary, in addition to serving food and paying bills, Chen Shubai would help work in the kitchen if he had time. Now in the Yu family restaurant, everyone has a clear division of labor. Qin Rong and Qin Yu are mainly responsible for the work in the kitchen. However, Qin Yu is still young, and Qin Rong is afraid that she will be too tired and affect her development, so she will ask her to take Qin Yi home early every day. Therefore, sometimes if Yu Deseo and Yu Xiaoshan have not rested yet and Chen Shubai happens to be free, he will take the initiative to help in the kitchen. Whether it is washing vegetables, fetching water, or washing dishes, he can't do more. Another thing is that Chen Shubai also respects women. Yu's restaurant is run by women, and Qin Rong is the soul of Yu's restaurant. Chen Shubai never looks down on any of Qin Rong, Yu Deseo, and Qin Yu. Brother Shubai, the last time Aunt Chen came to the restaurant, I saw that she was in good health. I heard that Aunt Chen's embroidery work is very good, Qin Rong asked. Chen Shubai put down the bucket in his hand and said, Yes, my mother's embroidery is pretty good. Qin Rong smiled and said, My mother usually does some private work and then goes to the surrounding villages to sell it during the new year. You can ask your mother when you go back. If you are willing, you can go to Lushui Lane to find my mother. Chen Shubai looked at Qin Rong and said, That would be the best. My mother can find something to do and earn some money, so she won't be so worried. Qin Rong smiled and said, Brother Shubai, you don't have to chop wood anymore. Dashan will bring you the chopped wood later. You still have to study and learn calligraphy in the future, and it's not good to hurt your hands. Chen Shubai was slightly stunned. Boss, do you? I saw you teaching Xiaoshan calligraphy, Brother Shubai. If you intend to pick up books again in the future, please don't hurt your hands. Qin Rong's tone of voice was casual, but it went straight to Chen Shubai's heart. Chen Shubai indeed never slacked off in his studies. After work, he would still take books from the bookstore and take them home to copy. On the one hand, he could earn more money, and on the other hand, he could review what he had learned and learn new things. When one day he can support his family, he plans to go back to school and take the exam. He always ranks first in the school. If he gives up without even trying, it would be a pity. Chen Shubai stood up and saluted Qin Rong. Boss, thank you very much. Thank you is only 3 words, but it contains a lot of gratitude in Chen Shubai's heart. Dad passed away suddenly, and Mother was seriously ill and spent a lot of money. Although the escort agency gave a lot of compensation, after paying for Mother's medicine, there was not much left. If he wanted to study like this, Chen Shubai couldn't do it. Since he made up his mind to find a job, he was always considered too young to do hard work. He wanted to find a job as an accountant, but they thought he had no experience. Only Qin Rong. Although she was a woman, she was open and honest. The salary was not low, and she was not the kind of boss who would exploit people. Now that he heard what Qin Rong said, he realized that she understood him. How could he not be grateful? Qin Rong shook her head. I don't deserve a thank you. On the second day, as soon as Qin Rong arrived at the restaurant and cooked the rice, she started making cloud pumpkin tarts. Ice is needed to make pumpkin tarts, so Qin Rong spent money to buy a small box of ice. Ice is not cheap, and she was reluctant to buy too much. Qin Rong took some cookies from the space, crushed them, and kneaded them with melted butter. Qin Rong made the butter herself. There was butter in the homestay space, but the amount was not much, so Qin Rong was reluctant to use it. Now, Qin Rong was not willing to take anything she could make from the homestay space. After kneading, Qin Rong pressed the dough into the mold, which was the base of the pumpkin tart. She first placed it in ice cubes to let it rest. Then she steamed the pumpkin, cut it into pieces and mashed it, added sugar, starch, egg liquid, and milk, and after mixing evenly, Qin Rong poured the pumpkin paste into the biscuit base she had just made and put it in the oven to bake. Qin Rong tried this step several times. Modern ovens are not so easy to use. It took Qin Rong repeated experiments to figure out how long to bake. She burned it the first time. When the aroma of pumpkin and eggs came out of the oven, Qin Rong took the pumpkin tart out of the oven. After removing it from the mold, Qin Rong squeezed out the whipped cream that was made when boiling butter on the pumpkin tart, shaped it with a bamboo stick, and sprinkled a few osmanthus grains on it. The cloud pumpkin tart was ready. "Boss, Master Bai is here." Qinshu Bai went into the kitchen to call someone. Qin Rong smiled slightly. This is really a coincidence. Qin Rong brought out a plate of 6 pumpkin tarts from the kitchen. "Mr. Bai, you came at a good time today. The pumpkin tarts are just ready." Mr. Bai thought the cloud pumpkin tart was delicious just by looking at it in front of him. After all, Mr. Bai was well informed, but the cloud pumpkin tart was indeed a pastry he had never seen before. Qin Rong handed over a bamboo spoon. "Master Bai, use this to taste it." Master Bai took the bamboo spoon and followed Qin Rong's instructions, starting from the cream surface, cutting off a small piece of pumpkin tart and putting it into his mouth. The cream melted in his mouth, with a milky aroma wrapped around the soft pumpkin puree, sweet and refreshing. It feels like floating in the clouds. This is so delicious. Mr. Bai couldn't help but cut another small piece. After tasting it with his eyes closed, he said with an intoxicated look on his face, "Miss Qin, why haven't you made such delicious pastries before? I claim to be a gourmet, but now that I have come to Lihua town, I find that I am still narrow-minded. The world is so big, ha 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 ha. My cooking skills are actually not outstanding. If there is anything special about me, it is probably that I put more thought into it than others. Chinese cuisine has been around for thousands of years. Qin Rong has merely taken advantage of the information convenience of modern people. If we just talk about cooking skills, she is still far behind." "What are these white clouds?" asked Mr. Bai. "It's light cream. After the sea was opened, I heard about this food from foreign merchants. I also tried to make it after a long time," Qin Rong said. Well. Mr. Bai laughed 3 times and said, "Miss Qin, no wonder you are such a good cook. This kind of thoughtfulness is beyond the reach of ordinary people." Mr. Bai sat in the restaurant, praising the food left and right, which made the customer who had just come in to buy crispy pork very hungry. They couldn't afford to eat out every day, but if they did it occasionally, the money in their pockets was enough. So, the guest sat down directly and asked Qinshu Bai for the same cakes on Mr. Bai's table. At this time, Qin Rong was still sitting in the hall. The cloud pumpkin tart is not on the market yet. It's just in the trial stage, and the ingredients are not ready yet. The customer felt a little regretful, but since he had already sat down, he also wanted to try the food in the restaurant, so he and Qinshu Bai ordered a few dishes on the menu. After thinking about it for a few days, Qin Rong added and subtracted some ingredients and finally put together 20 dishes. She asked Qinshu Bai to write the menu, and Qin Rong prepared the ingredients and hired a carriage to go to Wang's house. When Mrs. Wang heard that Qin Rong was coming, she hurriedly sent Hong Yun to greet her. The closer it got to the family banquet, the more uncertain she felt. This time, Mrs. Wang came because her brother-in-law was promoted in Beijing. Although he was only a 6th-rank official, he was still a Beijing official. Their branch was a branch of the Wang family in Beijing, and they didn't have much background. To be honest, they didn't get good things and they didn't get bad things. Mrs. Wang had a bad temper, and she was a little afraid of him. "Sister Jiang, I'm here. Sister Rong, come and sit down. If I had known you were coming today, I would have sent a carriage to pick you up." Mrs. Wang said. "It's okay. There aren't many things," Qin Rong replied. "But has the menu for the family dinner been decided?" asked Mrs. Wang. Qin Rong nodded. "Yes, the menu is ready. I even brought the ingredients with me, just to be safe. I'll prepare all the dishes in a while, and Sister Jiang, please select some dishes that you think are good and leave them for us." After all, Chef Liu is an experienced chef and has more experience in preparing banquets than I do, so her signature dishes will also be indispensable. Mrs. Wang also felt that Qin Rong's proposal was better, so she agreed with a smile. "Thank you for considering so much for me. I have some grudges in my heart, so I can't help but want to pick on you. Sister Jiang, I will do my best," Qin Rong said seriously. Qin Rong has a pair of beautiful eyes, and Mrs. Wang unconsciously gained a lot of confidence. Chef Liu originally thought that she had nothing to do with his family dinner, but she didn't expect Qin Rong to speak for her. Now, Chef Liu felt even more sincere towards Qin Rong. Cook Lu took Qin Rong into Mrs. Wang's small kitchen, where there was almost no shortage of seasonings. "Sister Hongyun, I need some ice cubes," Qin Rong said. "They are both ready in the mansion." "I'll go get them now." Qin Rong calculated the time and decided to make the pastries first. The purple sweet potato and yam rolls were already rolled in the morning, so they only needed to be fried. The cloud pumpkin tarts were also made by Qin Rong in the morning, so they only needed to be frozen in the ice. After arranging the dishes, Qin Rong brought out the two pastries first. "This is so beautiful." Ruju widened her eyes. She had never seen such beautiful pastries before, especially the cloud pumpkin tart. Qin Rong smiled and said, "Sister Jiang, can you try these two cakes first?" Mrs. Wang didn't expect that the pastries made by Qin Rong were something she had never seen before, and the key was that they were so beautiful. She didn't even know how to start. "Sister Jiang, eat the purple sweet potato and yam rolls first. They will taste worse if they get cold," Qin Rong reminded. "Okay." Mrs. Wang picked up the purple sweet potato and yam roll that the maid brought to her. It tasted so good that it sizzled in her mouth. Qin Rong smiled and pushed the cloud pumpkin tart in front of Mrs. Wang again. "Sister Jiang, this is a cloud pumpkin tart. Eat it with a bamboo spoon." Qin Rong demonstrated it once, and Mrs. Wang understood it immediately. She scooped a spoonful into her mouth and felt her mood improved. This cloud pumpkin tart is not only beautiful but also so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious cakes. "Hongyun, take some to Sugar." "Yes." Hongyun took the order and went to Sugar's yard with the pastries. Seeing that Mrs. Wang was satisfied with the two pastries, Qin Rong went to the small kitchen to make other dishes, such as old duck and snail stew, crab stuffed with orange, okra and clams with scallion oil, shrimp, corn and cucumber stew, emerald white jade green bamboo shoots, longjing tea. Cold dishes and hot dishes were brought up one after another. Although they were just tasting dishes, Mrs. Wang was very satisfied with the food. It was also the first time that Ruju saw her wife eat so much. It turned out that her wife was a big eater. The main dish that Qin Rong prepared today was actually Peking duck. It certainly couldn't be called Peking duck now, so Qin Rong thought of a name and called it honey roast duck. When the honey roast duck came out of the oven, the skin had been roasted to a crispy texture, and the roasted duck fat made the color of the whole roast duck even more attractive. Qin Rong changed a knife, sliced the duck meat onto a plate, and then placed the dough, sweet noodle sauce, and cucumber shreds on the plate. Qin Rong then removed part of the duck skeleton, fried it again, and sprinkled it with chili powder and cumin. The fragrance instantly filled the entire small kitchen. Although Mrs. Wang was already very full, when she smelled the fragrance coming from the small kitchen, she seemed to want to eat a little more. Today, Chef Liu was convinced by Qin Rong. She originally thought that Qin Rong was just good at talking and flattering. It was not until Qin Rong finished slicing the honey-glazed roast duck that she realized the gap between her and Qin Rong. There are always people who are better than you, and there are higher things beyond your reach. Qin Rong is still so young. When the honey-glazed roast duck was served, County Magistrate Wang just came back from a shift and said, "The fragrance in your yard is so strong. What did Cook Lu cook today? Why is it so fragrant?" Madame Wang stood up and greeted him. "Husband, why are you here so early today?" County Magistrate Wang rubbed his brows and said, "I was busy late yesterday, so I will leave early today. Husband, my elder sister is coming soon. Here is the menu for my Jingding family banquet. This is honey-glazed roast duck. Would you like to try it?" Mrs. Wang smiled gently. County Magistrate Wang sat down and picked up a piece of duck meat with skin that was thinly sliced. "Do you want to eat it wrapped in dough and dipped in sauce? My husband is amazing. He really rolls it up like this and eats it." Magistrate Wang rolled a piece of duck meat himself and put it into his mouth. The skin was crispy, the meat was tender, and the sweet bean sauce relieved the greasy taste of the duck meat. It was really delicious. "This duck meat actually has a fruity aroma?" County Magistrate Wang asked in surprise. Mrs. Wang smiled and explained, "It must be the idea of Rong Jier Huijilan, but since you are a stranger, don't ask her to come out." County Magistrate Wang was a little surprised. His wife's words showed that she valued this woman named Rong Jier very much. It's really good. Magistrate Wang found the duck more and more delicious as he ate it, and before he knew it, he had finished the whole plate of duck. Mrs. Wang was a little surprised. My husband, you ate all of Shi's share. County Magistrate Wang was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He coughed lightly and said, Brother Shi is still young. He shouldn't eat too much greasy food at night. Mrs. Wang said unhappily, but I've already told you, brother. I don't care, you go and tell you yourself. County Magistrate Wang scratched his head and felt that he had done something wrong, so he had to greet his wife and hurried to Shigur's yard. At this time, Qin Rong was making the last drink on the menu in the small kitchen. It was summer, and Mrs. Wang's small kitchen had a lot of seasonal fruits, including grapes and lychees. Green grapes and lychees were beautiful in color and refreshing in taste, and it was just right to make drinks in the summer. Seeing that it was getting dark, Ruju stepped forward and asked, Miss Rong, do you need help? Qin Rong was a little surprised. Ruju hadn't called her Miss Rong before. Qin Rong nodded. That's great, Sister Ruju. Come and help me peel the lychees and grapes. Miss Rong, you are so amazing. Today's dishes are so delicious. Madam, let me taste some just now. They are really beautiful and delicious, Ruju said while peeling lychees. I am very satisfied with today's dishes. Qin Rong had been busy all day. It was also the first time for her to cook so many dishes in this era. She was actually a little nervous, but fortunately the results looked good. Miss Rong, are these enough? Qin Rong looked up and said, That's enough. Thank you, Sister Ruju. I'll do the rest, okay? Ruju said and walked out. Although she was a housewife, she didn't want to see other people's craftsmanship, which would make her feel uncomfortable. Qin Rong cut the peeled green grapes into pieces, removed the cores of the lychees, put the pulp into a bamboo pot, and used a pestle to pound out the juice. Then she poured in the longjing tea that had just been brewed and dried. She then covered the mouth of the bamboo pot with a piece of gauze, filtered out the tea soup, and finally poured the lychee green grape tea in the bamboo pot into a shallow bamboo cup, and then buried the entire bamboo cup in an ice bowl made of ice. Qin Rong looked around and didn't find any particularly suitable embellishment, so she cut some green grapes with the skin on and inserted them into the rim of the bamboo cup. The green grape lychee tea is ready. Sister Jiang, the last drink is ready. Qin Rong came over with a few cups of green grape and lychee tea. Why is it so beautiful? Mrs. Wang looked at the drink in the bamboo cup in front of her. The evening breeze blew, and it had a unique charm. It's made of lychees and green grapes. Sister Jiang, please try it. Qin Rong smiled and pushed the bamboo cup in front of Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang picked up the bamboo cup and took a sip. The taste was sweet with a hint of freshness and covered with the fragrance of tea leaves. It was icy and cool and refreshing. After the sip, she felt that all the heat of the day was gone. Mrs. Wang wanted to drink more, so Qin Rong smiled and handed her another cup of green grape and lychee tea without ice cubes. Sister Jiang, the last cup was for you to taste the original flavor. You should still drink this cup even though you are pregnant. I deliberately didn't put this cup of green grape and lychee tea in an ice bowl to chill it. Mrs. Wang felt a little regretful, but she also knew that Qin Rong was doing it for her own good, so she took another cup of green grape and lychee tea. Although it didn't taste as good as the iced one, it was still pretty good. Sister Rong, I didn't expect you to cook so well. To be honest, I've never eaten so many rare dishes even in the Wang family. The menu is just right. I think they are all very good. After drinking the green grape and lychee tea, Mrs. Wang pulled Qin Rong to sit down at the table. Qin Rong said, The dishes I cook are just a little bit unique, but my cooking skills may not be as good as those of the chefs in Beijing. I used to like eating, so I love to think about it myself. Sister Jiang should select the most suitable ones for today's menu, and then add the dishes of Chef Liu, and it should be enough. Mrs. Wang thought about it carefully, and felt that what Qin Rong said made sense. If all the rare recipes set by Qin Rong were used, even if they were definitely outstanding, they might make people think of other things. Cook Liu made a standard banquet, and with Qin Rong's outstanding dishes, the effect should be the best. Sister Rong, what you said makes sense. Let's do as you say, said Mrs. Wang. Qin Rong nodded. Then Sister Jiang, take your time to think about it. Just tell me what dishes you want to order 2 days in advance, and I will write down the ingredients I need. Okay, it's a little late today. I'll ask the carriage in the mansion to take you back," Mrs. Wang said. Qin Rong naturally would not refuse, and this time Mrs. Wang still gave Qin Rong a lot of things, including satin, tea, spices, a box of pearl flowers, as well as mutton and beef. Beef is quite rare nowadays, and it is illegal to slaughter oxen for farming privately, but the government does not ban eating beef, which is very different from the real Song dynasty. Of course, there was beef and mutton in Qin Rong's space, but not much. It was hot now, and meat was not easy to preserve, so Qin Rong simply threw the beef and mutton into the ice storage of the homestay space. "Sister, you're back." Qin Yu heard the noise at the door and opened it. "Ayu, it's me." Qin Yu heard Qin Rong's voice and opened the gate. Unexpectedly, Qin Rong stood at the door with a lot of bags. Qin Yu quickly helped to take the satin and tea leaves from Qin Rong's hands. "Sister, take a break. I'll prepare water for you to wash," Qin Yu said, and went to the kitchen to help Qin Rong pour water. Qin Rong worked so hard every day, and Qin Yu felt so distressed. Qin Rong had been busy all day and felt a little tired. When she stepped into the main room, she found Yu and Qin Yu still sitting together, doing embroidery and waiting for her. "Is mother waiting for me?" Yu nodded lovingly. "Of course I'm waiting for you. Your sister has been learning to cook these days, and she made the evening meal for us today." Qin Rong saw that the dishes and chopsticks had not been put away yet, and she knew that her family had left some food for her. "Then I'll use some later." Qin Rong suddenly remembered something and quickly put down everything in her hands. "Mother, these are some gifts from the county magistrate's wife. There are tea leaves, satin, and a box of pearl flowers." Upon hearing this, Yu looked through the satins and said, "This satin is very good. It is very rare, even in Lihua town. Why don't you keep it as your dowry?" "Mom, how long will it take for me to get married? This satin is hard to come by. Anyway, I have already made your summer shirts for you. In a few days, merchants from Shu will send a batch of materials. I will go and see if there is any dyed cloth that can be processed. If there is, I will buy some from others like I did for making spring shirts last time. The extra ones can be used to make some small embroidery items to sell," Yu said. Qin Rong didn't say much when she saw that Yu insisted. If these satins were really items that couldn't be bought normally, it would be fine to keep them for later use. Qin Rong thought about it and opened the box of pearl flowers. The pearl flowers were not expensive, but it was obvious that they were not the style that could be bought in Lihua town. She picked out one that Yu sure could wear, and two that were suitable for Qin Yu and Qin Yi, and then said, "Let's divide the pearl flowers." Yu didn't refuse this time. The last time she wore the hairpin Qin Rong bought for her in the embroidery workshop, she had been envied for a long time. The pearl flower was novel in style, but not very valuable. If she really kept it until Qin Rong got married, wouldn't it be out of date? When Qin Yu came back, she saw the pearl flowers on the table and liked them immediately. "This pearl flower is so beautiful," Yu smiled and said, "This is what your elder sister got from Madame Wang today. There are 6 of them in one set. We will each get one, and your elder sister can keep the rest for herself." "Thank you, sister." Qin Yu stepped forward and compared the pearl flower to the bronze mirror, feeling extremely happy. Qin Rong found this a little funny. It seemed that Qin Yu was also a person who loved dressing up. Now Qin Yu is helping out in the restaurant, and Qin Rong also pays her wages. Since Qin Yu only works less than a day, Qin Rong pays her 600 coins a month. Although Qin Yu is her own sister, if she does too much, it will make Yu Xiaoshan and Yu Deseo feel uncomfortable in the long run. Qin Rong's plan is to give Qin Yu more subsidies by the end of the year. When Qin Rong finished washing and returned to her room, Qin Yu had not yet rested. She was holding her dressing box and checking her private room. Qin Rong coughed lightly and said, "Why are you still counting money so late?" After Qin Yu counted the last copper coin, he said to Qin Rong, "I have earned some copper coins recently. Mother made us summer clothes, and my elder sister gave me a pearl flower. I thought I should buy something for mother and elder sister." "Oh? Then, what do you want to buy for mom?" "Count me in too." Qin Rong did not reject Qin Yu's kindness. She would not say that she didn't need to buy it for her. The feelings between people are developed through interaction. If you give me 1 point, I will give you 1 point. In this way, the relationship will naturally become deeper. If you give without asking for anything in return, or refuse others' kindness for the sake of face, it will only make others' hearts bigger, and it will not increase your feelings. I want to buy a box of hand grease for my mother and sister. Chin Rong actually felt a little bit of anticipation when she thought about it. She was busy in the restaurant every day and seldom had time to go shopping. The hand cream she was using now was from the homestay. At that time, Chin Rong was about to open a business. In order to attract customers, she bought a lot of skincare gift boxes and hand cream gift boxes. She also felt that living in the countryside, it would be safer to stock up on more skincare products, so she almost stocked up enough skincare products for 3 years. However, she was young now, and the air in ancient times was good, so she didn't feel uncomfortable even if she didn't apply anything, so she didn't use anything. But she still used hand cream. Now that Chin mentioned it, Chin Rong thought about buying some ancient rouge and powder to use. This hand cream is exactly what I like. Thank you in advance, sister. Chin Rong raised the corners of her lips and smiled slightly. Chin Yu was even happier when he heard this. It was early in the summer, and Chin Rong just woke up, but found that Chin Yu had disappeared. Maybe she had gone out with Chin Yi. No one was at home, so Chin Rong took out the dressing box hidden in the crack of the bed. She was reluctant to use the things in her space, and she rarely used the things in her space, so she often forgot that she had a space. Instead, she could take out the dressing box hidden in the bed and put it in the homestay space. After Chin Rong found the dressing box and put it away, she took out the wooden box she bought for the first time and placed it beside the bed. Inside were the pearl flowers and hairpins that Chin Rong wore daily. After finishing everything, Chin Rong locked the door and went to West Market. Lamb is hard to come by, so Chin Rong plans to sell grilled lamb chops in the restaurant. Chin Rong's lamb cooking is average, but she is quite experienced in grilling lamb chops. Today's main dish is grilled lamb chops, so we might as well serve the honey roast duck as well. There aren't many lamb chops, only 10 servings at most, so we use the honey roast duck to top off a portion of them. Chin Rong was walking along the way, still thinking about what to serve with the grilled lamb chops. Her backpack was almost full after all this walking. After Chin Rong arrived at the restaurant, she put on her belly band and started to prepare lunch boxes. Chin Yu worked with Chin Rong for a while and was able to make some simple dishes. When Chin Rong arrived, Chin Yu had already prepared all the dishes. The dishes in the lunch boxes rotated every 10 days, and the amount prepared every day was also fixed, so Chin Yu was also very good at preparing the dishes. Chin Rong only needed to cook, which saved her a lot of effort. At this time, the restaurant was not open yet, and Yu Deseo and Yu Xiaoshan, under Chin Rong's command, started to wash the dishes for today's dining. All the preparations have been done, and the restaurant is open. Box lunches and crispy pork were open together again, but it was not yet time for dine-in, so Chin Rong asked Chen Shubai to change the menu to grilled lamb chops and honey-glazed roast duck. Chin Rong cut the lamb chops into strips and soaked them in water. After a quarter of an hour, she drained the lamb chops and began to marinate them. Cooking wine, soy sauce, salt, chili powder, sesame seeds, onions, ginger, garlic. After mixing well, Chin Rong spread the seasoning on the lamb chops. The lamb chops are marinated for a long time and cannot be eaten for lunch. Boss, there are 6 guests who have reserved the grilled lamb chops for dinner, Chen Shubai said to Chin Rong when he came to the kitchen to deliver the menu. I understand. As there were many customers asking for lamb chops at noon, Chin Rong grilled 10 lamb chops at once. When customers arrived at dinner time, waves of delicious aroma came from the kitchen of Yu's restaurant. Putting the lamb chops in the oven is only one part of the process. Chin Rong also asked Yu Lauda to make a grill. After the lamb chops were baked, they were put on the grill for a while. This step was mainly to make the lamb chops more fragrant and to sprinkle cumin. If cumin is added during the marinating process, the lamb chops will be fragrant, but with a hint of bitterness when they are baked. The aroma of the grilled lamb chops sprinkled with cumin was so overbearing that the customers in Yu's restaurant were eagerly waiting for it, and passers-by also stopped in their tracks. Mr. Bai had already ordered a grilled lamb chop for lunch. He was now sitting in a corner of the restaurant, waiting to eat the grilled lamb chop. Qin Rong used the tea that Mrs. Wang sent to make a pot of tea for Mr. Bai and asked Chen Shu Bai to send it out. At this time, two gentlemen in brocade clothes came into the restaurant and said, "This restaurant is so small and so simple. What delicious food can it make?"
Cousin.
"Let's go, but I really can't walk anymore. Let's stop here and eat something." When the younger man heard his cousin say this, he had no choice but to sit down there reluctantly. "Waiter." Chen Shubai naturally saw what happened at the door just now. Although the young man was indeed a bit rude, it is true that when doing business, one will meet all kinds of people. "My dear guests, what would you like to order?" The younger man pointed at the table with a look of disdain and said, "Wipe the table, it's so dirty." Chen Shubai glanced at the man calmly, turned around, took a rag, and wiped the table carefully. "Okay, sir." The young man still looked a little disgusted, and the older man said, "Zishu, please bear with it for a while. It is indeed simple here, but it will pass if you bear with it. Let's order some food." The young man curled his lips when he heard this and looked at the menu. "I want a bowl of sour plum soup, a plate of cold cucumber salad, and a plate of—" "What's wrong, Zishu?" "Cousin, some of the names on this menu are unfamiliar to me." The young man's cousin thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we just order a few dishes?" "Waiter, do you have any recommendations?" After Chen Shubai asked about the two people's dietary restrictions, he recommended shredded pork with fish flavor, perilla snails, salt and pepper-dried fish, and stewed white radish. "Then serve us the food," as Shower Brother said. Chen Shubai went in and reported the menu, and when he came out, he served the first lamb chops of the night. The overbearing aroma of the grilled lamb chops wafted out and reached Mr. Bai's table. "Mr. Bai, your grilled lamb chops." Mr. Bai has been ready for this. This grilled lamb chop is so delicious. The young man was also very tempted by the smell. He followed the smell and looked towards Mr. Bai's table. Why did the lamb chops smell so good, even better than what he had at home? The young man looked at his cousin and wanted to order a lamb chop, but he was too embarrassed to order one now because he had looked disgusted just now. After watching for a long time, his cousin showed no intention of giving in, so he had to call Chen Shubai awkwardly. "Waiter, what is the old gentleman eating?" Chen Shubai said, "This is a new dish in our restaurant, grilled lamb chops." "Give me one too," said the young man. Chen Shubai nodded and wrote the words, "roasted lamb chops," on the list. The young man was very surprised. "You, a waiter, can actually write." As he said that, the young man came closer and said, "Hey, your handwriting is so beautiful." Chen Shubai had no intention of talking to the two young masters. He just nodded and went into the kitchen. When Chen Shubai brought the lamb chops, more and more people were coming into the restaurant. The lunchbox business was not very good in the evening, so Qin Rong simply sold lunchboxes only during the day. If the restaurant was busy, Yu Xiaoshan would help Chen Shubai to greet the customers. "Brother Shubai, you go order, and I'll serve the food," Yu Xiaoshan said as he took the tray from Chen Shubai's hand. The young man was attracted by the aroma of the lamb chops in Yu Xiaoshan's hand and stared at Yu Xiaoshan until Yu Xiaoshan placed the grilled lamb chops in front of him. The young man didn't care about the heat. He directly pinched the bone on one side of the lamb chop with his hand, then lowered his head and bit off a piece of meat. At that moment, his eyes lit up instantly. "Wow, it smells so good. It's so delicious." "Zishu, you look a little like a young man from an aristocratic family. If your uncle knew you were like this, he would definitely say something bad about you." The young man's cousin looked at him with some disapproval. "Cousin, these lamb chops are really delicious," the young man said anxiously. "No matter how delicious it is, you can't do that. You have learned all the principles that the teacher taught you, so why don't you put down the lamb chops? Cousin, please try it. It's really delicious." The young man still wanted to persuade his cousin to try it. The young man's cousin suddenly said loudly, "There is no limit to the desire for food and drink. Everything is excessive or insufficient. If you can't even do something as simple as this, how can you talk about the future?" Chen Shubai keenly noticed that although this young man was talking to his cousin, his eyes kept glancing in the direction of Mr. Bai. The young man was forced to listen to his cousin's lecture on Buddhist scriptures for a long time. He was really helpless, so he put down the lamb chops in his hand, feeling it was a pity. After a long time, the young man tried to get up several times, but was held down by his cousin. As they sat there, all the other guests in Yu's restaurant left, leaving only Mr. Bai and the two young men. After Qin Rong finished her work in the kitchen, she came out to talk to Master Bai as usual. Master Bai, how do you like the roasted lamb chops today? It's delicious, but I'm a little confused. Please speak, Mr. Bai. Why does this lamb chop have a hint of fruity aroma, which seems to reduce the mutton smell? Qin Rong smiled and said, when marinating, I added some juice, not much. Just a few drops. No wonder. After Mr. Bai finished speaking, he touched his stomach and said, I ate too much today, so I will go back with Ah Fu first. But just as Master Bai stood up, the young man's cousin stood up hastily and bowed to Master Bai. Student Chen Ling greets you, sir. Qin Rong and Chen Shubai looked at each other. What was going on? Mr. Bai was always kind, but this time he didn't smile. He said calmly, You don't deserve to be called a gentleman. Chen Ling did not retreat. Sir, I have admired you for a long time, can you? Before Chen Ling could finish his words, Mr. Bai interrupted him and said, You got the wrong person. The young man was really dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. Why did his cousin suddenly start to recognize the master? Chen Ling was about to say something else, but Master Bai really lost interest. Qin Rong saw this and winked at Chen Shubai. Seeing this, Chen Shubai stepped forward and said, Sir, maybe I really recognized the wrong person. I hope you don't be obsessed with it. Mr. Bai took advantage of the opportunity when Chen Shubai stepped forward to stop the man and walked out of the restaurant in a few steps. Chen Ling was a little annoyed when he saw Mr. Bai leave. He pointed at Chen Shubai and said, Who the heck are you? How dare you stop me? The young master was even more dumbfounded. He had been traveling with his cousin and had never seen his cousin behave in such an inappropriate manner. Now he was even taking his anger out on others. Although he was spoiled, he was definitely not the kind of person who would bully others. Chen Ling's behavior stunned the young master. The young master was originally a direct descendant of the Fanyang Lu family, named Lu Hao, with the courtesy name Zishu. Chen Ling was a relative on his mother's side, and was taken to the Lu family to study since he was a child. In the family study, Chen Ling, because he was a foreigner and his family background was not prominent, he more or less supported Lu Hao. Sometimes when Lu Hao made trouble, Chen Ling would help cover it up. Chen Ling lowered his attitude, and over time, Lu Hao and Chen Ling became good friends. Today was the first time that Chen Ling criticized him in a pretentious manner, and it had never happened before. Lu Hao originally thought that Chen Ling was really doing this for his own good, but he was mistaken. After all, he was a young master from an aristocratic family. If he couldn't even figure this out, then what was the point of being a young master from an aristocratic family? However, the huge contrast between Chen Ling's attitude before and after made Lu Hao a little confused. Chen Ling was still angry, and Chen Shubai's eyes gradually turned cold, but he still held his anger. Qin Rong said coldly, Sir, we are closing now, please leave. Chen Ling looked at Qin Rong arrogantly and asked, Will the gentleman from before come again tomorrow? Qin Rong asked curiously, How would I know about the guest's affairs? Do you know who that person was just now? You are so stupid and ignorant. Chen Ling's attitude was still bad. What does it have to do with you whether I know who that person is or not? I may be stupid and ignorant, or as dumb as a pig, but I am just a cook. But you are speaking nonsense in my restaurant. Why do you do that? Qin Rong said lightly. Chen Ling was choked by Qin Rong's words and wanted to go in for a moment. Qin Rong was just a cook. How could a little girl understand the value of a gentleman? After Chen Ling stopped talking, Qin Rong took a look at the food on their table and felt a little sorry. There were only 10 servings of lamb chops in total, and she didn't expect that so much of it would be wasted. Lu Hao had already reacted by now. He quickly took out a silver ingot and said, I'm sorry, this is my apology. Qin Rong took the money without any psychological burden. Now Qinling was dissatisfied again. You took so much money. Why don't you bow and thank me properly? Qin Rong looked at Qinling with a half-smile and shook her head. Why should I be grateful for the money I earned with my own ability? You. Qinling was blocked by Qin Rong twice, and he was even angrier. He wanted to say more but was stopped by Lu Hao. Qinling saw that Lu Hao's expression was not good, so he softened his tone and said, Zishu, I am doing this for your own good. If your aunt knew that you are so easy to talk to outsiders, she would think that you have no courage and are not up to the task. Qin Rong burst out laughing. This young master is obviously from an aristocratic family. From birth, a child from an aristocratic family has to shoulder the responsibility of inheriting the family. This sentence of unbearable responsibility is too heavy to say. After hearing what Qin Rong said, Lu Hao's face looked much better. He had just followed his cousin's train of thought and really thought that he would disappoint his mother. Suddenly, Lu Hao was a little stunned. He vaguely remembered that Qinling had been educating him in this way for the past 10 years. Do you have the right to speak here? Qinling's face turned even worse after Qin Rong revealed his true thoughts. Qin Rong then said leisurely, Although I don't know why Mr. Bai doesn't want to pay attention to you, I know that what you suddenly said when the young master was eating lamb chops just now was deliberately said for Mr. Bai to hear. Qinling was shocked when he heard this. He quickly looked at Lu Hao, but found that Lu Hao's face was already a little angry. He hurriedly said, You are talking nonsense. Is this the point? Shouldn't this guest be thinking that even a cook like me can see it clearly? So how can Mr. Bai not see through your trick of using your cousin as a comparison to highlight yourself? Qinling had just woken up from his dream at this moment. He looked at Lu Hao in confusion, but saw that Lu Hao's eyes no longer had the warmth they had at the beginning. Qinling couldn't say anything else at this moment, so he took a step back and stood beside Lu Hao. Lu Hao nodded to Qin Rong at this time, then turned around and left the restaurant. Yu Xiaoshan looked at the lamb chops on the table with a distressed look on his face. There were so few of them, it was such a waste. Qin Rong looked at Yu Xiaoshan with amusement. Don't be like that. I've already left some for us to eat. Xiaoshan, brother Shubai, go home and call everyone over. We'll have grilled lamb chops tonight. Qin Shubai said hurriedly. My mother, and I don't need it. Qin Rong smiled and said, Of course not. Aunt Qin should be at my house now. Tomorrow my mother and a few embroiderers will go to the village to sell things. Please go and call them over. There is no reason for others to enjoy the good food while we cannot. Seeing that Qin Rong was sincere, Qin Shubai smiled and said, Okay, I'll go now. Just grilled lamb chops. Qin Rong felt that it was not enough. As there were still some vegetables left today, she found some bamboo sticks to string the greens, mushrooms, yams, and cabbages together, and then put them directly on the grill to grill. After skewering the vegetarian dishes, Qin Rong cut some pork belly to make pork belly skewers. There were 2 small yellow croakers left in the kitchen, so Qin Rong simply fried them in oil, skewered them with bamboo sticks, and grilled them on charcoal fire. After Qin Rong finished doing all this, her grandparents arrived. Old Lady Yu said cheerfully, I heard that my granddaughter made something delicious, so I hurried over. She's not like your grandpa, who kept nagging you to sell it for money. Qin Rong held on to Old Lady Yu and said, That's right. There's no reason why we can't have some ourselves. As they were talking, Yu and Chen's mother also arrived. Qin Rong called Qin Yu and Yu's wife to help with the grilling of skewers, while she took a watermelon, cut it into pieces, took out the flesh, and squeezed some watermelon juice. On a summer night, everyone sat together, drinking watermelon juice and eating skewers. In a trance, Qin Rong felt as if she had returned to the modern era. She missed her good friends in the modern era very much, but no matter which era she was in, she would live a good life. In a blink of an eye, it was the day for the Wang family to hold a family banquet, and Qin Rong simply gave everyone a day off. Early in the morning, after Qin Rong had dressed up, the Wang family's carriage came to Lu Shui Lane to pick her up. After arriving at the Wang family, Qin Rong was busy all the time. Although Mrs. Wang arranged a few helpers, most of the dishes had to be cooked by Qin Rong herself, so she couldn't stop for a moment. In the flower hall in front, Madame Wang had already met Magistrate Wang's elder sister, who is now Madame Shen. Madame Shen brought her 2 legitimate daughters and 3 concubine daughters with her this time. As soon as the greetings were over, Madame Shen started to criticize. "Sister-in-law, I have something to say to you. Even in this rural area, the decoration should be more beautiful. What are these things? I haven't seen you for many years, but you are still the same as before, without any improvement. Although Shirguru is a boy, he is still young after all, and does not need to be shy about anything, so." He was also sitting next to Madame Wang at this time. Madame Shen's words made Shirguru frown unconsciously. Mrs. Wang did not expect that Mrs. Shen would be so rude when she came, and her enthusiasm immediately faded a little. Today was a family dinner, and Mrs. Wang also invited a few familiar ladies to accompany her. Since Mrs. Shen came with her daughters and specifically asked Mrs. Wang to invite a few ladies from other families, it would not be just an ordinary family dinner. However, since Mrs. Shen had some other ideas and was so disrespectful to her at this moment, Mrs. Wang was a little annoyed. Mrs. Shen was slightly stunned when she saw that Mrs. Wang's expression had become much colder. She tried to smooth things over by saying, "Why are you angry, sister-in-law?" "I'm not targeting you," Mrs. Wang said lazily. "Of course I won't blame you. It's already this late, so please take your seat." With that, Mrs. Wang turned around and took her seat. After the ladies took their seats, the dishes began to be served, first the cold dishes for dishes, followed by the hot dishes, 12 dishes, 1 soup, 1 drink, and 2 pastries, a total of 20 dishes. The drink was green grape and lychee tea. When the bamboo cup containing the tea was brought up, Mrs. Shen started to act annoying again. "Sister-in-law, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but is this worthless bamboo cup worth bringing up to serve us tea?" Mrs. Shen waved her hand, signaling the maid to take the bamboo cup away. The little maid was a little confused for a moment and looked at Mrs. Wang in embarrassment. It is unrestrained among all things. The tall bamboo stands out from the crowd. "Big sister, there have been many literati and poets who have written poems about bamboo since ancient times. According to what you said, those people are just idiots who are not worthy of being on the stage?" Mrs. Wang smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Although Madame Shen was from the Wang family and claimed that her status and family background were much higher than Madame Wang's, she was far less knowledgeable than Madame Wang. Madame Wang had been studying and practicing calligraphy with her brother and father since she was young. Even after she married into the Wang family, she never put down her books. "Big sister, you will know once you try this green grape and lychee tea. I specially asked someone to make it for me." Mrs. Wang did not give Mrs. Shen too much face and gave her a way out. Mrs. Shen looked unhappy, but she still picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Why is this tea so delicious?" Mrs. Liu asked. "It's great to drink in summer," Mrs. Wang smiled. Madame Shen also thought that this drink was very delicious, but she just said that this tea was not presentable, so she couldn't say anything now. Madame Shen's 2 daughters were still young, at the age of innocence and romance. "Aunt, this tea is delicious. Can you serve it more?" Mrs. Wang smiled and asked the maid to top up the 2 little girls' drinks. "This drink is chilled. Don't be greedy. There are many more delicious dishes to come." "Sister Jiang, I usually don't see it when I go to the prefect's wife's place. I didn't expect that you have such a good thing here. Why did you hide it from us?" said Madame Yang, the wife of the magistrate of Qingfeng County. "As long as you like it," Mrs. Wang said with a smile. Dishes were served one after another. There were many dishes that the ladies had never seen before. Madame Wang arranged for maids to serve the dishes, otherwise the ladies might not know how to eat them. After the banquet, both the host and the guests were in great enjoyment. At first, Mrs. Shen would still make sarcastic remarks, but later on, her daughters' mouths were full of food, and even she herself was full. People have eyes and can see, and her actions speak louder than 1,000 words. "Sister Jiang, the meal prepared by your chef is not only beautiful, but also delicious. I haven't eaten so much food in a long time," Mrs. Yang said, holding her stomach. Yes, it's delicious," Mrs. Liu also said. Mrs. Wang smiled and said, "It's great that you like it. Sister Jiang, you usually don't show off your talents, but I didn't expect you to have such a skill." "I really underestimated you," Mrs. Liang said. Madame Wang smiled and asked everyone to eat some fruit. This fruit was specially sent by my husband. That's thoughtful. Mrs. Wang received a lot of praise today. More importantly, Mrs. Shin originally came to find fault and suppress her arrogance, but now she got nothing. After sending those ladies away, Mrs. Wang found Qin Rong over. Sister Rong, thank you so much today. This is the first time in all the years I have been in Qingping County that I feel so happy, Mrs. Wang said excitedly. I'm glad I could help Sister Jiang. Qin Rong was not very pleased. Mrs. Wang smiled slightly when she heard this. You are always so calm and peaceful. Your personality is so lovely. I won't say any more words of thanks. Please accept this box. Madame Wang raised her eyebrows slightly, and Hong Yun handed over the box. Miss Rong, this is what Madame prepared for you. Qin Rong was a little surprised. Sister Jiang, didn't you give me the money early in the morning? I just cooked a meal. How can it be worth a box on your left and a box on your right? Mrs. Wang insisted on pushing the box in front of Qin Rong. Rong Jie, that's not what I meant. I know you put a lot of thought into this banquet, but the money I gave you at that time was not enough for your kindness. I heard that I even closed the restaurant because you came to cook for me. You are such a good cook, and the restaurant will make money as long as it is open. Even if you don't say it, I can't help but remember it. The silver in this box is not worth much, so just accept it. Qin Rong readily took the box upon hearing that. She was short of money at the moment, and had not yet saved enough to buy a shop. Thank you, Sister Jiang. I should thank you. Mrs. Wang smiled and patted Qin Rong's hand. Suddenly she sniffed and said, What's that smell? It smells so good. Qin Rong then remembered that she was still cooking something. It's tea eggs. What are tea eggs, Mrs. Wang said, and swallowed unconsciously. Qin Rong laughed. I thought I was free, so I made a few. They're ready. I'll bring them to you to try. Okay. Madame Wang looked expectant. Qin Rong picked up a few tea eggs from the earthenware pot on the small stove and put them into a small bowl. Suddenly, the tea and soy sauce aromas in the small kitchen became stronger. Even Magistrate Wang, who had entered Madame Wang's yard, could smell them. He looked at Ruju and asked, What smells so good? It's Miss Rong who is cooking, Ruju answered respectfully. When he heard that it was Qin Rong, County Magistrate Wang stopped thinking about going to the small kitchen. However, the fragrance from the small kitchen became stronger and stronger, and it made County Magistrate Wang dizzy. He endured it for a long time, and finally coughed lightly and said to Ruju, You go ask Madam what the smell is so fragrant. If there is more, bring some. Ruju responded respectfully, but in reality, she was about to burst from trying to hold back her laughter. She went into the small kitchen and reported, Madam, the master wants to know what smells so good. If there is more, the master will also take some. Madame Wang smiled and said, How come he has such a keen nose? I just peeled these tea eggs and haven't tasted them yet. Well, pick a few for the master. Yes. After Mrs. Wang finished speaking, she took a big bite of the tea egg. It tasted absolutely amazing. Qin Rong also ate a tea egg with a smile. Maybe it was because of the egg. The same method used tasted much better than the tea eggs cooked by ourselves in modern times. Sister Jiang, it's almost time. I have to go back. Qin Rong stood up and said goodbye. Madame Wang hurriedly ordered, Hong-yun, go prepare the car. Yes, Sister Rong, I'll have the carriage take you back. Okay, then Sister Jiang, I'm leaving. The Wang family's carriage drove out slowly. When passing West Street, there was a lot of noise outside. Qin Rong lifted the curtain and looked outside. It turned out that Gu Sheng and several Yamen runners were questioning someone. Gu Sheng turned his head and happened to see Qin Rong. He nodded slightly to Qin Rong, and Qin Rong also nodded in response. There were constables working, and it seemed that something had happened, so it was not appropriate to stop. Qin Rong originally wanted to go shopping at the night market on West Street. After arriving home, Qin Rong learned from Yu what happened in West Street. It turned out that the daughter of the eldest son of the Zhu family in West Street was abducted by a kidnapper, and Gu Sheng was leading people to look for clues. The Zhu family on West Street is that the Zhu family that runs a grain shop? Qin Rong asked. Yes, that's right. Yu replied. Isn't that the family Qin Lian is engaged to? You really mean it? Qin Rong chatted with you for a while, and then returned to her room. She opened the box that Mrs. Wang had just given her, and inside it were 10 taels of silver and a gold hairpin. This gold hairpin was in the shape of a plum blossom. Qin Rong liked it as soon as she saw it. Of course, she liked gold. Qin Rong tried it on in front of the bronze mirror with a smile on her face. Then she put the gold hairpin back into the box, and threw the box into the homestay space. Qin Yu stayed in Yu's room for quite a while before coming back. Qin Rong asked, "Why did it take so long?" Qin Yu smiled and said, "I am learning embroidery from my mother." Qin Rong suddenly had some thoughts when she heard this. "Ayu, do you prefer embroidery to helping out in the restaurant?" Qin Yu said hurriedly. "Sister, I like them all." Qin Rong patted Qin Yu's hand and said gently, "Liking is a very subjective thing. You don't have to feel embarrassed. I just think that if you really like embroidery more, then try not to go to the shop, sister." Qin Yu was a little at a loss and clenched her fingers unconsciously. "Ayu, I don't mean anything else, but think about it. Embroidery requires a pair of hands that can do delicate work, so there must be no calluses. Some fabrics are precious, and if there are calluses, the fabric can be torn if you are not careful. However, kitchen work is particularly harmful to the hands. It's okay to cook at home, but if you go to the store every day, after a long time, you won't be able to do embroidery in the future." Qin Rong said carefully to Qin Yu. Ayu, this is a major matter concerning your future livelihood. Girls from ordinary families like us, even if we have more dowries, still need to have our own means of survival. Why is it that if a girl's parents' family is well off, her husband's family will not dare to bully her easily? It's because of her value. For a girl, being trapped in the backyard every day, others may not necessarily see your efforts, but if you earn money, others will simply think that you are valuable. Therefore, if you get married and have your own family in the future, your skills can ensure that you have the ability to resist risks when you encounter any difficulties. Qin Rong's expression was indifferent when she said these words, but in Qin Yu's heart, Qin Rong at this time was particularly vivid. Qin Yu thought about it carefully and said, "Sister, you taught me how to cook, and mother taught me how to embroider. I seem to be more adept at embroidery." Qin Rong nodded and said, "Then you can take Ai home with you from now on, and let your mother teach you embroidery." Qin Yu was still a little hesitant. "Sister, if that's the case, can the restaurant handle it?" Qin Rong nodded. "You don't have to worry about that. The lunchbox business and crispy meat business of the restaurant are now relatively stable. The dine-in business at noon is not as good as that at night, and the lunchbox business and crispy meat business at night are even worse. So, I decided that the restaurant will only do lunchbox business and crispy meat business at noon in the future and rotate every 15 days, replacing lunchbox business and crispy meat with spicy hot pot and spicy hot pot. In the future, we will only do dine-in business at night, and we will not do anything else. This way, it's enough for the four of us." "What are spicy hot pot and spicy hot pot?" Qin Yu quickly grasped the key point. Qin Rong smiled and said, "You will know when the time comes." When Qin Yu went to bed, Qin Rong was still awake. She was checking the bill with a homemade charcoal pencil. Since she had decided to change the format of the restaurant, Qin Rong decided to check the bill first and compare it later so that she would have a better idea. Another thing is, since Qin Yu will not be helping out in the restaurant anymore, the previous wages should be paid to Qin Yu first. From the opening of Yu's restaurant to now, not counting the money from selling shrimp noodles, not counting the money from Qin Rong's banquet at Wang's house, deducting the cost of opening the restaurant, and then deducting the wages, there is still a surplus, although it is less than 1 penny. However, Qin Rong paid all the rent at once, and the decoration of the restaurant was also paid in full at once, so the money she earned every day from now on, except for the wages and food costs, is net profit. Qin Rong counted out the copper coins that belonged to Qin Yu, put them in front of Qin Yu's dressing table, tidied up, and went to sleep. Qin Rong decided to adjust the restaurant's model, so she wrote another sign at the door of the restaurant, which clearly stated that it would be closed for 1 day. After Chen Shubai hung up the sign, Yu Xiaoshan and Yu Deseo happened to arrive at the restaurant. When they learned that the restaurant was closed today, they were a little surprised, thinking something had happened. In the future, you can have lunch and box meals in the restaurant. In the evening, we will only cook private dishes to be eaten in the restaurant. You will not come to help in the future, Qin Rong said. This is great. After we finish preparing the big pot meal at noon, Xiaoshan and I can help prepare the dishes. It's still in time even if Ayu doesn't come, said Mrs. Yu. Chen Shubai also felt that this adjustment was more reasonable. After all, most of the boxed lunches and crispy pork were bought by students. In the evening, the students all went home to eat, so the boxed lunch and crispy pork business was much slower. It was okay in the first few days, but the weather has been hot recently, and there is waste everywhere. Qin Rong saw that everyone had figured it out and smiled and said, "We won't necessarily earn less this way, but we will be able to save a lot of manpower. This way I can also teach my aunt a few simple dishes, so I don't have to cook every dish myself. In the future, maybe someone will ask me to cook for a banquet. If my aunt can cook, the restaurant won't have to close." Mrs. Yu nodded repeatedly. She saw how hard Qin Rong worked to run this restaurant, and she felt sorry for her. If she could help, that would be great. Qin Rong continued, "In the future, the restaurant will also serve spicy hot pot and spicy tang. As long as I prepare the ingredients, it will be very simple to make. Brother Shubai and Xiaoshan will be responsible for taking orders and serving dishes. My aunt will be responsible for spicy tang, and I will be responsible for spicy hot pot." As soon as Qin Rong finished speaking, everyone asked in a friendly manner, "What are spicy hot pot and spicy hot pot?" "You'll know when the time comes." "I'm still preparing the ingredients," Qin Rong said. In the eyes of these three people, Qin Rong is a girl with her own ideas, so they do whatever Qin Rong says. "I plan to add some braised dishes to the lunch boxes I'm selling tomorrow. I'll go to the West Market to see what braised dishes I can buy. You can take a day off. By the way, I've already packed your wages in my purse, one for each of you. Getting paid always makes people happy." After Qin Rong finished speaking, Yu Xiaoshan couldn't wait to open the purse Qin Rong gave her. Sister, how come there is so much money?" Yu Xiaoshan exclaimed in surprise. Mrs. Yu and Chen Shubai also looked at Qin Rong in surprise, their eyes full of confusion. Qin Rong smiled and said, "Business is good. The extra money will be considered as a red envelope for you. Let's work hard in the future, and the more we earn, the more we will get." Chen Shubai was also somewhat happy. He received 1 tael and 2 qian of silver today. Together with the money he earned from copying books, he could make 1 tael and 5 qian of silver. If he saved for 2 years, he might be able to save enough money for the exam. Chen Shubai still dared to think about the imperial examination, not only because of the money he earned. His mother had recently been doing private work with you, and then went to the village to sell it, earning hundreds of coins to 1 or 2 taels of silver at a time. With the money she earned and hoped for, Chen's mother slowly came out of the grief of Chen's father's death. Chen Shubai looked at Qin Rong with a lot of gratitude in his heart. He would take good care of Qin Rong in the future and treat her as his own sister. Qin Rong was walking around the West Market with a basket on her back. The market was bustling at the time. When she came to the wonton stall, the old lady at the stall greeted her cheerfully. "Arong, you're here. Come sit down. Grandma will treat you to a bowl of wontons." Qin Rong touched her stomach and felt a little hungry. "Okay, Grandma." Qin Rong found a seat and sat down. The old lady immediately brought a bowl of wontons. It was a bowl full of wontons. "You must be hungry, Arong. Eat quickly. If it's not enough, there's more." The old lady smiled lovingly. Qin Rong hurriedly said, That's enough, Grandma." After the old lady finished her work, she sat down next to Qin Rong and said, "Since I added shrimp powder, my wonton stall has become prosperous again. A while ago, my son and daughter-in-law wanted me to quit, but they haven't said that these days. My business is booming, I'm making more money, and I feel more confident. My daughter-in-law often comes to help me now." Qin Rong ate the wontons while saying, "That's good. Your wontons have plenty of fillings. My daughter-in-law recently pickled some cucumbers, so I put them on the wonton stall as a side dish. You can try them," the old lady said as she pushed a small plate of pickled cucumbers in front of Qin Rong. Qin Rong took a piece and tasted it, then said with a smile, "Grandma, this cucumber is really well pickled, crisp and refreshing, very good." "Then Grandma will get it for you." "No hurry, Grandma. Can I buy some pickled cucumbers from you?" Qin Rong asked. Why would you buy this? I'll just give you a jar. It's not worth much, Qin Rong hurriedly said. Grandma, of course I don't just want a little bit. How about I order 5 tanks of cucumbers from you? The old lady didn't expect Qin Rong to actually want to buy it. She was a little undecided for a moment. This is made by my daughter-in-law. Why don't I go ask my daughter-in-law? Good, the pickled cucumbers made by the old lady at the wonton stall really taste great. It takes a lot of effort to pickle such cucumbers. Qin Rong can also pickle cucumbers, but the taste is really different. She is thinking of serving Malatang in the future and giving away a small dish of these pickled cucumbers as a side dish. After Qin Rong finished eating the wontons and said goodbye to the old lady, she walked inside again. There was dried tofu at the tofu lady's place. Is this dried tofu? Qin Rong asked. Madame Tofu smiled enthusiastically. Madame Qin, this is indeed dried tofu. Would you like some? Qin Rong nodded. Give me some. If it tastes good, I'll come back to buy more tomorrow. Okay, Mrs. Tofu quickly wrapped 20 pieces of dried tofu in oil paper. Qin Rong planned to sell some braised dishes when selling box lunches, but it is difficult to buy chicken feet and chicken wings separately in this era. Her current plan is to buy a few ducks, disassemble them and braise them, and use the rest to make a stew with dried bamboo shoots. The dried tofu can also be braised, and it is a vegetarian dish, so it can be sold cheaper. Qin Rong was shopping as she walked, and in a blink of an eye she had finished shopping in the West Market. Her backpack was full, and she planned to cross the alley in front of her to the dock to see if there were any trendy goods. She wondered if there would be any seaweed like kelp, which was delicious when braised. The most important thing is that Qin Rong has to see if there are any merchants from other places selling seasonings. If so, Qin Rong plans to stock up some. As soon as she crossed the dock, Qin Rong saw Gu Sheng and several constables looking at a little girl with sad faces. Gu Sheng saw Qin Rong and immediately came over. Miss Qin. Qin Rong saw that Gu Sheng seemed to have something to say, so she asked, Brother Gu, what's going on? Gu Sheng scratched his head. A rare look of embarrassment appeared on his face. I wonder if we detectives look too scary. The little girl refused to say anything when she saw us. Qin Rong understood the implication of others' words, so she smiled and said, Brother Gu, I'll go with you to take a look. Gu Sheng nodded slightly. Thank you very much. We rescued this little girl from the kidnapper. I don't know if she was frightened, but she refused to say anything. Currently, none of the people who came to the government to report the case have any relatives of this little girl. As she spoke, Qin Rong had already walked in front of the little girl. At this moment, she heard one of the constables saying, Little ancestor, I will dress up as a big tiger for you to see, okay? The constable who spoke was called Zhou Dazue. He opened his mouth so wide that the little girl was almost frightened. Qin Rong said speechlessly, Let me try. Upon hearing this, Constable Zhou quickly stepped aside and said, Come here, come here. I think this little girl is even more scared. Qin Rong squatted down and said to the little girl, My name is Qin Rong, and I'm the owner of Yu's restaurant. These brothers are constables, working for the government, and they're all good people. The little girl stared at Qin Rong with her big eyes for a while, then blinked. There's a reaction. Yeah, the little girl is responding. Qin Rong continued, Are you hungry? My restaurant is just in front. If you are hungry, I will take you to the restaurant to eat something. I will make a lot of delicious food, such as banana pie, scallion stew, white peach milk tea, cloud pumpkin tart, honey cream cake. So many. When Qin Rong said this, the constables beside her swallowed their saliva unconsciously. They had been busy all night and were very hungry. Qin Rong kept smiling at the little girl. When the little girl heard about banana pie, she held Qin Rong's hand. The little girl's hand was soft and small, which made Qin Rong's heart soften unconsciously. Qin Rong stood up with the little girl by her hand and said to Gu Sheng, Brother Gu, the restaurant is closed today. Why don't you all go to my restaurant and sit for a while? I'll make some food for the little girl. After we finish eating, I'll ask her about it. As soon as Qin Rong finished speaking, all the detectives nearby looked at Gu Sheng in unison, and they were all silently saying in their hearts, Agree quickly, agree quickly. Gu Sheng hesitated. Will it be too disturbing? It's okay, just pay the money. Qin Rong smiled and blinked. Gu Sheng felt that Qin Rong's smile was too dazzling. He coughed lightly and said, "You must pay for it." "I'll trouble Miss Qin." After Gu Sheng finished speaking, the other detectives around him all smiled happily. Working on a case all night on an empty stomach is something that not everyone can endure. Qin Rong walked with the little girl hand in hand while asking, "Sister has told you your name. Are you really not going to tell me your name?" The little girl just held Qin Rong's hand but didn't speak. Qin Rong was not disappointed and continued to chatter along the way. "Sister Yen," the little girl suddenly spoke. Qin Rong suddenly realized that it was the little girl who was telling her name. She was a little excited, but she didn't show it on her face. "Sister Yen, is this your name?" The little girl nodded. "Your name is so nice," Qin Rong praised. The constable following behind Qin Rong and Yan Jie really admired Qin Rong. He didn't know whether this young lady's skills were good or not, but her patience was really good. Arriving at the restaurant, Qin Rong invited Gu Sheng and his brothers in and closed the door again. "You guys go ahead and I'll make you some food. You can eat with Sister Yen, okay?" Qin Rong looked at Gu Sheng with an inquiring look. Gu Sheng nodded and thought silently in his heart, whatever Qin Rong cooks is delicious anyway. Seeing that Gu Sheng had no objection, Qin Rong squatted down and asked Sister Yen, "Sister Yen, do you want to go in and take a look with your sister, or stay with the detective brothers?" Sister Yen still didn't say anything, but just stretched out her little hand and held Qin Rong's hand again. Seeing this, Qin Rong smiled and said, "Sister Yen, come with me to the kitchen to see how my sister makes delicious food. The method of making banana pie is actually very simple. The dough is ready-made." Qin Rong cuts the dough into 4 equal parts with a knife. Then Qin Rong beats a few eggs in a bowl, stirs them, puts the peeled banana into the bowl and beats it into a paste, then adds a spoonful of honey and a spoonful of condensed milk, and mixes well. Qin Rong made a big bowl of stuffing, then took the dough and wrapped it in the stuffing, pinched the top, sprinkled with osmanthus seeds, and put it in the oven. In just a quarter of an hour, the fruity aroma filled the entire kitchen. Yan Jie was standing aside a little bored, but as the aroma became stronger, Yan Jie's eyes were fixed on the oven, not blinking for a moment. The detectives in the lobby were not in a much better situation. They were already hungry, and now they were even more hungry. While waiting, Qin Rong said to Sister Yen, "Sister Yen, can I make an exchange with you?" Sister Yen looked into Qin Rong's eyes, her eyes full of confusion. "Later, if you like the banana pie my sister made, you have to tell the detective brothers what you know after you finish eating, okay?" Sister Yen tilted her head and thought about it, then nodded heavily. Qin Rong smiled and touched Yan Jie's head. It must be done. She was very confident in the food she made. When Qin Rong came out with the plate, the detectives felt that they were just waiting for it. "It smells so good, Miss Qin." Qin Rong smiled as she placed the banana pies on the square table and handed chopsticks to everyone. "Now is the best time to eat it. Eat it while it's hot, but don't take Sister Yan's portion. It's nature, Miss Qin, don't worry. We will never snatch a bite of food from a little girl." It was Feng Erlang who said this. He took a bite of banana pie while speaking. The sweet and delicious banana pie made him feel alive. After finishing 1 banana pie in no time, he was about to reach out for the second one, but was stared at by Yan Jie with a look full of resentment. "It's too early to talk about that." Feng Erlang withdrew his hand embarrassedly. Only after Sister Yen took another banana pie into her hand did he dare to reach out for the second banana pie. Although Sister Yen was eating the banana pie with relish, she was still a child after all and had a small appetite. After eating 3 banana pies, she could not eat any more. Qin Rong saw that Sister Yen had finished eating, so she asked, "Sister Yen, is my banana pie delicious?" Sister Yen nodded heavily. "Delicious. Now can you tell the detectives what you know?" Sister Yen nodded again and opened her arms towards Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng was dumbfounded for a moment. What did this mean? He looked at Qin Rong as if asking for help. Qin Rong suppressed her laughter and said, "Brother Gu, Sister Yen asked you to hold her." Upon hearing this, Gu Sheng hurriedly picked up Yan Jie with one hand. Fortunately, she was only a 5-year-old girl. It turned out that Yan Jie was not from Lihua town. She was the legitimate daughter of a wealthy family in Tanzhou. When she went to the temple fair with her family, she was accidentally beaten by a beagle. These beggars were in cahoots with the kidnappers in Lihua town. Before Yan Jie was rescued, she was locked up with a dozen other little girls. Gu Sheng stroked his chin in deep thought. The kidnappers' stronghold in the town had been destroyed by them, but there was no one else in there except Sister Yan. Gu Sheng thought for a moment and asked, Sister Yan, do you know where the remaining girls went? Why were you the only one there yesterday? Sister Yan thought for a long time before saying, there is a very dark place where we were imprisoned. Because I pretended not to be able to speak in front of them, they thought I couldn't sell at a high price. When you came, they ignored me. It's a very dark place. Are there any other details? Gu Sheng asked again. Sister Yan stared at Gu Sheng blankly, distracted for a moment. Seeing this, Qin Rong touched Sister Yen's head and said, Sister Yan, there are many girls like you who have been kidnapped by kidnappers. Can you think about it again? If there is anything else you can think of, you can say anything. Sister Yan then tilted her head and began to think carefully. Only then did Gu Sheng realize that his expression just now might have been too serious. How could the little girl understand what the details meant? Fortunately, there was Qin Rong. He smiled gratefully at Qin Rong. Yan Jie pondered for a long time, and suddenly her eyes lit up. That dark place is very noisy, and there is music. I heard my aunt play that song. The sound of music. Is it from a brothel? Could it be the cellar of a brothel? Gu Sheng immediately figured out the key point. The place they destroyed was very close to the Nianhua Tower in the town. If they took those children to escape to the Nianhua Tower, it would make sense. Then the Nianhua Tower must be the key link in this. Sister Yan, I'll send someone to Tanzhou to report the news. Let's go back to the government office first. Gu Sheng had to hurry to find the county magistrate to ask for advice. Since the kidnapper was also related to Nianhulu, it seemed that Nianhulu also had some background. Otherwise, how could it have been able to operate in the town for so long? This matter must be reported. Sister Yan was somewhat reluctant to leave and asked with blinking eyes, Can I stay with Sister Rong? Gu Sheng shook his head at this time. Sister Yan, we have troubled Sister Rong for a long time. We have to go back to the government office first. Yan Jie was still a little reluctant, but seeing that Qin Rong didn't say anything, she had to open her hands dejectedly. Qin Rong certainly wouldn't speak. She knew what Gu Sheng meant. Yan Jie was a little girl who was abducted by a kidnapper, and the first thing she should do was to go back to the county government office to record the situation. Moreover, the thief had not been caught yet. If Yan Jie stayed with her, she might be in danger. What's more, if something happened in the meantime, she wouldn't be able to explain it even if she had a mouth. Qin Rong saw Sister Yan looking at her pitifully with her big watery eyes. She felt a little sorry for her, so she smiled and said, Sister Yan, when things are settled and your family has seen you, if you are willing, come to my restaurant and I will treat you to a little cloud cake. When Sister Yan heard Qin Rong mention the name of the cloud cake, she couldn't help licking her lips. Yes, I will definitely come. Sister Yan nodded heavily. After seeing off Gu Sheng and Yan Jie, Qin Rong tidied up the kitchen a little and then closed the door of the restaurant. At this hour, she didn't know if it would be too late to go to the pier. When Qin Rong arrived at the dock, she saw many young ladies gathered in a circle. She was curious and approached them and asked, What are they doing? This Arab merchant is selling glass cups. Those glass cups are very beautiful, but a little expensive, a round-faced young lady explained to Qin Rong. All those gathered here are young ladies. The color glass cups are beautiful and expensive. With so many young ladies gathered here, whoever buys one will be looked at with envy. No wonder. Although the colored glass cups are expensive, there are still so many young ladies flocking to buy them. To put it bluntly, these young ladies watching have given the cups emotional value invisibly. How much is this green glass lamp? What a familiar voice, isn't this Qin Lian? Qin Rong looked over in the direction of the voice. Miss, you have good eyesight. Although this green glass cup is not the most expensive one I have, it is the most beautiful one, the Arab merchant said with a smile. Qin Lian was very pleased when she heard people praise her for her good taste. Of course, my taste is good. Qin Rong. The Arab merchant then took out a green-colored glass cup and said, Girl, This colored glass cup is a pair and is called flying with wings together. You see, they can be put together, so I don't sell these colored glass cups individually. A pair costs 8 coins, 8 cents of silver, the young ladies watching exclaimed. This is too expensive. But this glass cup is really beautiful. If I had money, I would buy it no matter what. This girl must be able to afford it, otherwise why would she ask? She is Qin Lian. She just got engaged to the young master of the Zhu family. What kind of family is the Zhu family? They even have a grain store in the county. Qin Lian was about to give up the glass cups because her family didn't have the spare money to buy her more. But after hearing others flatter her, she felt dizzy for a moment and was frantically calculating where she could squeeze out some money to buy the pair of glass cups. Qin Rong thought that this pair of glass cups were indeed very beautiful, but a bit expensive. After all, they were just glass. However, in ancient times, they were definitely worth the price. Girl, do you want to buy it or not? The Arab merchant asked when he saw Qin Lian didn't say anything for a long time. Qin Lian hadn't figured it out yet, but so many people were watching, especially her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Qin Rong. How could Qin Lian be willing to lose face in front of Qin Rong? She gritted her teeth and said, "Of course I will buy it," the Arab merchant said happily. "Then I will help the girl pack it up." Qin Lian gritted her teeth and gave out 8 coins of silver, which was the money her mother gave her to buy things for the engagement. However, being watched by everyone, she couldn't help but straighten her back and raised her head with pride. Wow, she bought such an expensive glass lamp without even bargaining. Yeah, that's amazing. I'm so envious. If only I were as rich as this. Her future husband's family is also rich, and I heard that her future husband is still studying in school. I'm so envious. Seeing Qin Lian's arrogant look, Qin Rong wanted to do something bad. Thinking that Qin Lian had also annoyed her a lot, Qin Rong pushed aside the young ladies who were surrounding her and walked to the front. She carefully looked at the glass ornaments on the stall of the Arab merchant and asked with some regret, "Are there no better-looking ones?" Qin Lian couldn't help rolling her eyes as she watched Qin Rong talking. Yes, young lady, I have more in my package." The Arab merchant took out a few more glass lamps from the package. "These are very popular. Many people on the other side of the sea use them. Isn't it produced by your country?" Qin Rong asked. "That's not the case. We have some too, but this batch was received when I went out to sea," said the Arab merchant with a smile. "You talk so much. I'm afraid you don't have money to buy this show," Qin Rong said with a half-smile. "It's hard to say whether I am pretending or not, but some people have the leisure to visit this glass stall when their future husbands have problems at home." "You." Qin Lian's eyes widened in anger. Qin Rong ignored her and squatted down to look through the glass cups displayed by the Arab merchants. The glass cups she took out now were more beautiful than the previous ones, and there were several colors in one cup. These sets of glass cups would be great for serving iced drinks to guests. "How much is this set of glass lamps?" Qin Rong asked. The Arab merchant smiled and said, "This set costs 1 tael and 6 coins for lamps in a set." When everyone heard the price, they were shocked and said, "This is too expensive. Whose family is this young lady from?" "She is so pretty. Please wrap it up for me." Qin Rong smiled and took out the silver to pay. The last time Qin Lian saw Qin Rong, he bought her a hairpin without blinking an eye. Now that he saw her, he bought her a glass lamp without blinking an eye. Qin Rong has always been inferior to himself since childhood. Why did she suddenly change now? Qin Lian felt a little uncomfortable, but when she thought of her future husband's family, she felt that she was not as good as herself. Maybe Qin Rong was just pretending to be rich. What's more, Qin Rong's parents were divorced. With such a background, how could she find a good family in the future? Not to mention marrying a rich man. Even if she found someone of similar level, they might not want her. She was nothing like her future husband, who was a scholar and had a rich family. The more Qin Lian thought about it, the more this was the case, and the expression on her face became less ferocious. This young lady is so rich that she can take out so much money at once. Whose girl is this? Qin Rong listened to the discussions of others with a smile and admired Qin Lian's changing expression. It must be said that although this glass lamp was a bit expensive, its emotional value was indeed full. After Qin Rong put away the glass cup, she went to look at other merchants. She bought some seasonings that were not available in Lihua town. The most valuable thing was that she also bought a lot of butter, condensed milk, and white oil from the Beatty merchants. The so-called white oil is actually cream. These things were not easy to preserve, and not many people in Lihua town had seen them, so after being here for 2 days, the Beatty merchants had not sold many. Now Qin Rong was willing to buy them all, and he offered a very favorable price. Qin Rong asked the Beatty merchants to help pack all these things into the restaurant. After they left, Qin Rong put all these things into the refrigerator in the homestay. Yes, except for the refrigerator, cold storage, freezer, and cellar in Qin Rong's homestay space, which are used for freshness preservation. The flow rate in the rest of the space is the same as that outside, so Qin Rong cannot stuff things into the homestay space endlessly. Now, almost all the ingredients are ready. If there is something missing, she can use the seasonings in the space. Anyway, the marinade will become more fragrant as it is cooked. Qin Rong put star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, grassfruit, angelica root, cardamom, cloves, tangerine peel, chili, ginger, soy sauce, cooking wine, and rock sugar into the iron pot on the stove. After the marinade boiled, Qin Rong turned down the heat and let the marinade simmer slowly. After a while, Qin Rong put in dried tofu, lotus root slices, kelp, mushrooms, fungus, bean skin, edamame, and peanuts. Speaking of peanuts, they were also bought from merchants at the dock. They were probably not yet popular at that time, so the merchants at the dock also shipped them back from overseas and tried to sell them. The vegetarian dishes did not need to be braised for too long. In just quarters of an hour, Qin Rong had scooped up all the vegetables. The aroma of the braised food was so overbearing that it drifted all the way to Madame Tsin's wine shop. Mrs. Tsin endured it again and again, but when she couldn't bear it anymore, she knocked on the restaurant door. Qin Rong had just picked up a piece of dried tofu with chopsticks to taste it when she heard someone knocking on the door. She put down her chopsticks and went to open the door. "Sister Tsin, why is it you?" Madame Tsin said somewhat embarrassedly. "Isn't it that the smell from your place is really fragrant?" Qin Rong smiled and said, "Sister Tsin, come in quickly. I'll get some for you to try, but they're all vegetarian dishes." "How can vegetarian dishes be so delicious?" Madame Tsin exclaimed as she walked. Qin Rong smiled and said, "Meat tastes like meat, and vegetables taste like vegetables. As long as they are cooked well, they are all equally delicious." "You have a point." When they got to the kitchen, Qin Rong picked up some of each dish for Madame Tsin to taste. Madame Tsin carefully picked up a piece of tofu and took a bite. "It tastes better than meat. So fragrant." Madame Tsin tasted several other braised vegetarian dishes and was completely convinced. "It's so delicious, Sarong. This is the first time I can taste the flavor of meat in this vegetarian dish." Qin Rong smiled and ate a piece of tofu herself. It was so delicious. Her cooking skills were really good. "Arong, these braised dishes of yours are perfect as side dishes in my winery. Can I buy some from you every day?" Mrs. Tsin felt a little embarrassed, but she was sure that if these braised dishes were sold in her winery, her wine would definitely sell better. Perhaps fearing that Qin Rong would not agree, Madame Tsin said, "I can buy from you at the price you sell it for. These braised dishes. It would be a good idea to sell them in Madame Tsin's wine shop. After all, her restaurant cannot possibly focus on braised dishes. If they sell more in the wine shop, she will earn more. After all, Madame Tsin is not making money from the braised dishes, but from the wine." "Okay, Sister Tsin. I'll calculate the price tonight and give it to you tomorrow. If you think it's suitable, just place the order with me the night before," Qin Rong said. "For now, I want 20 servings of each dish. To be honest, the winery business has been good recently, so I want to open later," Mrs. Tsin said with a smile. "Sister Tsin, don't work too hard." If Qin Rong remembered correctly, Madame Tsin's winery was open very late. Madame Tsin sighed and said, "If I had a home to return to, why would I have to do this?" Qin Rong looked at Madame Tsin curiously. "Sister." Madame Tsin waved her hand and said, "The mess in our family has become a joke on this street. You will know it after a while. I'm afraid that by then, Arong, you'd better not dislike me. I never believe in other people's rumors, but Sister Tsin, if you are willing, you can tell me. Qin Rong said. Madame Tsin sighed. Of course I didn't want to. My husband is useless. He used to manage this wine shop, but he quarreled with customers every other day. Later, the number of customers decreased a lot, and our livelihood was also affected. I had no choice but to take over the wine shop. I do know how to do business. The wine shop has been revitalized a lot after I took it over. However, in this world, when a woman does business, there will always be a lot of gossip. My useless and unlucky husband has no other skills, but he is very good at beating me after hearing rumors from others. When others spread the rumor that I was having an affair with some young man, he would beat me first without thinking twice. At first, I was honest. He beat me, and I just endured it silently. But one time, I could see from the madness in his eyes that he really wanted to beat me to death. I thought at that time that it would be better to die and put an end to everything, which was better than living in this world and suffering. Later, because he was drunk, he was tired of punching me and fell asleep. I lay on the ground all night. When I woke up, I suddenly smelled the fragrance of breakfast being cooked next door. I felt a little hungry at that time, so I managed to get up, clean myself up, and went to the wonton stall on West Street to eat a bowl of wontons. At that time, the wonton stand on West Street was still run by the old lady's husband. The old man felt that I was really pitiful with my bruised face and nose, so he gave me more wontons. As I ate the wontons, I really complained about the injustice of heaven. At that moment, I wanted to kill my useless husband. The old man saw how dejected I was and told me that there was nothing in this world that I couldn't overcome, but I had to eat first. Then, I finished my wontons and saw the sun gradually rising. I thought, I'm still young. I should have a way to go. I haven't seen enough of the sun yet. After that, when he hit me again, I fought back. I couldn't beat him, so I got beaten even harder during that period. Later, I gradually gained experience in fighting back. I didn't want that useless thing to give me a chance. If he did, I wouldn't let him have an easy time. I may not be strong, but I'm smarter than him. Then he became confused, and now he drinks every day. When he has no money, he comes to the wine shop. As long as I pay him the money, he won't do it. Qin Rong didn't expect that Madame Tsin's life story was so pitiful. Sister Tsin, have you ever thought about divorce? Qin Rong asked. Madame Tsin sighed even more heavily this time. I originally thought that my parents treated me very well, but when I went back and told them that I wanted to divorce, they were so angry that they jumped up and down. They talked about the bad things about divorce, but they never asked me if I was doing well. They thought, after I was beaten, they would come to the house and make a scene, and my husband would be scared, but that's impossible. But no matter how much I begged them, they would never allow me to divorce. They said they would accept it even if I was beaten to death. Madame Tsin pulled up her sleeves and said self-deprecatingly, "Look at my arms. They are all covered with scars. So ugly." I once thought that if my parents saw the scars on my body, they might soften their hearts, but I never thought they would be so cruel as to say, "Just bear with it. A man will always turn back one day. Just wait for him to turn back." Oh yes, they also said that I shouldn't be too capable. If I am too capable, my husband will naturally lose face. Sister, what's wrong? Madame Tsin's eyes were wet without her knowing when. She thought she would never cry again in this life. Sisters and your parents tried to stop you, so you chose not to divorce. If they don't agree, I will be without my family and no one will support me. I may be divorced instead of divorced. If I am divorced, I won't be able to take any of my dowry with me. I have no children and I am all alone in this world. But what's the difference now? Qin Rong couldn't help but ask. Madame Tsin suddenly woke up. Around you said it what? I say that what's the difference now? Madame Tsin was stunned. Yet at what's the difference now? Madame Tsin murmured. Madame Tsin woke up as if from a dream. Her parents refused to let her divorce for the sake of their reputation, even though she might be beaten to death. After that, although everyone still kept in touch, they all had a knot in their hearts. Once a person has a knot in his heart, it is impossible to restore it to the way it was before. A broken mirror is hard to mend. If there were no more constraints, what would it matter if she was divorced? If she couldn't take the dowry with her, then she wouldn't take it. She had managed the winery over the years and secretly saved some money. Although it wasn't much, she had hands and feet, so what was there to fear? If her parents didn't recognize her, then that was fine. In fact, when they didn't want her to divorce, she might have been dead in their eyes. So, why should she ruin her life for these people? Madame Tsin couldn't help but pat her hands on the table. Yes, even ants try to survive in humiliation, so why would I lose my fighting spirit at such a young age? Qin Rong didn't know how many things Madame Tsin had thought about. She just felt. At this moment Madame Tsin seemed to have made up her mind. Arong, there is something I must ask of you. If you succeed, I will definitely repay you in the future, Madame Tsin said seriously. Qin Rong saw that Madame Tsin looked serious, so she said solemnly, Sister Tsin, please tell me first. I don't want to deceive you. If I can't do it, don't be disappointed. Madame Tsin nodded and said, Of course. Arong, I won't make it difficult for you, but can you provide me with more of these stew dishes every day? I want to save more money for my private collection. What's so difficult about this? Didn't I just promise you? I'll go back tonight and complete the work, and I'll give you the order tomorrow. Madame Tsin bowed to Qin Rong earnestly. Arong, although I am older than you, I never expected that some things can be more clearly seen from the sidelines. This road is difficult to walk. I want to save more capital for myself, and also to give myself hope for the future. I don't want to live in such a muddle-headed life with no end in sight. Qin Rong just regretted saying the wrong thing. She was indeed a little too intimate with someone she had just met. But now, seeing Madame Tsin's energetic look, she felt that she was not wrong. People don't always need to be cautious in what they say and do. Sometimes it's okay to be a little more vindictive. They're all just poor people. After Madame Tsin left, Qin Rong simply made a note of the braised food she was going to make tomorrow morning. There were too many things, and they were too diverse, and Qin Rong was afraid that she would forget. Qin Rong calculated the prices of ingredients and marinade, added the money for firewood, and finally decided to sell braised vegetarian dishes at 5 cents per serving and braised meat dishes at 12 cents per serving. The price at Madame Tsin's place was 1 cent cheaper per serving. At this price, she could actually make a 50% profit, and it was also cost-effective for her if she sold in large quantities. Qin Rong settled the accounts, locked the door, and went home. Although it was already late summer, the sun still set late, and Qin Rong's shadow was very long. You have been suffering from the summer heat recently and had a poor appetite, so Qin Rong thought of making an appetizer soup for her. Qin Rong had already bought the ingredients. When she got home, she saw that you had returned. Her face was still a little pale, and Chen Xiaonyang was standing beside her. What's going on? Qin Rong put down the backpack and walked forward to ask. Chen Xiaonyang was relieved to see Qin Rong coming back. Rong, your mother just fainted. Aunt Chen, what happened? Why did my mother faint? Has she seen a doctor? Qin Rong asked anxiously. Ayu has just been examined by a doctor, who said that she fainted due to anger and heat stroke, said Chen Xiaonyang. Aunt Chen, why don't you stay at my house for dinner and have a taste of my cooking? Qin Rong didn't ask why she was so angry. She was afraid that Yu's emotions, which had just calmed down, would flare up again after hearing what she said. Chen Xiaonyang has always been good at dealing with people and can understand what people mean. Until Qin Rong wanted to ask her privately, she smiled and said, That's great. The white peach milk tea and scallion stew you made last time made me miss it for a long time. Mom, go back to your room and rest first. I'll ask Aunt Chen to sit outside, Qin Rong said. So he nodded dejectedly and went into the house. Aunt Chen, let me pour you a bowl of iced jelly that I made yesterday to help you get rid of the heat, Qin Rong said as she scooped a bowl of iced jelly from a large bowl and placed it in front of Chen Xiaonyang. Aunt Chen, what exactly happened? Qin Rong asked after Chen Xiaonyang sat down. Chen Xiaonyang sighed and said, It's Zhou Xiaonyang. She has always been at odds with your mother. Although your mother has not been here for long, her skills have improved rapidly.
Look.
Madam Li from East Street wants to make a batch of embroidery for her daughter's engagement and specifically asked your mother to do it. Madam Li has always been generous. If the embroidery is completed, your mother can get 1 or 2 taels of silver. Your mother has been popular since she came to the embroidery workshop. Zhou Xiaonyang relies on her husband's good family and always looks down on people. Your mother is a divorced woman. After she found out, she never stopped saying sour words, especially the pearl flowers and hairpins your mother has been wearing on her head recently. They are very fashionable. She has been jealous for a long time and spread rumors everywhere that your mother's lover gave them to her. Who in our embroidery workshop doesn't know her? She naturally knows the seriousness of the matter. And your mother has already said that it was a gift from her daughter, but she kept saying that her daughter was useless and had no hope. It really made people angry. Your mother was not that angry at first, but she got excited and insisted that the children of divorced women were not good. She said that all three of you sisters have defects and can't get married. Which good family would want you? Then your mother, an old woman who no one wants, would take you three old girls who no one wants. Then your mother started arguing with her, and then she fainted without even catching her breath. We helped your mother to the side to rest for a while before she woke up. Shopkeeper Lu asked me to send your mother back first. Qin Rong roughly knew why you was so angry that she fainted after hearing this. Zhou hit Yu's sore spot. You didn't think there was anything wrong with divorce, nor did she think there was anything wrong with establishing a female household. The system of establishing a female household in the Daliang dynasty was very relaxed, so Qin Rong, Qin Yu, and Qin Yi were able to be brought out so easily by you. However, Yu was always concerned that divorce would affect their marriages. Aunt Chen, thank you so much today. Qin Rong thanked Chen Xionyang. Chen Xionyang hurriedly helped Qin Rong up and said, "Why are you being so polite, kid? We have been getting along very well since your mother came to the embroidery workshop. Your mother is smart, and we have made a lot of private money by doing private work together. These are what I should do. Aunt Chen, then you can sit with my mother for a while. I'll go cook," Qin Rong said. Good. The recipe for the appetizer soup is very simple. Cut the tender tofu into strips, cut the black fungus, shiitake mushrooms, green peppers, and pork belly into shreds. Heat the pan and oil. Qin Rong pours in the shredded green peppers and stir-fry. Then pour hot water and add the diced black fungus, diced shiitake mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, shredded pork, and tofu. When the soup base is boiled over high heat, Qin Rong adds soy sauce, salt, and rice vinegar in turn, then beats 2 eggs, stirs the egg liquid evenly while pouring, and finally adds cornstarch and stirs evenly. The spicy and sour smell from the pot wafted into the air. Qin Rong turned down the heat, covered the pot, and simmered it for a while. Finally, she added a spoonful of vinegar and a few chopped green onions, and a delicious appetizer soup was ready. Qin Rong took a spoon and scooped a spoonful to drink. Wow, it was so sour and spicy, and so refreshing. Qin Rong quickly served 2 bowls of appetizer soup and brought them to Yu's room. Mother, Aunt Chen, have some soup to fill your stomach first. Yu was a little tired at first. She had not had a good appetite these days. But after smelling the strong aroma of the appetizer soup, she pursed her lips. She seemed to be hungry, not to mention Chen Xionyang. Although she had always known that Qin Rong was a good cook, she could not often eat the food made by Qin Rong. At this time, Qin Rong brought 2 bowls of appetizer soup over, and the impact was too strong. Yu and Chen Xionyang each held a bowl of appetizer soup and started drinking it in small sips. The tofu was tender and the soup was sour and spicy. It was so delicious. Qin Rong returned to the kitchen and arranged the braised dishes she had brought back, including appetizer soup, braised vegetables, stir-fried shredded lettuce, and a plate of cold cucumber salad, and the evening meal was ready. Chen Xionyang originally wanted to be polite and eat less, but she couldn't help it at all. She mixed the rice with the appetizer soup and paired it with the braised dishes. She ate 2 bowls of rice in one breath before stopping. You also ate a lot. After drinking the appetizer soup, she felt so hungry that she could eat a pig. Her daughter's cooking skills were good again. Why should she worry about such a good daughter? She really didn't know what to do. Since opening the restaurant, Qin Yu was afraid that Qin Rong would be too tired, so most of the breakfast and dinner at home were cooked by Qin Yu. Although Qin Yu learned from Qin Rong for a while, she only knew how to cook a few simple dishes. Not to mention Yu. Even Qin Yu herself felt tired of eating. Qin Rong felt that this was not a solution. Otherwise, she could just ask her family to come to the restaurant and eat whatever was available. There was no reason why the restaurant would be open until her family had nothing to eat. Today, because the appetizer soup was so delicious, everyone ate too much. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they were sweating. Yu's unhappiness finally got better. Yu didn't want to worry her 3 daughters, so she smiled and told them that she was fine, but Qin Rong didn't think so. Some people are mean because they see you are weak and can be bullied, so they will go further. Yu works in the embroidery workshop every day. If she doesn't teach Zhou this once, she will only get worse in the future. Qin Rong looked at the grapefruits on the small table that Mr. Bai had sent her 2 days ago, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. After dinner, Yu taught Qin Yu a new needlework technique, and Qin Rong took some money to the grocery store to buy a few pottery jars. After returning, she went straight to the kitchen. Qin Yi couldn't sit still, so after learning needlework from Yu for a while, she ran to the kitchen, found a small stool, and sat upright to watch Qin Rong cook. Qin Rong peeled 2 grapefruits, washed the peel, removed the white pulp, cut the remaining peel into shreds, soaked it in water, and set it aside. Then Qin Rong took out the pulp. It was not an easy task to take out the pulp. It took her a quarter of an hour to take it all out. After taking out the pulp, Qin Rong began to cook the sugar sauce. When the rock sugar and water in the pot began to melt and blend, Qin Rong poured in all the pomelo pulp and the pomelo peel shreds soaked in water. Qin Rong stirred and cooked in the pot, and in less than half an hour, the sleeve jam was ready. The aroma of grapefruit lingered in the whole kitchen, and Qin Yi had already stood at attention, looking over eagerly. Qin Rong smiled and scooped a small spoonful of jam and gave it to Qin Yi. Try it. The jam was still a little hot, so Qin Yi ate it in small bites, squinting her eyes happily as she ate. Big sister, it's delicious, sour and sweet. Qin Rong smiled as she scooped the grapefruit jam into 3 ceramic jars and placed them in a bucket in the well to cool them down. The well water was cool and could replace the ice cooling process. Qin Rong woke up very early because she had something on her mind. She went to the dock and bought quite a few prawns, then went back to the restaurant to braise all the dishes. The spicy hot pot and malatang were not on the market yet, and they were only selling box lunches and crispy pork. Yu Deseo and Yu Xiaoshan were fully busy, so Qin Rong concentrated on doing other things. The grapefruit jam is meant to go with shrimp cakes, and what Qin Rong is going to make now is shrimp cakes. Qin Rong took the shrimp, removed the shrimp thread, took out the shrimp meat, and chopped the shrimp meat with 2 knives. She then added diced carrots and chopped green onions, cooking wine, salt, pepper, and a small spoonful of sugar to the shrimp paste. After mixing well, she pressed it with a mold, and the shrimp cakes were formed. Qin Rong put the formed shrimp cakes into the pan one by one and fried them until they changed color. The delicious shrimp cakes were ready. Qin Rong left a plate of shrimp cakes for Yu Xiaoshan and his family, said something to Yu Deseo, and then went out with a lunchbox. Qin Rong was going to Wang's house. She came here specifically to look for Mrs. Wang. The concierge saw that it was Qin Rong and hurried to report it. Then a maid led Qin Rong into Mrs. Wang's yard. Mrs. Wang was cutting dead branches with a pair of scissors at the moment. When she saw Qin Rong coming, she put down the scissors and stepped forward to hold Qin Rong and said, "Sister Rong, how come you are free today?" "What happened?" Qin Rong smiled and said, "Sister Jiang, I do have something I want to ask you for help with today. I feel embarrassed to come empty-handed, but you know my family situation. I am not good at anything except cooking, so I brought a seasonal dish. If you have any problems, just tell me. If I can help. I'm not really coveting your things, but I am indeed coveting the food you cook." Mrs. Wang smiled and invited Qin Rong to sit down with her. Qin Rong put the food box on the round table and opened it. Inside was a plate of pink and golden shrimp cakes. The food box had several compartments, and in another compartment was a small dish of orange sauce. "What is this?" "This is shrimp cakes and grapefruit sauce for dipping. Would you like to try it, Sister Jiang?" Qin Rong handed over the chopsticks with a smile. Mrs. Wang took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of shrimp cake and dipped it in the sleeve sauce, then took a bite of the shrimp cake. For a moment, Mrs. Wang's mouth was full of the taste of shrimp meat wrapped in grapefruit sauce. The shrimp meat was springy and chewy, and the refreshing sweet and sour taste of grapefruit sauce neutralized the greasy taste of deep frying. There was no greasy feeling at all when she put it in her mouth. Mrs. Wang closed her eyes while enjoying the food. She felt as if she was in the clouds. It was so delicious. Ruju and Hongyun were watching Madame Wang from the side and couldn't help but look at the shrimp cakes. They really weren't greedy, but the shrimp cakes looked really delicious. Mrs. Wang ate 4 shrimp cakes in one go and asked the maid to send the rest to Shigur. After giving the order, Mrs. Wang smiled and said, "You should be grateful to the person who ate you. Tell me what it is. I'll see if I can help you. It's not a big deal, but today I want to rely on your power to prevent future troubles." Qin Rong smiled and told Mrs. Wang what happened yesterday. Mrs. Wang didn't need to do anything today. She just needed to go to Li's embroidery workshop and praise Qin Rong in front of embroiderers and then pretend to do something. Mrs. Wang was also very angry after hearing what Qin Rong said about Zhou. Since the founding of the Daliang dynasty, the founding empress accompanied the emperor in all his battles. When the country was founded, she was brave and good at fighting. After the founding of the country, she was not power-hungry and only did things that were truly beneficial to women. Therefore, she had a very good reputation among the people. Because of this, the status of women in the Daliang dynasty was not low. They could set up female households, engage in business, have their own property, and take exams to become female officials. "I'm good at acting." "Arong, are we leaving now?" asked Mrs. Wang. "Okay, let's go now." Qin Rong and Mrs. Wang took a carriage. When they arrived at Li's embroidery workshop, Manager Lu greeted them warmly. Mrs. Wang was also a frequent customer of Li's embroidery workshop, so Qin Rong followed Mrs. Wang obediently. "Isn't this Arong?" Shopkeeper Lu was a little surprised when he saw Qin Rong following Mrs.
Wang.
"Hello, Manager Lu. I am here with Sister Jiang to pick out embroidery," Qin Rong said with a smile.
Sister Jiang.
Shopkeeper Lu was a little surprised. Could it be that Qin Rong had such a good relationship with the county magistrate's wife? They even called each other sisters? "Sister Rong, I heard your mother's cooking skills are also very good. Sister Jiang, my mother's craftsmanship is really good. Do you want to take a look?" Qin Rong asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly said, "I'll go and call you Xiaonyang over." Mrs. Wang waved her hand and said, "No need. There's no need to bother. It would disturb Madame Yu. Just take me to where Madame Yu is working so I can see how good her embroidery is." "Sister Rong, wait for me outside." "Okay." Shopkeeper Lu naturally had no choice but to accept. She led Madame Wang and her group into the embroidery room and introduced them. "Madam, this is our embroidery room. The embroiderers usually work here." Mrs. Wang nodded and stopped talking. It was obvious that she was waiting for Shopkeeper Lu to introduce her. Shopkeeper Lu said, "Everyone stop for a moment. This is the wife of the county magistrate. She is here to pick out embroidery today. You must show us your best skills." When the embroiderers heard that the woman in front of them was the county magistrate's wife, they couldn't help but sit up straight. It would be an incomparable honor if their embroidery could be recognized by the county magistrate's wife. Madame Wang nodded and asked with a smile, "Which one is Rongzhi's mother, Madame Yu?" Shopkeeper Lu pointed to the embroiderer in the middle of the second row and said, "That's her." Mrs. Wang smiled and said, "You guys embroider your own stuff. I'll just take a look." As soon as Mrs. Wang finished speaking, at the signal of Shopkeeper Lu, the embroiderers continued to work. You knew that the county magistrate's wife and her daughter knew each other, and it was hard not to associate her appearance in the embroidery workshop at this time today. However, you did not think for too long. She soon focused on the embroidery in her hands. When she looked up again, she saw the county magistrate's wife standing beside her with a smile, watching her do the embroidery. "Lady, Madame Yu put down her embroidery and was about to stand up to pay her respects, but Madame Wang stopped her. "Madame Yu, Rongjie calls me sister, and you are her mother. You don't have to be so polite." When the county magistrate's wife said this, the other embroiderer's eyes widened.
This.
Yu Xiaonyang was just a divorced woman, and there was no news of her family having any background. How did she get connected with the county magistrate's wife? Zhou was even more surprised. She knew the backgrounds of the embroiderers in the embroidery workshop. None of them came from a better family than hers. How could the wife of the county magistrate still be able to talk to Yu Xionyang? Sister Rong's cooking skills are the best I've ever seen.
She even helped me prepare banquets.
It's true that Sister Rong is so smart because her mother is so outstanding. Madam Yu, your techniques seem very natural.
Mrs. Wang said.
Thank you, ma'am, for the compliment. Sister Rong is so capable, and you are so capable too. If the sisters in our family get married in the future, I will definitely come to offer congratulations and drink with them. After Mrs. Wang finished saying this, before you said anything, Zhou's face turned pale instantly. The embroiderers present at the scene suddenly realized that they were not here to see the embroidery, but were clearly here to support Madame Yu. Just yesterday, Zhou scolded Madame Yu and her 3 daughters, and today the county magistrate's wife came in person, praising the daughters and saying that she wanted to attend the wedding. How could this not be support? Zhou's face turned pale, and she dared not say a word. But Yu reacted and hurriedly thanked her with a smile. Thank you, Madame Wang. If the girls have such a day in the future, they will definitely treat you to a glass of wine. For us. It will be very honorable, Mrs. Wang responded with a smile, exchanged a few words with Mrs. Yu, and ordered an embroidery piece from her. Then, shopkeeper Lu took her back to the front hall. After Madame Wang left, the embroidery room went into an uproar. Several embroiderers who were familiar with Yu came over and asked, Arong actually knows the county magistrate's wife. How did she know her? Sister Yu, you are really good at hiding it. If my daughter knew the county magistrate's wife and had such a good relationship with her, I would definitely tell you everything. This is a very impressive thing. Yes, Madame Yu, you are too tight-lipped. Look at Arong. Even the county magistrate's wife said that she should tell her when Arong gets married. You don't have to worry about the marriages of your daughters anymore. Yes. Speaking of which, we haven't tried the food in Arong's restaurant yet. Otherwise, when can we make an appointment to go and try it? The county magistrate's wife said it was good, so it must be good. Yeah. Why don't we make an appointment to go and try it? We just got our monthly salary, and it won't cost much if we eat together. Okay, it's settled then. Yu was so happy to hear the good words from the familiar embroiderer. Needless to say, this must be the idea of her daughter. She didn't expect that her daughter would win the favor of the county magistrate's wife when she went to make a feast. Maybe she won't have to worry about getting married. Although the good family would think that her reputation was not good, her daughter was capable. For a moment, Yu's worries were all gone. On the other hand, Zhou was working on her work resentfully, without stopping for a moment. She couldn't understand why Yu's daughter Qin Rong was so lucky to be favored by the county magistrate's wife. She had insulted Yu so badly yesterday that she fainted. However, although Zhou had many faults, she was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others when they were in high spirits, but would remain silent when others were in bad times. Therefore, Zhou would definitely not get close to you at this time. Lobby. Sister Rong, let's go, Mrs. Wang said. Qin Rong smiled and said, Okay, Sister Jiang, wait for me. Qin Rong handed the food box she brought with her to shopkeeper Lu. Shopkeeper Lu, thank you for taking care of my mother these days. This is the food I made myself. It's not worth much, so you can just try it for fun. Shopkeeper Lu gladly accepted the food Qin Rong prepared. Arong, you're welcome. After Madame Wang and Qin Rong left, shopkeeper Lu couldn't wait to open the lunchbox. Inside the lunchbox were 6 shrimp cakes and a small dish of sauce. Shopkeeper Lu leaned in to smell the flavor, which must be the sauce made from grapefruit. She often sent people to buy the lunchboxes made by Yu's restaurant, and the taste was so delicious. It was already 1500 hours when Qin Rong returned to the restaurant. Seeing that Yu Deseo and Yu Xiaoshan were looking very happy, she asked, Aunt, how is the sales of the braised food this morning? Mrs. Yu slapped her thigh and said, That's great. They sold out so early. Rong can make more tomorrow. I see. After preparing the evening meal, Qin Rong went to the wine shop next door to find Madame, and Madame Tsen had just finished getting some wine, and when she saw Qin Rong, she greeted her warmly. Rong, you're here. Sister Tsen, let me talk about the price with you. I will sell each portion to you at a penny cheaper than my price, but your price cannot be lower than mine. I can sell you a maximum of 50 portions of each dish per day. Okay, no problem. Are there many today? Asked Mrs. Sin. Let's start tomorrow. We don't have enough ingredients today. Okay, I'll pay you the money on a daily basis, Madame Tsin said readily. Okay. Chin Rong finished her business and was given another pot of wine by Madame Tsin before returning to the restaurant. In the evening, many customers from the daytime came over, and they all said that the braised food was delicious and wanted to buy some to take back. Chen Shubai politely explained to everyone that braised food was not sold at night, and that braised food was only available during the day, as were box lunches and small crispy pork. Some customers went back with regret after hearing this, but some customers thought that since they were already here, they must sit down and try other dishes in the restaurant. Spicy grilled fish, honey roast duck, longjing shrimp, shrimp cakes, stir-fried yam, pork belly, old duck, and snail stew. The customer swallowed his saliva while looking at the menu. Why does he want to eat everything? I want honey-glazed roast duck, shrimp cakes, and spicy stir-fried grandma's vegetables, said the customer. Okay. Chen Shubai quickly wrote down the menu and went to greet other guests. After the guests sat down, Yu Xiaoshan was responsible for pouring water for the guests. Hey, what kind of tea is this that tastes so good? A customer asked. Yu Xiaoshan smiled and replied, It's grapefruit tea. How much do you want to sell this for? The customer asked. This tea can only be drunk in our restaurant. If customers find it delicious, they can come often. Our tea is not the same every day. The customers just found it strange that this small restaurant didn't look very special, but the food inside was quite good. In just 2/4 of an hour, the restaurant was already full of customers. Sister Yu said cheerfully, I didn't expect so many customers to order food today. Chin Rong said as she cooked, Well, things will get better and better in the future. When Gu Sheng brought Amu over, the restaurant was packed with people, and there was no empty seat at all. Yu Xiaoshan saw Gu Sheng and said, Brother Gu, there is no seat now, how about you wait? Amu felt a little regretful. He turned around and said pitifully, Brother Gu, let's wait. Gu Sheng smiled and touched Amu's head and said, Even if you don't act pitiful, I will still wait. Xiaoshan, we'll come back later. Good. Gu Sheng held Amu's hand and went to a bookstore not far away. They each took a book and started reading. Gu Sheng had also been to a school before becoming a disciple, otherwise his master would not have accepted him. Gu Sheng liked to read travel notes from various places, but Amu could not read many words, so he had to read books with pictures. The two looked for a long time, and seeing that the time was almost up, they went to use restaurant again. At this time, several tables in the restaurant were already empty. After Chen Shubai asked Gu Sheng to sit down, Gu Sheng said, It seems that there are a lot of people eating today. Chen Shubai smiled and said, Yes, the stewed food sold by the boss during the day is very popular, and many people come to buy stewed food at night. If they don't buy any, they sit down and try the dishes on the menu. I want to eat honey-glazed roast duck. Brother Gu, said Amu. Okay, honey roast duck, spicy stir-fried grandma's vegetables, dried tofu and shredded pork and mushroom and green vegetables. Good. Seeing that Gu Sheng had finished ordering, Yu Xiaoshan came over and poured tea. Brother Gu, Amu, this is the grapefruit tea that sister made. You guys try it. Amu picked up the bamboo cup and took a sip. It tasted sour and sweet and was very delicious. It's delicious. Sister Rong's cooking is delicious. Who doesn't like to hear good words? Yu Xiaoshan agreed deeply when he heard Amu praising Chin Rong. After Chin Rong prepared the dishes ordered by Gu Sheng and Amu, there were no other customers in the restaurant. Chin Rong washed her hands, took off her belly band, went outside to replace Chen Shubai and Yu Xiaoshan, and asked the two to come in to eat. Amu was eating hard at this time, but Gu Sheng saw Chin Rong and said, Miss Rong, Brother Gu, how come you have time to come here today? Chin Rong said with a smile. Amu hurriedly said, Sister Rong, Brother Gu solved a big case, busted the kidnapper's den, and found many kidnapped girls. Now those girls have been sent back. Brother Gu got a reward, so he brought me to the restaurant for dinner. Chin Rong was also very happy to hear that. Kidnappers were the most hateful people in the world. It would be a great thing for Lihua Town if they could bust their den. Brother Gu is so awesome, Chin Rong said. Gu Sheng glanced at Qin Rong and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. He stood up and said, "Miss Rong, we were able to solve the case this time thanks to you. If it weren't for Sister Yan's words, we wouldn't have been able to solve the case so smoothly. I don't know how to thank you. When I went to the capital, I saw a shop selling these, so I bought some back." As Gu Sheng spoke, he handed the box in his hand to Qin Rong. Qin Rong smelled the smell coming from the box, and her eyes lit up. "Is it seasoning?" Gu Sheng nodded. "Well, I heard from the shop owner that these seasonings were brought in from outside, and I thought that since you run a restaurant, you might be interested in these." Qin Rong nodded excitedly. "Thank you, Brother Gu. I'm very interested. If something touches someone's heart, it is a great encouragement to the sender." "You're welcome. It's my honor.
You helped me.
If you can use it, I'll bring it to you next time I go to the capital, okay?" Qin Rong's eyes curved into crescents. When Qin Rong returned home in the moonlight, Yu Shi also arrived home. The mother and daughter bumped into each other at the door. "Mom, why are you so late today? Mother has to work hard these days," Yu said. Qin Rong and Yu entered the house together. "Mother, I think we should have dinner at Shenzhen in the future. You can also come to the restaurant to eat. After dinner, ask Yu to deliver the meal to you. This way, Yu doesn't have to cook at home anymore. Is it too hard for you?" Yu was worried that her daughter was having a hard time. "We have to eat too. Although the restaurant was busy before, we didn't have a clear plan. Now we have sorted out everything. We can eat early so that everyone doesn't have to work on an empty stomach." "Good. By the way, Arong, Mother made you worried yesterday. I know that the county magistrate's wife must have come because you asked her to do so," Yu said a little embarrassedly. "Mom, what are you talking about? We are a family. That Zhou Xionyang is really going too far. We can't let her say anything nonsense. And Mom, look, our lives are getting better and better. You really don't have to worry too much about our marriage." Qin Rong put down the backpack on her back and said to Yu. After this incident, Yu felt that she was worrying too much. If her daughter was really disliked because of her reputation, then even if she got married, her life would not be a good one. It would be better not to get married. "Mother understands. Arong, you can rest assured from now on," Yu said. "I know, Mom. Today is the big market day, and West Street is extremely busy. Qin Rong brought Qin Yu and Qin Yi here early in the morning. You must hold my and your second sister's hands when there are many people around. Do you understand?" Qin Rong warned worriedly. "Yes," Qin Yi nodded heavily. "She begged you for a long time last night before you agreed to let her go to the market with Qin Rong and Qin Yu. Sister, why are there so many people here today?" Qin Yu had never seen so many people at the fair. "Maybe it's because a lot of foreign merchants came. Look, those merchants are not from our Lihua town judging by their attire." Qin Yu held Qin Yi tightly. If she had known that there would be so many people at the market today, she would not have come. Perhaps because there were too many people, the government also sent people to maintain order. Qin Rong saw Gu Sheng and the detectives wandering around from a distance. "Miss Rong, are you here at the market too?" The constable named Zhou Dazue was the first to see Qin Rong. He smiled and trotted over to greet her, very enthusiastically. Because Qin Rong and his team solved the case before the kidnappers moved to another place, not only did the government give them a reward, but they also gave rewards to the families whose children had been lost. Gu Sheng did not confiscate any money given by the poor families, but the wealthy families did give a lot of rewards, especially Yan Jie's mother, who gave 100 taels of silver in one go, and each of their group of Yamen runners received 9 to 10 taels of silver. Besides, he is still savoring the banana pie Qin Rong made last time. "Detective Zhou, you are here too." "Yes, several groups of merchants came to the dock 2 days ago. County Magistrate Wang sent us to keep an eye on it for fear of trouble," Zhou Dazue said. At this time, Gu Sheng also saw Qin Rong, and he also walked over and said, "Miss Rong, please be careful today. There are too many people, more than expected." "Thank you, Brother Gu, for the reminder. I didn't expect so many people would come to Lihua Town. There will be more in the future." County Magistrate Wang plans to expand the wharf, Gu Sheng said. "Expanding the dock. If the dock is really expanded, people from all over the country will gather in Lihua Town. In ancient times, what does population represent? It represents productivity. What does productivity represent? It represents money. It looked like the housing prices in Lihua town would skyrocket in a short time. She had to go back and count the money she had on hand and buy a shop as soon as possible. After hearing the news, Gu Sheng also started planning to buy a house. He would definitely not be able to go back home. His nephew was getting older and older, and if his sister-in-law gave birth to more children, how would the house be able to accommodate them? If one lived in a more remote area, the price of a house would be between 60 and 70 taels of silver. The monthly salary that Gu Sheng saved from his job was not much, but he had always had some other income over the years. Some silver and money obtained from suppressing bandits. Some wealthy families would give some rewards for completing tasks, such as busting a kidnapper's den or finding a family for a child. And when escorting prisoners from one place to another, Gu Sheng would also help bring back some items or goods and sell them in the grocery stores he was familiar with. By this calculation, it should not be difficult for him to buy a house with the money he saved. However, regardless of whether it is enough or not, Gu Sheng plans to go back and ask for some. Otherwise, his sister-in-law will take advantage and act like a spoiled child. Both brothers took the money back, so there is no reason for them to have nothing when they split up. He is now living outside with AMU. So, what is the difference between this and the split up? There were so many people, shoulder to shoulder, that Qin Rong and Qin Yu went back after just a short while. At this time, the door of Yu's restaurant was already open, and the aroma of braised food drifted through the kitchen to the street. Qin Rong put down the backpack and said with a smile, "Aunt, I can smell the aroma of our braised food from far away. With so many people coming to the market today, it will definitely be a busy day." Mrs. Yu was particularly excited. Qin Rong washed her hands and put on her belly band. Today's ingredients were similar to yesterday's. The pumpkin was sent by Madame C. Whether it was the cloud pumpkin tart or the pumpkin flour cake, Qin Rong felt that it was a bit troublesome. After thinking about it, Qin Rong decided to make egg yolk pumpkin. After deciding on today's dishes, Qin Rong asked Qin Shubai to change the menu. Just as she finished these things, the first batch of customers arrived. These customers were obviously not from the town, but farmers who came to the market. They had long been attracted by the aroma of the restaurant, but now that the food was sold out and they had money in their hands and felt confident, they dared to enter the restaurant. Chen Shubai patiently explained to the customers how the food was sold in the restaurant. Everyone bought box lunches and added an extra portion of braised food. Soon, the restaurant was full. Then the students from the academy came. They saw that there were a lot of people in the restaurant today, so they asked, "Why are there so many people today? We all come here to the market. Luckily, you all want to take the food away. Otherwise, there would be no room for us." The student who asked the question hurriedly asked, "Did you prepare enough stewed food today?" Yu Xiaoshan scratched his head and said, "I prepared it based on yesterday's quantity. It may not be enough." Upon hearing this, the student hurriedly bought a box lunch and some braised food and went back. When he reached the academy, he shouted, "Yu's restaurant is crowded today. If you go too late, there will be no more braised food." As soon as the student said this, even the teacher who was staying in class put down the book in his hand and said, "Well, let's end the get out of class first." The students rushed out in a flash, running faster, running faster. If they ran slowly, they would have no braised food to eat. In this way, Yu's restaurant was busy until the early hours of the morning, and finally it was time to take a break. Having so many customers was really a sweet burden. After everyone finished lunch, they all planned to take a break, but Qin Rong had to prepare the braised food for Madame Sin, so she didn't take a break. After preparing the braised food, Qin Rong sent it to Madame Sin, and while she was talking for a few words, she saw about 10 people coming to the door of the restaurant, who seemed to be a row of servants and a row of maids. Fearing that something might happen, Qin Rong hurriedly said goodbye to Madame Sin. "You are?" As soon as Qin Rong asked the question, she heard a clear voice, "Sister Rong." Qin Rong looked in the direction of the voice and saw it was Sister Yen. Qin Rong breathed a sigh of relief and went to open the door while saying, "Sister Yen, why are you here?" When Qin Rong welcomed the people in, she found that the one who came with Sister Yen was a lady who was dressed in a silver-red soft silk dress with gold thread, had a high bun, and had a gentle and quiet temperament, and looked noble. "Hello, Sister Rong, this is my mother." Yan Jian's mother smiled and said politely to Qin Rong, Miss Rong, I am Yan Jian's mother. My husband's surname is Zhang. I have been in Lihua town for a few days. Today I have learned everything clearly, so I came to visit you. I hope you don't mind. How could that be? You guys sit down first. Qin Rong invited Mrs. Zhang and Sister Yan to sit down, and poured them honey grapefruit tea. Tea, please. After listening to Qin Rong's words, Sister Yan drank the tea obediently, which surprised Mrs. Zhang. Sister Yan has always been the most picky eater, and it is harder than climbing to the sky to get her to eat something. Out of curiosity, Madame Zhang also lowered her head and took a sip of the tea in her hand. Madame Zhang's eyes lit up, and her beautiful eyes were filled with smiles. Miss Rong, this tea is delicious. What kind of tea is it? It's honey grapefruit tea, which is extremely good for beauty, Qin Rong said. Madame Zhang smiled slightly. Miss Rong is indeed a wonderful person. Sister Rong, you said that when I come to see you again, you will make me something delicious. Sister Yan looked at Qin Rong eagerly, as if to say, Sister, please hurry up. Qin Rong couldn't help but laugh and said, You came too suddenly. Some ingredients are not prepared. How about we eat popcorn first and then some other food? Next time you come, tell me in advance, and I will make you a honey cream cake. Good. Qin Rong then said to Madame Zhang, Madame Zhang, why don't you have dinner here with me? I'll prepare it right away. Mrs. Zhang nodded slightly. Then I'm sorry to bother you. Qin Rong got up and went into the kitchen, found a small pot, poured corn oil into it, and placed it on the stove. After lighting the fire, she waited for the fire to burn, and the corn kernels were poured in. As the corn kernels burst with a sizzling sound, Qin Rong quickly covered the pot, and a crackling sound instantly rang out from the pot. When she opened the lid of the pot again, the milky white popcorn had all been popped. Qin Rong took out the popcorn and let it cool, then poured sugar and water into the pot and began to cook the sugar water. In fact, the most important thing in making popcorn is to cook the syrup. After the syrup is cooked, add a piece of butter. Qin Rong stirs it evenly with a spoon until the syrup turns caramel color. Qin Rong takes the pot away, pours the popcorn into the pot, and stirs it quickly. As Qin Rong stirred quickly, the caramel flavor became stronger and stronger. In an instant, the whole kitchen was filled with the sweet aroma of caramel. A gust of wind blew by, and Sister Yan also smelled the rich, sweet aroma. It smells so good, Sister Yan sniffed. Mrs. Zhang agreed. It smelled really good. When Qin Rong came out with a plate of popcorn, Yan Jie asked expectantly, Sister Rong, is this popcorn? Qin Rong curled her lips and said, Yes, this is popcorn. Try it. Sister Yan couldn't wait to pick up a piece of popcorn and put it in her mouth. She bit it gently, and there was a crunch sound. Along with the crunch sound, the rich and sweet taste spread in her mouth. It's so delicious. It's really delicious. Mrs. Zhang was originally embarrassed to eat the snacks the child was having, but seeing Sister Yan's expression, she couldn't help but reach out her hand, and then ate one snack after another. Yan Jie took after her mother. Madame Zhang loved to eat delicious food even before she got married. When other people were young and had visions for the future, they all thought about marrying a good man, but Madame Zhang only thought about eating all the delicious food in the world and becoming a famous golden tongue in the capital. Is it delicious? Qin Rong asked with a smile. Delicious, the mother and daughter said in unison. Qin Rong smiled. Then enjoy your meal slowly, but eating too much popcorn can easily cause internal heat, so don't eat too much. The mother and daughter said in unison again. It seemed that Mrs. Zhang no longer had the noble and imposing look she had when she first came. Yan Jie couldn't stand oily or spicy food, so Qin Rong cooked a pot of shredded chicken porridge with a plate of pickled cucumbers and made another dish of clams with scallion oil, shrimp balls with radish, lotus root with honey, eggplant with fish flavor, shrimp with longjing tea, pumpkin with egg yolk, and stir-fried broccoli. Dishes were served one after another. Although Mrs. Zhang was experienced in this field, she was still surprised. After Qin Rong introduced the dishes one by one, Mrs. Zhang regretted eating too much popcorn. Miss Rong, there are many styles of these dishes that I have never tasted before. You are really amazing.
Mrs. Zhang praised.
Sister Yen responded with a few, sounds and began to eat impatiently. Sister Yen ate happily. Mrs. Zhang chatted briefly and also started to eat with her chopsticks. The food Qin Rong made was not only beautiful, but also delicious. Miss Rong, this is the first time I know of a dish that is so beautiful and tastes just as good. I have eaten many dishes that look good, but now they seem all fancy. Well, when it comes to delicious food, the most important thing is the taste. If you lose the substance for the sake of appearance, isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Qin Rong said with a smile. Hearing this, Madame Zhang put down her chopsticks and said seriously, Miss Rong, you are right. My maiden name is Yang. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Yang. Sister Yang. Qin Rong readily followed suit. Mrs. Zhang was very happy and took out a brocade box. Rong Jier, this is originally prepared for you. Thank you for helping my sister Yen. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have to endure the torment of separation from my flesh and blood. Qin Rong was not pretentious. If some people wanted to make friends, there had to be give and take. Only then would favors not be favors. For a family like the Zhang family, things that could be solved with money were better than owing favors. Actually, I didn't do anything, so I don't deserve such a solemn thank you from your elder sister. Qin Rong took the brocade box handed over by Mrs. Zhang and smiled. Mrs. Zhang was even happier to see Qin Rong was so cheerful. She took out a purse and handed it to Qin Rong, then said, Sister Rong, this is a gift from me today because I saw you, and I think you are a good match. I hope you won't refuse it. Qin Rong took the purse, thought for a moment, and said, Sister Yang, wait for me a moment. Qin Rong hurriedly entered the room, entered the homestay space, took out a jar of honey grapefruit jam and a jar of rose raspberry jam from the refrigerator, and then left the homestay space. Sister Yang, these are 2 jars of jam I made myself. You can dip them in the jam when eating steamed buns cut with a knife, or you can scoop a spoonful and soak it in water to drink. They both have the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin, Qin Rong said. Then I won't be polite. Mrs. Zhang looked surprised. Sister Rong, I will take Sister Yen back to Tanzhou tomorrow. I have been away for too long this time, and I have received letters from the mansion one after another. Today I would like to make a deal with you. If you have the opportunity to go to the capital in the future, you can come to Zhang's house to find me. I have written the address in my purse. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me for help. I will never refuse any help I can provide, Mrs. Zhang said. Mrs. Zhang originally intended to give the brocade box to end the incident, but since she entered the restaurant, Qin Rong has always been very calm, neither humble nor arrogant, and well-spoken, especially after she gave the purse. Qin Rong would return the favor, neither trying to curry favor nor being hypocritical. Such a girl is worth getting to know anyway. Now she finally understood why Sister Yen insisted on coming to Yu's restaurant. So, she made this promise. Okay, thank you, Sister Yang. The restaurant opened a little late today. Mrs. Zhang and Sister Yen finished their evening meal and chatted for a while before leaving the restaurant. Qin Rong waited for Mrs. Zhang and Sister Yen to leave before opening the restaurant to do business. What Qin Rong didn't expect was that there was already someone waiting at the door of the restaurant. Qin Rong opened the door, and the diners found their own seats and sat down. Yu Xiaoshan poured tea, and Chen Shubai took the orders. The two of them worked very well together. Waiter, I didn't expect the freshly cooked dishes in your restaurant are so delicious. They are better than box lunches and braised food. After I had them last night, I have been thinking about them all the time. They are so delicious, one of the customers said to Yu Xiaoshan. Yu Xiaoshan was very happy. He looked at Qin Rong with a smile and blinked. Today, the restaurant opened late and closed late, and Qin Rong arrived home late. There was still candlelight in the main room, and after Qin Rong entered, Qin Yu was still sitting in the main room, doing embroidery while waiting for Qin Rong. After the family's financial situation improved, they could light the oil lamp without any hesitation, and Yu no longer restricted Qin Yu from doing embroidery. Sister, you're back. I'm heating up the water for you. Sister, I know. You should go to bed first. Qin Yu was indeed so sleepy that she couldn't even open her eyes. Qin Rong said, You go to sleep. Qin Yu then yawned and went to sleep. After Qin Rong finished washing up, She counted the accounts in the main room to see how much money she still needed to buy the shop. Qin Rong opened the brocade box given by Madame Zhang and found 80 taels of silver in the box. She was shocked and thought to herself, it seems that the Zhang family should be a very prosperous family. Qin Rong opened the purse given by Mrs. Zhang again. Inside was a jade bracelet of extremely fine quality. Qin Rong couldn't tell what material it was made of, but just by looking at the color and texture, she knew that this jade bracelet would not be cheap. Qin Rong put the jade bracelet into the space and took out the box of silver from the space. This month, the shop probably earned nearly 30 taels of silver. In addition, the silver invested before had been earned back, so these 30 taels of silver were the profit. Adding the money earned from preparing banquets, Qin Rong had a total of 220 taels of silver in her hands. Tomorrow she would go to ask Zhang Yuren. After putting away all the silver, money and jewelry, Qin Rong went to bed. Qin Rong woke up very early as she was worried about something. She got up at the beginning of the morning hour. She cooked a pot of walnut kernel and white rice porridge, fried some shrimp cakes, and served them with a dish of pickled cucumbers. This was a very rich breakfast. After breakfast, Qin Rong went straight to the dental clinic, but unexpectedly, she met Gu Sheng. "Brother Gu, you're here so early." Qin Rong greeted Gu Sheng with a smile. Gu Sheng also curled his lips slightly. "Yes, I want to buy a small house before the dock is expanded." Qin Rong heard about Gu Sheng's family affairs from Amu. She didn't expect that Gu Sheng would also buy a house. "Brother Gu, you are amazing." Gu Sheng only felt his ears getting hot. "You are really good." Qin Rong smiled. "So Brother Gu really did tell me on purpose that the dock was going to be expanded." Gu Sheng nodded gently. "I heard from Amu that you wanted to buy the shop." "Thank you, Brother Gu. If you have nothing to do in the evening, bring Amu over for dinner after your shift. I'll treat you as a thank you," Qin Rong said. "You're welcome." "That won't do. Brother Gu, you won't tell everyone about this news. I appreciate your kindness, so why not treat you to a meal?" "Okay, sorry to bother you then. Why does Brother Gu speak so flowery?" "I've never been to school," Qin Rong said, trying not to laugh. Gu Sheng touched his ears, which were getting hotter and hotter. Then he realized that Qin Rong was teasing him. He coughed lightly and said, "Zhang Ye is coming." Zhang Yaran saw Gu Sheng and Qin Rong coming to the shop early in the morning, so he hurriedly invited them into the hall. After serving tea, Zhang Yaran asked, "Are you two here together?" Qin Rong and Gu Sheng said in unison, "No." Then the two smiled at each other. Gu Sheng waved his hand to signal Qin Rong to speak first. Qin Rong then said, "Mr. Zhang Ye, Constable Gu, and I just met. I want to buy a shop, and he wants to buy a house. I wonder if the landlord of my shop has any plans. Does he have any intention of selling the shop?" Zhang Yaran smiled and said, "Miss Qin, you are lucky. Originally, the landlord had no intention of doing so. He only wanted to collect rent. However, things happen unexpectedly. His son lost money doing business in the north a few days ago, and now he needs him to fill the hole. He just came to me yesterday. Even if you didn't come to me today, I would still go to your place to find you. How much does the boss offer?" Qin Rong asked. 210 taels of silver. If the young lady buys it, she can deduct the rent she paid. Qin Rong calculated that she could deduct 26 taels of silver, and 184 taels of silver was within her budget. This would also save a lot of trouble, so Qin Rong agreed immediately. Miss Qin is still as straightforward as ever. Zhang Yaran was very happy that he had made the deal. Qin Rong smiled slightly, but did not respond to Zhang Yaran's words. "Zhang Yaran, although I am a straightforward person, I have to say something in advance. If the other party wants to take advantage of my straightforward personality to raise the price, then Zhang Yaran can directly return the favor to the landlord for me. After all, if I sell it to someone else, the landlord will have to pay compensation." Qin Rong's words surprised Zhang Yaran. Qin Rong looked very gentle and young. Although she was just a girl from a farmer's family, she was full of bookish air. He only thought that Qin Rong was efficient in doing things before, but now he understood her better. She was a girl with plans in mind and efficient in doing things. "It's a pity that my son is too young, otherwise, I really want to bring him back to be my daughter-in-law." "Don't worry, Miss Qin. I have figured it out," Zhang Yaran said. Gu Sheng saw that Qin Rong had finished speaking, and he did not intend to avoid Qin Rong. Mr. Zhangya, I want to buy a courtyard with one entrance. The location closer to the academy is naturally the best. If the price is more expensive, it can be a little further away. I do have a few courtyards here. When is Constable Gu free? Zhang Yaran asked with a smile. Gu Sheng thought for a moment and said, It's fine now. Then I'll have someone take you to see her. As for Miss Qin, I'll go to the landlord right now and give you news by the evening at the latest. Okay. Thank you, Zhang Yaran. As it should be, as it should be. After making the decision with Zhang Yaran, Qin Rong said hello to Gu Sheng and returned to the restaurant. When she arrived at the restaurant, Qin Rong remembered that she had not yet told Yu Sure about such a big thing as buying a shop. However, today was the day to officially serve spicy hot pot and spicy hot pot, so Qin Rong really couldn't leave for the time being. I told my classmates yesterday that the restaurant would rotate food today, and I also posted a notice in the shop. The first shot is still very important. Spicy hot pot is actually a lazy food. As long as the ingredients are well prepared, even Yu Deseo can make spicy hot pot with the same taste as Qin Rong. Malatang pays more attention to the ingredients. There is a big difference between eating hot and stir-fried. Qin Rong had prepared the ingredients for the spicy hot pot early in the morning, including peppercorns, chili peppers, bean paste, onions, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, sugar, and cooking wine. Qin Rong fried a large pot of stir-fried ingredients and then waited for the restaurant to open so that Yu Deseo could take over. Malatang is made with bone soup, with some pepper added to stimulate appetite. The big bones are delivered by the butcher early in the morning. After the soup base is cooked, the stewed food is also ready, and the restaurant is ready to open. Today, Chen Shubai opened the door. As soon as the door opened, many customers came in. No, brother, what delicious food did you make today? The rich aroma made my mouth water. Yes, little brother, I heard that there is no box lunch today. Do you still have the braised food? Chen Shubai smiled and explained one by one. There is braised food, but the box lunch and crispy pork are temporarily out. Starting from today for the 15th, the box lunch and crispy pork will be replaced with spicy hot pot and spicy hot pot. What is spicy hot pot? What is spicy hot pot? Chen Shubai smiled and said, Mala hot pot tastes better when eaten with rice, but you have to be able to handle some spiciness. Malatang doesn't need to be eaten with rice, but there are noodles and sweet potato noodles in Malatang. At this time, someone had already ordered the first spicy hot pot. Sister, you started to cook it. The overbearing aroma from the kitchen became stronger and stronger. The people standing outside didn't care to think too much at this time. Quick, give me a spicy hot pot with 2 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes. I want 4 meat dishes and 6 vegetable dishes. I want 2 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes. I want spicy hot pot with 4 meat dishes and 6 vegetable dishes. After doing this for a few days, Chen Shubai has gained some experience. He writes down the customers' orders and goes to the kitchen to report them. Yu Xiaoshan and Yu Deseo each have a pot and are busy. This was Yu Xiaoshan's first time cooking spicy hot pot, and Qin Rong stood beside him giving him instructions. 5 servings of spicy hot pot are ready, Yu's wife shouted in the kitchen. Chen Shubai quickly went into the kitchen and brought out the 5 spicy hot pots ordered by the first batch of customers. Now, the aroma in the restaurant became even stronger. People passing by outside couldn't help but look in. What's that smell so good? At this time, the students also came. Brother Chen, am I late? I want 5 servings of spicy hot pot. Brother Chen, I want 6 servings of spicy hot pot. Chen Shubai looked in the direction of the voice and saw that there was only one student who wanted 6 servings of malatang. Chen Shubai said, Malatang is not easy to carry. You can't carry 6 bamboo tubes by yourself, and the soup might spill. Then I'll have 1 portion of malatang and eat it here, and the remaining 5 portions will be spicy hot pot to take away. Seeing that more and more people were coming, the student was afraid that he would not be able to buy anything, and he was scratching his head anxiously. Good. The restaurant was quickly filled up, and some customers who came later, seeing that there was no place to sit, chose to pay a deposit and take away their food boxes and bamboo tubes. Today was a trial sale, so not too many ingredients were prepared. In less than an hour, only some braised food and a few vegetables were left in the restaurant. Qin Rong then closed the restaurant, went home early, and had lunch. Sister, we need to prepare more ingredients tomorrow. There are so many people eating spicy hot pot, Yu Xiaoshan said while eating rice. Chen Shubai was also very tired today. The only thing on his mind at this moment was eating. Although there were only braised food and a plate of stir-fried vegetables, Chen Shubai ate it with special relish. He was very hungry, really very hungry. We do need to prepare more tomorrow. Madam Tsin also asked me for more braised food. I plan to sell more braised food to Madam Tsin tomorrow, Qin Rong said with a smile. Mrs. Yu was a little confused when she heard this. Arong, didn't you always feel that we were too busy and didn't want to do more? Qin Rong said slowly. There's no other way. I want to buy a shop, so I have to sell more food to earn back the money from the shop. Brother Chen Shubai seemed to have guessed something. Boss, are you going to buy a shop? Mrs. Yu and Yu Xiaoshan both looked surprised. Really? Qin Rong nodded. It's true. I went to the broker this morning to discuss buying the shop. Why so sudden? Mrs. Yu thought that renting a shop was fine, but if Qin Rong bought a shop all at once, it would be too much pressure. After all, she was just a young girl who had not yet reached the age of marriage. The housing prices in this town have been rising in the past few months. After the opening of sea transportation, more merchants come and go, and there are several more inns. I'm worried that after the one-year lease is up, my restaurant will have a good reputation and the landlord will ask for an exorbitant amount of money. Gu Sheng was doing Qin Rong a favor. Naturally, Qin Rong would not easily tell the news of the expansion. It would be bad if it caused trouble for Gu Sheng. You have a point, but this shop is not cheap. Do you have enough money? If not, your aunt will go back and discuss with your grandfather to see how much money she can come up with. Buying a shop is no small matter. Yu's sister-in-law was very worried. It's enough. The money I saved from my banquets plus the money I made in the past few months plus the thank you gift from Madame Zhang is enough for now, but I'll have to tighten my belt later. Yu Xiaoshan immediately said, Sister, please don't give me money from now on. Qin Rong laughed. Why is it so? Your wages are naturally included in the cost. How can you save money for a shop by saving wages? I'm just telling you that we may prepare more in the future. The more we prepare, the more we can earn, so that I can earn back the money for the shop sooner. Then if you don't have enough money, you must tell your aunt, Yu's wife repeatedly reminded her. Although the Yu family was not a wealthy family, they had lived in the town for many years and had not done anything big in these years. Even though she didn't know how much money was in the public treasury, the money saved by her and Yu Lauda was in her hands. Yu's divorce was a sore spot for the Yu family. She had always felt bad for not being able to help her sister-in-law. Now she was working for her niece, earning a good salary, and having a lot of spare money. Her niece was going to do something big, and whether she wanted to help or not was another matter.
Don't worry, Aunt.
I will tell you if there is anything you need. Yu Deseo felt relieved after hearing this, and secretly made a decision in her heart that she would go to work earlier in the future, so that Qin Rong would not have to work so hard. When Zhang Yaran arrived at Yu's restaurant, there were only a few tables of customers left in the restaurant. Yu Xiaoshan did not know Zhang Yaran, but Chen Shubai saw Zhang Yaran, asked him to sit down, and then went to the kitchen to invite Qin Rong. Qin Rong came out and said with a smile, Mr. Zhangya, have you had your evening meal? Not yet. That's great. Today's meal is on me. Zhang Yaran hurriedly said, Miss Qin, don't worry. I have done this today. I came here specially to tell you that tomorrow morning you can bring the silver, and we will go to the government office to transfer the ownership. Okay, Mr. Zhangya. Thank you for what you did today. You can have dinner here. Qin Rong's eyes were filled with smiles. Zhang Yaran saw that Qin Rong's tone was not reluctant at all, so he smiled and agreed. He had heard other Yaran mention Yu's restaurant in the past 2 days, and he must try it today. Qin Rong had planned for Zhang Yaran to come at this time, and had prepared the ingredients in advance. The main dish was old duck and bamboo shoots. She had made the bamboo shoots herself a few days ago, which took a lot of time. The old duck was stewed over low heat for an entire afternoon, and it was already very tender. The bamboo shoots did not have a trace of astringency. After stewing for an entire afternoon, they had already been soaked in the freshness of the old duck soup. Sprinkling pepper on it made the taste even more delicious. Qin Shubai lit a small charcoal stove, and then put on the pot with old duck and dried bamboo shoots. The aroma wafted out, making the guests at the nearby table salivate. There are also pre-steamed crystal-steamed dumplings in the steamer. In addition to glutinous rice, the fillings of the dumplings also include peas and corn kernels. The skin of the crystal-steamed dumplings is as thin as a cicada's wing and looks crystal clear. Pumpkin with egg yolk, pickled cabbage, okra and yam puree, tofu and tomato sauce, and a dish of stir-fried river shrimp. When the dishes were served one by one, Zhang Yaran was really greedy. However, he didn't want to lose face in front of the guests, so he resisted the urge to pick up his chopsticks. After the dishes were ready, Qin Rong called Qin Shubai to join her. "Uncle Zhang, this is the boss's new dish today, old duck and dried bamboo shoots. The boss has been stewing it for the whole afternoon," Qin Shubai said as he helped Zhang Yaran pour wine. Zhang Yaran was a wine lover, but at this moment, the appeal of wine to him was not as great as this dish of old duck and dried bamboo shoots. "Uncle Zhang, come and try it." Qin Rong could see that Zhang Yaran's mind was completely attracted by the stewed old duck and dried bamboo shoots, so she greeted him while holding back her smile. Zhang Yaran nodded, picked up a piece of bamboo shoot, and put it in his mouth. He chewed it and exclaimed, "Delicious, so delicious. The Zhangya people know how to eat." This stew of old duck and dried bamboo shoots may seem like the main ingredient is the old duck, but in fact the dried bamboo shoots are the highlight. The dried bamboo shoots are soaked in the soup and are the most delicious, Qin Rong said. Zhang Yaran nodded repeatedly. "Miss Qin, no wonder you were able to afford a shop so quickly. With your skills, you can afford to open a shop in not only Lihua town but also in the capital. Mr. Zhangya is too kind." Zhang Yaran waved his hand and tasted the egg yolk pumpkin again. He exclaimed, "This is egg yolk pumpkin. Why does it taste different from what I thought? The pumpkin is wrapped in egg fragrance, and it has a hint of sweetness, just the right sweetness, wonderful." Today's meal completely convinced Zhang Yaran. He had initially doubted the craftsmanship of a young girl who had not yet reached marriage age, but he did not expect that after working as a dentist for so long, she would still be obsessed with it. "By the way, Mr. Zhangya, do I need to prepare anything else besides the deed tax and other fees when I go to the government office tomorrow?" Qin Rong asked. Zhang Yaran said cheerfully, "No need for that. Inspector Gu has already made the arrangements and we can just go over and do it. Although there is no need for any help, the deed tax plus other fees will be around 10 taels of silver. Miss Qin needs to prepare the money." Qin Rong nodded. This was pretty much what she expected, but she didn't expect Gu Xing to make arrangements for her in advance. As expected, it was easier to get things done when there was someone in the government office. After Qin Rong and Zhang Yaran discussed the matter of buying a shop tomorrow, today's meal was over. Zhang Yaran had a good meal, and on the way back, he thought that he would have to pay more attention to Qin Rong in the future. After all, the food she cooked was really delicious, and he would have to come often in the future. Qin Rong went back and told you about the plan to buy a shop. Yu was stunned and hurried to get the silver from her room. She had made spring and summer clothes for the past few months and paid the rent, so she had no money left. She went to the countryside to sell the small items she made twice a month. She had been there 6 times so far and earned a total of 5.5 taels of silver. She still had about 2 taels of silver from the reward, plus the remaining silver she brought out at the beginning, so now you could probably get together 9 taels of silver. "Arong, this is all I have. How much do you need? I can either ask my grandfather for help or go talk to Manager Liu about getting a few months' advance on your salary." You didn't ask any more questions, but just asked how much money Qin Rong was short of. Qin Rong felt her eyes turn red. "Mom." She threw herself into Yu's arms. She wondered what kind of relative she was. She had no idea in the modern world, but traveling here made up for a big regret in her life. "Good." Yu touched Qin Rong's head lovingly. Although she was not very capable, she would try her best to give her daughters everything she could. "Mom, I have enough money, and I need you to go to the government office tomorrow. The head of Qin Rong's household is Madame Yu, and Qin Rong has not yet set up her own household. Don't worry, Rong. This shop is yours. Even if you get married in the future, it will be your dowry. I won't touch it." "Mom, I know." Qin Yu and Qin Yi also heard about Qin Rong's plan to buy a shop. Qin Yu secretly took out the box where she usually saved copper coins. Sister, this is what I usually saved. My embroidery is not very good. I can only make some simple purses and sachets. Recently, I have made less lace and more purses and sachets. I have sold them and made some silver. With the silver you gave me before, I have 1 tael and 1 qian of silver. Sister, I will give it all to you. Qin Rong smiled. She touched Qin Yu's head and said, Ayu, sister has enough money. Keep it for yourself. Qin Yu hesitated. Is it really enough? Isn't it to comfort us? It is indeed enough. If it were not enough, how could I reject you? That's good. Oh, my sister now knows how much private money I have, Qin Yu said shyly. Ara Yu is amazing. Which girl of your age in this town can earn so much money? Qin Rong praised. Then my sister is even more powerful. Qin Yu thought about it and realized that it was true, and immediately her face lit up with satisfaction. Well, sister is more powerful. On the second day, Yu asked for leave from the embroidery workshop and went to the yamen with Qin Rong. Zhang Yaran and the landlord were already waiting there. Sorry for the long wait, Yu said. Zhang Ya, this is my mother. Okay, let's go and handle the formalities now. Gusheng had taken care of everything in the yamen, and Zhang Yaran also had some connections of his own, so they didn't encounter any difficulties and the house deed was transferred smoothly. After getting the house deed, Yu and Qin Rong were both excited. Mom, I have a shop now, Qin Rong said excitedly.
Well,
my daughter is amazing. We have our own shop in town. Yu also laughed heartily. Qin Taizhu, a jerk who only wanted a son, was not so lucky to have such a capable daughter. After putting away the deed, Yu and Qin Rong were very happy. Yu had already taken a day off, so she simply went back and took Qin Yu and Qin Yi to the restaurant. Mom, let's be happy on our own after buying the shop. I'll go and invite Brother Gu later. Even though it's just a favor for him, I can't be ungrateful. The restaurant won't be open for dinner today, so I'll go buy some vegetables. You can call my grandparents over later, and we'll celebrate in the evening. Qin Rong said. Yu had no objection. She just said, if you don't have the money, mother has it. Qin Rong was passing by the dock carrying a backpack. At this time, there were many people gathered in front of a huge merchant ship at the dock. She took a look, and it seemed that some important person was coming. Qin Rong took only a quick glance and then looked away. There were some farmers from the village, near the pier selling their own products. She went over to take a look and found that they were actually tea tree mushrooms. Father-in-law, how much are the tea tree mushrooms? Qin Rong asked. 8 cents a pound. This price is not cheap, but Qin Rong rarely sees tea tree mushrooms in Lihua town. Old man, how many kilograms do you have here? Girl, are you going to buy all the baskets? Yes, this is about 6 pounds. If you want it all, I'll charge you 45 cents. Qin Rong weighed the bamboo basket and thought it should be about the same, so she agreed. After paying, Qin Rong saw someone selling river shrimps. River shrimps were much bigger than shrimps, and they were very fragrant even if they were stir-fried with only scallion oil. Qin Rong spent another 30 cents to buy river shrimp, a bucket of milk and onions, ginger and garlic, then returned to the restaurant. Other daily ingredients would be delivered by a regular person. At lunchtime, spicy hot pot and spicy hot pot were selling very well. Even the amount of braised food had been reduced in the past 2 days. People always like new things and dislike old things. After eating too much braised food, they wanted to change their taste. However, the amount of braised food that Mrs. Tsin ordered was increasing day by day. Qin Rong's braised food tastes good and is especially suitable for drinking. Madame Tsin has to add 5 cents to the portion she buys from Qin Rong before selling it. With the food to go with the wine, she can sell more wine. Madame Tsin has been so happy these days. If she continues at this pace, Healy will not starve to death. After finishing all the work and delivering the braised food to Madame Tsin, Qin Rong announced that she would be off work for the day and everyone should come to the shop to eat in the evening. Everyone was very happy, and Qin Shubai was eager to go back and discuss with his mother what gift to give. It was still early to prepare the food, so Qin Rong went to AMU's school. AMU was surprised to hear that there was a beautiful young lady looking for him outside. Sister Rong? Qin Rong smiled and replied, "AMU. I brought you some preserved peaches. You and Brother Gu will come to my restaurant for dinner later. You and Brother Gu must come." Qin Rong stuffed the preserved peach into Amu's hands, and Amu smiled with his eyes curved. Okay. When Qin Rong returned to the restaurant to prepare food, she saw someone walking back and forth at the restaurant entrance. "What can I do for you, sir?" When that person looked up, Qin Rong remembered that this was a customer who had dined in the restaurant before, Lu Hao. When Lu Hao saw that it was Qin Rong, he was delighted and said, "Miss Qin, I'm here to eat." Qin Rong frowned, "But the restaurant is closed today. Why don't you come back tomorrow?" Lu Hao was a little disappointed. He was careless. He ran to use restaurant as soon as he got off the boat. Qin Rong saw that Lu Hao looked a little pitiful, so she said, "How about having a bowl of noodles?" Okay. Lu Hao nodded hurriedly. The lamb chops tasted so good that day that he had been dreaming about it for a long time. Although the noodles were a bit simple, he would eat it first, pay some money, and build a good relationship. Then, he would have delicious food often in the future. Qin Rong wasn't sure what Lu Hao was here for, so she went into the kitchen and made a bowl of mixed noodles. The mixed noodles made by Qin Rong had a very flavorful meat sauce, which she made using the braised meat in a big pot. It tasted slightly sweeter than the braised pork rice. But this unexpectedly suited Lu Hao's taste. He ate without even raising his head. Delicious. Really delicious. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Lu Hao scratched his head. "Miss Qin, my cousin was rude that day. Thanks to your words, I realized that my cousin had been staying at my house and sharing resources with me all these years, but he also suppressed me, which made me unknowingly follow his ideas for so long. I didn't expect that so many people around me never said a word to me. If it wasn't for the coincidence that time when the girls said a word to me, I might still be living in a daze." Qin Rong then realized why Lu Hao came today. "It's not worth it. I just can't stand that person's hypocrisy. It's not for you. That's something I have to thank him for. When I went back this time, my grandfather was very happy to see that I had made great progress. He even found a teacher for me in Lihua town." "Sir?" Qin Rong had a premonition in her heart. "He is the gentleman we met in the restaurant that day. I remember that the lady and the gentleman should know each other." Lu Hao said. "Master Bai is your husband? I thought Master Bai only ate. The teacher and my grandfather were old friends. He said he owed my grandfather a favor. He was reluctant to teach me at first, but later on, I don't know what my grandfather said, the teacher finally agreed. But he asked me to come to Lihua town. Lihua town is not too far from my home. It only takes a few days by boat, so my grandfather sent me here." After listening to what Lu Hao said, Qin Rong immediately felt that Lu Hao's grandfather was a vengeful person. He must be angry about what Chenling did to Lu Hao. After hearing what happened in the restaurant that day, she knew that Chenling wanted to worship Master Bai as his master, so she decided to let Lu Hao become Master Bai's disciple. "It's getting late, Mr. Lu. Why aren't you leaving yet?" It was already late, and Qin Rong still had to prepare the food. Lu Hao didn't expect Qin Rong to chase him away. He was stunned for a moment. "My sisters at home are all eager to talk to me. Why are you chasing them away, Qin Rong?" This Lu Hao's personality is too erratic. If he becomes Mr. Bai's student in the future, I'm afraid Mr. Bai will be really annoyed for a few days. "I run a restaurant, and you're a customer. Why don't you leave after you finish eating?" Lu Hao felt that what Qin Rong said made sense. "Well, how much is it?" "I'll give you 15 cents. Lu Hao took out 15 copper coins from his purse and handed them to Qin Rong. "The master has stipulated my daily expenses, saying that he wants me to experience firsthand what people's livelihood is. I won't give you any tips, otherwise I won't be able to afford food tomorrow." Qin Rong. At the hour of Yu, Gu Sheng and Amu arrived, and now everyone was present. Qin Rong smiled and greeted. "Amu, Brother Gu, you are here. I will go prepare the dishes. Serve the cold dishes first." The first cold dish was the preserved eggs that Qin Rong had pickled herself, cut into small pieces, mixed with coriander, and then drizzled with the seasoning that Qin Rong had prepared. The second cold dish was a platter of braised vegetables. The third cold dish was a vegetable and fruit salad. Serve the hot dishes. Stir-fried river shrimp with scallion oil, fried shrimp cakes, old duck and dried bamboo shoots, garlic spare ribs, steamed sea bass, okra and yam puree, pepper and salt crispy chicken with fresh vegetables and corn kernels, blanched cauliflower, green pepper fish flowers, and dry pot tea tree mushrooms. Since the tea tree mushroom is fresh, there is no need to soak it. Take the pork belly slices, add oil to the hot pan, put the pork belly slices in, stir-fry until golden, then add soy sauce and a piece of rock sugar, and continue to stir-fry. Remove the pork slices, add ginger, garlic, and chili to stir-fry, then pour in the tea tree mushrooms and stir-fry for a few times. With only this step, the salty and fragrant aroma of the tea tree mushrooms will emerge with a sizzling sound. Next is the soup, cabbage and tofu soup, which does not require any extra cooking techniques, but simply restores the original flavor of the ingredients. The pastry was cloud cake, and the drink was red bean milk tea. As the dishes were served, Father Yu and Mother Yu were dazzled. My God, their daughter could actually cook so many dishes, and the key was that they were so pretty. Yu Laoda and Yu Dashin were even more stunned. Unlike Yu Xiaoshan and Yu Deseo, they were in the restaurant every day and had no idea that Qin Rong was so powerful. Mrs. Tsin and I ordered some wine. This is the sweet-scented osmanthus, wine brewed last year. They say that women can also drink it. It tastes good and doesn't easily make you drunk. Qin Rong smiled and poured wine for everyone. Arong, these dishes are so delicious that I can't bear to eat them. What's in the pot? Old Lady Yu smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed into slits. This is a dry-fried tea tree mushroom. It's the main dish for tonight. It's rarely available on weekdays. Everyone try it. As soon as Qin Rong finished speaking, everyone started picking up the tea tree mushrooms with their chopsticks. How come these tea tree mushrooms are more delicious than meat? Qin Rong smiled and followed suit, nodding secretly. The tea tree mushrooms were cooked well today. Gu Sheng picked up a piece of tea tree mushrooms for Amu and then picked up one for himself. The moment the tea tree mushrooms were put into his mouth, the fresh and spicy taste hit his taste buds. It was not the first time for him to eat tea tree mushrooms. He had eaten them in the capital city, but the taste was completely different from what Qin Rong made. Brother Gu, I haven't thanked you enough. Let me toast you. Qin Rong raised her glass to Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng quickly raised his glass. Miss Rong, just be casual. It's just a small thing that can be done with just a little effort. I have to do it myself anyway. Have you chosen a house, Brother Gu? Qin Rong asked curiously. Gu Sheng nodded gently, with a hint of smile in his eyes. I've chosen it. You listened to Qin Rong and Gu Sheng's small talk and looked at Gu Sheng several times without making any expression. He looked handsome and could afford a house, which was not bad at all. Mu likes the cold preserved egg salad made by Qin Rong the most. It tastes so special. Mu's mouth was full of oil. Gu Sheng saw it and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. You are an adult now, you should eat with manners. Mu looked around a little embarrassedly. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he leaned close to Gu Sheng's ear and whispered, Brother Gu, I will pay attention next time. Isn't it that Sister Rong's cooking is delicious? I must marry a woman like Sister Rong in the future. Gu Sheng, what do you know about wife at such a young age? Study hard, eat well, and grow up well. After the meeting, Yu Deseo and Yu Xiaoshan pushed Qin Rong back to have a rest and left the cleaning to them. Qin Rong was indeed tired and a little tipsy after drinking a few glasses of wine, so she took Yu's arm and walked home. Mom, the moon is so round. Qin Rong's shadow was long in the moonlight.
Yeah, you also sighed.
Qin Yu held Qin Yi's hand and talked and laughed all the way, following behind Yu and Qin Rong. You would look back from time to time to see if the two girls were catching up. Arong, are you tired? You saw that Qin Rong could not open her eyes. Not tired. I'm happy that I bought the shop. Qin Rong shook her head. You patted Qin Rong's shoulder and smiled lovingly. Her daughter was the best. Gu Sheng did not hide the fact that he bought the house, and his father and mother also gave him 15 taels of silver. When Gu Dalong and Gu Deseo found out, they were very unhappy. In their eyes, they did not want to divide the family. They just thought that Gu Sheng was the youngest son, and that Gu's father and mother would live with them in the future. Since they were going to live with them and rely on them for support, then everything in the house should be theirs. Gu's father and mother took out 15 taels of silver, which made them feel as painful as cutting flesh. They did not think at all that the money taken out by the two elders of the Gu family was all from the monthly allowance given by Gu Sheng. The family had not been divided, and Gu Sheng also had a share of the family. They did not want to think about this at all. As soon as Gu Sheng left with the silver, Mrs. Gu became unhappy. "Master, look at your parents. They are so greedy. What kind of house do we live in with so many people? My second brother wants to buy a house, so parents will take out 15 taels of silver. It will be great to use this money to renovate our house. When our other children come out, there will be no room for them at home. There are not two kinds of people sleeping in the same bed." After hearing what Mrs. Gu said, Gu Dalong became even angrier. "How about we go and talk to our parents?" "That's right. How can it be reasonable for Gu Sheng to raise someone else's child and then come back to ask his parents for money?" Mrs. Gu was very dissatisfied. After the couple finished talking, they went to the main room to find Gu's father and mother. Before Gu Dalong could finish his words, Gu's mother put the work in her hands on the table. She slapped the table and said coldly, "Dalong, you are my child. When you stick your butt up, I know what you are going to do. I advise you not to make trouble for yourself. I have given you the money, so that Erlang will remember your kindness." When Gu Dalong heard what his mother said, he instantly wilted. He hung his head, angry but not daring to say anything. Mrs. Gu couldn't understand why her husband was so cowardly, so she said, "Mom, don't blame me for being harsh. Erlang is raising someone else's child and still asking for money from our family. How can this be justified?" Old Man Gu slapped the table and said, "You have objections, and think that 15 taels of silver is too much. Then let's divide the family. Invite the elders to divide the family tomorrow. You have to give half of the money for this house to Erlang. If you don't want to pay, you can give up the room." Mrs. Gu's eyes widened when she heard this. Divide the family? How can that be possible? You two elders are still alive. How can you talk about dividing the family? Dad and Mom, it's not that I don't want to give in. It's really that your eldest grandson can't give in. Mother Gu sneered. You don't want the money. You don't want to divide the family, but you want the house. How can there be such a good thing in this world? I'm carrying two sons in my belly, not just Dalong. I advise you to give up this idea. Erlang is a capable person. Don't do anything too extreme. After we leave, he will still take care of you. I'm Erlang's elder brother. How can he ignore me? Gu Dalong widened his eyes, looking unconvinced. You are Erlang's elder brother, not Erlang's ancestor. If you can't treat him the same way as your ancestor, why do you want him to worship you? Gu's mother sneered. Mom and Dad, you are biased. Gu Dalong was still not convinced. Father Gu really couldn't understand how Gu Dalong could go astray like this. He only cared about himself and didn't care about others. When Father Gu got some money, the couple tried every means to keep it in their hands. Father Gu was really disappointed. This time when Gu Sheng came back and asked him for money to buy a house, he thought that there was already room at home, but Gu Dalong would not tolerate Gu Sheng at all. He and his wife did not stop him, which eventually made their little son alienate themselves from them. I am partial, but I am not partial to Erlang, I am partial to you. However, seeing that you are so ungrateful, I will not be partial in the future. Since you are so dissatisfied with me taking out 15 taels of silver to buy a house outside for Erlang, let's split up. Tomorrow morning, I will go back to the village to call the elders, Father Gu said. Gu Dalong really couldn't understand how things could develop to this point, so he hurriedly said, Don't divide the family, don't divide the family. Dad, I have no objection if you give Erlang money to buy a house. Father Gu snorted coldly and stopped looking at Gu Dalong. After Gu Dalong and his wife left, Gu's mother patted Gu's father on the back to calm him down. Don't be angry. Dalong is a fool. It's our fault that we didn't take care of him when we were doing business and let mother-in-law spoil him too much. Father Gu shook his head and said, Yushu, this person has to live for himself most of his life. He can't rely on Dalong. It's impossible to teach him now. Anyway, after Erlang gets married, we can separate Dalong as well. What do you mean? Mother Gu was puzzled. Dalong is confused, and Dalong's wife is also confused. With such a confused personality, we can't count on them in the future. It is better to do things fairly while Erlang and we are still together. As long as we are alive, we can live our lives well. If it really doesn't work out, Erlang is a filial son and will not ignore us. Father Gu has made up his mind. If he continues to be confused, I am afraid that Dalong Gu will get worse. Mother Gu felt that it was rare for Father Gu to be so ruthless, and she supported him. Gu Dalong had been too unreasonable in recent years. It would be fine if nothing serious happened. If something serious happened, even Erlang would be implicated. Fortunately, they were still healthy now, so they could suppress their eldest son first. When Erlang got married in the future, they could let him go, and this period of time could be considered an opportunity for Gu Dalong. At the other end is Gu Dalong's house. Mrs. Gu thought about it, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Boss, I have an idea. What method? Erlang is of appropriate age now. My cousin from my mother's side is only 1 year younger than Erlang, so the age is just right. We can let Erlang marry my cousin from my mother's side. My cousin from my mother's side has loved to follow me since she was young, and she doesn't have any opinion of her own. So, won't we have the final say when the time comes? Mrs. Gu was complacent, thinking that she had really come up with a good idea. This won't do. Your cousin from your mother's side is very pretentious. She doesn't look like the man who can manage the family. Although I blame my parents for being partial, I won't harm Erlang. How can Erlang have a good life if he marries a woman like this? Gu Dalong finally came to his senses. Mrs. Gu rolled her eyes at Gu Dalong, disliking her husband's harsh words, but secretly she had already made up her mind. If her husband disagreed, then he would disagree. If Gu Sheng himself fell in love with her cousin, then there was nothing to say. Mrs. Gu rubbed her hands and planned to go back to her parents' home. Gu Sheng had no idea what happened in the Gu family. To him, whoever treated him well was his family. He had been handling cases for so long and had seen a lot of suffering in the world. He would not be bound by the word family. Miss Chin, I brought my little disciple to have dinner today. Do you have any new dishes? Let my little disciple have some fun. Mr. Bai hadn't come to the restaurant to eat for several days. It was a coincidence today. Qin Rong met Mr. Bai just after she finished cleaning the squid. Squid is also called catfish now. Lu Hao was very well behaved now, following Mr. Bai with a smile on his face. Qin Rong smiled and said, "We have catfish today, bought from the merchants at the dock." Okay, then let Miss Qin decide the menu. Since Ah Fu is not here today, we can just make 4 dishes and a soup, said Mr. Bai. Qin Rong smiled and agreed, then turned and went to the kitchen. The squid was already prepared. Qin Rong took a bunch of hot peppers and cut them in half, and stir-fried them with the squid rings without removing the seeds. The main dish was the squid on the grill. Qin Rong didn't have an iron plate, so she found the stone plate she had used to make scallion stew. Although the stone plate and the iron plate are different, in fact, if the heat is well controlled, the food cooked on the stone plate will be more delicious. Qin Rong washed the stone slab clean, then placed it on a large charcoal stove to heat it up. When the stone slab had become boiling hot, she poured in the oil. When the oil was hot and began to emit wisps of hot steam, Qin Rong put in the chopped green onions, shredded ginger, and onion rings. A sizzling sound immediately came from the stone slab. When it was almost done, Qin Rong put the squid with its tentacles in. Qin Rong used a spatula to press the squid while using a knife to cut the fish. A small spoonful of shrimp powder, 2 spoonfuls of the sauce prepared by Qin Rong, and then continued to press. The stone slab took a little longer to press, but in less than half a cup of tea, the iron plate squid was ready. Grilled squid, green pepper squid rings, fish-flavored pork shreds, stir-fried yam, and an appetizer soup. When the dishes were served, Mr. Bai couldn't bear to blink. He could smell the fragrance from far away, and the guests at the next table all looked over. This is grilled catfish. The boss said it tastes best when eaten hot, Chen Shubai said. Mr. Bai nodded and reached out to pick up a piece of mackerel. He never liked onions, but although he could see onion slices in the mackerel made by Qin Rong, he could not smell any strange smell except for the fragrance. He began to chew it. It was fragrant, spicy, and chewy. It was delicious. It was really delicious. Without even raising his head, Mr. Bai picked up another piece of food with his chopsticks. This was a tough time for Lu Hao. Living in Master Bai's yard for the past 2 days, he not only had to study, but also had to learn the rules from scratch. If Master Bai didn't tell him to eat, he really wouldn't dare to pick up his chopsticks. But Mr. Bai ate it so deliciously. Sir. After enduring for a long time, Lu Hao couldn't help but speak. Mr. Bai then said cheerfully, I didn't stop you. Where is your usual cleverness? Lu Hao then began to eat the dish happily. The moment the stingray entered his mouth, Lu Hao's eyes brightened at least 3 points. It was too delicious but too spicy. Lu Hao ate 1 bite of stingray and drank at least 3 sips of tea. Winter is coming soon and the restaurant business has been good these days. However, as the weather is getting colder, the sales of spicy hot pot are not as good as those of spicy hot pot. This year is a cold winter, so Qin Rong stocked up some charcoal in advance. At this time, the evening meal had not started yet, so Qin Rong went to Madame Tsin's wine shop again, but it was still closed. Qin Rong muttered to herself. Madame Tsin's winery has not been open for 2 days. Madame Tsin is not the kind of person who does things without explaining the details. Thinking of the scar on Madame Tsin's hand, Qin Rong thought to herself, oh no, could something have happened? Qin Rong knew where Madame Tsin's home was, but if something really happened, it would be useless for a little girl like her to go there. After thinking about it for a while, she came up with an idea. Qin Rong said something to you and went to the yamen to find Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng had just caught a group of thieves recently, and now he received a reward from County Magistrate Wang and got 2 days of vacation. Detective Zhou, is Brother Gu here? Qin Rong saw Zhou Dazue eating a large pancake at the gate of the county government office, so she asked. When Zhou Dazue saw that it was Qin Rong, he said with a smile, yes, I'll help you find him. Although Qin Rong was a little anxious, she didn't show it on her face. When Gu Sheng heard that it was Qin Rong who was looking for him, he came out directly, Miss Rong. Qin Rong was somewhat relieved when she saw Gu Sheng. Brother Gu, I need your help with something. Gu Sheng nodded and walked out with Qin Rong. You say, Mrs. Tsin's winery has been closed for 2 days. She asks me every day to buy some braised food to sell in the winery, but when I went to deliver the braised food yesterday, Mrs. Tsin's winery was closed, and it is still closed today. Mrs. Tsin always has instructions for things. If there is something wrong, she will definitely find someone to inform me. Brother Gu, Mrs. Tsin's arms have many scars left from the past. They were beaten by her husband. I'm worried that something might happen. Can you accompany me to Mrs. Tsin's house? Qin Rong was anxious, but still spoke in an orderly manner. Gu Sheng didn't say much, just nodded and said, do you know where Madame Tsin's home is? I know. Qin Rong nodded repeatedly. Then let's go. Madame Tsin's home was not too far from the government office, and Qin Rong and Gu Sheng arrived there in just 2 cups of tea. Brother Gu, this is the house. Qin Rong pointed to a house. Gu Sheng nodded and was about to knock on the door. Qin Rong thought about it and felt something was wrong. Brother Gu, I'll go knock on the door. Just in case something happens. Brother Gu, I believe you, nothing will happen, Qin Rong said. Gu Sheng agreed upon hearing this. Qin Rong was a person with her own ideas. If anything really happened, it should be fine with him by her side. Qin Rong walked up and knocked on the gate, but no one opened it for a long time. Just when Qin Rong was wondering if she would be arrested for kicking the door, Mrs. Tsin's husband Li Lu came to open the door. Why are you knocking? Can I sleep? Li Lu came out in a disheveled state. Seeing this, Gu Sheng hurriedly pulled Qin Rong aside to prevent her from seeing Li Lu's appearance. Qin Rong knew Gu Sheng's good intentions and turned her back to him and asked, I'm here to look for Madame Tsin. Li Lu saw Gu Sheng panicking for a moment, but there was no one in Lihua town who didn't know Gu Sheng. Li Lu said carefully, Gu, why are you here? Gu Sheng had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and even when he was silent, he had a cold temperament. Go put on your clothes so that we can talk. Li Lu nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Okay, I'll go right away. When Li Lu came out again, he was already dressed neatly. Captain Gu, hurry up. Gu Sheng glanced at him and walked in. Qin Rong followed behind Gu Sheng, whereas Madame Tsin, Li Lu's expression was a little unnatural. He stammered, "My wife is asleep." "Detective Gu, you are not married yet, so you don't know the things between husband and wife." As he said this, Li Lu looked at Qin Rong meaningfully. Gu Sheng frowned and blocked Li Lu with his body. "Stop talking to me. Where is she? My wife is really asleep. What do you want from her?" Gu Sheng couldn't tell for a moment. Li Lu looked like something fishy, but he didn't come here as a constable. Seeing Gu Sheng hesitate, Qin Rong hurriedly said, "I'm here to ask for money. Madam Sin owes me 20 taels of silver. The wine shop has been closed for 2 days. Did she run away? You are her husband, so you should pay for it." "Money? What money? I don't know what money is." Li Lu shook his head when he heard that. Qin Rong put her hands on her waist and glared. "No, if you don't pay me back, then you let Madam Sin come out, and we'll confront each other in front of Constable Gu." Seeing this, Gu Sheng hurriedly said, "Li Lu, it is only natural to pay back debts. If you don't have the money to pay back, call your wife out." At this time, a gust of north wind blew, and Li Lu shivered deeply. He asked, "Do you have an IOU?" Qin Rong sneered, "What I have is not an IOU but a deed. However, I didn't bring it with me because I was in a hurry. If you don't believe me, I'll take the deed to the government office again. After such a big incident, your wife still hasn't come out. What are you thinking?" Li Lu was quite confused when he saw Qin Rong's explanation was very logical. Seeing that the time was almost right, Gu Sheng said, "Where is Madam Sin? If someone tells me, I have to go back to the government office to report." Li Lu hesitated and looked at the room on his right. She is sleeping in the room. Not knowing what was going on inside, Madam Sin was a woman, so Gu Sheng couldn't just kick the door open rashly. Qin Rong winked at Gu Sheng, then went to the door of the wing room and knocked hard. "Madam Sin, are you there? Come out and explain yourself to me." Qin Rong knocked on the door for a long time before she heard Madam Sin's weak voice. "Rong. I was beaten and can't get up." Qin Rong hurriedly asked, "Are you wearing any clothes?" Qin Rong hurriedly walked up to Li Lu and asked him for the key. Li Lu had no choice but to hand over the key because of Gu Sheng's stare at him. Qin Rong opened the door, but was startled by the smell of blood. Qin Rong looked inside and saw Madam Sin lying by the door with blood all over her head, blood stains on the corners of her mouth, and blood on her body. Qin Rong felt dizzy. She didn't even dare to support Madam Sin with force, for fear of hurting her. Sister Sin, are you okay?" Although Qin Rong tried her best to tell herself to stay calm, she still couldn't help but cry. "Arong. Don't be afraid. It's great that you still care about me and come to find me. I thought I would never see you again." Madam Sin took a breath and continued, "I can't see the sun outside. It's so cold." Madam Sin fainted after saying this. Seeing this, Gu Sheng hurriedly urged Li Lu to call a doctor. Li Lu still couldn't understand. He was just kicked a few times and hit with a board a few times. Could he really not get up? Li Lu wanted to go forward again, but was frightened by Gu Sheng's eyes, so he had to take out the silver and go find a doctor. Madam Sin was still lying on the ground, so he couldn't just ignore her. Although Gu Sheng was a constable, he was also a man. The Leaf family had complicated situations, and he had seen many cases before. If Li Lu seized on this and made a fuss about it, it would harm Madam Sin instead. Just as he was hesitating, he saw a young woman walking in from the door. She was dressed very charmingly. She walked forward and said, "Madam Qin, I'll help you." Qin Rong didn't bother to think too much. She nodded and helped the woman carry Madam Sin onto the bed. After settling Madam Sin, Qin Rong wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked, "Who are you?" The woman lowered her head in shame. "My name is Shuang. I was the courtesan of Nianhua Tower. Some time ago, the government closed down Nianhua Tower and Hua Mama was arrested. The girls in our tower were found to be fine and could be redeemed by paying some money. I have saved up some money for redemption over the years. After paying the money, I rented a house in Yuanshui Street and lived there. Sister Ven mentioned you to me, so I know you, Miss Qin." Qin Rong was still confused. "So, are you acquainted with Sister Tsin?" Qing Shuang sighed and said, "Well, When I left Nyanhulu that day, I was not used to it because I had not lived outside for many years. I originally had a family, but my parents wanted to marry my younger brother, but the betrothal gift was not enough, so they sold me to Nyanhulu. I can't go back to that home. I had just come out and I was a little confused.
I didn't know where to go next.
I had some money left after redeeming myself, but it was not enough to live on. It was getting late that day, and I looked around and only Sistertson's winery was still open, so I went in. Who knew? I met my former benefactor, who revealed my identity and tried to make a move on me.
Yes.
Sistertson stood up and spoke for me. Everyone in the winery laughed at me, except Sisterton. Sistertson also told me that it is difficult for women to live in this world. It is the world's fault, not our fault. If there is any fault, then those men who visit brothels are not at fault? I didn't expect that after being looked down upon for so many years, I would still hear such words. Later, Sisterton invited me to drink, and the stewed food was the most delicious thing I had ever eaten. Sisterton then told me that you made it and said that your cooking was the best. Later, we became familiar with each other, and Sisterton told me about her family affairs and asked me to help her rent a house in Yuanshui Street. Who knew that after I rented the house, I never waited for Sisterton, and then I found out Sisterton's address. However, I used to be an otaku, so I didn't know what happened to Sisterton, and I didn't dare to knock on her door casually. Until I saw you, I see. Qin Rong nodded, with no strange expression on her face. Qing Shuang also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Miss Qin didn't care either. After another cup of tea, Li Lu finally found a doctor. The doctor gave Madame Tsin an injection, and Madame Tsin slowly woke up. At this time, Madame Tsin's parents and brother also came. It was a letter that Gu Xing asked the aunt next door to deliver to Madame Tsin's parent home. "Daughter, my daughter, you have suffered." As soon as old lady Tsin arrived, she threw herself on Madame Tsin's side and cried bitterly. Madame Tsin looked at old lady Tsin steadily and said, "Mom, I want a divorce." Old lady Tsin froze in her tracks and said, "How can that be possible? Divorce is not an option. If you divorce, how will you live the rest of your life? What will happen to your reputation? Don't worry, we will make Li Lu write a letter of guarantee this time. He won't beat you again." Father Tsin nodded immediately, stepped forward and punched Li Lu. "Li Lu, how could you bully my daughter like this? I want you to promise that you will never hit my daughter again from now on." Li Lu held his head and said, I promise I won't fight again." Old lady Tsin straightened up at this time, glanced at Li Lu and said, "Are you really going to promise? You have to write it down this time." All right. Li Lu nodded hurriedly. This was not the first time that Madame Tsin thought she would not cry. "Mom, I said I want a divorce. Your son-in-law has already promised, so stop messing around," said Old Man Tsin, frowning. Old lady Tsin patted Madame Tsin's hand and said, "My daughter, I promise he won't dare to do it again."
"But you can't divorce me."
"What will happen to your reputation if you divorce me? Is it my reputation or your reputation?" Madame Tsin said sarcastically. "It's your reputation, of course. I'm not afraid of my reputation becoming bad." "Dad, Mom, I want a divorce," Mrs. Tsin said coldly. "No, we can't divorce. The Tsin family cannot have a divorced woman." Old Man Tsin slammed the table with a glaring look on his face. Madame Tsin said coldly, "If that's the case, write a letter of severance. I want to divorce Li Lu and sever my ties with you." Old lady Tsin sneered. "Broken marriage? Then how can you live after the divorce?" "I can establish a female household." Seeing that Madame Tsin had angered her parents, Li Lu stiffened his neck and said, "It's impossible to get a divorce unless you divorce me. You beat my daughter, and you still want to divorce her." Mrs. Tsin said with her eyes wide open. "What's wrong with a man beating his wife? What couple doesn't quarrel?" Li Lu saw clearly what Father and Mother Tsin were thinking, so he felt fearless now. The Tsin family gave a lot of dowry back then. If he divorced his wife, he would not be able to take any of Mrs. Tsin's dowry back home. The wine shop was also his. He could sell the wine shop and add the silver for the dowry. This was not a small amount. He could then marry his beloved wife home. Thinking of this, Li Lu instantly looked at Mrs. Tsin with a burning heart. "Either divorce my wife or live like this." Mrs. Tsin advised, "My daughter, please stop making trouble. Divorce is impossible. Li Lu, if you want to divorce my wife, then divorce her. If you want to divorce her, just use the 7 grounds for divorce." Upon hearing this, old lady Tsin was so angry that she slapped Madame Tsin in the face. "Are you crazy?" Madame Tsin sneered. "Mother, please stop pretending. Is this the first time I told you that I was beaten? I was always gentle with you, every time. Do you know that I've been lying in this room for a day and a night? Have you asked? If you are worried that my reputation will affect yours, then write a letter of severance. The conditions for establishing a female household in this dynasty are not harsh, so I will establish it. As for the dowry you gave me, I don't want it. From now on, I have nothing to do with you." Old Lady Tsin and Old Father Tsin were so angry that they fell backwards. "Without your natal family, you will have no one to help you even if you get married again in the future. Are you sure you want to break off the relationship with us?" Mrs. Tsin almost laughed until she cried. "I have my own family now. I have also been beaten in this family for several years. Have you ever cared about me?
I was almost beaten to death this time.
Did you help me? Did you stand up for me? What's the use of the guarantee letter?" Father Tsin and Mother Tsin said bitterly. "If you still want our help today, you can't divorce. No need. I would rather be divorced." Madame Tsin had had enough. She really had had enough. Mother Tsin and Father Tsin couldn't stand their daughter being so disobedient to her parents and wanted to hit her again, but they were met with Gu Sheng's cold eyes. They withdrew their hands awkwardly and left without looking back. Madame Tsin closed her eyes and said to Li Lu, "We were once husband and wife, but now you are going to beat me to death. I don't want the wine shop anymore, but I still owe Madame Qin money for the braised food. I won't take my dowry with me, but if you want to sell the wine shop, you have to pay me the money for signing the contract. Just pay me this money, so that even if I really have nowhere to go and hang myself, I will still owe you a favor, okay? I want to see the deed." Madame Tsin nodded and said, "Madame Qin, please go and get the deed back." "Okay." Qin Rong asked Gu Sheng to wait for her here, and she went back to the restaurant to get the deed, and hired an ox cart and 3 maids. With the contract and Gu Sheng present, Li Lu paid the money and wrote the divorce letter. Although it was not decent, Madame Tsin was able to leave this hellhole at last. The hired maid carried Madame Tsin onto the ox cart, which drove all the way to Yuanshui Street. Qin Rong and Gu Sheng bowed and thanked him earnestly. "Brother Gu, thank you very much today." Gu Sheng felt that it was difficult for women to live. When he looked at Qin Rong, his eyes were filled with tenderness. "Nothing. Do you want to go back to the restaurant?" Qin Rong nodded. "It's too late today. I'll go there tomorrow. Let's go. I'll take you home." Gu Sheng turned around and walked forward, and deliberately slowed down his pace, as if he was afraid that Qin Rong could not keep up. Qin Rong didn't pay attention to these details. She was thinking about the things she would bring and other matters to do when she went to Yuanshui Street tomorrow. Gu Sheng suddenly stopped and said, "We're here." Qin Rong almost bumped into him. "Thank you, Brother Gu, for today. Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat." Qin Rong asked. Gu Sheng shook his head and said, "It's too late today. If you have nothing else to do, go home early. I have to go to the capital city tomorrow. If you have anything to do, just go find Zhou Dazue. Will it take some time?" Qin Rong asked. "Well, the fastest time will be 5 days." Gu Sheng said. Qin Rong nodded and said, "Okay." If Gu Sheng had not been here today, it would be hard to say whether she could meet Madame Xin. Qin Rong remembered that Mu once mentioned that Gu Sheng was actually a bit picky about food. Whenever he went out to capture someone, he would always come back thinner if he didn't eat well on the way. The dry food in ancient times was really cold and hard. She thought of making some easy-to-carry food for Gu Sheng as a way of thanking him for his help today. Convenient food to take on the road, instant noodles and the like, are definitely not okay. So what should I make? "Oh, biscuits, you can make cookies." There was no one in the restaurant at this time. After closing the door, Qin Rong focused on making cookies. After taking out the softened butter, Qin Rong used thicker chopsticks specially used for beating eggs to beat the butter first, then added sugar and continued beating until the color of the butter turned into a light cream yellow. Qin Rong took a few eggs from the basket, beat them and added them to the butter in batches. Gradually, the volume of the butter increased and became a little fluffy. She took a filter cloth and slowly sifted the flour into it. She used a bamboo slote of carper to press and turn it until it was evenly mixed. Then she took out the mold to emboss it and put it in the oven to bake. After a cup of tea, a batch of fragrant and crispy cookies was ready. Chin Rong tasted one and found it full of milk flavor, crispy texture, and cooked at just the right temperature. So, Chin Rong made 2 more batches of cookies until she used up all the butter she had. Chin Rong found some greaseproof paper, wrapped the cookies in several layers, and then put them into the package. This way they should be very easy to carry. The next morning, Chin Rong went to the government office early. It was also a coincidence that Gu Sheng had just arrived at the government office to write a note and was about to leave. When he saw Chin Rong, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Miss Rong, do you have anything else to do?" Chin Rong smiled and handed the package to Gu Sheng. "Brother Gu, this package is for you. The cookies inside taste pretty good. You can take them with you on the road." Gu Sheng was stunned for a moment, and a hint of warmth appeared between his eyebrows. "Thank you very much. You have worked hard. I want to thank Brother Gu." "Brother Gu, I'm leaving now. I still have to visit Madame Tsin." "Okay." Gu Sheng looked at Chin Rong's receding back and tightened the package in his hand. Since she was going to see Madame Tsin, she couldn't go empty-handed. Chin Rong went to the meat stall to buy some spare ribs and pork liver, and went to the vegetable stall to buy some greens, taro, cabbage, and other vegetables. A cargo ship also arrived at the dock today, so Chin Rong ordered a piece of beef and a box of scar-removing facial cream. This was Chin Rong's first time to go to Yuanshui Street. Yuanshui Street was not the main street of Lihua Town, but a relatively remote street close to the outside of the town. This was newly expanded by County Magistrate Wang in the past 2 years. As more and more people came to Lihua Town, Yuanshui Street became a little more lively. Chin Rong followed the address given by the maid to Luyuan Lane. Chin Rong knocked on the gate, and it was Aunt Wang who opened the door. Yesterday, Chin Rong hired 3 maids just to help send Madame Tsin home. Madame Tsin couldn't get out of bed at the moment, so she hired one of them, Aunt Wang, who seemed to be the most honest, to take care of her daily life for a few days. Qing Shuang had never done heavy work before, and at the moment she could hardly take care of herself, let alone take care of her. Moreover, Madame Tsin felt embarrassed to cause trouble every day. "Miss Qin, you're here," Mrs. Wang said with a smile. Chin Rong nodded and went to see Madame Tsin first. "Sister Tsin, are you feeling better?" Madame Tsin nodded. "Better now." Chin Rong saw that Madame Tsin's face was still pale, but she did look much better, so she smiled and said, "I brought some ingredients. I'll make you some porridge later." "Thank you, Sister Arong. You gave me my life, and I owe you a favor. I am already like this now. If you can use me in the future, I will go through fire and water and die for you." "Sister Tsin, why do you say it so seriously?"
Ba, ba, ba.
"We won't encounter any major events that require us to go through fire and water in the future. A simple life is a blessing." "You are right. I said the wrong thing. I deserve to be beaten." Chin Rong shook her head and asked, "Did the doctor tell me how long I'll have to take care of it?" "Probably about 10 days, but I'm afraid these scars can't be removed." "Sister Tsin, what are your plans next?" Chin Rong asked. Madame Tsin thought for a while and said, "I have saved some private money before, plus the 10 taels of silver you gave me yesterday, after deducting the penalty for breach of contract for the braised food. I only have less than 30 taels of silver now. I can't afford to open the wine shop at the moment. Qing Shuang is good at making tea, and Qing Shuang and I are thinking of buying the tea house on the official road outside the town. Then I will still need to ask you for some braised food every day, but the business can only start from outside. Will it be unsafe?" Chin Rong was a little worried. Madame Tsin shook her head.
It shouldn't be.
The tea house is not far from the town, and there are many customers on the official road. It should be fine if it is only doing business during the day. Okay, if you have thought it through, then do it. Qing Shuang, are you at ease?"
Chin Rong asked.
Madame Tsin shook her head and said, "Qing Shuang may look like a courtesan, but she is actually a simple-minded person. Let's just look around for now. Anyway, she has no home, and I have no home either. Let's just think of it as 2 homeless people trying to find some direction for their lives. Well, Sister Tsin, thank you first. I'll go to the kitchen and make you a bowl of porridge first. Thank you very much." Chin Rong turned and went to the kitchen. She cut ginger slices and threw them into the pot, then blanched and washed the ribs. Chin Rong found a clay pot, washed the rice, and added the ribs directly to the small stove to cook. In order to prevent the rice porridge from sticking to the bottom, Chin Rong also added a soup spoon to the pot to cook together. When the rice porridge began to boil, the soup spoon hit the bottom of the pot and made a crisp thumping sound. The clay pot began to gurgle and steam began to rise. Chin Rong cut the yam slices and put them into the clay pot. Cooking porridge requires patience. If you want to make the porridge soft, sticky, sweet, you really need to spend time and effort. Chin Rong patiently cooked the porridge and served it in a bowl with a small dish of pickles and a poached egg as the side dishes. Yam and pork ribs porridge is a salty porridge to begin with, and it would not taste good if there were too many side dishes. Sister Tsin, have some porridge. Chin Rong walked into Madame Tsin's room with the porridge in her hand and a smile on her face. Madame Tsin was helped by Mrs. Wang to sit up. Miss Chin made such a delicious porridge, Mrs. Wang praised. That's natural, Mrs. Tsin said with a smile. Mrs. Tsin picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful of porridge. She blew away the heat gently and took a sip. It was just the right amount of saltiness. The fragrance of rice and the aroma of meat hit her tongue directly. It smells so good. The rice porridge was soft and chewy, and it slid into the stomach warmly, instantly making Mrs. Tsin feel comfortable all over. Mrs. Tsin ate 2 bowls of porridge in one go, even finishing the spare ribs. Arong, the porridge you cooked is so delicious. As long as you like it, I'll be back soon. Arong, wait a moment. Now that you are here, I want to discuss the tea house matter with you, Mrs. Tsin said. Tell me, Sister Tsin, what are your plans? Chin Rong asked. What I'm thinking now is that I'll buy braised food and tea-flavored pastries from you. However, the business is definitely not that good since the tea house has just opened, so I won't order too much. When the business gets better, I'll buy more from you, Mrs. Tsin said. That's no problem. My aunt and cousin can cook lunch for the restaurant now. Even if you want more, I can make it now. Chin Rong had just bought the shop not long ago. When Madame Tsin was selling wine, the daily braised food was also a large income. Now that Madame Tsin was going to open a tea house on the official road, buying braised food and tea and fruit from her would be an extra source of income for her. Madame Tsin smiled and said, Okay, let's make it a deal. I'll come back to see you after I get better. Okay? Sister Tsin, I feel relieved to see that you are full of fighting spirit now. Life will definitely be hard for a while, but I feel very happy. I have finally broken free from the shackles and restraints on me. But thank you, Arong. Thank you for not looking down on me and not looking down on Qingshuang. Chin Rong blinked and said, reputation is something that is both real and fake. You still have to interact with people yourself to know their true colors. Chin Rong returned to the restaurant and headed for the dock. There was another cargo ship arriving at the dock today, and Chin Rong wanted to see if there were any fresh ingredients. The pier was also very lively at this time. Chin Rong's backpack was almost full after walking around for a while. She didn't bring the backpack with her when she went out today. This backpack was bought at the pier. She bought butter, pepper, chili peppers, crabs. These things are not common in Lihua town. Chin Rong was almost ravenous when she saw the crabs. She wanted to eat spicy crabs. Chin Rong returned to the restaurant with a basket full of things. The lunch market had just closed, and Mrs. Yu had cleaned up the kitchen. Arong, you're back. Mrs. Yu smiled and placed the last pair of chopsticks. Aunt, please go to the side room and rest first. Okay, I'll go take a break. The ingredients are ready. Take a look and see if there's anything missing. If there is, ask Xiaoshan to buy some, said Mrs. Yu. Good. Chin Rong counted the ingredients for dinner and found that there was basically nothing missing. She prepared the ingredients in advance and arranged them on plates. Chin Rong tied a belt around her waist and prepared to make their own evening meal. Spicy crab, pepper pork tripe and chicken soup, pickled mustard greens, steamed bread, and a large plate of oily cabbage. Chin Rong had just finished preparing the evening meal when Chin Yu and Chin Yi came over after smelling the food. Sister, what delicious food did you make today? Why does it smell so good? Chin Yu asked while sniffing. We have crabs today, go call your aunt and Xiaoshan, Chin Rong said as she arranged the dishes. Okay, Qin Rong was already dazed by the fragrance, and now she went to call Yu Deseo and Yu Xiaoshan with full energy. The restaurant is now missing some of its income from braised food, and Madame Tsin's tea house won't be able to get back on track right away. Qin Rong thinks she still has to pay more attention to the food and attract more customers for the evening dine-in, which is actually the main source of money. Should we have hot pot? In winter, hot pot is the most seasonal food. When there is snow outside, you can eat hot pot inside and feel warm all over. It is indeed very convenient. When she returned home at night, you had already lit the brazier. Qin Rong said with a sigh, "Mom, it's getting colder outside. I bought 2 hot water bottles. Arong, it's winter now. Does the restaurant still have to open so late? Can you go home earlier?" You felt very distressed when she saw Qin Rong's little face turned red from the cold. "I was thinking of serving some fresh food, so we'll open the shop later." Qin Rong handed the hot water bottle to you and moved closer to the stove, stretching out her hands to warm them. "Oh, by the way, Mother, we need to change the bedding at home. I heard from IU that you just made cotton clothes for us. I will pay for the money to change the bedding." You nodded. "Okay, it's not cheap to replace everything." Qin Rong took out 5 taels of silver from the money box and gave it to you. "Mother, if it's not enough, tell me again. That should be enough." "I still have some left." The weather was getting colder, and it was already December. Madame Tsin's tea house had been open for a while, and she would ask Qin Rong for about 30 servings of tea and fruit, and a total of 100 servings of braised food. Tea and fruit were more expensive, and Qin Rong sold each serving to Madame Tsin for 10 cents, and braised food was 9 cents. There were almost no braised vegetarian dishes in winter, and the price of vegetables in winter was not cheap. Only when cargo ships came would merchants come to the dock to sell vegetables and some fruits. There are some vegetables and fruits in Qin Rong's homestay, but the space is limited. Only the cellar, freezer, and refrigerator can keep them fresh. In addition to the vegetables she eats herself, there are not enough to save for selling. The hot pot at Yu's restaurant was just served today. Except for cabbage and radish, the rest are seafood and meat. In order to diversify the ingredients, Qin Rong made a lot of meatballs, fish balls, beef balls, shrimp balls, cuttlefish balls, large meatballs, and 4 joy balls. Beef is hard to buy, and you can only buy some when the cargo ship comes. Mutton and pork are the main meats. Mutton is a good tonic in winter, so Qin Rong will prepare more mutton. As for pork, it is mainly sausages and pork belly slices made by Qin Rong. There are many kinds of seafood. Winter is the season when grouper is most abundant. Every time a cargo ship docks, Qin Rong can buy a lot of grouper. The fish is mainly filleted and eaten hot. Qin Rong prepared a total of 4 kinds of soup bases: mushroom soup, seafood soup, bone soup, and spicy soup. After lunch, Yu Deseo was a little nervous. "Arong, do you think our hot pot will sell well?" Qin Rong thought for a moment and said, "Brother Shubai has hung a wooden sign with a hot pot pattern outside. Many people have asked about it, and Brother Shubai has explained it to them. Our regular customers should be willing to come and try it. My heart is beating fast, and I'm very nervous." Mrs. Yu is still a little anxious. Chun Shubai and Yu Xiaoshan kept explaining to people what hot pot was at the entrance of the restaurant. They were full of confidence. It was because they were too confident in the food made by Qin Rong, and they never thought about the possibility of bad business. In the evening, Yujia restaurant opens its dinner business. There were a few customers who came in to take a look. They were curious about these rare things, but they hesitated when they saw the prices and finally left. Sister Yu was even more anxious now. She really wanted to pull the man down and let him eat before leaving. Qin Rong saw that Sister Yu was really nervous, so she handed her a cup of grapefruit tea and said, "Aunt, don't worry." "Arong, do you think we set the vegetable prices too high?" Mrs. Yu is already in self-doubt. Qin Rong smiled and said, "The price of this dish is about right, but it is indeed more expensive than cooking. However, our cost is not cheap either. No business is smooth sailing. If you are really worried, please go to the kitchen for a while." Mrs. Yu thought about it and felt that it made sense. It would not look good for the guests to see her anxious look, so she went into the kitchen to take care of the stove. Another cup of tea passed, and there were still only customers asking questions in the restaurant, but no customers sitting down. Chen Shubai and Yu Xiaoshan couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Only Qin Rong was still smiling as she was planning what kind of tea and fruit to sell to Madame Tsin tomorrow. At this time, it started to snow outside. An old man in his 50s, dressed in extraordinary clothes, came into the restaurant. He was accompanied by an old man and a young man, who were obviously the old man's servants. This was the first customer to sit down in the restaurant tonight. Chen Shubai was very excited. "Sir, what would you like to order?" The old man stroked his beard while looking at the menu and said, "The handwriting is good, but please bring some food if you have any." Chen Shubai hesitated for a moment. "We sell hot pot. What kind of soup base do you want?" Qin Rong came forward and said, "We have 4 kinds of hot pot soup bases in our shop, but you are the first customer to order hot pot today, so you can order a grouper fish soup. First, remove the bones of the grouper and use the bones to make fish soup. Then, slice the fish meat as thin as a cicada's wing and put it into the fish soup. You can eat the fish meat in a few breaths. After eating the fish meat, use the fish soup as the base of the hot pot, then add the hot pot vegetables and dip it in sauce. It is very delicious." The old man was used to eating delicacies from land and sea and was not interested in the food in this small restaurant. Hot pot sounded rare, but he still didn't think the chef outside was better than the chef in his house. If he didn't want to travel in the wind and snow, he would definitely not come in. However, Qin Rong explained clearly how to eat the food, which made him hungry. "Then let's order the portions for 3 people, including the hot pot and the vegetables." "Good." The grouper soup was just cooked. Yu Xiaoshan brought the soup up, while Qin Rong sliced the fish in the kitchen. The fish was sliced as thin as a cicada's wing and crystal clear. There were no other customers at the time, so Qin Rong brought up the grouper fillet herself. The old man looked at the way she cut the fillet and thought that Qin Rong had some skills. The fish soup was placed in a copper pot and heated on a charcoal stove. When the fish soup began to bubble up, Qin Rong picked up the bamboo chopsticks and put the fish fillets into the pot. After a few breaths, she took them out and served a bowl for the old man. The old man motioned his 2 followers to eat together, and they sat down. Qin Rong then served each of them a bowl of fish soup. The old man picked up the fish fillet from the bowl and put it into his mouth. The fish meat was so tender that it seemed to melt in the air, and there was an aftertaste of sweetness as he chewed it. His eyes lit up, and he picked up another piece of fish, followed by 1 piece after another. White pepper was added to the fish soup. After finishing the soup in the bowl, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. "It's so comfortable. The young lady has good cooking skills." Qin Rong smiled and nodded to Chen Shubai and Yu Xiaoshan. Yu Xiaoshan and Chen Shubai placed the hot pot dishes and condiments on the table and introduced how to eat them. The fish balls are tender and springy. The mutton slices are fresh and tender. The pork belly slices are half lean and half fat, and evenly thick and thin. The sausages are full of meaty aroma. The shrimp balls are both elastic and sweet, and the white radish slices have a sweet aftertaste and have a unique flavor after dipping in the sauce. The old man couldn't even lift his head after eating. "This is delicious. That is delicious too. Everything is delicious. The hot pot is so delicious. It's amazing." The old man ordered 3 servings of mutton and shrimp paste alone, and the 2 followers were also eating with smiles on their faces. This was much more delicious than what the chef in the mansion cooked. Qin Rong was smiling as she calculated the amount of money she was going to spend on this table alone. Qin Rong, my husband and I are here. There's a hot pot sign hanging at the door today. What new food is this? Please serve it to us quickly. My husband is treating us." Lu Hao's voice came before he even arrived. "Mr. Bai, Mr. Lu, please take a seat. Should I arrange a seat for you? Or do you want to order by yourselves?" Qin Rong asked with a smile. Lu Hao was about to speak, but Master Bai gave him a cold look and he immediately shut his mouth. Mr. Bai smiled and said, 2 portions, please ask Miss Qin to arrange it." Qin Rong smiled and served them a bowl of grouper soup. "There are 4 kinds of soup bases. Do you want spicy flavor?" Lu Hao nodded desperately. "I want spicy flavor." "Then serve another serving of spicy flavor. It's eaten hot anyway," Qin Rong said as she went into the kitchen to prepare the dishes. The spicy hot pot base was brought by Yu Xiaoshan. As soon as the charcoal stove was heated, the red soup began to boil. In an instant, the whole restaurant was filled with this overbearing, spicy taste. Mr. Bai originally planned to eat something light, but the aroma in front of him was so tempting that he couldn't resist it. It smelled so good. So, the shrimp paste that Mr. Bai had cooked slid into the spicy hot pot in front of Lu Hao. Lu Hao was enjoying the meal, but who knew that a pair of chopsticks appeared in the pot and started to snatch the shrimp paste from him. "Sir, this is mine." This is not a gentleman's behavior. Lu Hao was so protective of his food that he almost wrapped his arms around it to prevent Master Bai from reaching out. Mr. Bai was a little embarrassed at first, until he realized who was treating him today. "Zishu, I am the one who paid the money. You can handle it as you wish." Mr. Bai snorted coldly. Lu Hao's hand holding the dish paused for a moment, and suddenly he thought of something. He said while eating, "Sir, my grandfather is on his way, and will be here soon. You can ask him for money. I'll borrow the money for this meal." The old man sitting in the corner paused holding the chopsticks when he heard this. This is useless. Mr. Bai wanted to say more, but suddenly he saw the old man standing up. He smiled and said, "Zishu, your grandfather is here. I won't let anyone in today, sir." "Why are you playing tricks on me?" Lu Hao was not fooled. He thought that Mr. Bai wanted to snatch the spicy hot pot from him. Ahem, the old man coughed lightly. Lu Hao looked up, and his eyes widened instantly. "Grandfather, why are you here so early?" It turned out that this old man was Lu Hao's grandfather, Lu Zhongping, the head of the direct branch of the Fanyang Lu family. "I asked you to study with the teacher, and this is how you treat him." Lu Zhongban frowned and scolded. Mr. Bai raised his chopsticks with a smile and said, "Yes, Zishu. How can you treat the teacher like this?" "Brother Zhongping, please sit down. I will try this spicy hot pot first." Lu Zhongping. After Lu Zhongping sat down, his followers had already brought the bowl and chopsticks over. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up the vegetables from the spicy hot pot. "Brother Zhongping, haven't you eaten everything?" Mr. Bai glanced at Lu Zhongping, and as if he wasn't looking, the small plates on the table were piled up like a mountain. Lu Zhongping laughed and said, "Brother Jinji, isn't this what my son Zishu said?" Mr. Bai's expression froze for a moment, and then he just focused on eating. Lu Zhongping also ate silently, without saying a word. However, the shrimp, fish balls, mutton, and cabbage that Lu Hao put into the spicy hot pot were all gone. All gone. Lu Hao had a bitter face and had to continue cooking. The spicy hot pot base was so delicious that the guests who came in following the smell saw that Mr. Bai was eating without even raising his head, so they looked at the menu and ordered the spicy hot pot base and a few hot pot dishes. Originally, they were just curious and wanted to try the flavor, but they couldn't stop eating after they started. Their lips turned red from the spiciness, but they were still reluctant to put down their chopsticks. The restaurant, which was deserted just now, was now full of the atmosphere of fireworks. Qin Rong made a few calculations on the abacus. Just from the 2 tables of Mr. Bai and Mr. Liu, Qin Rong could earn nearly 2 taels of silver. Although the guests at the remaining tables did not order much, it was still no problem for her to earn 300 coins from each table. The wind and snow outside were getting stronger and stronger. At this time, more customers came to the restaurant. They were Madame Xin and Qingshuang. Qin Rong was a little surprised. "Sister Xin, Sister Qingshuang, why are you here?" Madame Xin took off her cloak, revealing her red cheeks from the cold. She stroked her hair that was wet by the snow and said with a smile, "Didn't we say today is the first day of selling hot pot?" Qingshuang, and I naturally wanted to try it. It snowed heavily today, so we closed the tea house and rushed over. It's still a bit far, so it took us some time. Qin Rong felt a warm feeling in her heart. "I won't say thank you. It seems too deliberate. Sisters, please take a seat. I will go and arrange it for you. Which of the 4 soup bases do you want?" Madame Xin pointed at a table of guests eating spicy hot pot and said, "I want this. I smelled it outside. It's really too fragrant." Qingshuang and I had eaten some fruits to fill our stomachs, but we are still too greedy. "I have to try it." "Okay, I'll arrange the hot pot dishes for you," Qin Rong said with a smile. Madame Tsin held Qin Rong and said seriously, Arong, we are short of money now, but I don't want you to pay for it. You can just pick some normal-priced items for us, more pork belly slices, fish balls, radishes, and cabbages, and you can add some more for the rest. Qin Rong smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll arrange it. After the dishes were served, Qin Rong served a pot of wine to Madame Tsin and Shuang. Sister Tsin, Sister Shuang, I will charge the regular price for the hot pot. This pot of wine is my treat. I hope that Sister Tsin and Sister Shuang will be safe and sound every day and live a peaceful life. Madame Tsin was very happy. Thank you, Arong. Ha ha ha, what a great achievement of life. Miss Qin, please give us 2 pots of wine. Meeting our lifelong friends is a blessing in life, and it's worth a pot of wine. Mr. Bai laughed out loud. Qin Rong nodded. Okay, today's wine is the wine I brewed myself in the summer. It has a mellow taste and a sweet aftertaste. Would you like to try it, Mr. Bai? Of course I have to try the wine brewed by Miss Qin, said Mr. Bai. Qin Rong winked at Chen Bai, and Chen Bai went to serve wine. Mr. Bai smiled and thanked Chen Bai. Your calligraphy is very elegant. If you need to take the imperial examination one day, come and find me. Mr. Bai seemed unintentional, but Chen Bai was excited. After pouring the wine for Mr. Bai and Mr. Liu, he bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai waved his hand and started arguing with Mr. Liu again. Chen Bai looked at Qin Rong excitedly, his eyes full of gratitude. Qin Rong nodded slightly, as if telling Chen Bai not to say more. It was windy and cold outside with heavy snow, but Yu's restaurant was lively and warm. The hot steam and spicy aroma of the hot pot intertwined to create a unique atmosphere of fireworks in this world, which was both warm and unrestrained. The world is still good. Madame Tsin and Shuang lived far away and were the first to leave. They left one after another until all the guests had left. Qin Rong then closed the door of the restaurant. The snow was too heavy, so Yu Laoda and Yu Deshan came over together. Arong, shall we take you back? Qin Rong shook her head and said, I told my mother this morning that I would not go back, so I will stay in the restaurant today. Yu Deseo and Yu Shaoshan cleaned up the kitchen, said goodbye to Qin Rong, and the family went back. Chen Bai saw that the restaurant was also cleaned up, so he left as well. Qin Rong simply washed up, lit the charcoal stove in the side room, stuffed 2 hot water bottles under the quilt, then took off her coat and went to bed. This room had a window, and Qin Rong left a crack. The howling wind outside disturbed Qin Rong, and she could not sleep for a while. She tossed and turned, and the more she slept, the more awake she became. Qin Rong simply put on her coat, sat up and started to count the accounts. Qin Rong often stayed in restaurants now, so the money box was always kept in the B&B space. She took out the money box and counted the silver in the box, a total of 68 taels of silver, which was all the silver Qin Rong had saved in addition to today's income. Then, he counted today's money. After deducting the costs, the restaurant made a total of 1 tael and 6 cents of silver from the lunch market, and a total of 720 copper coins from the braised food and tea cakes sent to Madame Tsin's tea house. The dinner market made a total of 6 taels and 2 cents of silver. The total profit for the day was 8 taels and 5 cents of silver and 20 copper coins more. Hot pot does make money, but that's also because we met Mr. Bai and Mr. Liu today, 2 wealthy men. Grouper, shrimp balls, lamb. Expensive dishes are served in 4 servings or more. The 3 of them plus 2 followers eat a lot. It's a pity that the river is afraid of freezing, so Lihua town is much quieter in winter than at other times. It would be great if all these merchants could come to eat hot pot. We would definitely make some money. Qin Rong was woken up by the cold in the morning. The hot water bottle was cold, and the fire in the charcoal basin was out. Qin Rong put on her clothes shiveringly, stamped her feet hard, moved around, and felt a little warmer. She opened the window and saw that there was already snow in the yard, and everything was white. Qin Rong covered her ears and ran into the kitchen to light the stove. She finally felt a little warmer sitting in front of the stove. She had made hot pot last night, and there was not much rice left, so she planned to make some corn pancakes. Rice and hot pot are always a bit unsatisfactory, so Chin-rong wanted to make some snacks so that the guests would have more choices.
Boom, boom, boom.
Chin-rong looked at the hourglass. It should be the time when the familiar vegetable vendor came to deliver vegetables. Chin-rong trotted to open the door, and it was indeed the familiar vegetable vendor. "Miss Chin, we have some fresh yellow croaker today. Would you like some? We also have some fresh fruits and vegetables shipped in from the south. Would you like some?" Chin-rong asked about the price of fruits and vegetables and was shocked by how expensive they were. So she shook her head and said, "Forget it, the price is still too high. With such a high price, I'm afraid I won't be able to make back my investment." Okay, the familiar vegetable vendor was not unhappy at all. He still smiled and helped Chin-rong deliver the vegetables to the kitchen. After a while, the uncle who delivered the milk also came. Chin-rong let him in and asked, "Uncle, it's so cold today. Will the milk production of the cows be affected?" The uncle who delivered the milk smiled and said, "The milk I delivered to you these days is from the farm. There is a hot spring over there, and there are also some fruits and vegetables." "I see. That's good." Chin-rong thought about making more butter and storing it in the space for later use. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to cook many dishes. Chin-rong took a bag of corn kernels from the warehouse, put them in a big pot and cooked them, then took them out and drained them for a while, and when they were half dry, added starch, glutinous rice flour, and a small spoonful of sugar. At this time, the raw milk was already cooked, and Chin-rong took a large spoonful of the cooked milk, stirred it evenly, and then fried it in the pot. At this point, the corn kernels had already formed into a disc shape and were basically formed. Chin-rong took the oil bottle and poured oil into it until it covered the corn cakes. After frying them again, drain the oil and sprinkle with sugar and condensed milk.
Done.
Chin-rong broke off a small piece of corn cake and tasted it. The sweet fragrance of corn mixed with the milky aroma of milk. It was crispy on the outside and juicy on the inside. It was really delicious. Chin-rong hadn't eaten corn pancake for a long time. She broke off a piece and ate it. In a short while, half of the corn pancake was gone. Before entering the house, Mrs. Yu could already smell the aroma of corn wafting from the kitchen. "Arong, what delicious food are you going to make?" Chin-rong smiled and handed half a corn pancake to Deseo and said, "Aunt, I made corn pancakes and I'm thinking of adding them to the menu later. Delicious." Mrs. Yu took the corn kernels and stuffed them into her mouth. In an instant, her mouth was filled with sweet fragrance. "Aunt, is it easy to walk outside?" "If it's not easy, we should prepare less ingredients for today's lunch and dinner," Chin-rong asked. Mrs. Yu nodded. "You are right.
It seems that the academy is not open today.
I wonder if they are worried that the snowstorm will block the students' way." As Chin-rong had worried, today's lunch market was a little quiet, with only a few people coming to buy spicy hot pot. Yu Xiaoshan and Yu Deseo were enough to handle these few people, so Chin-rong concentrated on making tea cakes and braised food. Now that the weather is cold, braised food and tea cakes can be sold for 2 days, and Madame Tsin hired people to come in one day to get 2 days' supply. After making tea and marinated food, the lunch business was over. After checking the accounts, it was the worst day for business since the restaurant opened, so Chin-rong reduced the ingredients she had prepared. When the evening market opened, snowflakes began to fall outside again. "Sister, you couldn't help but say, it looks like it's going to be a cold winter this year." Chin-rong nodded. "Aunt, Grandma, and Grandpa are old, so we need to save more charcoal. I asked you to stock up some before, but did you do it?" We stocked up. Your grandfather even gave me some money to stock up more, and I have prepared everything for you." Yu's wife smiled. Because of Chin-rong, the Yu family had a lot more income this year, and now the Yu family was willing to listen to whatever Chin-rong said. Outside the Yu family restaurant, there were a few young ladies who wanted to go in to eat, especially the leading young lady. She had heard from her brother that the Yu family restaurant had a new way of eating called hot pot, which was said to restore the original flavor of the ingredients and was very delicious. "Forget it, Sister Yurong. What delicious food can there be in such a simple little restaurant? What a bad hot pot. I think it's overrated." The person who spoke was Qin Lian. It turned out that the young lady named Yurong was a daughter of the Zhu family, and she was Zhu Yurong, the younger sister of Zhu Yuqing, the second young master of the Zhu family who was engaged to Qin Lian. Today, Zhu Yurong invited the ladies she knew well to go shopping together before the new year. Although it was snowing, it felt special. As they finished their shopping a little late, she thought of inviting the ladies to use restaurant for a meal. Qin Lian was invited by her mother, who said she was her future sister-in-law, so it would be good for her to get along with her in advance. Zhu Yurong frowned, not liking the tone of her future sister-in-law's voice, but her mother told her to get along well with others, so she endured the discomfort in her heart and said, "Sister Lian, this restaurant has been popular for a while, and my second brother often buys lunch here." Qin Lian heard that Zhu Yuqing often came to Qin Rong's restaurant, and she felt even more uncomfortable. She said with a calm face, "Sister Yurong, to be honest with you, this restaurant is owned by my cousin. My cousin. Some things are hard to say. Her mother is divorced, and she has a bad temper and is not easy to get along with." One of the ladies, Shen Meiwan, heard this and said with some disdain, "Sister Rong, if it's a family like this, we shouldn't go in, or we'll get into trouble." Shen Meiwan said so, and several other young ladies also echoed, "Yes, Rong Jier, let's change a restaurant. It will be bad if it brings trouble to our reputation. We are not engaged yet." Lu Hao sneaked out to eat hot pot without telling Master Bai and Master Lu. He didn't enjoy the meal yesterday as his shrimp paste was snatched away by Master Bai and his tofu skin was snatched away by Master Lu. Today he came here alone to eat hot pot, but he didn't expect to hear such a lawsuit when he arrived at the door. Lu Hao frowned and said, "You girls are so rude. Why are you making up stories in front of a restaurant? You said Qin Rong is your cousin. If she's your cousin, then you have known each other before. If you have known each other before, how can you say such things? Do you want to eat or not? If not, then don't make up rumors in front of a restaurant." It's so unreasonable. Although Lu Hao had been in Lihua town for a while and had become more down-to-earth with Master Bai, he was born into a wealthy family and his temperament was different from that of ordinary people. In addition, Lu Hao looked a lot like his grandfather, Lu Zhongping, who was a third-place winner selected by the emperor when he was young. A third-place winner must have first-class looks, not to mention his talent. Lu Hao's looks were like his grandfather's, which was excellent. Those young ladies were already a little shy when they noticed Lu Hao, and their faces turned red when they heard Lu Hao say that. But Qin Lian was different. Qin Lian frowned and said, "What basis do you have to accuse me of spreading rumors?" Zhu Yurong was really annoyed when she saw this. "Sister Lian, what this young master said is right. Let's go in and try it now. If you don't want to, then go back first." Qin Lian heard the impatience in Zhu Yurong's tone. She was not stupid. When she came out, her mother gave her some silver and asked her to get along well with others. This obviously made Zhu Yurong impatient. Qin Lian had no choice but to say, "Since we came out together, we should go back together. Sister Yurong, I will accompany you in." Zhu Yurong was speechless. After all, this matter was caused by Qin Lian. Now she said this as if she had suffered some injustice. Seeing this, Lu Hao didn't say much and went straight into Yu's restaurant. Qin Rong, I want to eat spicy, hot pot. Give me a portion of yesterday's hot pot." Qin Rong smiled and replied, "Okay. Would you like some fried corn pancakes?" Lu Hao nodded. Yes. Qin Rong went into the kitchen to get busy after hearing this. Chen Shubai also came back from shoveling snow. "Mr. Lu, you're here," Lu Hao said. "The master is with my grandfather today, so I came here." At this time, several young ladies also came in. Zhu Yurong asked for a big table and then asked, "I heard that you have hot pot here. Can Shower Brother introduce it to us?" Chen Shubai nodded and introduced the guests, then poured tea for the female guests. It was cold, so Qin Rong made ginger tea today. Zhu Yurong was a little thirsty, and after drinking the ginger tea, she felt warm all over, and the unpleasantness she had just experienced outside didn't seem so important anymore. Qin Lian didn't see Qin Rong, but was relieved. She had never had the upper hand over Qin Rong, so it was better not to meet her. Zhu Yurong wanted bone soup base, as these young ladies couldn't eat spicy food and preferred light flavor. The hot pot was served quickly. There were only a few tables of customers in the restaurant at this time. Qin Rong looked at the sky outside and said to Chen Shubai, Brother Shubai, you should go back first. When you go to pick up Aunt Chin, tell my mother that I will not be going back today either. Chin Shubai nodded. There were few guests today, so Chin Rong, Yu Deseo and Yu Shaoshan could handle it. After Chin Shubai left, Chin Rong came to the front hall to watch. At this time, Lu Hao was eating corn pancakes happily. He praised, Chin Rong, your corn pancakes are so delicious, with a strong milky aroma. Chin Rong smiled and said, Mr. Bai likes sweet food. I'll make 2 servings for you to take back. Okay? Lu Hao replied and started eating hard again. Seeing how delicious Lu Hao's meal was, Zhu Yurong couldn't help but feel a little greedy. If the hot pot was so delicious, the corn pancake must be good too. Girl, we also want some corn cakes, Zhu Yurong said. Lu Hao pouted and said, Chin Rong, that girl named Chin Lian just said you were a mean person at the door. Don't make it for her. The most delicious corn cake in the world should be served to someone who understands it. Chin Lian's face turned red after hearing what Lu Hao said. She glared at Lu Hao angrily and said, If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. Who cares? If Lu Hao hadn't said it, Chin Rong wouldn't have discovered Chin Lian. Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you not to mess with me? If you don't like me, why bother coming in? At this time, a girl named Meijin who was traveling with Chin Lian frowned and said, Miss, I am a little older, so I am arrogant and say a few words. Chin Rong was amused. Since you know I'm just being arrogant, then don't say anything. Meijin didn't expect Chin Rong to be so direct. She was choked up and couldn't say anything for a while. Chin Lian and Meijin have always been good friends. Seeing Meijin speak up for herself, but being blocked by Chin Rong made her very upset. Chin Rong, do you know how to write the word education? Chin Rong was surprised. I don't know, do you know? I understand the principle of horizontal and vertical, but I don't know whether you understand it or not. Do you think that someone who runs a restaurant to act wild is worthy of being taught manners by me, a restaurant owner? It's simply ridiculous. I'm lucky I didn't ask someone to throw you out. Meijin's face darkened as she listened. Sure enough, these are children raised by a divorced woman. They really don't know what they are talking about. Miss Mei, don't be so rude. Zhu Yurong stopped her. Chin Rong stared at Meijin, as if she was watching a monkey show. Lu Haoyuan wanted to help Chin Rong, but seeing Chin Rong like this, he couldn't help but look at Meijin curiously. Chin Rong, why are you looking at her like this? I'm just curious about who this girl is and how she can say such words, Chin Rong said while shaking her head. That's why you are ignorant. This is the talented girl in our town, Miss Maizumai. Another young lady named Lin Baojin, who had been sitting next to Meijin, said with a proud look on her face. Lin Baojin's words touched Meijin's heart. She straightened her back unconsciously, her eyes full of satisfaction. Talented woman? A person must first establish moral integrity. The court has stipulated that women in our dynasty can divorce, remarry, establish female households, and own private property. The so-called talented woman speaks so harshly. As a woman, she has no empathy for other women. So, what if she is a divorced woman? She is just unlucky. As a woman, she looks down on other women, talented women. TSK. On what basis? Chin Rong spoke with sarcasm, which made Meijin blush and turn pale. You are so sharp-tongued. Why is it that only your mother has bad luck? Doesn't your mother have any problems? Chin Lian said angrily. Well, if I slap you now, you can't blame me. You'd better reflect on what's wrong with you. Chin Rong moved towards Chin Lian with a cold face and actually forced Chin Lian back several steps. Zhu Yurong agreed with Chin Rong's point of view. Her mother was a capable woman who supported a grain shop by herself, but outsiders would only say that her father was capable and praised her father for his ability. Her mother worked so hard, but she couldn't stop her father from going to the brothel to have fun. She saw her mother crying countless times in the middle of the night, but was it her mother's problem? Was it her mother who needed to reflect? It should have been her father. The world was unfair. The man did something wrong, but in the end, he laughed at the woman for not being able to control her husband. What was the reason? Thinking of this, Zhu Yurong stood up and said, Miss Chin Rong, you are right. I have learned a lesson today. I will not apologize on their behalf. They were rude first. But today I heard my second brother say that the hot pot in your restaurant is delicious, so I insisted on coming to eat it. I didn't expect to cause you trouble. I'm sorry. Jade face, Sister Yurong, your second brother, my family runs a grain shop on West Street, Zhu Yurong said. That was the younger sister of the young master of the Zhu family. The young master of the Zhu family was a regular customer of the restaurant. He was a nice person and very polite. Qin Rong was not so angry when she saw Zhu Yurong's sincere expression. She smiled and said, "Everyone loves beauty and food. How can this be wrong?" Zhu Yurong nodded and then said to the other young ladies, "Let's go now, so as not to disturb the business of the restaurant." Qin Lian still remembered what her mother had told her, that she had to coax Zhu Yurong a little, so she walked to Zhu Yurong's side. She couldn't argue with Qin Rong anyway, and didn't want to make herself unhappy. She would stay away from Qin Rong before getting married. When her future husband passed the imperial examination and became a scholar or a jiren, she would become the wife of a scholar or a jiren, and then she would enjoy the glory. Mei Xin didn't want to leave, and was also angry at Zhu Yurong for calling her rude, but her family's business depended on the Zhu family, and it was her mother who asked her to come out and socialize with Zhu Yurong, so she had to endure it even if she was angry. Not to mention the other two young ladies, this matter had nothing to do with them. After these young ladies left, Lu Hao gave Qin Rong a thumbs up and said, "If we want to quarrel, it has to be you women, Qin Rong." This was originally just a minor episode and Qin Rong did not take it to heart, but the next day Zhu Yurong brought her mother Shin to use restaurant. "Miss Qin, my mother and I are here to eat hot pot. My mother loves spicy food and wants to try spicy hot pot. I'll order a mushroom hot pot today and some fried corn cakes as snacks. As for drinks, what kind of drinks will you have?"
Zhu Yurong asked.
"There's ginger milk," Qin Rong replied. Zhu Yurong had never heard of ginger milk. She glanced at Shun, who nodded. Zhu Yurong then ordered 2 servings of ginger milk. Shun kept smiling. Zhu Yurong wanted to say something, but was stopped by Shun. "Yurong, some things just require listening and watching. Mother knows what's going on." Zhu Yurong stopped talking after hearing that, but was looking forward to the ginger milk. Yesterday's hot pot was so delicious, so she thought the ginger milk would be good too. Qin Rong was in the kitchen preparing ginger milk. She had cooked milk during the day. She only needed to cut the ginger into pieces, mash it, and filter out the ginger juice with gauze. Then she heated the boiled milk over low heat and poured the ginger juice from a high place with a narrow-mouthed milk jug. The white milk was poured into the ginger yellow juice. Qin Rong covered the bowl and let it sit for half a cup of tea. The ginger milk was ready. Except for the fish fillets, all other hot pot dishes are prepared in advance. When the ginger juice and milk are made, all the hot pot dishes are ready. Yu Xiaoshan and Qin Shubai, one held the charcoal stove and put on the pot base, while the other put on the hot pot dishes. Everything was very orderly. Qin Rong served the ginger milk herself. Usually, when she serves a new product, if she is not too busy, she will explain to the customers how to eat it and its effects. This is ginger milk, which is the most suitable food for winter. I've also made you some ginger tea. Qin Rong introduced it to Shun and Zhu Yurong with a smile. Zhu Yurong looked at the ginger milk with curiosity, not knowing how to start. Wasn't it a drink? Was the ginger tea supposed to be poured into the ginger milk? Qin Rong took a small spoon and handed it to the two of them. "Just scoop and eat it." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yurong scooped a spoonful of the solidified milk jelly with a spoon. When the milk jelly was put into her mouth, she felt her eyebrows and eyes relax. It was so delicious that her lips and teeth were filled with fragrance. This ginger milk is similar to tofu pudding, but it tastes sweeter than tofu pudding. Although it is cold, it doesn't feel cold. Zhu Yurong was talking, but only Qin Rong responded to her a few words, but her mother did not speak. She turned her head to look at her mother, but saw that only a layer of ginger milk was left of her mother's drink. Zhu Yurong. Qin Rong did not disturb the two of them, and went to prepare dishes for other guests with a smile. Today's guests were a little more than the previous 2 days, and they seemed to be the guests stranded at the dock, due to the heavy snow. Most of them were generous, and the expensive dishes almost all started at 3 portions. Business was good, so Qin Rong was naturally in a good mood. She quickly prepared a few more servings of ginger milk and sent them over with Yudiseo. There was a table of guests, a couple, and judging from their accents, they were not locals. The woman had caught a cold and felt a little limp, but after drinking ginger milk and ginger tea, she broke out in a sweat and felt much better. She asked curiously, "Young lady, why do I feel less heavy after eating the food you made?" Ginger milk and ginger tea both have the effect of dispelling cold and relieving exterior symptoms. If you have caught a cold due to freezing, they do have some effect, Qin Rong explained with a smile.
Give me another bowl then. Let's eat tomorrow.
One bowl is enough. The woman originally thought that Qin Rong was just bragging, but now she felt that Qin Rong was honest in her business. Young lady, you have good cooking skills and are honest in your business. I will come to eat again next spring. There were a total of 19 tables of guests at the dinner party today, and they had eaten up all the spare ingredients prepared by Qin Rong. Now, only Zhu Yurong's table was left in the restaurant. Seeing that most of the guests had left, Shen came forward and said, "Miss Qin, your cooking skills are really good. We have relatives coming to our house in a few days. Can you prepare a feast for them?" Qin Rong put down the abacus and asked, "I wonder when it will be?" Shen said, "It should be 10 days later." Qin Rong did not rush to agree. "I am not a professional banquet chef. If the specifications of the banquet are too high, I am afraid I will not be able to handle it." Upon hearing this, Shen said hurriedly, 6 cold dishes, 8 hot dishes, 1 soup, and 1 dessert. Is that feasible? This was not difficult to do, so Qin Rong agreed. Shen was very happy to see this. "Yurong told me everything about yesterday. Miss Qin, my family is a merchant family and we are rich, but I know what is right and wrong. In the end, I have to thank you. Otherwise I would have been kept in the dark." Qin Rong somewhat understood what Shen meant, but she didn't want to get involved in the affairs of Qin Lian and the Zhu family, so she didn't respond. Shen had been doing business for many years and was already very shrewd. She knew that Qin Rong understood what she meant, so she said, "Let's not talk about other things. This 5 taels of silver is the deposit. I will send someone to pick you up when the time comes." Qin Rong took Shen's deposit and said with a smile, "Then I'll come to your house one day in advance to order the menu with you." Good. After Zhu Yurong and Shen left, Yu Deseo came over and asked, "Arong, can you handle this?" Qin Rong smiled and said, "Aunt, I'll need you to come with me then." "What about the shop?" asked Mrs. Yu. "It's Laba Festival soon, and after Laba Festival it will be New Year, and 10 days later, it will be the 16th. I think our business this year is pretty much over. All the merchants who can leave have left, and they will definitely be gone in 10 days. The academy is closed now, and there is not much business at noon. We might as well close the door and relax. We have been busy all year," Qin Rong said. Mrs. Yu thought so too, so she agreed with a smile. Laba Festival is coming soon, and we must drink Laba porridge on Laba Festival. There were few customers in the restaurant that day, so Qin Rong returned home early. Yu was very busy with embroidery these days. Because the embroiderers worked hard, the embroidery workshop gave them a holiday after finishing the difficult work. They could do the work at home and hand in the embroidery work after the new year. It was just a coincidence that Yu had just bought the ingredients for Laba porridge and met Qin Rong with a basket at the entrance of the alley. "Arong, why are you here so early today?" Yu was very happy to see her daughter. "I closed the shop early because there were not many customers. Tomorrow is Laba Festival, so I thought I would go home early to cook Laba porridge and pray for a peaceful and better year ahead." When they got home, Yu refused to let Qin Rong cook dinner no matter what. She just said that Qin Rong was very tired from working from dawn to dusk running a restaurant, so if she had to cook, she could only cook Laba porridge. Qin Rong knew that Yu was worried about her, so she didn't reject her kindness. "Mom, after Laba, I plan to take a break and reopen the store after the new year." "That's great. Arong, you need to take a good rest. There's one last big fair before the new year, then the 3 of us can go shopping." Good. The ingredients for Laba porridge were picked and soaked by Qin Rong last night, but Qin Rong got up at the beginning of the morning hour to cook Laba porridge. The simpler the cooking method, the more it tests one's skills. After soaking overnight, black rice, glutinous rice, red beans, koik seeds, peanuts, lotus seeds, and kidney beans can be cooked directly. Because I was thinking of giving some laba porridge to the people I know. The portion is large and the clay pot is not big enough, so I have to cook it in a large iron pot. After lighting the fire, Chin Rong poured the soaked ingredients into the iron pot, then took a thick bamboo stick and stirred the pot. When the aroma came out of the pot, Chin Rong put the red dates in. Chin Rong continued to cook the porridge over low heat, stirring it with a thick bamboo stick. When the laba porridge began to bubble up in the pot, she took 2 pieces of rock sugar and threw them into the pot. The aroma of rice and beans intertwined, filling the room with sweet fragrance. Chin Rong calculated the number of portions and cooked 2 large pots of laba porridge before she took a break. While the porridge was still steaming, Chin Rong called Chin Yu and Yu to come and help. 1 bamboo tube was used for 1 portion of laba porridge, and Chin Rong filled a total of 60 portions of laba porridge. Mom, I'm going to deliver the laba porridge. You take 10 portions of laba porridge to my grandparents' house. Chin Rong put the bamboo tubes one by one in the backpack and asked Chin Yu to take 10 portions to deliver to her grandparents' house. Chin Rong sent 10 portions of laba porridge to Madam Wang, 10 portions to Mr. Bai's family, and 16 portions to Gusheng. Of course, these were not only for Gusheng, but also for other yamen runners in the yamen. Since the opening of Yu's restaurant, no one has caused trouble. Qingming Festival under the rule of County Magistrate Wang is of course one of the reasons, but it is also inseparable from the care of Gusheng and those runners. Chin Rong asked the person who delivered the braised food to take some of the portions for Madame Xin and Qingshuang. The last few portions were specially left by Chin Rong for the vegetable vendor she was familiar with and the old lady at the wonton stall. Business at the wonton stall was a little quiet today, and the old lady sat by the stove watching people coming and going. Grandma, I haven't seen you for a long time. How is your business? Chin Rong asked with a smile. When the old lady came to her senses and saw that it was Chin Rong, she immediately smiled happily. Rong, you are here. Come and sit down. It's just right. I was thinking of going to your restaurant this afternoon. Chin Rong was stunned for a moment. What happened? The old lady at the wonton stall took out a purse from her bosom and said, Hey, Rong, this is for you. The new year is coming soon. I'm going to take a few days off after finishing this collection. It's just right for you to come and give it to me. Annie, what is this? Chin Rong was a little confused. The old lady smiled very lovingly. Rong, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to keep this wonton stall going. This is the last thing my old man left me.
Thank you, Grandma.
I asked my daughter to bring this from the capital. Take it and play with it. How can this be possible? Chin Rong was about to refuse, but the old lady grabbed her hand. Rong, just treat Grandma as your own and accept her. Grandma knows that you won't make much money selling her shrimp noodles, but she helped me keep my thoughts alive. When a person dies, it's like a light goes out. The children all have their own lives to live, and they have gradually moved on from the fact that the old man left. Only I can't forget it. Thank you very much, Rong. Chin Rong smiled. Grandma, I accept it.
Thank you very much, Grandma.
This is the laba porridge I made early in the morning.
Please accept it.
I have prepared portions for you and your family. I hope you drink my laba porridge and have better days and better days in the coming year. The old lady took the laba porridge given by Chin Rong and was so happy that her face beamed with joy. The fireworks of life. It was unforgettable. After delivering the laba porridge, Chin Rong returned to the restaurant. Sister Yu came early today and had already cooked and washed the vegetables. When she saw Chin Rong coming in, she smiled and said, Rong, your aunt asked someone to buy you a box of hand grease from the capital. It just happened to arrive today. Here, I'll give it to you. Chin Rong took the brocade box handed over by Yu Deseo and was a little surprised. Why is this brocade box so exquisite? It is said that all the girls in the city use the facial and hand creams from the shop. It is said that the shop has been passed down for 100 years. Sister Yu asked Chin Rong to open the shop and take a look. Cooks' hands tend to be rough easily. If they get frostbite, they will feel uncomfortable for the whole winter. Chin Rong opened the brocade box, which contained a snow-white cream. She put some on her hands and rubbed it evenly. The skin felt very good. Aunt, this hand cream is really good. Mrs. Yu was very happy to see Qin Rong liked it, as long as you like it. Today was a small market and the lunch market was a little more lively than the previous 2 days. When we were taking a break after work, Yu Xiaoshan came over a little uncomfortably. Sister. What's wrong? Why are you like this? Qin Rong rarely saw Yu Xiaoshan looking so shy. Yu Xiaoshan stuffed something wrapped in red cloth into Qin Rong's hand and said, Sister, I'll keep this for you as a dowry. Qin Rong was stunned for a moment. What does a child know about dowry? Yu Xiaoshan said seriously. Of course I know, sister. I know you treat me well. I will save money to buy you a better dowry in the future. Qin Rong laughed and opened the red cloth. Wrapped in the red cloth was a silver bracelet engraved with a lotus pattern. Although the style was simple, the carving was exquisite. Xiaoshan, this bracelet is so beautiful. Qin Rong fell in love with the bracelet at first sight. Sister, don't worry, I will buy you something better in the future, Yu Xiaoshan said seriously. He had been saving this money for a long time. He had to hand in his wages, but his mother still left some for him. He always listened to the gossips of Qin Lian and other young ladies. He also heard old lady Yu sighing and talking to Sister Yu, worrying that Qin Rong and the others would have a hard time getting married. He thought that it was okay to have a hard time getting married, and at most he would just not get married, since his elder sister was so capable. Later, after hearing more about it in the restaurant, he thought that it was okay to have a hard time, and at most he would just have a bigger dowry. Yu Xiaoshan secretly made up his mind to save a dowry for his elder sister every year. Qin Rong has always felt that the so-called blood relationship and nature are not very reliable. Whether people are good to each other depends on how they get along. If you treat me well, I will treat you the same well. Only in this way can we get along for a long time. After coming to this place, Qin Rong felt that she had gradually integrated into the place and was no longer a complete outsider. During the evening market, Gu Sheng brought a mu over. There were a lot of things to do in the government office at the end of the year, and Gu Sheng was busy for a while. He only had time to bring a mu to eat hot pot in the past 2 days. A mu had been talking about it for a long time. AMU, you keep nagging me every day. What's wrong with you? Gu Sheng couldn't help but ask when he saw AMU hanging his head. Brother Gu, I miss my parents. AMU stared at the bowl in front of him, feeling a little lost. Qin Rong was carrying 2 bowls of red bean paste balls when she heard what AMU said. It was the end of the year, and she always missed her family more. Besides, Gu Sheng's family didn't accept AMU, so the New Year's Day became awkward for AMU. AMU, when the government office is on holiday, I will take you back to Linshui town, Gu Sheng said, touching AMU's head. Amu suddenly raised his head, his eyes sparkling. Brother Gu, is it true? Gu Sheng nodded. Well, I'll take you home to live for a while. Amu shook his head when he heard this. Brother Gu, if you don't go back for the new year, Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu will be unhappy. Gu Sheng was actually in a dilemma. His elder brother and sister-in-law always felt that if AMU was not around, he would still bring the money home, and his parents would not use the money to buy him a house. So every time they saw AMU, they were a little weird. He didn't want AMU to suffer from this, so he seldom took AMU back. Gu Sheng felt that a man should be upright and self-reliant. Since he had hands and feet, he would not covet his parents' money. However, he also did not think that as a child, his parents could never do anything wrong. In recent years, Gu Dalong has become more and more outrageous because of his parents' tacit approval. Ever since Gu Sheng became a constable, he has paid half of his salary to his family every month. However, his elder brother and sister-in-law have always felt that he should do so. They have never handed over a penny of their own earnings, always saying that they do not have enough to spend. When Mrs. Gu gave birth to her child, Gu Dalong asked her for money. His parents had tacitly agreed to it, and when they asked, they just said, "You're not married yet and your family is not well off, so just bear with it. If brothers in the same family are not treated equally, the relationship between them cannot be good." Maybe it was because Gu Sheng had followed his master since he was a child, so his parents always treated him with a sense of distance. This time when he brought a mu home, his elder brother and sister-in-law couldn't even hold back for a night and had a fit. That time, Gu Sheng was disappointed, but in today's world, filial piety is more important than anything else. Since he had raised Amu, if he didn't have a good relationship with his parents, it would affect Amu if he took the imperial examination in the future. Brother Gu, Amu, these are red bean paste dumplings. They are still steaming. Eat a bowl while they are hot to fill your stomach before eating hot pot. Gu Sheng's thoughts were interrupted by Qin Rong's voice. Seeing Qin Rong smiling, his calm heart couldn't help but relax a lot. Sister Rong, these red bean paste balls look like yuan shao, said Amu. Try it and see if it tastes good or not. Amu nodded and scooped up a small meatball and put it into his mouth. It was soft, sticky, and chewy, with fine bean paste, sweet but not greasy. Delicious. Brother Gu, please try it, it's delicious. Amu scooped a spoonful of red bean paste balls and handed it to Gu Sheng's mouth. Gu Sheng lowered his head slightly and ate it. It was indeed delicious, very much like the yuan shao made by Amu's father. Amu's parents treated Gu Sheng very well, especially Gu Sheng's father. When Gu Sheng was young, he only knew how to cry around his master. His senior brother was much older than him, so when his master was impatient to coax him, his senior brother would coax him. Gu Sheng's master only knew how to eat, but not how to cook. On the contrary, Amu's father had already learned to cook on a stool at a young age. When Gu Sheng went there, Amu's father had already mastered the cooking skills. He was so busy on weekdays that he had to take care of his master and take care of him. Gu Sheng took the spoon and scooped another mouthful of the red bean paste meatballs. Thinking about the past, his thoughts gradually became clear. Amu, it's settled. After the day off, I will take you back to Linshui town. We will celebrate the new year in Linshui town. We will go to sweep the graves on the first day of the new year, Gu Sheng said. What about Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu? I will send the New Year's gifts in advance. Since I'm already single, they won't say anything if I send them New Year's gifts. Gu Sheng has already made up his mind. He will go back after the new year to propose a division of the family so that his elder brother and sister-in-law will not cause any trouble in the future. After the big market, and after the last evening market, Qin Rong called Yu Deseo, Yu Xiaoshan, and Qin Shubai together. She smiled and said, Today is the last day our restaurant will be open this year. You don't have to come here from tomorrow. Everyone should relax at home. Each of you will have 2 purses. One purse contains your monthly salary, and the other is a reward. Business is good this year, and you have worked hard, so I will give you more money. Knowing Qin Rong's character, the few people accepted the purse happily without any pretense. Thank you, boss. Thank you, sis. Thank you, Rong. After distributing the money, they cleaned the restaurant together, divided the remaining food, and locked the door. Aunt, we will go to Zhu's house the day after tomorrow. Please come to my house and wait for us early the day after tomorrow, Qin Rong instructed. Good. Although Mrs. Yu had worked hard this year, she felt a lot younger. She had money coming in every month and something to strive for every day. How could she not feel younger? Qin Rong went to Zhu's house a day in advance and decided on the menu for the next day with Shen. The 6 cold dishes were cold preserved eggs, braised lamb, radish, cabbage and corn salad, sugar crisp shrimp balls, cold black fungus, and tofu with green onions. The 8 hot dishes were honey-glazed roast duck, dry pot Chinese cabbage, shredded pork with Beijing sauce, old duck and dried bamboo shoots, winter bamboo shoots and snow red pot, grilled lamb chops, crab roe tofu, and scallion oil clams. 1 soup was grouper soup, and 1 dessert was puff pastry baked taro puree. The other dishes were actually very common, but the baked taro with puff pastry was the main dish, mainly for the novelty. Zhu Yurong and Shun were very curious. Even Zhu Yurong's second brother Zhu Yucheng was very curious. He often went to Qin Rong's restaurant to eat, but he had never seen this dish of baked taro with puff pastry before. On the day of the feast at Zhu's house, the Zhu family sent a carriage to pick up Qin Rong early. It was almost the new year, and many people in the alley were sitting together chatting. When the neighbors saw the carriage parked in front of Qin Rong's house, they whispered a few words to each other. The Zhu family is a merchant family, not as good as the Wang family, but they also have all the utensils in the kitchen. After Qin Rong and Yu Deseo arrived, the cook of the Zhu family gave up her position and only left a few maids to help with the rough work. They didn't dare to watch the cook's cooking skills. The relative who came this time was a clan brother of the Zhu family named Zhu Mantang. Because of his big business, he stayed in Beijing all year round. This time, he came back to Lihua town mainly to worship his ancestors and to find a partner for his two daughters. Although Zhu Mantang had a big business, he was a merchant after all, and it was not possible for him to marry his daughter off in Beijing, so he thought about taking his daughter back to Lihua town to see if there was a suitable match. Zhu Montang's two daughters were named Zhu Wenxiu and Zhu Weining. They were dressed so elegantly that Zhu Yurong looked like a country girl. Although merchants were not so particular, Shin still arranged for men and women to sit at separate tables. After they sat down, Shin smiled and said, "Today I specially invited the best cook to prepare this meal. Everyone, please start eating and taste the flavor of our hometown." Zhu Montang's wife, Yang, nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern." But despite what she said, Yang did not pick up her chopsticks, and neither did Zhu Wenxiu or Zhu Weining. Shun was unhappy in her heart, but she didn't show it. She smiled and said, "But the food is not to your liking?" Yang smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I was so busy chatting that I forgot to tell you. This time I came back to stay for a while. I brought a cook with me. The cooks in the capital always suit my taste better. Although my two daughters are not noble ladies from official families, they were also raised by me since they were young. I'm afraid they can't eat too. Coarse food." Shin was so angry that she almost laughed. After all, Yang was the mistress of the family, so why did she say and do such inappropriate things? "Sister-in-law, don't blame me for speaking harshly. I heard from my husband that the reason I came back this time was because I saw that my two sisters were old enough to discuss marriage. Your status in the capital is neither high nor low, and it is difficult to find a partner, so I came back. Our Qingping County is an upper county with nearly 20,000 households. Lihua town has become the center because of the wharf. It is not some remote rural place. If you can't eat the chef in our town, then you must not marry someone in our town. I don't have any other skills. Since I took over the family, I have known many people." When Shin said this, she didn't need to say anything more, but she was afraid that Yang, a fool, would not understand what she said, so she continued, "If you claim to be noble, then I will talk to you. But then, sister-in-law, don't blame us Lihua town people for being vulgar." Yang didn't expect that she just wanted to show Shin a warning, but Shin slapped her in the face instead. Shin was not someone to be trifled with. Although her family had some money in Beijing, they had not been back for many years and didn't know what the situation was like in the town. A strong dragon could not defeat a local snake, so she had to bow her head even if she didn't want to. Thinking of this, Yang smiled and said, "Look at what my sister said.
It's just a saying.
Why take it seriously? Let's try the taste of these dishes." Shin didn't want to argue with anyone, so she waved her hand, and the maids came up to serve her the food. Qin Rong, the smart girl in the hall, didn't know this. She was making the last dessert of the night, baked taro paste in puff pastry. After washing her hands, Qin Rong selected a few taro that were bigger than her fist, cut them in half, and put them in the steamer to steam. After about 2 cups of tea, she took out the taro and scooped out the taro paste. Qin Rong poured milk into the taro paste and mixed in sugar while pounding it with a pestle. After the taro paste was mixed, she stuffed the taro into the taro, spread it evenly, and spread the puff pastry on the taro. She then brushed 3 layers of light yellow egg liquid on the surface of the puff pastry, carved simple lotus patterns on the puff pastry with a bamboo stick, and finally put it into the oven. After a cup of tea, the baked taro paste with puff pastry is ready. The surface of the baked taro paste with puff pastry just taken out of the oven was golden and crispy. The aroma of milk wrapped in puff pastry filled the whole kitchen. Even the maid who came to get the snacks couldn't help swallowing her saliva. It smelled so good. Qin Rong said it was best eaten while hot, so the 2 maids did not dare to delay and quickly walked into the hall holding the tray. As they walked, everyone present was unconsciously distracted by the crispy baked taro paste. Zhu Yurong had already eaten her fill, but when she smelled the food, she felt hungry again. After the maidservant distributed the puff pastry baked taro paste to everyone, Shin smiled and said, "This is puff pastry baked taro paste. Sister-in-law, Please try it. Yang was so tempted by the sweet aroma of the pastry in front of her called baked taro paste that she was almost hungry. However, she really didn't know how to eat it. She had just said that the food was vulgar. How embarrassing it would be if she ate the wrong pastry. Zhu Wenxiu and Zhu Weiniing were a little impatient, but since their elders didn't move, they couldn't move either. Yang looked at Shen and said with a dry laugh, "Sister-in-law, you go first." Shen said with a smile, "Sister, you don't have to be polite, you first. If you don't move, I won't move either." Finally, Yang gave in. "Let me see what kind of rare dessert this is. I have never seen it in Beijing. I guess the cook you hired is really capable." Shen curled her lips slightly. Although Lihua town cannot compare with the capital, the cooks are really no worse than those in the capital. "Sister, I have never tasted this baked taro paste with puff pastry, so how about asking the cook I hired to teach us how to eat it?" Yang gave in, so Shen would naturally not give Yang too much face by not giving her way out. Qin Rong washed her hands and followed the maid to the front hall. "Miss Qin, you're here. Today's dishes are really to my taste. But how do you eat this puff pastry baked taro paste? I would like you to tell us." Qin Rong nodded and smiled. To make the puff pastry baked with taro paste, just use a spoon to dig open the puff pastry and scoop out the taro paste. Shen smiled and did as Qin Rong said. She dug out the puff pastry, scooped a spoonful of taro paste, and put it into her mouth. The puff pastry was baked crispy and had the aroma of oil, while the taro paste was soft and had the aroma of milk. The two flavors intertwined together made her feel extremely harmonious. Shen couldn't help but scoop another spoonful, mouthful after mouthful. She couldn't help it and finished the whole thing. Yang also felt a little greedy. She tried to hold back, but finally couldn't help it. She followed Qin Rong's instructions and ate it all in one go. "How is my sister-in-law?" Shen asked with a smile. Yang nodded. "It's really delicious." Yang finished a plate of baked taro paste and looked at Qin Rong. "Miss Qin, right?" Qin Rong nodded, not at all timid, and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, which made people look up to her. "You cooked a very good feast, especially the baked taro with crispy crust, which is really a rare thing I have never seen in Beijing. Today I will give you some rewards instead of my sister-in-law." After Yang finished speaking, without waiting for Shen's reaction, she signaled the maid to give Qin Rong a brocade box. Shen was really upset, and so was Zhu Yurong. Qin Rong was not a servant of the Zhu family, nor was she a slave. Shen didn't even dare to say she would give her a reward, but Yang was so arrogant. Wasn't it obvious that she treated Qin Rong as a servant? Qin Rong naturally knew the ins and outs of this. After all, Mrs. Wang never mentioned rewards. Although Yang's words were praises on the surface, the arrogance and superiority in her tone were fully revealed. Qin Rong took the box handed to her by Yang's maid, nodded slightly, and said thank you. "Miss Qin, are you done with today's work?" Shen asked, feeling a little embarrassed. Qin Rong smiled and nodded. "I'm done. It's time for me to go back." Shen winked, and the maid beside her brought a purse over. "Miss Qin, this is the money we agreed to pay for the banquet." Qin Rong took the purse, which was quite heavy. "Thank you, Madam Shen. I will be back now." There were 30 taels of silver in the brocade box that Yang had just given. She wanted to show off her wealth from the capital, but she didn't expect Qin Rong to take her brocade box without giving her any extra looks. Wasn't the money wasted? Yang was unwilling to accept this, so she said, "Miss Qin, when spring comes, come to my place and prepare a feast for me." Qin Rong smiled and said, "That's unfortunate. Things are busy in the shop after the spring, so I usually don't have much time. How much money can your restaurant earn in a day? I will give you 3 times the money. For me, this money is just the cost of an ordinary meal at Chunfeng Tower in Beijing. It's really unfortunate. It's not about the amount of money. This business cannot be delayed for a single day. If a customer wants to eat today and finds that the restaurant is closed when he arrives, then he will have to hesitate for a while even if he wants to come tomorrow. This reputation is accumulated day by day. I don't care about a few dozen taels of silver at the moment," Qin Rong said lightly. Yang was a little surprised. "How can your restaurant make so much money in a day? I paid you 3 times as much. Of course my restaurant can make money, not to mention tens or hundreds of taels. If it damages the reputation of my restaurant, then I won't do it. Miss Chin is really capable. Even if others lose face for her, she can get it back by herself. Such a smart person actually had such an unpleasant quarrel with Qin Lian, which means that Qin Lian is really not a smart woman. According to her confused husband, this marriage is really inappropriate.
Shen thought so.
Yang Shi even offered a huge profit, but Qin Rong still refused, so she felt a little disappointed. He was just a cook, and she didn't believe that there couldn't be another outstanding cook like him in Lihua Town. Sister Rong, please send Miss Qin off for me. Thank you very much today. Yes, mother. Zhu Yurong took Qin Rong out. The carriage was already waiting at the door, and Yu Deseo had also gotten on the carriage and was waiting for Qin Rong. Zhu Yurong held Qin Rong's hand and said, Miss Qin, the food you make is rare and delicious. Can I be your friend? Whether it was Shun or Zhu Yurong, they all treated Qin Rong well. Qin Rong smiled and nodded. Of course, we are both Rong sisters. I will call you Arong and you call me Yurong, okay? Zhu Yurong's eyes were full of smiles. Good, then I'll come look for you when the restaurant opens. Okay, then Yurong my aunt, and I will leave first, Qin Rong said. Okay. Zhu Yurong watched the carriage leave before returning to the banquet. After the banquet, Zhu Yurong saw that her mother seemed to be worried and asked, Mother, what's wrong? You are so worried after the banquet. Shen sighed and said, Your second brother's marriage. I feel that there is something wrong. Mom, if you think it's okay, just tell me about it, Zhu Yurong said. Shen nodded and pulled Zhu Yurong to sit on the embroidered cushion. She did not think that her children's marriages should be arranged by themselves. On the contrary, she was willing to talk about these things with her daughter. She herself was married blindly and dumbly, married to a useless man who lived on free food and spent the money she earned, but still looked down on her, thought she was old and ugly, and thought she was not gentle and considerate enough. It was really ridiculous. This was how her life was, but she couldn't let her daughter live like this. The more she said, the more her daughter would know, and even if she was really unlucky, she would still have a chance to struggle and turn things around. I didn't want to arrange your second brother's marriage so early. Although he is a little clever in studying, our family has no background. It's already a great achievement for him to pass the examination. The imperial court's previous policy was to emphasize agriculture and suppress commerce, but in recent years, it has become more and more biased towards merchants. The current status of merchants is not much different from that of farmers. I thought that if your second brother didn't achieve much in studying, I would buy some land for him and give him a shop. His life would not be bad, and he would be content with a small fortune. But your father was confused. He drank with Qin Lian's father Qin Taizhan. He was drunk, and with Huan Yang's help he agreed. When he sobered up, your father regretted it, but later he thought that Qin Taizhan had studied for a few years, and Qin Lian seemed to be somewhat successful, so he agreed reluctantly. Your father and I had a quarrel, but I don't know which lady your father was bewitched by, and he insisted on saying that Qin Tieshan's family was good. I went to ask around, and everyone praised Qin Lian, but Qin Rong didn't have a good reputation. Now it seems that the rumors are not entirely true. It's just asking around is not as good as seeing it with our own eyes. Qin Lian's character is something that our Zhu family will definitely not marry. If we marry her, there will definitely be a quarrel between the brothers and the family will be in turmoil. Shun explained the reasoning behind this to Zhu Yurong bit by bit. Zhu Yurong listened very carefully and felt that the rumor was too outrageous. She could not see how Qin Lian was better than Qin Rong. Daddy is so confused, can he really agree to cancel the engagement? Zhu Yurong asked hesitantly. Shun sighed and said, even if it means sacrificing my reputation, I will still cancel the marriage. As for your father, I can just give him more money. As long as I have the money, your father will have to agree even if he doesn't agree. Zhu Yurong lamented her mother's difficulties and increasingly felt that what Qin Rong said that day was very right. Sometimes women are just unlucky, and the so-called reputation is just like that. Qin Rong divided the money for Yu Deseo's help in the kitchen on the carriage. An ordinary help in the kitchen only earned 5 or 600 coins a day. She gave Yu Deseo 1 or 2 taels of silver. She had not yet seen how much money Shen and Yang gave, but she took 5 taels of silver as a deposit alone, so naturally the silver later would not be less. When they got home, Yu was still awake, and neither were Qin Yu and Qin Yi. The three of them were knitting together. Yu had just bit off a thread when she heard a noise at the door. She smiled, put down the knitting in her hand, and said, "Arong, you're back. Have you eaten?" Qin Rong smiled and said, "I've eaten some." "Why are you up so late today?" "There is a big market tomorrow, the last big market before the new year. Ayu has saved up a lot of silk threads and wants to set up a stall at the market," said Yu. Qin Rong nodded and sat down beside the charcoal basin. Qin Rong did not avoid Yu, Qin Yu, and Qin Yi. She first opened the brocade box given by Yang, and there were 30 taels of silver inside. Although she had some idea of the amount, she did not expect there was so much. When she opened the purse given by Shen, she did not expect that Shen gave her a gold ingot. Qin Rong weighed it and found it was about 1 or 2 taels in weight, which was 10 taels in silver. She gave it very generously. Qin Rong seldom went out to cook for others, but the occasional 1 or 2 times she cooked was actually equivalent to several banquets cooked by others. Yu was a little surprised that there was so much money for this banquet. "Mother, these 10 taels of silver are for you." Qin Rong took out 10 taels of silver and handed them to Yu. Yu quickly refused. It was not easy for her daughter to get up early and go to bed late every day. She did not want to take her daughter's money, but only wanted her daughter to save the money as a dowry. Qin Rong knew what Yu was thinking, so she smiled and said, "Mother, anyway, I have bought the shop now, and I am making money every day. You can take these 10 taels of silver. It will be the money I give to the government. We will buy a house in the future, so I won't pay any extra money for it." Yu no longer refused after hearing this. It wasn't that the house on West Street was bad, but it was a little small, and it wasn't her own house, so she felt uneasy living there. The house prices in Lihua town were rising rapidly, and even the house they rented would increase by 20% next year. Yu really wanted to save money to buy a house. Yu's monthly salary remained the same, but she received a lot more bonuses every month, which would bring her an extra 6 taels of silver a year. In addition, she and Chen's mother would go to the village to sell some small items they made, which would bring her an extra 1 or 2 taels of silver a month. After deducting expenses, she could save 15 taels of silver. With the 10 taels of silver Qin Rong gave her today, she actually had 25 taels of silver this year. If she continued like this, she would be able to save enough money for a house in less than 3 years. Yu had made plans. With the current situation at home, no matter what kind of family the girls marry into in the future, they will have to give more dowries. Now Qin Rong is the most capable, and the money she earns in a month is more than what she saves in a year. The more this is the case, the more Qin Rong cannot be made to suffer. On a daily basis, Qin Rong has already taken advantage of a lot of the family's daily necessities. If it weren't for Qin Rong's usual financial support, she wouldn't be able to save so much money. If the idea of buying a house and giving dowries to the daughters were all placed on Qin Rong, what kind of person would she be? This would also affect the relationship between the 3 sisters and would make the second daughter and the youngest daughter become lazy. If a family wants to have a good relationship between brothers and sisters, they can't just let the capable one suffer. But if the capable one wants to help out, she won't refuse. Otherwise, it will seem alienated. Therefore, she would have to work harder in the future and save enough money for her daughter's dowries as soon as possible. Fortunately, her 2 younger daughters were still young, and there was still time. Her eldest daughter was an independent woman and would not settle down too early. Thinking of this, Yu was no longer so anxious. Qin Rong put the brocade box and purse into the space while washing up. Now, when she returned to the room, Qin Yu was still making lace with the light on. "You go to bed early. Sister, I've inquired about it. The prices of silk purses, bags, and sachets are much higher these days than usual. I also want to earn more money." "Well, don't stay up too late. Sister is going to bed first." "Well, sister, should I call you tomorrow?" "No, I'll just sleep a little longer." "I finally got some rest." "Good." As soon as Qin Lian said, "Okay," Qin Rong fell into a deep sleep. After being busy for so long, she felt particularly tired when she suddenly stopped. When Chin Rong woke up the next day, no one was home. There was a bowl of hot chicken porridge in the pot and a few side dishes on the square table. The charcoal basin in the main room was burning. You must have made the fire because she was afraid that Chin Rong would feel cold when she got up. After Chin Rong finished her chicken porridge, she walked slowly into the main room and sat down next to the charcoal basin. On the table was a bamboo basket with large walnuts in it. Chin Rong still felt very tired at this time, but the addition of charcoal fire to walnuts made her think of honey walnut kernels, and Chin Rong was a little greedy. Chin Rong went to the kitchen to get a baking tray, brushed a layer of butter on the baking tray, and then placed the baking tray on the charcoal basin. The butter on the baking tray was steaming. Chin Rong spread the peeled walnut kernels on the baking tray. The aroma of nuts was very strong. Slowly, the fat in the walnut kernels was also roasted out. The aroma of oil was very tempting. Chin Rong took another jar of tree whole honey and brushed a layer of honey on the surface of the walnut kernels with a small brush. The fresh and sweet aroma of the tree whole honey actually wrapped the nutty aroma of the walnut kernels. For a while, the whole room was filled with the sweet aroma of honey. Chin Rong bought this bottle of tree whole honey from a merchant on a cargo ship. There were 10 bottles in total, and Chin Rong spent 1 or 2 taels of silver to buy 1 bottle. The layer of honey quickly formed a transparent film on the surface of the walnut kernel. While it was still hot, Chin Rong quickly picked up a piece of honey walnut kernel and started eating it. Well, walnut kernels are very fragrant, and they are even more fragrant when dipped in butter. They are also covered with honey on the outside, which makes them sweet and fragrant. They are really delicious and comfortable. Chin Rong was brushing and roasting the walnut kernels at the same time. She had eaten 7 or 8 walnut kernels in a short while. Just as she was about to roast a few more, she heard a noise outside. Chin Rong got up to take a look. It turned out that it was Master Chen's son and his wife Zhang who came back. Master Chen and his wife were reluctant to let their son and daughter-in-law Zhang into the house. Zhang's 2 children were crying at the door. Beggar was leaning against the door with a helpless look on his face and a dull look in his eyes. Chin Rong knew about Master Chen's family. Master Chen's son was a perfect example of the word sanctimonious. But isn't it the new year? I heard that Master Chen had already disowned his son because of Bao Gur. Why is he here again now? Dad, Mom, I'm your son, so naturally I have to take care of you in your old age. You ignored me because of Bao Gur, so that's Bao Gur's fault. Dad and Mom, it's been so many years, haven't you gotten over it? I don't think there's anything wrong with me blaming Bao Gur. If it weren't for Bao Gur's mother wouldn't have died so early. Isn't it understandable that I don't like him? As Beggar listened to his father's words, his face turned even paler. The little guy seemed almost unable to stand in the cold wind. Chin Rong couldn't bear it. What a load of carp, father. How could he say such things in front of the child? What's more, he said it in such a high-sounding way. What he said was that he couldn't let go of his wife's death and that he had deep love for his wife. It was all load of carp. Bao Gur and Zhang's eldest son looked the same age. Doesn't this mean that not long after Bao Gur's mother died, his father had married Zhang? He didn't even wait for 3 years, so what was the point of pretending to have deep love for his wife? He was just a big-tailed wolf. Disgusting. Chin Rong walked up to Mrs. Chen and said, Grandma, I'm roasting honey walnut kernels at home. They're very sweet. Can I take Bao Gur to my house to roast some for him? Mrs. Chen knew that Chin Rong couldn't bear to see Bao Gur sad after hearing what her jerk son said, so she said with gratitude, Thank you very much, Rong Jier. It's okay, you're welcome. Chin Rong said as she took Beggar's hand and walked into her home. Bao Gur was still a little depressed. Chin Rong gently touched Bao Gur's head and said, Bao Gur, the honey walnut kernels that Sister Rong baked today are not made from ordinary materials. Although Bao Gur was not in a good mood, he was very polite. He knew that Chin Rong was doing this for his own good, so he cheered up and asked, What's the difference? The oil I used is butter and the honey I used is tree whole honey, so the taste of this honey walnut kernel is very different from ordinary honey walnut kernels. You should try it. Chin Rong immediately roasted one and handed it to Beggar. The honey walnut kernels were a little hot, so Bao Gur carefully wrapped them in the oil paper Chin Rong gave him and took a small bite. The moment the honey walnut kernels entered his mouth, Balgur's eyes widened. He looked at Qin Rong with his sparkling eyes. Sister Rong, it tastes sweet. It's lighter than the usual honey walnut kernels, but the fragrance is stronger and the walnut flavor is stronger. Qin Rong smiled and nodded. Yes, is it delicious? Yes. Balgur nodded heavily. Sister Rong, my father, said that I was the one who killed my mother, so he allowed my stepmother to bully me. Bager lowered his head with some disappointment while eating. Your father is farting, ignore him. Qin Rong didn't care at all that her words were a bit vulgar. Balgur was a little surprised. Really? Yes, you see, walnut kernels are the same walnut kernels. The walnut kernels roasted with butter and tree whole honey are different from those roasted with ordinary oil and honey. This shows that the problem is not the walnuts, but the honey and oil. Balgur was a very smart child. After Qin Rong's words, he seemed to understand a little. He tilted his head with sparkling eyes. Sister Rong, you mean that my mother's death has nothing to do with me, right? Qin Rong said seriously. What I mean is that your father allowed your stepmother to bully you, and it has nothing to do with you. That was just an excuse your father made for his own selfish desires. He felt ashamed and felt that it was wrong, so he found an excuse to convince himself. And how could you have killed your mother? If you really want to talk about it, it was your father who asked your mother to have a child. If there was any fault, it was his fault. What does it have to do with you? Balgur understood now. In fact, when he begged his grandfather to take him away, he already knew that he was an unloved child. But after being raised by his grandparents, he knew that he was just disliked by his father and stepmother. Sister Rong, you are right. Bager looked serious. The other end. Mom and Dad, Brother Su and Sister Yun are also your grandchildren. How can you be so cruel? Master Chen held his breath and listened to Bager's father talking nonsense for a long time. Now he met him, and he wanted to threaten him with his grandchildren. He exchanged a look with Master Chen's wife and had some guesses in his mind. Maybe his son came back to ask for money. Tell me what you want. If you want to tell me, tell me. If you don't want to tell me, leave. Zhang wiped her tears and said, Father-in-law, mother-in-law, it's really because my husband lost money outside, and we really have no other options, so we came here to ask for help. Dad, Mom, please save me. For Balgur's sake, or for my 2 children's sake. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I was wrong back then, but I'm afraid of Balgur. My husband said that she killed his mother, so I'm also worried that if I treat Balgur better, Balgur will kill me. It doesn't matter if she really kills me. I'm afraid that she will kill my 2 children. They are also the flesh and blood of your Qin family. Master Qin was silent for a long while. Then he sighed and said, Wait a minute. I will ask the elders of the clan to sever our relationship. From now on, I don't want you to support me in the future, and you don't have to come here to look for your father or son. Balgur's father was stunned. He looked at Master Chen in disbelief. You actually want to break off the relationship with me? Master Chen's eyes were full of determination. He looked at Master Chen's wife and said, Gui Fun, do you agree? Chen Shinyang and Master Chen were young and affectionate, and she was the one who understood him the most. Wouldn't it hurt to break off the relationship with her son? Of course it hurt, and of course she was reluctant. But Chen Shinyang knew that if she didn't break off the relationship, Balgur would be completely ruined. According to the way her son and Zhang were, Balgur would be sucked to death. How long could she and Master Chen protect Balgur? They would eventually grow old and die, and by then, no matter how successful Balgur was, he would be suppressed by his father and stepmother and could not hold his head up. They raised their son astray, and Bager cannot be asked to bear the consequences. Bager is an orphan, and they cannot let him go back to the days they had before. I agree.
My son is unfilial.
He doesn't respect his parents and doesn't care about his descendants. Let's sever the relationship. From now on, no matter we are dead or alive, we don't need you to visit us. No matter you are prosperous or wealthy, we will not ask for your help. Mrs. Chen said these heartbreaking words word by word, but she knew that it was her own heart that was broken. Balgur's father said angrily, You 2 old men are crazy. Zhang had never expected that Master Chen and his wife would do such a thing. She pushed her son and told him to hug Master Chen and cry, but she didn't expect her son to not move at all. Mother, the relationship is over. From now on, my father only has us. There will be no more Bao Gur. Let's just break it off. Zhang thought about it and realized that this was the case. In the future, when the business recovered, all the money would belong to her son. Thinking of this, Zhang hardened her heart and said, "Father-in-law, we have no objection if you want to break off the engagement, but can you bear to watch us die outside?" Zhang had made up her mind and she would make a fuss, determined to get some money back today. Zhang cried and screamed, and Master Chen was actually entangled for a while. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, Bager's maternal family came with people. It turned out that some neighbors saw how they were making a big fuss and were afraid that Bager would suffer, so they went to help call Bager's maternal family. Bao Gur's grandfather Zhou Desheng had 4 sons. At this time, Bao Gur's uncles all blocked Chen Fuzi with weapons. Zhou Desheng looked at Bao Gur's father with a cold face and said, "What a jerk. You are so angry that your father wants to break off the relationship. I'm afraid you can't make a scene today. If you want to bully Bao Gur, you have to step over us if you have the guts. Those who throw a tantrum are afraid of meeting someone who acts tough." After Zhou Desheng's outburst, Zhang didn't dare to continue throwing a tantrum. After all, she had really treated Bager harshly in the past. When Mrs. Chen came to Qin Rong's house to look for Bauer, everything had been settled. Master Chen and his son signed a letter of severance. From then on, they could no longer use filial piety to pressure Bauer. Master Chen also gave his son 5 taels of silver. It would be nothing more. He still felt a little reluctant to have raised Bauer, but that was all. Bager had been eating honey walnut kernels from Qin Rong for a long time and had figured things out a long time ago. He was not too upset to know the result now. He had figured it out a long time ago and would no longer be sad for someone who didn't care about him. "Grandma, I will study hard in the future so that you and Grandpa can enjoy a good life. I will take good care of you," Bager said seriously. Okay. Although Mrs. Chen still felt a little disappointed, she was not sad. She still had Bager, and Bager was a well-behaved child. "Sister Rong, Grandma and I will leave first. Thank you for taking care of my feelings today. If you have any difficulties in the future, please come to me," Bager promised Qin Rong like a little adult. Qin Rong smiled. She didn't think it was a child's joke. She knew it was Bager's promise. "Okay, Bao Gur, grow up well, study hard, and when you have a bright future, you can protect us from the wind and rain." Yes, Bao Gur's eyes were firm. It gets dark early now. Before the end of the afternoon, it is already dark. Qin Yu and Qin Yi return before it gets completely dark. "Why are you so late today?" Qin Rong asked after setting the table. Yu smiled and said, "We are really lucky today. We sold all the embroidery work we brought out, and even met a rich country girl who is going to get married after the first month of the lunar year. She ordered several embroidery works for me. Now that we are back late, Ayu and I went to the cloth shop to pick out some cloth." Qin Rong looked at Yu and Qin Yu's happy faces and was also happy for them. After finishing their evening meal, Qin Rong and her family sat around a charcoal fire. Zhang Jie from the next alley got a very beautiful lantern and came to invite Qin Yi to play with her. Seeing that it was too dark, Yu asked the 2 girls to play in the yard for a while. Qin Rong didn't have to do embroidery and was free at the moment, so she helped the 2 girls light a stove in the yard. After the stove was lit, she put some walnuts in the basket. "Zhenjie, let's roast some honey walnut kernels, okay?" Sister Zhen had never eaten honey walnut kernels, but she had eaten the snacks made by Qin Rong, which were the most delicious snacks she had ever eaten in the world. She held Qin Yi's hand in one hand and held a lantern in the other and ran to Qin Rong. "Sister Rong, I haven't eaten honey walnut kernels yet." Qin Rong smiled and said, "Then you and I go wash your hands, and then come back and we'll grill together." "Good." After washing their hands, the 2 little girls put the lanterns aside, and each of them brought a small stool and sat next to Qin Rong, their furry little heads looking around curiously. After Qin Rong brushed the honey on, the fragrance became stronger. Qin Rong handed a piece of wax paper to Zhenjie and Yi. "Boil it, wrap it, and eat it." "Good." Qin Rong had just put a few honey walnut kernels in the hands of the two people when she saw Qin Yi coming into the house with walnut kernels wrapped in oil paper and feeding one to you and Qin Yi respectively, as if she was presenting a treasure. Qin Rong was still smiling, and Jin Jie brought the walnut kernels to her mouth. Sister Rong, you have worked hard. Sister Rong, eat first. Qin Rong smiled with her eyebrows curved. Thank you, Sister Zhen. On the New Year's Eve, Yu's sister-in-law came early and called the Yu family to celebrate the New Year at Yu's house. After calling everyone, Yu's sister-in-law went back to prepare the food. New Year's Eve is a big day, so naturally, she had to start preparations early. Originally, Yu was reluctant to go back to the Yu family home for the New Year, as there were always some short-sighted neighbors who would gossip about her. It was Qin Rong who moved Yu, and she finally agreed to go back to the Yu family home for the New Year. Qin Rong's family had an easy life this year. They earned money and bought a shop. Other men might not be as capable as Qin Rong. Because life was easy, Yu bought a new set of cotton-padded clothes for herself and her 3 daughters before the New Year. Yu was afraid that she would not be able to handle the work herself, so she went directly to the clothing store to buy ready-made clothes, spending a lot of money. Yu took her daughters to change into new clothes and put on jewelry that they rarely wore on weekdays, and then went to Yu's house. Living in an alley, there were always many people who liked to gossip about other people's affairs, so Yu asked her daughters to dress up beautifully to shut up those gossipy women. Since they were going to celebrate the New Year, they naturally couldn't go empty-handed. Qin Rong ordered a pork leg from Zhang the butcher in advance, which had already been delivered. The rest were some seafood, which Qin Rong put in her backpack. Yu was carrying more things, 2 bamboo baskets, one full of eggs and one with goose and duck eggs. Qin Yu was carrying a food box filled with cakes from Dingfuzhai. When they arrived at the entrance of Wuma Lane, as expected, there were already some nosy people standing at other people's doorsteps chatting. The appearance of the Yu family at this moment simply gave them something to talk about. Hey, isn't this Xinyang? Are you bringing your daughter back to celebrate the New Year? Why are you going back to your parents' home to celebrate the New Year? This is not right. You are so ignorant. Xinyang is divorced. What? Xinyang got divorced? Then why did her 3 daughters come with her? What are the rules for divorce? Why did they get divorced? Look, we don't know the details, but I heard that the man before Xinyang was dissatisfied with her for not being able to give birth to a son. It's true that they can't give birth to a son, but we can't let the Qin family die. Before she got married, Xinyang had a very good reputation. She was good-looking, capable, gentle, and virtuous. I didn't expect that she would end up like this. People of the same age as us would never have thought that she was disliked by her husband's family. Hey, shouldn't Xinyang be living a bad life? Why does she look so energetic? Look at the hairpin on her head. I saw it at Lee's. It's not cheap. Didn't Butcher Zhang send a pig's leg yesterday? It was said that it was given by Xinyang. Isn't life miserable? It seems that life is not difficult at all. Yes, look at this cotton-padded jacket. It's an embroidered jacket. I've seen it in a ready-made clothing store. It's not cheap. Several women gathered together and chatted one after another in extremely loud voices. Even if Qin Rong didn't want to listen, she could hear it all clearly. She felt the gossip skills of these ancient women. Yu was the most capable one. She walked straight to Yu's house with a smile, carrying the basket, without looking around. Although it was very cold today, the weather was sunny and the wind was not strong. Old Lady Yu opened the gate early and waited for her daughter to come home. When Yu saw that the courtyard door was not closed, she knew that it was Old Lady Yu who was waiting for her. She smiled and shouted, "Mother, I'm here." Old Lady Yu happily welcomed the 4 of them in, and Qin Rong, Qin Yu, and Qin Yi also called people in obediently. In order to welcome the Yu family to celebrate the New Year today, Old Lady Yu and Sister Yu prepared a lot of food, including fried meatballs, fried tofu, chicken, duck, pork, sea bass, mandarin fish, river shrimp. Old Lady Yu and sister-in-law Yu wanted to buy all the delicious food. It was not just buying food, it was clearly a show of love. When Mrs. Yu saw so many dishes, she was dumbfounded. Why did Mother buy so many dishes? We can't finish them all, Old Lady Yu said cheerfully. You can finish it if you want. Father Yu also said with a smile, my daughter and granddaughter are coming to celebrate the New Year with us today, so we must cook some good dishes. But let me make it clear first, Rong is not allowed to help today. She has been busy all year, and it is time to take a break. Qin Rong agreed with a smile. Then the women started to get busy. Qin Rong took a few children to steam rice cakes by the stove. Sister, will this rice cake be a little bland if it is stewed like this? Yu Xiaoshan firmly believed that Qin Rong could make all ordinary ingredients delicious, but it would not do if it was too bland. Qin Rong took out a bottle of meat sauce from the cloth bag. We will brush this meat sauce on the rice cake later. It will be delicious. Yes, Yu Xiaoshan and Qin Yi nodded heavily. Sister is the best. The New Year's Eve dinner is always eaten early. Today, Old Man Yu and Old Lady Yu were particularly happy. After the meal, Old Man Yu and Old Lady Yu gave each of the younger generations a purse filled with the New Year's money they gave them. The New Year's money is strung together with a red string, symbolizing good luck and prosperity in the coming year. Yu chatted with Yu Laonyang and Yu Deseo for a while, and then took her daughters back home. Before leaving, Qin Rong was called aside by Yu Laonyang, who stuffed a purse into her. Inside the purse was a gold ring. Qin Rong was a little surprised, but Yu Laonyang said cheerfully that it was her own private belongings and asked Qin Rong to keep it well. When they got home, Yu went to light the charcoal brazier first. Qin Yu and Qin Yi took the silk thread and the embroidery frame and placed them on the low table respectively. Qin Rong went to make some honey sleeve tea, and the whole family gathered around the charcoal fire to celebrate the new year. At midnight, Qin Yi's eyes were so sleepy that she couldn't open them. Qin Rong also felt her stomach and felt a little hungry.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Are you hungry? You also felt a little hungry. How about Mom go and make something to eat? Qin Rong said. I'll go and see if there's anything I can cook. There was really nothing to cook with the cold pot and cold stove. There was some cold rice in the cupboard, and there were some ingredients around. Eggs, shrimps, ham, bamboo shoots, mushrooms. Qin Rong looked at these ingredients and had an idea in mind, so she decided to make a simple version of Yangzhou fried rice. After Qin Rong lit the stove, she blanched mushrooms, bamboo shoots, shrimps, and corn kernels. She was supposed to use green beans, but where could she get them now? After blanching, Qin Rong poured oil into the pan, fried the eggs first and then the ham, diced mushrooms, diced bamboo shoots, and shrimps. After frying, she took them out of the pan and placed them next to the stove for later use. The next step is to make fried rice. Qin Rong pours the cold rice into the pot, stirs it, and then pours in ingredients that have just been fried. After stir-frying evenly, she adds a little salt and pepper and finally cuts a handful of green onions and sprinkles them with chopped green onions. The simple version of Yangzhou fried rice is out of the pot. Qin Yi couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep first. Yu and Qin Yu were awakened by the fragrance coming from the kitchen. It smelled so good. Ayu, come and help serve the Yangzhou fried rice. Qin Rong's voice rang out in the kitchen. Qin Yu quickly put down the embroidery in her hands and stood up to help serve the fried rice. After the three of them sat down, Qin Yu didn't care about the heat and scooped a spoonful of fried rice into her mouth. The aroma of egg and rice intertwined together, coupled with the salty aroma of ham, the fresh aroma of shrimp, the sweet aroma of corn kernels, and the fresh aroma of chopped green onions. All kinds of aromas hit her taste buds directly, making Qin Yu squint her eyes and curl up her toes. It was delicious, so delicious. Starting from the 9th day of the first lunar month, the town gradually became lively again, and the old lady's wonton stall opened early. Qin Rong originally accompanied Yu and Qin Yu to the embroidery workshop. After the new year, the family discussed and asked Qin Yu to practice her craft in the embroidery workshop. She only worked half a day and was paid by the piece. Not for anything else, but to learn more from the skilled embroiderers in the embroidery workshop. Qin Yu's progress was limited with Yu's teaching alone. When Qin Rong came back, she passed by a wonton stall and sat down to eat a bowl of wontons. Arong, there is a notice posted at the gate of the government office. Did you see it? There were not many people around at the moment, so the old lady simply sat down and chatted with Qin Rong. I really didn't see it. What did the notice say? Qin Rong asked curiously. She seldom gossiped and didn't know much about what was going on in the town. The wharf is going to be expanded, and the construction will start in the spring, the old lady said happily. Gu Sheng had told her this news before. She thought it was going to be delayed, because there was no movement. Does that mean we all have to do corvée labor? No, the notice said that they were hiring people to do the work. We won't know the exact amount of money until the work starts. I thought I would set up a stall near the dock, and there should be business there, said the old lady. Qin Rong nodded. That's a good idea, but there should be more vendors on the pier in the next few days, Grandma. You have to take care of your health. Don't worry, I'm in very good shape. After eating the wontons, Qin Rong took another walk on the street. She had to check whether the academy had started and whether other shops were open. She always needed to get more information before confirming when her restaurant would open. Most of the shops on West Street were closed, with only a few vendors and peddlers hawking their wares. Qin Rong saw that the bean sprouts on a vendor's stall were growing particularly well, and a dish came to her mind: boiling fish fillets. She spent 8 cents to buy the vendor's bean sprouts, and then bought a black fish from the fishmonger, and then went home. Just as she reached the entrance of the alley, Qin Rong met Master Bai and Bai Fu. She smiled and greeted them. Master Bai, Uncle Bai, you're back? Mr. Bai smiled and said, Yes, I'm back. I've lived in Lihua town for a long time, and I still think it's a good place. Although the capital city is bustling and prosperous, I can't eat Miss Qin's delicious food, which I always feel is a pity in my life. Who doesn't like to hear nice words? Qin Rong smiled and said, In consideration of what Mr. Bai said, I really have to treat you to some good food today. Mr. Bai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Miss Qin, is the restaurant open yet? Not really, but today I bought some of the best bean sprouts and wanted to make a boiled fish fillet dish. As soon as Qin Rong said the words, boiling fish fillet, Master Bai and Bai Fu swallowed their saliva. It sounded delicious. Mr. Bai suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly, Miss Qin, I don't know if I will have time tomorrow. I have a few old friends and students coming to town to visit me. If you don't have a restaurant, can you come to my place and help me prepare a table? Since there is nothing to do tomorrow, Qin Rong agreed, without much thought. As soon as Qin Rong arrived home, Qin Yi came to greet her. Qin Yi would go to work in the embroidery workshop in the future, so the little girl Qin Yi would have to follow Qin Rong to the restaurant. It would be great if there was a girls' school. There was a girls' school in the city, but I didn't know if there was one in Lihua town. Qin Rong decided to ask someone about it. Come and help sister. Okay, Qin Yi responded very quickly. Qin Rong carried the wooden basin to the well, and Qin Yi moved 2 small stools, one for Qin Rong to sit on, and one for herself. My second sister will go to an embroidery workshop in the future. Do you want to learn something? Qin Rong asked. Sister, I want to learn how to do business. I want to make a lot of money in the future, Qin Yi said seriously. If you want to do business, you must know arithmetic and be able to read. Sister, then I want to learn arithmetic and also learn to read. Wait for my sister to ask someone to find out if there is a girls' school. If there is, do you want to go? Qin Rong asked. Qin Rong smiled and continued to deal with the black fish in her hand. It is better to teach someone how to fish than to give him fish. The sisters in the same family should be well together, and the relationship will get better and better. If one of them is not good, conflicts will inevitably arise because of interests and feelings, which will not be beautiful. Moreover, Qin Rong is not the kind of person who would blindly help others. She believes that everything should be done in moderation. Boiling black fish fillets is not about the original flavor of the fish, so marinating the fish with salt, egg white, and cornstarch will make the fish more tender and smooth. After marinating the sliced fish, Qin Rong poured oil into the pot, added 2 spoonfuls of chili sauce she had made a few days ago, and after stir-frying the chili oil, poured in the bean sprouts. Today's bean sprouts are large and tender, and they are cooked after just a few stir-fries. Qin Rong took out the bean sprouts and spread them in a large soup bowl, then placed the marinated fish slices one by one on the bean sprouts, and finally spread a layer of dried chili and pepper on the fish slices. The last step is to pour hot oil. This process may seem simple, but it is actually very demanding. Qin Rong poured 3 tablespoons of oil into the pot, and when the oil was hot but not boiling, she scooped it out with a spoon and poured it into the bowl where the fish fillets had been placed. Sizzle, the hot oil is poured into the bowl, and the spicy smell hits you. Sizzle, the second spoonful of hot oil is added, and the aroma of fish also comes out. Sizzle, the third spoonful of hot oil is poured, and the overbearing aroma lingers in the entire kitchen. Chin Rong tasted it and found it spicy and strong, and the original freshness of the fish fillet was not destroyed. She served a bowl to Mr. Bai. As soon as she arrived at the gate of the Bai family's courtyard, she saw Mr. Bai and Bai Fu looking towards the door. Chin Rong was a little confused and looked over as well. Master Bai, Uncle Bai, are you waiting for someone? Master Bai and Bai Fu were very happy to see Chin Rong coming. How could they say that it was because they were so greedy after hearing the names of the dishes Chin Rong announced, and they were all looking forward to Chin Rong sending them a portion after the dishes were cooked. Waiting for someone, but it doesn't matter now. Miss Chin, is this the boiling fish fillet you mentioned? Mr. Bai cleared his throat. Chin Rong nodded. Yes, I are the only ones at home at noon, so if we make more, we'll send some to you guys as well. Master Bai waved his hand, and the servant immediately brought chopsticks. Master Bai took the chopsticks and tasted a piece of fish. As soon as the fish entered his mouth became numb due to the spiciness, but it was so refreshing that he wanted to eat more. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Bai Fu looked at it eagerly, but Master Bai didn't even raise his head. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, even if you like spicy food, you can't eat too much in one go. Chin Rong also smiled and said, Yes, I will also be able to make this dish tomorrow. Mr. Bai knew what Bai Fu was thinking, so he put down his chopsticks in a bad mood and glared at him, signaling him to try it too. Bai Fu was very happy and ate several pieces of fish in one go. It was so spicy, so delicious, and so satisfying. Fu, don't eat too much at one time, Mr. Bai said with a stern face. Bai Fu's hand that was picking up the fish hesitated, but he finally put down his chopsticks with great reluctance. It was already very undignified to snatch the fish from the master, and he couldn't be more rude. Having said that, his hands really didn't stop. Chin Rong and Mr. Bai agreed to prepare a lunch, so Chin Rong went to the West Market early in the morning. There were not many fresh vegetables to buy in the West Market. All that could be bought were bean sprouts, cabbage, radishes, and bamboo shoots. Chin Rong saw that there was nothing particularly good, so she went to the East Market. There was a vegetable vendor in the East Market. The owner had a hot spring farm and a greenhouse, and they also sold some vegetables in winter. Mr. Bai gave her 20 taels of silver and told Chin Rong to prepare the vegetables without worry. Chin Rong seldom came to the East Market. After asking people, she found out where the vegetable vendor usually set up his stall. When she arrived at the place, Chin Rong's eyes lit up. Vegetables like green vegetables, cucumbers, and green bamboo shoots are all available here, but the price is really not cheap. A pound of green vegetables is more expensive than 3 pounds of meat, and cucumbers and green bamboo shoots are even more expensive. As expected, it is the East Market. There are good things there, but they are really expensive. Chin Rong bought some vegetables, mutton, and even a piece of beef. There was little seafood these days, but she could actually buy top-quality grouper in the East Market. After buying the ingredients, Chin Rong went to the Bai family carrying a backpack. Mr. Bai was looking forward to it. He had been waiting for this meal since last night. Today, Mr. Bai had 6 guests. 2 of them were old friends, for were students, and one of them was his last disciple, Lu Hao. Lu Hao arrived the earliest and asked his servants to carry large and small bags. When he arrived in Lihua town, he ate and lived with Master Bai. Except for a personal servant who stayed behind, the other servants had to go back after delivering the things. Mr. Bai was a little overwhelmed when he saw Lu Hao carrying so many bags. What are you doing? Sir, these are all kinds of ingredients I brought from my hometown. They are all edible. Look, Lu Hao said this excitedly. With so many ingredients, Chin Rong would be able to make so many delicious things. Coincidentally, Mr. Bai thought the same thing after he knew that Lu Hao brought food. Sir, I heard that our senior brothers are coming too. Why don't we ask Chin Rong to cook for us? What do you think? As soon as Lu Hao returned to Lihua town, he thought about Chin Rong's cooking skills. He had already asked the servant to check, but Yu's restaurant had not opened yet. At this moment, A burst of fragrance came from the kitchen. Lu Hao sniffed and said, "Sir, it's shredded pork with fish flavor, Mr. Bai." "This is a dog's nose." Mr. Bai didn't have an oven, so Qin Rong couldn't make the snacks she was going to make. So she washed her hands and came out and asked, "Mr. Bai, I'll go home and make some snacks and come back. I need an oven." Lu Hao looked at Qin Rong with some surprise. Qin Rong, I knew it was you as soon as I smelled the fish-flavored shredded pork. You're back, Mr. Lu? Yeah. Lu Hao nodded desperately. What he saw was not Qin Rong, but honey-glazed roast duck, garlic-flavored spare ribs, roasted lamb chops, hot pot, cake, and milk tea. When Qin Rong got home, Qin was sitting in the living room warming herself by the fire. She was a little happy to see Qin Rong coming back. "Sister, why are you here so early?" "Sister will come back to make some snacks before going over." "Do you want to go with her later?" Qin nodded. "Okay, I'll go with my sister." Qin Rong was still worried about Qin being alone at home, so she went to light the oven and started making snacks. Today, Qin Rong was going to make cream puffs. Qin Rong took a piece of butter from the homestay and put it directly into the small iron pot, then added sugar, water, and a small spoonful of salt. She placed the small iron pot on the stove to heat it up, and soon the butter melted into a milky yellow liquid. While the butter was boiling and bubbling, Qin Rong quickly took the small iron pot away, added the sifted flour, and then used a bamboo load of carper to press and stir continuously, and then placed the pot on the stove to stir until a layer of batter appeared. Qin Rong then poured the dough into a ceramic bowl and added the beaten egg liquid in portions, stirring as she added. She then put it into a mold, and flower-shaped cream yellow doughs were placed in front of her. Qin Rong put the puffs into the oven, and they would be ready after a cup of tea. Qin Rong used chopsticks to poke a small hole at the bottom of the puff and squeezed in the cream, and the cream puffs were ready. It's cold now, and there's no need to worry about cream puffs. Qin Rong carried a large plate of puffs and went to the Bai family with a little tail, Qini. At this time, Mr. Bai's old friends and students had all arrived. They were sitting in the main hall, some playing chess and some chatting. Lu Hao was standing beside Mr. Bai with a bitter look on his face, being tested on his knowledge. The cream puffs had a very light milky aroma, which was not noticeable from such a distance, but Master Bai and Lu Hao had sharp eyes. Because of the presence of his teacher and so many senior brothers, Lu Hao did not dare to shout out. Mr. Bai spoke first. "Miss Qin, what did you do?" Qin Rong placed the puffs in front of Mr. Bai with a smile. "Mr. Bai, these are cream puffs. One at a time, one at a time." After Qin Rong gave a positive answer, Mr. Bai ignored his old friend and student and picked up a puff and put it into his mouth. The skin was fluffy and soft, the filling was delicate and smooth, and the milky aroma filled his entire mouth. So delicious. Mr. Bai couldn't help but eat another one, and then another one, which left his old friend dumbfounded. Lu Hao tried to hold back, but this time he really couldn't help it anymore. He secretly reached out and took one and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. It was sweet and soft, not greasy, and delicious. At this moment, even Lu Hao's fellow apprentices looked over, and several of them watched eagerly, waiting for the host to say, "Come and try it together." However, Master Bai didn't move for a long time, just concentrating on eating. Now his old friend Li Chunan couldn't help it. "Why don't you let us have a taste?" If Qin Rong hadn't been watching, he really wanted to hide all these puffs. He said unhappily, "Then you all come and try them." Li Chunan was just surprised. The pain in his flesh really made him excited. He picked up a cream puff and stuffed it into his mouth. Then his eyes lit up. "What's the taste? Can't you taste it?" He reached out and picked up another one. When he picked up the fourth puff, Mr. Bai couldn't help it. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "You've eaten so many, and you still can't taste it?" Li Chunan laughed and reached out to grab a handful of cream puffs. "Brother Jianji, don't be stingy. We have come from afar and are guests." As soon as Li Chunan finished speaking, the others agreed with him. Yes, they were guests who came from far away, so they all reached out to take the cream puffs. "Wow, why is it so delicious?" Everyone shouted in their hearts, "This is so delicious." Qin Rong found it a little funny to see everyone fighting over the puffs. Aye, let's go to the kitchen. Okay. Chini nodded and followed Chinrong obediently. The kitchen has everything except the oven. Winter banquets are not easy to prepare. Since most of Mr. Bai's guests are literati, Chinrong not only takes the taste into consideration, but also pays more attention to the presentation of the dishes, which makes the dishes more artistic. Corn kernels, carrot cubes, and shrimps are blanched, mixed with sweet noodle sauce, and wrapped in a carved cucumber, which is called welcoming spring. Braised beef is placed on a round plate with a carrot-carved rabbit on the side, which is called looking at the moon. Shrimp balls are coated with flour and deep-fried and garnished with condensed milk, which is called announcement of good news. Cabbage is wrapped in meat sauce and rolled up, which is called receiving blessings. Chinrong served a dish and announced the name of it, which surprised Li Chunan. Lihua Town is a place. It is full of hidden talents. A young lady who has not even reached the age of marriage can actually make so many delicious things. The key is that they are not only beautiful, but also have nice names. It is amazing. No wonder Bai Jianji kept talking about the outstanding people and beautiful scenery of Lihua Town. The most rare dish today is the deep-fried hairtail. The key to a good deep-fried hairtail is the ingredients. Chinrong saw this hairtail in the East Market. It is because the hairtail has tender meat, few bones, and is large in size. Most importantly, it is fresh. Chinrong first removed the silver powder on the hairtail, removed the internal organs and black film, cut off the fins, rinsed it twice in water, turned it over and washed it again, and then cut it into pieces of the right size. Then Chinrong added scallions, ginger, salt, and rice wine to the chopped hairtail slices and mixed them well for marinating. After the hairtail slices were marinated and drained, they were coated with a thin layer of flour and fried in hot oil until both sides were golden brown. After that, they were removed from the oil and placed on a plate. This is dry-fried hairtail fish, named jijiego. It is most delicious when eaten while hot. Chinrong handed the dish to Bai Fu with a smile. Bai Fu was the one serving the dish today. After the dish was served, Lu Hao couldn't wait to reach out to grab some, but Master Bai slapped him back with a chopstick. Respect the old and love the young. Respect teachers and honor virtues. Mr. Bai invited his old friend to try a piece first. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and very salty and fragrant. The dinner was a great success for both the host and the guests. Mr. Bai was very happy. He stroked his beard and thought, it was a really good idea to stay in Lihua Town. Li Chunan was also filled with emotion. He thought his old friend came to Lihua Town to suffer, but who knew? He came to enjoy a feast. He was really envious. When Chinrong went back, Mr. Bai asked Bai Fu to pay the bill. For this meal, Mr. Bai gave Chinrong a total of 18 taels of silver, which was a good omen. Chinrong was very happy. Just as she left, she heard someone shouting from behind. Chinrong, Chinrong, Mr. Lu, what's the matter? Chinrong was a little worried when she saw Lu Hao's nervous look. Oh no, could it be that he has fallen in love with her? That wouldn't do, he is so young, and his status is not appropriate. Chinrong, I have something to say. Seeing Lu Hao like this, Chinrong became even more worried. If it's difficult, it's okay if you don't say it. No, I want to say it. Before Chinrong could stop him, Lu Hao had already finished what he wanted to say in one breath. Chinrong, I brought you a lot of ingredients, but can you give me some when you cook and don't charge me? My husband has taken all the money from me again. Chinrong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was something. No problem. That's good. Now we have a deal. I'll let Songbai deliver all the ingredients to your house. After saying this, Lu Hao turned around and ran away, fearing that Chinrong would go back on her word. Chinrong looked at Lu Hao's back as he ran fast and smiled. She was overthinking it. Fortunately, it was okay. The Lantern Festival was coming in 2 days, and the East and West markets were gradually becoming bustling. Chinrong's restaurant was also planning to reopen. Chinrong went to talk to Yudaseo early in the morning, and then went to say hello to Chinshubai. At noon that day, several people went to the restaurant together and cleaned it inside and out. The next day, Yujia restaurant opened. When the door opened, Yu Shaoshan also bought a string of firecrackers to set off. There was a lot of crackling, noise, and everyone knew that Yu's restaurant was open. On the first day, Chin Rong only made some snacks, desserts, and braised dishes to sell, but they were sold out early, so she closed the shop early. Arong, when can we resume selling hot pot and malatang as normal? Asked Mrs. Yu. Chin Rong smiled and said, Aunt, there is a reason why we have to leave work early today. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival, and I want to make some glutinous rice balls and sell them in the East Market. Mrs. Yu was very surprised. Will the shop be closed tomorrow? Yes, I went to the East Market 2 days ago. The prosperity of the East Market is incomparable to that of the West Market. Our shop is here, and now it has some reputation among students. I want to take advantage of the Lantern Festival to sell glutinous rice balls in the East and West markets to make our glutinous rice balls famous and also promote our restaurant. Chin Rong has actually been thinking about this problem for a long time. Although her restaurant business is still doing well, too few people know about it. In fact, there are more people who ask her to prepare banquets than those who know about her restaurant. The Lantern Festival in Lihua Town is the most lively one of the year. Chin Rong thought about making some glutinous rice balls and setting up stalls in the East and West markets to let more people know about her craftsmanship and the reputation of Yu's restaurant. Mrs. Yu thought about it carefully and felt that what Chin Rong said made sense. Arong, do you have a rule? Chin Rong nodded. I have planned everything and prepared the ingredients. Tomorrow we will only sell glutinous rice balls of various flavors. Time is tight, so we will not open the shop tomorrow. Okay, then I'll come to the shop earlier, said Mrs. Yu. Let's come too, Yu Xiaoshan and Chen Shubai said in unison. Good. On the Lantern Festival, at the beginning of the Mao hour, it was still dark outside, but the lights in the Yu family restaurant were already on. When Sister Yu arrived at the restaurant, a familiar vendor was already waiting at the door. Sister Yu, I have all the ingredients that Miss Chin wants, and I've sent them all over. Take a look. Mrs. Yu checked the ingredients one by one and found no problems, so she paid the bill and asked the vendor to deliver the ingredients to the kitchen. Yu Xiaoshan was afraid that things would get too chaotic, so he came over to chop the firewood and light the stove. Chen Shubai heard that selling dumplings in the East and West markets was to promote the reputation of Yu's restaurant, so he also brought a sign, menu, writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, and came to the restaurant early. Chin Rong also got up early to prepare. Several people thought they were the first ones to arrive, but when they arrived at the restaurant, they found that everyone had the same idea. Chin Rong smiled and said, We are united in purpose and effort, and our restaurant will surely become more and more prosperous. It's getting better and better. Chen Shubai replied with a smile. Prosperity is coming. Everyone shouted in unison, and then smiled at each other. The most important thing for making delicious glutinous rice balls is the taste of the filling. Chin Rong has been thinking about several styles of glutinous rice balls in the past 2 days. Thinking of this sweet and salty debate that is debated endlessly in modern times, Chin Rong decided to make sweet and salty glutinous rice balls. Sweet glutinous rice balls include sesame and peanut, red bean paste, honey and grapefruit jam, walnut and date paste, lava milk custard, and taro paste. Among them, lava milk custard glutinous rice balls and taro paste glutinous rice balls are the main glutinous rice balls with sweet glutinous rice balls fillings. Salty glutinous rice balls include pork, shrimp, fish-flavored shredded pork, and salted egg yolk and pork floss, among which salted egg yolk and pork floss are the main ingredients. Nowadays, glutinous rice balls usually have only 2 kinds of fillings, sesame and red bean paste. If it were in normal times, all kinds of glutinous rice balls with fancy fillings might not be easy to sell, but the Lantern Festival is so lively that people are willing to spend a little money to buy some novel food. In addition to boiled glutinous rice balls, Chin Rong also made a kind of puff pastry glutinous rice balls, which are crispy on the outside and glutinous on the inside. They are somewhat similar to egg yolk pastry, but not exactly the same. Chin Rong was mainly responsible for mixing the fillings, while Yu Deseo led Chen Shubai and Yu Xiaoshan to do the rest. Yu Deseo had been working as a kitchen helper with Chin Rong for a long time, and she was also good at some of the work. This busy schedule lasted until the early afternoon. After preparing the stoves and pots for setting up the stall, Chin Rong said, Brother Shubai and my aunt can go to the West Market to set up the stall. Shaoshan and I will go to the East Market. Both streets have been decorated for the Lantern Festival, and the night market will be more lively. No one had any objections. Chun Shubai divided the finished signs among them, and after having their evening meal, they went to the East and West markets to set up stalls. The stall fees in the East Market are particularly expensive today, costing 200 coins a night. However, there are many people who will spend money today, and there are still many people renting stalls. Qin Rong is even less worried. She doesn't care whether she can make back the money. Her main purpose is to promote the restaurant. After Qin Rong paid the stall fee in the East Market, she set up the stall together with Yu Shaoshan. It was not dark yet, and most of the stall owners were setting up their stalls. The stall fee in the East Market was expensive, so most of the stalls were selling lanterns, small items, or lantern riddles. For the time being, Qin Rong's family was the only one selling food. The stall owner next to Qin Rong said curiously, "Generally, people who sell food go to the West Market. It's rare to see people selling food in the East Market." Qin Rong smiled and replied, "We also have a stall in the West Market. Selling there is a good omen. I hope everyone can be reunited. Are you selling glutinous rice balls?" "Yes, there are sweet dumplings, salty dumplings, and a kind of snack-style crispy dumplings." Qin Rong saw several stall owners coming over to look and introduced with a smile. "There are also salty dumplings? What are crispy dumplings? What's the filling for the sweet dumplings?" The sweet fillings include sesame and peanuts, lava custard, walnut and date paste, honey and grapefruit. Qin Rong introduced them one by one. She was pretty and articulate, and her introductions were vivid and interesting. Just listening to them made the stall owners a little greedy. After asking the price, the stall owners thought it was acceptable, so a middle-aged uncle said, "Young lady, how about you give me a few crispy dumplings?" Qin Rong smiled and said, "Uncle, if you want to try it, you can choose a salty mix flavor or a sweet mix flavor. If you buy a large portion, you can get a crispy glutinous rice dumpling for free." Upon hearing this, the uncle ordered a large portion of sweet and mixed flavor dumplings, and Yu Shaoshan also stuck a crispy dumpling on a bamboo skewer and gave it to him. Someone tried it, and the onlookers just wanted to watch the fun. "Hu Lao-san, why don't you eat it quickly and tell us how it tastes?" Hu Lao-san followed Qin Rong's instructions and ate the crispy glutinous rice balls first. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "This is actually glutinous rice balls? I think it tastes better than the snacks at Zhangguatai," a neatly dressed middle-aged woman next to him joked. "Hu Lao-san, have you ever eaten the snacks at Zhangguatai? The cheapest snack there costs several hundred coins. Have you really eaten there? Don't lie to us." Hu Lao-san's eyes widened and he stiffened his neck and said, "Can I make money by lying to you? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, just eat it and you will know." The middle-aged woman also paid after hearing this. "Young lady, I want a large portion of salty mixed flavors." "Okay." Qin Rong quickly served a portion of salty glutinous rice balls. The woman used a bamboo skewer to pick up a dumpling and put it into her mouth. It just happened to be the flavor of salted egg yolk and pork floss. The fragrance lingered on her lips and teeth after one bite. "This is so delicious, so fresh. It's actually made of egg yolk inside." "Well, this is salted egg yolk and pork floss dumplings. My dear, you have to save a portion of these salted egg yolk and pork floss dumplings for me. I will take one back for my daughter." "Okay," Qin Rong responded. Two people did this in a row. Seeing how they enjoyed the meal, everyone was tempted. Seeing this, Qin Rong said to the stall owners who were gathered around, "Uncles and aunts, if you haven't had your evening meal yet, why not have a bowl of hot dumplings now while there aren't many people around? It's windy at night, and they're all freshly cooked. If there are too many people later, I'm afraid you'll only be able to take care of business, and not yourself. If you all want to try it, I'll give you 2 crispy dumplings for free if you buy a large portion of dumplings now." Hu Lao-san and the woman became anxious when they heard this. Wouldn't they be at a disadvantage this way? "What about us?" Qin Rong smiled and said, "Give me 2 more. The first 3 customers will each receive 3 crispy dumplings." As soon as Qin Rong finished speaking, many stall owners immediately offered money to be the last 3 customers. "Take it from me. Take it from me. You take mine, little lady." Yu Shaoshan was in a dilemma and looked at Qin Rong helplessly. Qin Rong was not in a hurry at all. She accepted the money from the 3 customers who came to her with a smile and said, "You 3 will be considered the 3rd one. Thank you for your support. Xiaoshan, make some dumplings." Okay, the 3 stall owners were very satisfied. "Young lady, you really know how to do business." Yes, young lady, you are so open-minded. Do things in a grand manner." As they were talking, Qin Rong didn't know when the uncle who said she was bright stuffed a river lantern into her hand. It was just a river lantern of the most ordinary style. The uncle smiled and said, "Young lady, don't forget to go to the riverside and release a river lantern later. Praying here is effective." "Okay, thank you, uncle." Qin Rong carefully put away the lantern. She had always wanted to release river lanterns in the past. She had many wishes, but never had the chance. Times have changed, and she didn't expect to realize her little wish here. Qin Rong and Yu Xiaoshan, one cooking glutinous rice balls and the other collecting money and recycling bowls and chopsticks, worked well together. When others praised them, they would say, "We usually run a restaurant on West Street, very close to the pier, called Yu's Restaurant. When it was completely dark, the lanterns in the East Market were all lit. Each stall had a lantern propped up by a bamboo pole. Looking from afar, it actually made people feel warm." Qin Rong turned her head and looked at the rows of lit lanterns in the market and couldn't help but smile. The world is good, and the fireworks of the world are the most ordinary. Qin Rong's business is pretty good, but as more and more people come to see the lanterns, fewer customers stop to buy dumplings. Next to her is a lantern riddle-guessing business, and many people gather around to watch the fun. Qin Rong kept looking at the people passing by with a smile. Yu Xiaoshan felt that Qin Rong was very happy today, so he asked, "Sister, do you want to go and set off the lanterns now when there are not many people buying glutinous rice balls?" "I'll just stay here and watch." Qin Rong was actually a little itchy. This was her first lantern festival since she came to ancient times, and she was really curious. "Then, sister, go release the river lanterns and come over." "Good." Qin Rong walked to the river with the river lantern. There were many young ladies praying for blessings gathered in 2s and 3s. Qin Rong looked around for a while and found an empty spot. She borrowed a fire stick from someone and lit the river lantern. She held the river lantern in both hands and gently placed it on the water. Then she closed her eyes and silently recited her wish, "May this day always come to me year after year." "Miss Qin, be careful." A male voice sounded behind her. It was Gu Sheng. "Brother Gu is here to light lanterns too." Qin Rong stood up and moved closer. She was indeed too engrossed just now, and stood too far outside. If she was not careful, she might easily fall into the river. Gu Sheng shook his head. "There are many people during the Lantern Festival. County Magistrate Wang was afraid that there would be chaos, so he sent us out to patrol." Tang Haws. Delicious Tang Haws. The vendor selling Tang Haws came to the riverside shouting his wares. Qin Rong was thinking about having some Tang Haws in her restaurant in the future, so she wanted to buy a bunch to try how it tasted. Just as she was about to go back to get the money, she saw Gu Sheng bought a string of candied haws and handed it to her. "Hey, here you go." Qin Rong was stunned for a moment before taking the candied haws. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but was just thinking, could it be that the thought of eating candied haws was engraved on her forehead? Qin Rong took a bite of the candied haws, which tasted sour and sweet and quite delicious. "It's delicious." "Thank you, Brother Gu." Gu Sheng shook his head and indicated that you're welcome. "Don't you want to eat?" Qin Rong looked at Gu Sheng and asked. Gu Sheng curled the corners of his lips slightly. "I'm afraid of sourness, so I won't eat it." At this time, there was a commotion in the distance, as if someone fell into the water. Gu Sheng said to Qin Rong, "Be careful," and left in a hurry. Qin Rong finished eating a whole candied haws while standing by the river before returning to her stall. As the night deepened, the crowd gradually dispersed. Seeing that no one was buying dumplings anymore, Qin Rong and Yu Xiaoshan prepared to close the stall. Just as they had packed up the boiler and were about to go back, a man who looked like a manager hurried over. "Wait a minute, little lady." Qin Rong stopped what she was doing and asked curiously, "Uncle, are you calling me?" Yes, young lady, please wait a moment." The man who looked like a manager was still panting because he ran so fast. "What can I do for you?" "My dear, I am the manager of Mr. Zhang's family in E Street." Our young master bought 2 servings of glutinous rice balls from you today. They tasted really good. He asked me to buy more because there are too many people in the family and there is not enough to share. Qin Rong was a little embarrassed. Manager Zhang, I don't have many dumplings left. I can't even make up a portion. What should we do? Manager Zhang was very worried. Mr. Zhang was born into a farming family and was supported by the whole clan. Because of this, the clan would come to Mr. Zhang for help with any matters. Mr. Zhang was so busy that he was dizzy every day. Even his wife, Mrs. Liu, was so busy that she had no time to rest. Recently, the clan sent a few more children to their home, and Mrs. Liu was very busy for a while. Today, Zhang Xiaoling bought 2 servings of glutinous rice balls from Qin Rong. Before he had even eaten a few, the children in the clan saw it and started making a fuss over a few glutinous rice balls. Qin Rong saw that Manager Zhang was really anxious, so she said, Manager Zhang, why don't you come with me to my restaurant? There's still some food left for us to eat. How about I give it to you first? You young lady actually opened a restaurant. That's great. I'll go back with you to get it. Zhang, the steward, was a considerate man who helped Yu Xiaoshan push the cart. After arriving at the restaurant, Qin Rong lit the lights and asked Zhang to wait for a while. Yu Xiaoshan cleverly served tea. Manager Zhang looked around and took a sip of tea. This tea tastes like grapefruit. Yu Xiaoshan smiled and said, This is the honey grapefruit tea made by our boss. Many ladies like this cup of tea. It is the most nourishing tea in the dry winter. Manager Zhang nodded and had an idea in mind. Manager Zhang, since the glutinous rice balls are easy to get mushy, I'll give you raw ones. You can just cook them when you go back, and the taste will be the same. It's cold outside, so this bowl of glutinous rice balls is for you. Qin Rong held a bowl of steaming glutinous rice balls and placed it in front of Manager Zhang. Qin Rong is such a good person. It makes Manager Zhang feel happy. Even if the rice dumplings today are not so delicious, he will speak more for Qin Rong when he goes back. Manager Zhang scooped up a glutinous rice ball, blew on it, and put it into his mouth. Immediately, a sweet, milky aroma filled his entire mouth. After eating several, Manager Zhang still couldn't figure out what the filling was. The only thing in his mind was that it was delicious. My dear, what flavor of glutinous rice balls are these? They are so sweet. It really broadens my horizons. Steward Zhang was also fond of food. He usually went out with Mr. Zhang and had seen quite a lot of it. However, Qin Rong's bowl of glutinous rice balls still amazed him. This is filled with lava and custard. I made it myself, Qin Rong said. Manager Zhang said a little embarrassedly, My little girl will definitely like this glutinous rice dumpling with quicksand and custard filling. I wonder if you have more? I want to buy some myself. The remaining dumplings for today are all here. There are really no more. Will there be one tomorrow? Manager Zhang asked anxiously. Manager Zhang, it's very troublesome to prepare the filling of lava and custard. It depends on whether we can buy the ingredients tomorrow. The snacks in my restaurant are different every day, so it's hard to say. Qin Rong said a little embarrassedly. Manager Zhang nodded and looked at the menu. There were many dishes on the menu that he had never seen before. Okay, why not bring his family to the restaurant for a meal then? Thank you very much, young lady. It is thanks to you that I can go back and report. I will bring my family over for dinner another day. Manager Zhang clasped his fists and said. Polite. Manager Zhang paid the bill and left. Qin Rong actually earned a few copper coins after setting up a stall in the East Market for a whole night. Not long after, Yu Deseo and Chen Shubai also came back. The stall fee in the West Market was much cheaper, and there were many people eating glutinous rice balls. She earned several hundred coins that night. It was a pleasant surprise, a pleasant surprise. The plan to sell dumplings in the East and West Markets was a great success. Yu's restaurant became a little popular in the East Market, and its reputation in the West Market became even more famous. Spring is coming, and Qin Rong doesn't plan to continue making hot pot. Malatang and Mala Xianghua will also be taken off the market. She will replace them with box lunches and deep-fried crispy pork. The ice and snow have melted, spring has come, the soil on the ground has become loose, and the expansion of the wharf is about to officially start. Naturally, box lunches are more popular than spicy hot pot and malatang. The restaurant is closed today, and Chin Rong plans to spend some time deciding on the dishes for the next few days. The dishes for lunch and dinner are different. The box lunches and crispy pork at lunch are mainly supplied to students and dock workers, and they have to be affordable. But it is different at dinner. Now, some wealthy guests living in East Street also come to the restaurant to eat, so the dishes must not only be affordable but also unique and exquisite. The lunch market emphasizes small profits but quick turnover, but the evening market is different. Mrs. Yu came to the restaurant early in the morning. After Chin Rong decided on the lunchbox dishes for the next 10 days, she had to learn how to cook big pot dishes from Chin Rong. After she learned it, she would be the main chef for lunch, otherwise Chin Rong would have it too hard.
It was another busy day.
With Chin Rong's guidance, Yu Deseo finally learned how to prepare the lunch dishes for the next day. On the second day, Chin Rong went to the West Market early with a backpack. The ingredients for the lunch boxes would be delivered by a familiar vegetable vendor. In addition to the ingredients used every day, a large part of the ingredients for the dinner market had to be selected by Chin Rong herself. If one wants to make delicious dishes, craftsmanship is crucial, but the ingredients themselves are the soul. Due to the start of construction at the dock, there are more people in Lihua town these days. After the beginning of spring, there are more passenger and cargo ships coming and going, making it even more lively. Chin Rong walked around the West Market and bought some seasonal wild vegetables, including shepherd's purse, amaranth, and tune. These vegetables were picked early in the morning and looked fresh and juicy. Today, a peasant woman from a village was selling chickens in the West Market. Chin Rong thought they were good, so she bought 10. There were also seafood, so Chin Rong bought some of each. When Chin Rong returned to the restaurant, Yu's wife had already started preparing the dishes for the lunch boxes. Chin Rong put on her belly and called Yu Xiaoshan to help her prepare the ingredients. "Boss, I need to discuss something with you." As soon as Chen Shubai arrived at the restaurant, he went to the kitchen to talk to Chin Rong. "Brother Shubai, what's the matter?" Chin Rong was a little puzzled when she saw Chen Shubai smiling. "My uncle is the manager in charge of the expansion of the wharf. Some of the people involved in the expansion are craftsmen and foremen. He heard that we are selling box lunches, so he wanted to order a batch of box lunches from us just for the craftsmen and foremen," Chen Shubai said. "A lot of coolies are needed to expand the dock, but not all of them are coolies. Ordinary coolies can only eat food prepared by hired cooks, and they eat whatever is available. However, craftsmen and foremen have to eat a little better." "How many people is it?" Chin Rong asked. "It's enough for 50 people, Chen Shubai replied. Mrs. Yu was a little surprised when she heard this. It was a lot for 50 people. "How much are they willing to pay?" Chin Rong asked again. 20 cents per portion, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, just like the box lunches in our restaurant. Just add a little more rice. Mrs. Yu was a little surprised. This was more expensive than the lunch boxes usually sold in the restaurant. 50 lunch boxes only cost 1 or 2 taels of silver, with only a little more rice. This business could be done. Mrs. Yu could figure it out, and Chin Rong could certainly figure it out, too. She nodded and said, "Okay, we'll take this business."
"Thank you, Brother Shubai."
Chen Shubai was afraid that Chin Rong would suffer a loss, so he had already bargained with his uncle. Chin Rong treated him well, so he also wanted to give something in return. The dishes were ready and lunch was about to begin. Chin Rong, Yu Deseo, Yu Xiaoshan, and Chen Shubai quickly finished their lunch and then went back to their work. Mrs. Tsin has ordered a lot of tea, fruits, and braised dishes these days. Fortunately, braised dishes are easy to make. The marinade has been prepared by Chin Rong, and all that's left is to prepare the ingredients and put them in.
Yu Xiaoshan can also do this job.
As for tea cakes, most of the ones Chin Rong makes are Chinese style, which are durable. It is just right to pick them up once a day, and it does not take up too much of her time. After the lunch market ended, Mrs. Yu went to take a break and Chin Rong began to prepare the dishes. Her main dishes today were honey-glazed roast duck and sesame oil chicken. 10 chickens can make 20 servings of sesame oil chicken. The chicken should be marinated first. Pour salt, cooking wine, minced ginger, and peanut oil into a small bowl and mix well, then apply to the chicken. Then boil the oil. Pour peanut oil into a casserole, add cinnamon, angelica, chuanxiong, fennel, cloves, bay leaves, and star anise after the oil is hot, and add spices when it is almost done. After the oil is boiled, filter out the sesame oil with gauze, then add a small spoonful of sesame oil and stir. The most important step of the sesame oil chicken is done. Qin Rong smelled the fragrance and swallowed her saliva, and all that appeared in her mind was the image of sesame oil chicken. After the sesame oil is made, you just need to steam the chicken and pour the prepared soy sauce and sesame oil on it. The soy sauce Qin Rong bought from the grocery store is always a little different from the modern soy sauce. The soy sauce here is saltier and thicker, so after Qin Rong bought it, she processed it according to the recipe. The tea house closed early today, so Madame Tsin and Qingshuang came to Qin Rong's restaurant to eat. Although the tea house had only been open for a short time, Qin Rong's cooking skills were good, and the tea, fruit, and stewed food were selling well. The tea house's business gradually improved, and after deducting the cost, it could still make some money every month. With hope for the future, Madame Tsin and Qingshuang smiled more often. When Mrs. Tsin and Qingshuang heard Chen Shubai say that sesame oil chicken was a new dish today, they ordered one immediately. The new dishes made by Qin Rong are often sold out if they arrive late, so it was really a coincidence that they came this time. Sesame oil chicken, dried tofu and amaranth, song sauce fish soup, and braised bamboo shoots in oil. Chen Shubai introduced the dishes while serving them. When the sesame oil chicken came up, the rich aroma was so tempting. Madame Tsin stared at the sesame oil chicken without saying a word. She reached out and picked up the chicken and put it into her mouth. The color was fresh, the skin was smooth, and the meat was tender. After finishing the sesame oil chicken, Madame Tsin squinted her eyes because it was so delicious. Qingshuang followed suit immediately, eating piece after piece. It was delicious, so delicious. The fresh taste seemed to burst out of her mouth, so fresh. It was just a coincidence that Manager Zhang did not have to be on duty today, so he brought his family to Yu's restaurant. While he was still hesitating about what to eat, he saw his daughter and son staring at the next door. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked, but as soon as he saw it, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Is that chicken so delicious? Little heir brother, I want to eat that. Manager Zhang pointed to the plate of sesame oil chicken on Madame Tsin's table. Chen Shubai smiled and took note of it. The sesame oil chicken tasted so good that several customers ordered this dish. One customer even wanted 2 servings because one was not enough. In just half an hour, all 20 servings of sesame oil chicken were almost finished. Chen Shubai made a note on a piece of paper and then went into the kitchen to report the menu to Qin Rong. After the first group of guests finished their evening meal, Qin Rong was finally able to rest for a while. When she heard that Madame Tsin and Qingshuang had ordered a pot of wine, she took off her belly band and went to the front hall. Sister Tsin, Qingshuang. Qin Rong smiled and sat down beside them. Madame Tsin looked very happy. Arong, your business is much better now. Qin Rong nodded. During the Lantern Festival, we set up a stall in the East Market and attracted a group of new customers. How did you find time to come here today? Madame Tsin and Qingshuang smiled at each other. Arong, we would like to invite you to go to the night market with us. The sesame oil chicken is almost sold out. The restaurant should be able to close early today. Please wait for me for a while, and I will go with you, Qin Rong said with a smile. Okay, Qingshuang responded very quickly. She had always felt ashamed and inferior for having been a woman in a brothel. Apart from Madame Tsin, she seldom talked to anyone for fear that others would look down on her. But she knew that Qin Rong was different. Arong, a clear female voice came, and Qin Rong looked in the direction of the voice and smiled slightly. Yurong, it's you. How come you are free today? Zhu Yurong came with Zhu Weining, Zhu Wenxiu, and a young lady Qin Rong had never seen before. Qin Rong stood up and asked them to sit down. Zhu Yurong smiled and pulled Qin Rong aside, saying, You have met my 2 sisters. This one is Lian Yang. Her family runs a jewelry store. I haven't eaten your food for a long time. I am so hungry. Can you help me prepare some? Qin Rong nodded slightly and greeted the other young ladies, then smiled and said to Zhu Yurong, What a coincidence. We have a new dish today, sesame oil chicken. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Several young ladies shook their heads, and Qin Rong went to the kitchen. Chicken with sesame oil, stir-fried mushrooms with shepherd's purse, tofu with green onions, preserved eggs soaked in vinegar, river prawns with soy sauce, stir-fried shredded vegetables, steamed sea bass, and a drink of red bean milk tea. The ladies had different tastes, but they all praised the sesame oil chicken. Zhu Yurong felt that it was not enough and wanted to order another one. Qin Rong apologized and said, "This last one has gone into your stomach. There is no more for today." Zhu Yurong felt a little regretful, but thinking that she could come back to eat in a few days, she continued to eat other dishes happily. Qin Rong noticed that Qing Shuang had been keeping her head down since Zhu Yurong and her group came in. She walked over and said, "Sister Tsin, Sister Qing Shuang, I'll go pack up and change my clothes." "Good." At this moment, Lian Yang suddenly spoke up. "Isn't this the flower lady from the brothel?" These words were said with disdain, a touch of sarcasm and condescension, causing Qing Shuang's face to turn pale for a moment, while Madame Tsin's face immediately turned dark. Lian Yang was even more scathing when she saw this. "TSK, a young lady like you came here to eat. Isn't that embarrassing for us?" Zhu Yurong stopped Lian Yang and said, "Why did you suddenly get angry? Not to mention that we still don't know if she is Lady Hua. Even if she is, what does it have to do with us? Why do you want to embarrass others like this in a restaurant?" Zhu Yurong was obviously very unhappy. Every time she brought people to Qin Rong's restaurant to eat, something went wrong. What would Qin Rong think of her? How come I didn't know she was Madame Hua? She once came to my shop to buy headwear. Her name was Qing Shuang. As for why I wanted to embarrass her, let me tell you about you, Yurong. You are a good person, but you trust people too easily. You keep talking about Qin Rong all the time, but you don't know that there is a truth in this world that you can know a person's face, but not his heart. If you were really a good person, how could you be friends with Madame Hua? Lian Yang's mother and Zhu Yurong's mother had been close friends since childhood. The two of them were of similar age, so they also became close friends. At this time, Qing Shuang's face was pale, and she lowered her head as if she was about to cry. "Sister Tsin, why don't we go and not interfere with the Rong's business?" Qing Shuang said. Madame Tsin was a little indignant at first, but she agreed when she thought that this was Qin Rong's restaurant, and she was worried that it would cause trouble for Qin Rong. Qin Rong saw that Madame Tsin and Qing Shuang were about to leave, so she quickly stopped them. "Sister Tsin, Sister Qing Shuang, wait a minute, didn't we agree to go shopping together?" Madame Tsin hesitated. Qin Rong smiled faintly. "I own this restaurant. I can do whatever I want. It has nothing to do with others." It was the first time that Zhu Yurong saw Qin Rong so cold. She was smiling, but Zhu Yurong felt that she was very angry at the moment. She hurried forward and held Qin Rong and said, "Wrong, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to cause trouble. It's just that we don't see such a young lady in our daily life." She was born in a brothel, so Nyang's words were a bit harsh. "Don't blame her. She is actually a very good person." Qin Rong shook her head calmly. "I understand, it's not your fault, but don't bring friends like you here in the future." Zhu Yurong wanted to explain further, but Li Anyang grabbed Zhu Yurong and said, "Yurong, look, they are just the same kind of people. Why are you apologizing? Don't be so ungrateful." Zhu Yurong was a little annoyed with Li Anyang, but Li Anyang was different from Qin Lian and Meijin before. She had been close friends with Li Anyang for many years. Zhu Yurong was still in a dilemma, but Qin Rong had already walked in front of Qing Shuang. She pulled Qing Shuang and whispered, "Sister Qing Shuang, this is not your fault. I have said it before, but in this world, if you despise yourself and look down on yourself, then no matter how others try to pull you back, it will be useless." Qing Shuang looked at Qin Rong in a daze. For the first time, she began to face herself seriously. Yes, it was not her fault, but why was she the one who couldn't raise her head? She thought that she had forgotten a lot of the past when she was with Madame Tsin. But, unexpectedly, when someone mentioned it, she was still like a cat with its tail stepped on. Madame Tsin patted Qing Shuang on the shoulder with an encouraging look in her eyes. Qing Shuang calmed down and looked at Lian Yang. She straightened her back and said, "I was once easy woman, so what? I was unlucky to be born in an extremely poor family that didn't like girls. When I was a child, I was never full. Later, when I was older, my parents pushed all the work to me, but my brother didn't have to do anything. Later, my mother sold me to a brothel for my brother. I was just unlucky. What did I do wrong? Now I am free from my citizenship and am a good citizen. I do business with my ability and support myself. Why should people look down on me? Zhu Yurong felt a little ashamed when Qing Shuang looked at her. Although she didn't show it on her face, she actually looked down on Qing Shuang in her heart. But at this moment, she felt that Qing Shuang's dark eyes saw through her. Li Anyang's face turned pale for a moment. She had been warned by her mother since she was a child that prostitutes were not presentable people, but no one taught her that prostitutes were not born to please men. Qin Rong finally smiled. If that's the case, why bother about other people? Don't feel like you're causing me trouble in the future. I'll go change my clothes now. Please wait for me, Sister Tsin and Sister Qingshuang. Zhu Yurong wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. She looked at Qin Rong with some helplessness in her eyes. Qin Rong shook her head and said softly, Yurong, I'm glad that you like the food I cook, but our ideas are different and the environment around us is also different. Don't force it, so as to avoid trouble. Zhu Yurong felt a little sad. She really wanted to make friends with Qin Rong, but she also knew that they were not suitable for making friends. She sniffed and said, Can I just be a guest from now on? Qin Rong nodded, then asked Qin Shubai to check out the bill while she went to the side room to change clothes. When Qin Rong came out, Zhu Yurong had already left. She smiled and said to Madame Tsin and Qing Shuang, I haven't made new spring clothes this year. I have brought enough money. I'll trouble you sisters to help me with your selection later. Madame Tsin and Qing Shuang agreed with a smile, and the three of them went out together. Qin Rong rarely had the opportunity to go shopping at night markets with others. Seeing how lively the night market was, she felt a little surprised. It's only the beginning of spring, and there are so many people. Madame Tsin smiled and said, The pleasure boats by the river are bustling with music every night. The night market in our Lihua town is also a wonder. Even the night market in the capital city is not as lively as this one. With more merchants coming, there are more business opportunities, said Qin Rong. Yes, due to the recent expansion of the wharf, there are many more people on the official road, and my tea house has been doing particularly good business these past 2 days, Mrs. Tsin said as she looked at the stalls on both sides of the street. By the way, Sister Tsin, is there a girls' school in Lihua town? Qin Rong asked. Madame Tsin was startled for a moment, then shook her head. There is no girls' school, but there is a girls' private school. There are 2 maids in Huaishui Lane on East Street. They are from official families. Because of the delay, they didn't get married. The 2 of them had been good friends for a long time, so they settled in Lihua town and opened a private school to teach calligraphy, arithmetic, tea ceremony, and etiquette. Qin Rong's heart moved when she heard this. This was quite good. She had never intended for Qin Yi to gain much knowledge. She just wanted him to broaden his horizons and learn some survival skills. Sister Tsin, please help me find out more. I'm thinking of sending Ai to study there for 2 years. Qin Rong said. Madame Tsin didn't expect that Qin Rong was asking on behalf of Qin Yi. She was a little impressed and said, I'm afraid the tuition fee won't be cheap. Qin Rong smiled. If it's too expensive, forget it. If you can afford it, you should still go. Qing Shuang didn't say anything, but she was very envious of Qin Yi in her heart. Qin Rong's family treated girls like treasures, and she was really unlucky. After walking around and chatting, Madame Tsin felt a little thirsty. There's a stall selling butter tea up ahead. Shall we sit down and have a bowl? Qin Rong and Qing Shuang naturally did not refuse. The 3 of them walked to the stall selling butter tea and ordered a bowl of butter tea each. Next to the butter tea stall was a calligraphy and painting stall. The stall owner was a man in his 30s, wearing a green shirt and looking very handsome. Madame Tsin, the man saluted to Madame Tsin. Did they know each other? Qin Rong looked at Madame Tsin, who also smiled and nodded to the man. At this time, Qing Shuang leaned close to Qin Rong's ear and whispered, This man lives next door to me. His name is Zhang Zhiheng. He is a widower. He has no children but an old mother. He was educated and was a scholar, but he didn't continue his studies. Now he just sells calligraphy and paintings and writes and reads letters for others every day. How do you know so much? Qin Rong asked her. Qing Shuang patted Qin Rong on the shoulder and said, "You are still a child. You don't understand these things." Qin Rong blinked. "It's just that Zhang Jiheng has a crush on Sister Tsin, but Sister Tsin doesn't have that kind of interest." Qing Shuang asked curiously, "How do you know that Sister Tsin doesn't like Mr. Zhang?" Qin Rong touched her nose and said, "Because they are not a match." Qing Shuang was even more curious. "How are they not a good match?" "Mr. Zhang is a scholar, so it should be okay for him to be with Sister Tsin. If Mr. Zhang was not a widower, others might think that Sister Tsin is not worthy of Mr. Zhang." Qin Rong propped up her chin with a look of disapproval. Madame Tsin saw the two of them biting each other's ears and knew that it was Qing Shuang who was causing trouble. She said unhappily, "What are you talking about? Why don't you tell me what you are talking about?" Zhang Jiheng came over and bowed to Madame Tsin, saying, "Madame Tsin, I am closing my stall now. It is late at night, but if you want to walk with me, my donkey cart is just ahead, and I can take you a ride." Qin Rong lowered her head with a half-smile and said nothing. Madame Tsin shook her head and refused. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhang, but it's not necessary." Zhang Jiheng left after hearing this. Madame Tsin shook her head and took a sip of butter tea. "Can you tell me now?" Qing Shuang said. "Mr. Zhang is a nice guy. He is a warm-hearted person." Madame Tsin raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Qin Rong. "Wrong, what do you think?" Qin Rong curled her lips slightly. "What am I saying? You don't like me anyway." Madame Tsin laughed and scolded. "How can you know anything about love between a man and a woman at such a young age?" Qin Rong nodded seriously. "Sister Tsin is right. I don't understand. But Sister Qing Shuang should read less storybooks. The love and romance in those storybooks are all lies." Madame Tsin asked curiously, "Tell me in detail what's going on in your mind." "Let me hear it too. Let's just talk about the present. If Sister Tsin hadn't gotten married today, and there were other girls at the table, would Mr. Zhang still go up to Sister Tsin and ask her directly if she wanted to go home together?" Qing Shuang thought about it seriously, then shook her head. "This is very rude." "Yes, it's rude. If you knew it was rude, why did you do it? He has passed the exam and became a scholar. He should be sensible. Then why did he still do this in front of Sister Tsin?" Qin Rong asked in a persuasive manner. Qing Shuang thought about it again and said hesitantly, "Because I don't want to miss it." Qin Rong was disappointed. "Of course it's because he doesn't value me enough and respect me enough, because he puts me in a high position. There's a joke out there. What's the blessing in life for a man? What is it?" Madame Tsin was also a little curious. "It's about getting promoted, getting rich, and killing my wife," Qin Rong said. Qing Shuang was surprised. "Why is this?" "Because if one dies, you can marry another. Then why do you think Zhang Jiheng is not a good match for me?" asked Mrs. Tsin. "I just think that Sister Tsin has the ability to make money. She has just jumped out of the fire pit. There is no need for her to find a mother-in-law and a husband to serve her. If she really meets some extraordinary confidant, it would be fine, but he doesn't look like that." After Qin Rong finished speaking, Madame Tsin burst out laughing. "You haven't even reached the age of marriage yet. Where did you learn all these things?" "But it's true. Zhang Jiheng probably saw that I have some ability, and it seems that as long as he is willing to condescend, I will get a lot of benefits. It's so boring. I don't like it. What's more, I know that I've been married and suffered, and some things will reveal a person's true character over time." Qing Shuang seemed to be shocked by what Qin Rong and Madame Tsin said. It turned out that Mr. Zhang was a bad guy. She had never felt that Mr. Zhang actually looked down on them. Now that she thought about it, Mr. Zhang did seem to be condescending when he spoke to Madame Tsin. In the past, there were often plays to watch in Nianhua Tower. The troupe always performed about a poor scholar meeting a rich lady, but their family members broke up the couple. It made people feel very pitiful. But it seemed that the rich lady already had a good life, so why should she accompany the poor scholar to suffer? Although Qing Shuang came from Nianwalu, she had never experienced anything. Madame Tsin sighed and said, "You just advise me to find a good family every day and tell me that Mr. Zhang is a good person. It's not that I don't like to hear it, but it's better to rely on yourself than on others. Do you understand? Getting married is a gamble of luck. I have already lost once. How can I dare to gamble all my belongings? I am alone now. What's more, he is not a good man. I don't want to waste my time to gamble on an unknown future." Qing Shuang still didn't quite understand. but something sprouted in her heart. I will never say it again. Madame Tsin said earnestly. Qing Shuang, our lives will get better and better in the future, and we will have more and more money in our hands. Don't think that you are incompetent and let others take advantage of you. There are many men nowadays who love to eat soft rice and hard food. If you are not firm in your heart, you will be easily deceived. Our Rome is right. In the future, you should read less of those love picture books. They're all about men who eat soft rice. They say the grapes are sour. Qing Shuang agreed seriously. Although she didn't fully understand it now, what Madame Tsin said could not be wrong. She and Qin Rong were the best people to her anyway. After drinking the butter tea, Qin Rong felt warm all over. She smiled and said, "The clothing store is in front. Let's go and look at some spring clothes." After choosing and selecting, Qin Rong finally settled on a light blue spring dress. She liked it very much, and the price was right, so she was about to pay for it. However, she didn't know that Madame Tsin had already paid for it and bought one for herself and Qing Shuang. "Sister Tsin, I have money now." Madame Tsin was not so generous and she didn't want Madame Tsin to pay for the clothes. Madame Tsin smiled. "I know you have money. Your money is yours. Save it for your dowry. I bought mine. This is my intention." Qin Rong understood her, and she was willing to treat Qin Rong well. She felt that Qin Rong deserved any good things. Seeing that Madame Tsin looked determined, Qin Rong stopped being stubborn. When Qin Rong got home, it was already late, but the light in her room was still on. After washing up, Qin Rong went into the room and saw Qin Yu still working at the table. She disapproved and said, "This hurts your eyes." Qin Yu put down the work in her hands a little embarrassedly. "Sister, you're back. Why are you so late today?" "I went to the night market with Sister Tsin and Sister Qing Shuang." Qin Yu asked curiously, "Did Sister buy anything?" Qin Rong nodded. "Yes, I bought a light blue spring shirt, but Sister Tsin paid for it." Qin Yu widened her eyes. "Have you bought it yet?" Qin Rong was a little puzzled when she saw Qin Yu's expression. What happened? Qin Yu was a little unhappy. She put the embroidery piston into the bag beside her and said with her head down, "Nothing. I'll go wash up." Qin Rong was a little confused. She looked at the bundle and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. Could it be that this silly girl was making spring clothes for her? She had a guess in her mind. When Qin Yu came back, she smiled and teased her. "Why are you still pouting at such a big age?" Qin Yu stiffened her neck and said, "You are now close to Sister and you are much closer to her. We haven't been to the night market for a long time." Qin Rong laughed. "What kind of sourness are you talking about? Let me ask you, Sister Tsin treats me well. Does that mean she treats you badly?" "She treats me well. Does that mean it's okay for me to ignore her?" After Qin Rong said this, Qin Yu felt that she had spoken out of turn. She waved her hands quickly. "Sister, I didn't mean that. I'm just afraid that they are more important to you than I am." Qin Rong knew that Qin Yu was still a child at heart, so she patted her shoulder and said teasingly, "Then you better treat your sister better." "Of course," Qin Yu said seriously. Qin Rong couldn't help laughing. "You are my sister. They are my friends. We sisters support each other and stick together through thick and thin. What are you afraid of? They are not important to me." Qin Yu also felt a little embarrassed at this time. "Sister, I am too narrow-minded." Qin Rong could understand Qin Yu's feelings very well. It was the same with her and her good friends in the past. When three people were getting along, if the other two were better at keeping in step with each other, one person would easily be left behind, and the person left behind would naturally feel a little disappointed. "Yu, what were you doing just now? Can you tell me now?" Qin Yu said a little embarrassedly. "I am learning how to make spring shirts. I bought the material and made the first spring shirt for my sister." Even though she had already guessed it, Qin Rong was still touched. "It's great to have a younger sister. She always cares about me." Qin Yu was happy again. "Sister, what kind of clothes did Sister Tsin buy for you? Try them on and let me see." "Okay." As soon as the lunch market opened today, Mrs. Wang's maid Ruju hurried over. "What's wrong, Sister Ruju?" Qin Rong put down the work in her hands, wiped her hands and asked. Ruju said, "Miss Rong, there is a distinguished guest at home. He is the master's husband. He has been in Lihua town for a few days and can't eat anything. My wife asked me to ask you if there is any solution." Have you seen a doctor? I saw a doctor, and he said it was epigastric pain and cold, and that it could only be treated slowly. Mr. Su also said it was an old problem. But my master was very worried when he saw that the teacher had lost a lot of weight, so the madam asked me to ask if you have any food that can stimulate the appetite. Ruja said. It sounds like a cold stomach. If it is a cold stomach or stomach pain, there is indeed a way to supplement it with food. Chin Rong thought for a while and said, the restaurant cannot be without people at this time. There is a dish that may be helpful, but it takes time to cook. I have the ingredients here. I will cook it now. You can take it back when it's done. If it's cold, just cook it again in the stove. Ruja didn't hold out much hope at first, but she didn't expect Chin Rong to actually say there was a way. She hurriedly said, Miss Rong, you've really helped our madam a lot. Chin Rong smiled and said, whether it will work or not depends on the results. Go and tell your wife first and then come back to get it in about an hour. Okay, Ruja replied. What Chin Rong is going to make is pepper pork tripe and chicken. Both pork tripe and chicken enter the stomach meridian, warming the stomach and strengthening the spleen. Chin Rong took a cleaned pig's stomach and fried it in hot oil until golden brown, then set it aside for later use. Cut the chicken into pieces and shred the ginger into pieces, and put them into the pot to blanch. After blanching, wash the chicken pieces again, pour another pot of water and bring it to a boil, then put the chicken pieces in. Then Chin Rong stuffed white pepper powder into the pig's stomach, put the pig's stomach into the pot, and cook it with the chicken pieces. After the fire boiled, Chin Rong poured the whole pot of pork tripe and chicken into a casserole and placed it on the stove and simmered it on low heat. During the simmering, the chicken soup gurgled and white foam came out. Chin Rong went to pick up the white foam from time to time. Half an hour later, Chin Rong took out the whole pig tripe, cut it into strips, and put it back into the soup pot, then added a large spoonful of milk. When the whole pot of soup turned milky white, she added salt and MSG and boiled it for another quarter of an hour. Then she added some white pepper and wolfberry to the pot and boiled it for another quarter of an hour. A pot of steaming pepper pork tripe and chicken soup was ready. Ruju calculated her timing very well. As soon as she arrived at the restaurant, Chin Rong's pepper pork tripe and chicken soup was out of the pot. Miss Rong, Ruju walked into the kitchen with a smile. Chen Shubai brought her in. Chin Rong nodded. It's not easy to pretend. Do you want to take the whole casserole with you? Ruju nodded. I also brought a large food box, which can hold the casserole. Chin Rong helped Ruju put away the pepper pork belly and chicken. Ruju smiled and stuffed a purse into Chin Rong's hand. Madam asked me to give it to you. Thank you for your help. Sister Ruju, remember to thank Sister Jung for me. I'm busy in the shop and can't come over here. If it's cold when you get to the mansion, you can simmer it for a while. It won't affect the taste. If you can eat pork tripe, drink the soup first and then eat the pork tripe shreds. If you don't like pork tripe, you can just drink the soup. This is the sauce I prepared. If Mr. Su likes pork tripe shreds and chicken, you can dip them in the sauce, and it will taste better. Most of the nobles nowadays will not eat these things in the stomach. Chin Rong gave a few instructions and went back to work. Chin Rong planned to make a few more servings of pepper pork tripe and chicken soup. Mr. Bai's stomach was not very good. She heard from Mr. Bai's servant when they were preparing a banquet at his home that day that he had this disease caused by hunger during the flood. He would feel uncomfortable if he ate something too cold. After lunch, the pepper pork tripe and chicken were ready. Chin Rong specially asked Yu Xiaoshan to go to Mr. Bai's house. Another servant of Mr. Bai, Song Song, came back with Yu Xiaoshan with a food box. Miss Rong, the master has guests today, so he sent me to get it. Song Song was very polite. Chin Rong smiled and nodded. I'll prepare it for you. If it's cold, warm it up. Drink the soup while it's hot. Song Song smiled and was about to give Chin Rong some money. Chin Rong winked at Song Song and said, This is not made just for Master Bai. I divided this pot of pepper pork belly and chicken into several portions. Just let your master try the taste for me. It's free. Mr. Bai has always treated Chin Rong very well and took good care of her business. Since this was done by herself, she would not accept any money from Mr. Bai. Song Song had followed Mr. Bai for many years. He saw that Chin Rong had no intention of taking the money, so he thanked her and left. The other end. Su Xingji and Mr. Bai have been good friends for many years. This time, Su Xingji was willing to come to Lihua town because he wanted to visit Mr. Bai. Since Mr. Bai left the officialdom, he always wrote to him, "Lihua town is really nice. There are roasted lamb chops, honey roast duck, fried river shrimps with green onions." The names of the dishes are different every time. One of the main reasons why he can be good friends with Mr. Bai is that they can eat together. Fortunately, his student was also the county magistrate in Qingping County, so he came to Lihua town to see the old man, who knew that it was too cold this year, and after drinking cold water a few times for convenience, his old illness came back, so after arriving at Wang's house, he never came over.
But today,
Su Xingji drank a bowl of pepper pork tripe and chicken soup, and he felt better all of a sudden. Miraculously, his stomach didn't hurt as much anymore, so he hurried to the Bai family so as not to worry his old friend. "Let me tell you, the chicken soup is very fresh. It's delicious when you take a sip," Su Xingji said, shaking his head. Mr. Bai glanced at Su Xingji and said, "What are you doing here? Are you greedy? I don't care. The food made by the little cook I know is more delicious." Su Xingji stroked his beard and said, "The soup I drink is not only delicious, but also can cure my stomach problems, old man. Otherwise, you beg me. I will make you a bowl of soup if you beg me. Don't you also often have stomach pain?" Seeing Su Xingji's smug look, Mr. Bai was a little annoyed. "Why are you so proud?" "I haven't felt any pain in a long time," Su Xingji said cheerfully. "That's fine. I just feel sorry that you don't have such delicious chicken soup to drink." Su Xingji was so happy to see Master Bai, who seemed to be indifferent but was actually itching to do something. He asked the old man to brag about what he had eaten every time he wrote to him. One time, he went too far. He had been hungry in the imperial study for a long time. When he returned to the mansion and opened the letter, he was stunned by the list of dishes. It was a 5-page letter, and 4 pages were about what he had eaten recently and how it tasted. Mr. Bai was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Suddenly, he thought of something and said proudly, "The little cook I know made a delicious dish today. I have asked Song Song to get it. Although I can't drink your chicken soup, I have other good things to eat." Su Xingji was not angry when he heard this. He thought that everyone was already here, so he could just eat some later. There was no need to be unhappy. When Song Song arrived, he saw the 2 masters looking at him in unison and was a little confused for a moment. Master Su, Miss Rong said that she should drink the soup while it's hot, and the meat can be dipped in sauce." Master Bai nodded and asked Song Song to quickly arrange the dishes. Master Su saw that Master Bai did not include his share, so he hurriedly said, "Song Song, your master is not sensible. You have to be more considerate." When he was in Beijing before, Song Song often saw the 2 masters bickering, so he smiled and said, "I'll go get ready. You wait a moment." When 2 bowls of milky white soup were served, Su Xingji's eyes widened. How could this be so similar to the soup he had just drunk? "This soup. How is it?" Mr. Bai smiled slightly, looking extremely proud. Song Song helped put the chicken and pork belly on a small plate, and he said, Master Su, you can eat the meat with the sauce." Mr. Bai nodded and waved his hand to let Song Song go down. Then he picked up a piece of pig's stomach and stuffed it into his mouth. There was no fishy smell at all. It was soft, tender, and chewy. It was delicious. Seeing this, Master Su also took a piece of chicken and dipped it in the sauce. The chicken was fresh and tender, and it was fragrant when bitten. It had a different flavor when dipped in the sauce. It was so delicious. However, from the piece of chicken, he had guessed that the chicken he and the old man ate must have been cooked by the same cook. After drinking the soup and eating the meat, Master Bai felt his stomach felt much better. He was naturally happy. Perhaps because he was getting older, Master Bai was not as resolute and decisive in doing things in the past 2 years as before. People say that at the age of 50, one knows the destiny. It seemed that he had also reached the time of knowing the destiny, and he looked at the human affairs with much more warmth. "This is the soup I drank at Wenyu's place, but why didn't they serve me the shredded tripe and chicken?" Master Su was still a little confused. Mr. Bai said, "What's so strange about this?" Maybe they thought tripe was not presentable, so they only served soup. So the food in Lihua Town that you always say is delicious is made by this cook? Asked Master Su. Mr. Bai said cheerfully, of course, Miss Chin's cooking skills are really amazing. I've seen a lot in Beijing, but at her place, I can often see delicacies that I have never eaten before. Master Su said to Master Bai, Jianji, clean up a room for me. I will come and live with you. You live well at the Wang family. Why do you want to live here? Old thing, why are you so stingy? I am a gentleman after all, and I have to behave myself in the Wang family. Look, he didn't even get to eat the tripe. You have to pay. Don't worry, I have money. Qin Rong doesn't use chicken feet when making pepper pork tripe and chicken. After 2 days of cooking, she had saved up a lot of chicken feet, so she thought about making a fresh dish. A cargo ship arrived at the dock that day, and the merchants on the ship were selling citrons. Qin Rong was curious when she saw it. Why are you picking citrons at this time of year? The merchant smiled and said, it was shipped from the north and well preserved. This thing has been stored for a long time and is now rare. I sell it to make some profit. How to sell it? 30 cents each. The price was not too expensive. After all, there were very few citrons at this time of year. Qin Rong asked for a few citrons and some spices before returning to the shop. Qin Rong wanted to make lemon chicken feet, but there were no lemons in this era, so she used vinegar instead and then added some citron pulp to add some flavor. It is very simple to make chicken feet in vinegar. After boiling the chicken feet, put them in the seasoned sauce and soak them for half a day. The seasoning is also easy to prepare: soy sauce, water, sugar, vinegar, and citron pulp. It makes sense for Qin Rong to buy citrons. Citrons are effective for stomach problems. Put some in chicken feet, and you don't have to worry even if you eat more. After the restaurant closed, Qin Rong took 3 servings of chicken feet soaked in vinegar back home. Passing by Bai's house, Qin Rong knocked on the gate, and it was Song Song who opened the door. Miss Rong, why is it you? Qin Rong smiled and said, I made some snacks. They are good for your stomach, so you don't have to worry about eating more. This portion is for Mr. Bai. Song Song didn't pay the money last time, and Master Bai didn't say anything. But if he didn't pay the money this time, he would be scolded, so he said, Miss Rong, wait a minute. Who knew that before Song Song could finish his words, Mr. Bai came out and asked, Is it Miss Qin? Master Bai, I made some snacks for you to try. Mr. Bai smiled and said, That's great. I was really hungry. I've been eating your stewed peppered pork belly and chicken for 2 days straight. I feel my stomach is much better now. I should be able to eat more now. I added citron to the chicken feet soaked in vinegar. It won't hurt to eat more, Qin Rong said. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai had an idea in his mind. Qin Rong had indeed sent him the peppered pork belly and chicken because she knew that he also often suffered from stomach pain, and the same was true for the vinegar-soaked chicken feet. Miss Qin, thank you very much, but I won't give you any money today. I got a rare thing from an old friend, but unfortunately I don't have a daughter, so I'll give it to you. Bai Fu handed a brocade box to Qin Rong. Qin Rong looked at the box and refused. If it's too expensive, I can't afford it. Master Bai, it's just a matter of convenience. It's not worth something too expensive. Mr. Bai shook his head and said, Miss Qin, as an elder, I am grateful for your kindness. To be honest, I feel pain sometimes when I eat too much or too little. This is my favorite food in my life, and I often eat it while feeling pain. However, after coming to Lihua Town, I feel much better. If you really feel that you can't afford it, remember to send me more delicious food in the future. Qin Rong thanked him and agreed. Okay. After Qin Rong left, Su Xingji looked heartbroken. Old thing, you coveted my food but you're too embarrassed to say it, and you're actually so insidious. Or you can just not eat it in the future. Mr. Bai was too lazy to pay attention to him. Su Xingji hurriedly said, How can I do that? You took it from me, why shouldn't I eat it? Then why are you still talking? Come and eat chicken feet. Come on, come on. I'm telling you, you're just taking advantage of me. If Wen Yu's wife hadn't gone to Miss Qin and come up with this peppered pork belly and chicken dish, you wouldn't have gotten to enjoy it. When Qin Rong arrived home, Yu was teaching Qin Yu how to lay the line. Hearing the noise, Yu smiled and said, Rong, you're back. Mom, I made some snacks for you all to try, chicken feet soaked in vinegar. Qin Rong took out the food box from the backpack and opened the lid. You reached out and took a chicken claw and started chewing it. It's sour and sweet, very fresh, very chewy. Qin was not in a position to reach out, so she refrained from doing so, intending to eat after she had finished the last needle in her hand. Qin smiled and reached out to take one, too. Oh, sister, it's delicious. Then you and Qin didn't stop one after another, until Qin was furious. Leave some for me. Qin Rong smiled and said, Don't worry, I brought back 2 boxes. I haven't opened them yet. Let's eat them together. Qin was happy now. Sister is still the best. While eating chicken feet soaked in vinegar, Qin Rong talked about business. Mom, I've asked around. I want to send Ai to a private school for girls. Upon hearing this, you put down the chicken claw in her hand and asked, How much money do you want for the tuition? Qin Rong smiled and said, Mother, I will pay for the tuition. Who knew that you shook her head and said, Wrong. It is my responsibility to support you. I will pay for your tuition. You knew that Qin Rong could make money. The restaurant business was getting better and better, and Qin Rong was earning more and more every day, but she couldn't let this family become Qin Rong's responsibility. It's okay if it happens once or twice, but if it continues for a long time, I'm afraid that the 2 younger sisters will become overly dependent on the eldest sister. Qin Rong is capable, and that's her business. We can't let Qin Rong take on everything just because she is capable. This is unfair to Qin Rong, and it's definitely not a good thing for the 2 daughters. You understood very well the principle of a pinch of rice is a token of gratitude, a peck of rice is a token of vengeance. This is especially true for sisters. If they help each other once, twice, and again, they will feel resentful if they don't help once. Qin Rong saw that you looked unusually serious and didn't say much. Then, Mother, tell the embroidery shop tomorrow, and then we'll go to East Street together. Good. Qin Rong was thinking about going to Huaishui Lane the next day, and was thinking about making some food to take with her. She stayed in the kitchen for a long time, and when she saw the spinach and eggs in the basket, she had an idea. Qin Rong lit a fire, added water and a small spoonful of salt to the pot, threw the spinach into blanch, and then cut the spinach into dices. Beat 3 eggs in a bowl, add starch and a small spoonful of salt, and then put the spinach cubes into the bowl and stir evenly. Qin Rong took a large bowl, brushed a layer of butter on the bowl, then poured the mixed spinach and eggs into the bowl and put it in the steamer to steam. After a cup of tea, Qin Rong turned the steamed spinach and eggs upside down to remove the membrane, let them cool, and cut them into pieces. A plate of spinach and egg squares that looked like an ink painting was ready. Qin Rong took a piece and tasted it. It was tender and springy, more elastic than egg custard, and a bit smoother than egg roll. It tasted very good without adding anything, and it was also delicious with sauce. Qin Rong quickly prepared 2 kinds of sauces and brought them to the main room. Come and try the spinach and egg squares I made. I made this at the last minute and couldn't decide whether to make it sweet or salty, so I mixed some salt in it. If you like sweet taste, that's fine too. I'll prepare some peanut butter tomorrow. When you saw the spinach and egg squares that looked like a painting, she regretted eating too much vinegar-soaked chicken feet. Qin had just eaten a few chicken feet, so she was feeling proud. She carefully picked up a piece of spinach and egg cube, dipped it in the salty sauce, and took a bite. She immediately squinted her eyes in delight. It smells so good. It smells like eggs and the sweet taste of spinach. It looks good and tastes good, Qin said as she took another piece of meat and dipped it in the sweet sauce. Well, it's delicious, but it's a bit salty, which is a bit strange. Qin Rong smiled and said, Just don't add salt when steaming it tomorrow. Back in the house, Qin Rong opened the brocade box given by Mr. Bai. It turned out that there was a box of various gems in the brocade box. Yes, Mr. Bai was an elder, but he was still a man. It would be inappropriate to give him a headdress or something like that, but it was okay to give him raw gems. Qin Rong put the brocade box into the homestay space, counted the things in her hands, and gradually felt more confident. On the second day, Qin Rong got up earlier than usual, lit a fire, and cooked breakfast and spinach and egg squares. After breakfast, Qin Rong and you took Qin to Huaishui Lane. There were 2 maids, one named Liao and the other named Jian. Everyone in the alley called them Madame Liao and Madame Jian. After knocking on the door and explaining their purpose, the maids of the two ladies invited Qin Rong and Yu in. Madam Yu, Miss Qin, Madam Liao is taking the young ladies to learn arithmetic. Madam Jian is waiting for you in the main hall. Madam Jian looked to be in her 30s. She looked at you, Qin Rong and Qin Yi calmly. When her gaze fell on Qin Rong, she lingered for a moment. You're here. Madam Jian smiled and asked the maid to make tea. Yu was a little embarrassed. She smiled and said, Madam Jian, I wonder how the tuition fee is calculated here. Madam Jian smiled and said, the annual tuition is 10 taels of silver, and there are 4 days off every month. I will teach you arithmetic, literacy, housekeeping, and some simple tea art, cooking, and embroidery skills. Qin Rong thought it was very comprehensive. 10 taels of silver was not expensive. She tilted her head to look at Yu, who was also calculating in her mind. 10 taels of silver was definitely not expensive considering the schoolwork, but it would not be enough to buy a house. You took on an embroidery job for a wealthy family these days. When the job is finished, the extra share alone will be 4 taels of silver, and that's not counting the monthly salary from the embroidery workshop. Her monthly salary has now risen to 1 tael and 2 qian of silver, which means she can make 14 taels and 4 qian of silver a year. The extra work can make 7 or 8 taels of silver a year. Now the work she does privately with Qin Shubai's mother has stabilized. They sell 4 times a month and can earn about 700 or 800 coins each time. If they split it in half, they can still make 300 or 400 coins. That's about 1 tael of silver a month and more than 10 taels a year. If you calculate it this way, 10 taels of silver can be afforded. Qin Rong saw that he was thinking about something, so she took out the spinach and egg square she had brought with her and said, Madam Jian, this is a snack I made myself. Please try it. Madam Jian nodded, and the maid took Qin Rong's food box. After opening it, Madam Jian was surprised. This egg and spinach square looked like an ink painting, with tender yellow and tender green, which was very beautiful. Madam Jian's smile was particularly sincere at this time. This dessert is so beautiful. How do I eat it? Qin Rong explained. There are 2 bamboo tubes of sauces in the food box. One is salty and the other is sweet. You can choose according to your taste. Madam Jane's maid was particularly clever. When she saw Madam Jane's bright eyes, she knew that Madam Jane wanted to taste it right away. She took a small bowl and poured the sauce into each bowl, then handed the chopsticks to Madam Jane. Madam Jane picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece, and brought it to her mouth. The aroma of the egg already hit her face. It tastes good, salty and sweet. How can it be so delicious? Madam Jian's eyes lit up even more. It's delicious. Do you want to learn how to make it? Madam Jian looked at Qin Rong with a smile on her face. Qin Rong was confused for a moment. This Madam Jian seemed to be a bit simple-minded. Madam Jian's maid Xiao Chui saw this and said hurriedly, Madam means that the food is delicious. If you want to come to the private school, she is willing to charge less money. She likes you very much. Qin Rong hurriedly said, Thank you, Madam Jian, for your appreciation, but I run a restaurant and don't have time on weekdays. Xiao Chui was a little surprised. She didn't expect Qin Rong to open a restaurant at such a young age. But Madam Jian was not surprised. It was not simple at all for someone to make such delicious food. Where is the restaurant? I'll take Sister Liao there to try it when I'm free, Mrs. Jian said. It's on West Street, very close to the pier. Good. Seeing that Madam Jian had put down her chopsticks, you smiled and said, Madam Jian, let's pay 1 year's tuition first. Madam Jian nodded and said, the tuition fee is payable every 6 months. Xiao Chui, take Madam Yu to pay the money. In this way, Qin Yi's admission to the girls' private school was settled. When they came out of the two ladies' house, Qin Rong touched Qin Yi's head and said, you must study hard when you enter the girls' private school in the future. There are not only you in the private school, but also many other young ladies. You must get along well with them, but if it is difficult to get along with them, then don't force it. Just study your own way, understand? Sister, I will study hard, Qin Yi said seriously. Qin Rong smiled. Ai is so well behaved. In fact, Qin Rong also admired you very much. Although she was not well informed, her love for her daughter was truly touching. Tea is full like grain rain, mid-spring and flower festival. It is the flower festival again. Every year during the flower festival, Lihua town is particularly lively, with worshipping the flower god, holding temple fairs, and outings to enjoy the flowers. From the town to the outskirts of the town, the whole day is bustling. Madame Xin has put a lot of effort into this flower festival. She and Qinrong have ordered a lot of tea and fruit. Qinrong has good skills, and the tea and fruit she makes are all beautiful, which will surely attract many young ladies. Qinrong also planned to serve a flower cake and a dessert, just to suit the occasion. Flower cake. Qinrong made azalea cake. The red azalea can be eaten. Take some petals, mash them into juice, and mix it with glutinous rice flour. After it is made, sprinkle some azalea powder on it. As for dessert, Qinrong plans to make a dish of taro paste and baked milk. Qinrong cut the taro and purple sweet potato into pieces, steamed them, and mashed them into taro and purple sweet potato puree, adding butter, sugar, and whipped cream while mashing. After the puree is fine, she starts to mix the egg and milk liquid. After sifting, she slowly carpes a layer of taro paste in the bowl with a spatula, then pours in the egg and milk liquid, and then puts it in the oven. After half an hour, the sweet and delicious taro paste baked milk is ready. There were many young ladies going out during the flower festival, so Chen Shubai brought a plate of samples and placed them on the square board at the entrance of the restaurant, and also hung up the menu of taro-baked milk and azalea cake. The young ladies prefer good-looking food. They travel in groups, and when they see such beautiful flower cakes and food they have never seen before, they are tempted. Qinrong set the prices reasonably low to suit the occasion, so that ordinary girls can afford it, so the business in the restaurant is particularly good today. In order to suit the occasion, Qinrong specially stopped her lunch business today. She only prepared and delivered the lunch boxes for the foreman, and then stopped making lunch boxes. Today she will sell azalea cakes and taro-baked milk. It has been a long time since Zhu Yurong had some unpleasantness in the restaurant last time. Today, she and several young ladies she is familiar with made an appointment to go to the temple fair together. When she saw the samples displayed outside Yu's restaurant, she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Yurong, this baked milk with taro paste looks delicious. Shall we go in and try it? Said a young lady named Bao Zhu. Zhu Yurong was somewhat tempted. She looked at the young lady she was traveling with today and thought she was not that blind and was usually a very gentle person, so she agreed. Who would have thought that before entering the restaurant, Zhu Yurong was grabbed by a hand. Zhu Yurong was startled and looked up. It was Qin Lian. Zhu Yurong felt a little headache. Speaking of Qin Lian, it was also a strange thing. After Shen decided to cancel the engagement, she prepared gifts and went to Qin Tieshan's house a few days later. Zhou was originally very happy to see Shen, but after knowing the purpose of Shen's visit, she was shocked. That's an act of throwing a tantrum and making a fuss. But who is Shen? She is the mistress of the Zhu family. The Zhu family's grain shop faced crises several times, and it was Shen who single-handedly saved the situation. She has seen violent people, evil people, and even unkind people. She has seen all kinds of people, so no matter how Zhou makes a fuss, she remains as still as a mountain. She has only one request, which is to cancel the engagement. Zhou was indeed a tough guy, and she also boasted that she had plans, but when she met a mistress like Shen, she really had no way out. They made a lot of noise and argued, but it was useless, and the situation became deadlocked. Seeing that Zhou had almost finished her fight, Shen took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "Madame Zhou, listen to me. Marriage is about friendship between two families, not about enmity. If your Lian Jie really marries into my family, she will have to call me mother-in-law. You know the situation in my family very well. So if I, the mother-in-law, don't like Lian Jie, then what will Lian Jie do? She will just be tortured all the way and wait until I die before she can get ahead. But my family has more than one son, and you know that, so why not just forget it?" Zhou knew that Shen was right. If Shen was determined to torture Qin Lian would have no chance of survival. Zhou was thinking again. Since the engagement was going to be cancelled, it would be better to get some benefits and make other plans for Qin Lian in the future. Thinking of this, Zhou's eyes became more shrewd. Now that the engagement was cancelled, Shun was not willing to go to extremes. Canceling an engagement would always cause great damage to a woman's reputation. She didn't mind giving more compensation, but negotiation required skills, and she would certainly not put her cards on the table at this time. Madam Shin, you also know that breaking off an engagement can cause great damage to a woman's reputation. After the engagement is broken off, Lien's marriage will be difficult, so I have to make more plans, Zhou said. Shin said calmly, Madam Shin, let's be frank. If my husband hadn't been deceived, this marriage would never have been possible. I think you and your husband know the ins and outs of this best. So you can ask for it, but if it's too much, forget it. Zhou's face stiffened unconsciously for a moment, but she quickly adjusted herself. We won't return the engagement gift. You have to give us another 100 taels of silver. Shun smiled, but she said, 50 taels, the engagement gift must be returned. Zhou and Shun went back and forth and finally agreed that Shun would compensate Qin Lian with 65 taels of silver, and Shun would take the rest back. Zhou felt that this was the best outcome. Although Qin Lian would certainly be laughed at, she still got the benefit. 65 taels of silver. If Qin Lian married into the village, the dowry of 20 taels of silver would have made her very proud and would be considered impressive even in the town. The marriage between Qin Lian and Zhu Yuqing was aborted. Originally, the two families kept it a secret and the matter was over. However, who would have thought that Qin Lian would be stubborn and go to Zhu's house several times to make a fuss about meeting Zhu Yuqing, which gave Shin a headache. Zhu Yurong was a little helpless. Qin Lian, why are you pulling me? Tell me, why did your mother ask your brother to break off the engagement with me? Your mother has already talked to my mother about this matter. If you have any questions, go back and ask your own mother. How would I know about this? Zhu Yurong was a little impressed by Qin Lian. She was really bold and spoke openly about her broken engagement in such public without hiding anything. Qin Lian still held on to Zhu Yurong and refused to let go. Zhu Yurong became a little annoyed and pushed Qin Lian away. That's enough. Stop it. Don't you know this is embarrassing? Zhu Yurong said angrily. But Qin Lian wouldn't listen at this moment. She insisted that Zhu Yurong tell her why she broke off the engagement so easily when everything was fine before. The two young ladies started making a noise at the door of Yu's restaurant. I don't know whether to say it was a coincidence or an unfortunate coincidence that Zhu Yuqing came to Yu's restaurant with his classmates at this time. Now. It was really lively. Because no other hot food was being prepared, Qin Rong and Yu Deseo were both in the front hall. After Yu Shaoshan came in and explained the situation, Qin Rong and Yu Deseo were both dumbfounded. This is really a divorce. Qin Rong wanted to watch the fun, and Yu Deseo also wanted to watch the fun. Arong, I'll go outside, and you go to the wooden window. People should be on guard against others. It would be bad if there was an unexpected disaster. Qin Rong thought about it and realized that this was the truth, so she nodded and said, Aunt, please look carefully, Sister Yu. Nature. At this moment, Zhu Yuqing was stopped in the middle of the situation and was a little confused. Miss Qin, what are you doing? Let go of my sister. Zhu Yurong hid behind Zhu Yuqing with a feeling of grievance. Second brother, when Qin Lian saw Zhu Yuqing, her eyes also turned red. Mr. Zhu, our engagement is off, did you know that? Zhu Yuqing was stunned for a moment. Seeing so many people gathered around him, he said softly, Miss Qin, since the marriage has been cancelled, don't think about it anymore. You will get married in the future. If someone sees you, it will be bad for your reputation. Go back quickly. Qin Lian felt even more aggrieved when she heard this. Mr. Zhu, you don't want to cancel the engagement, right? Zhu Yuqing frowned, but still said honestly, Actually, that's not the case. I didn't quite agree with this marriage in the first place. Qin Lian stared at Zhu Yuqing in astonishment and asked, Why? Zhu Yuqing sighed and said, Don't talk about these things. Since we have already decided to cancel the engagement, don't make a fuss, otherwise your mother will be worried. Qin Lian refused. She said stubbornly, Mr. Zhu, as long as you say it, I will give up. Seeing Qin Lian's stubborn face, Zhu Yuqing had no choice but to say, I've seen you talking about your cousin before. My elder brother and I have been good friends since we were young. I am the youngest son, so my mother always favors me more. But that's because my mother knows that most of the family property belongs to my elder brother, so she compensates me more. I am a mild-mannered person and have no ability to discipline my wife, so I think I should find a capable and sensible wife. In this way, over time, I will not lose my original intention. Although you are powerful, I see that you don't respect your sister. Although I rarely meddle in other people's affairs, I have heard about you and your mother showing off outside. So, Miss Chin, our personalities cannot be husband and wife. At that time, we were engaged, and I planned to accept it. If we really got married, I would treat you well, but now there is a better way, and I don't want to ask for trouble. Qin Lian stumbled 2 steps unconsciously after hearing what Zhu Yuqing said, so, seeing that Qin Lian was about to say something more, Zhu Yuqing stopped her and said, Miss Qin, please stop talking. It's not decent to say anything more. You will still marry someone even without me, and I will still marry a wife. Don't make things out of control. It will not benefit you, and it will not affect me. This is the way the world is. Miss Qin, go back. After Zhu Yuqing finished speaking, he winked at Zhu Yurong. Zhu Yurong was a little unhappy, but she still listened to Zhu Yuqing and stepped forward to hold Qin Lian. Miss Qin, I'll take you back, let's go. Qin Lian was dragged away from Yu's restaurant by Zhu Yurong. Zhu Yuqing sighed and felt a little upset. His classmate asked, Brother Yuqing, are we still going to eat? Zhu Yuqing nodded. It's rare to relax, let's eat. The excitement faded away, and some of the people gathered at the door of Yujia restaurant dispersed, while some went into the restaurant and ordered a portion of flour cake and a portion of taro baked milk. Zhu Yuqing entered the restaurant and found that there was no other food today, so he and his classmates ordered azalea cake and taro baked milk respectively. Chen Shubai served food and tea. Zhu Yuqing's classmate saw that Zhu Yuqing was not in a good mood and said, Brother Yuqing, it's none of your business. There's no need to be so upset. Zhu Yuqing nodded and said, I didn't expect that she would come and make such a scene. It's really not good for her reputation, and my family didn't do a good job in this matter. Zhu Yuqing's classmate said, That's her family's business. If we don't get involved, it will be fine. Who made her act like this? She is a bit shameless. Zhu Yuqing shook his head. No, it was my family that was wrong. This world is not tolerant of women. If my mother had any objections, she should have made a scene long ago. It is not good for her to do this now. Brother Chun, please don't say bad things about her next time. It is not gentlemanly. Qin Rong listened from the side and felt that Zhu Yurong's second brother really had some scholarly demeanor, not too pedantic, nor without sympathy for the poor and the weak. But he was still too naive. Then let's stop talking. Brother Yuqing, let's eat, said the classmate. Zhu Yuqing was a little absent-minded when he scooped the first spoonful of taro paste and baked milk, but after taking the first bite, he no longer cared about anything else. It was so delicious, sweet but not greasy. The milk skin was crispy and fragrant, and the inside was tender and smooth. The taro paste filling was delicate and sweet, so delicious. Who said that delicious food can solve all the worries in the world? This is so true. Without caring about anything else, Zhu Yuqing ate 2 servings of taro paste and baked milk in one breath and still felt a little unsatisfied. After Qin Rong finished making the taro-baked milk and azalea cake, she sent a lot of them to Madame C. Many ladies who had gone to the temples in the suburbs to pray sat down to rest. Seeing that the food was novel and delicious, they all ordered some. Who knew that they tasted so good? So several ladies got together and bought a lot. The people who came down the mountain later saw so many people gathered in Madame Sin's tea house and thought it was going to be fun, so they all followed. This was great. For a while, the taro-baked milk and azalea cake were in short supply. In the end, all the other tea and fruit were sold out. Mrs. Sin was so busy that she had to hire some idle men to help run errands and added several orders to Qin Rong. At the end of the day, Madame Sin earned as much money as she normally would in a month. After counting the copper coins and stringing them together, Madame Sin and Qing Shuang were so happy that they smiled from ear to ear. If this continues, I will be able to buy the house I rented sooner or later. Shuang was also very happy for Madame Sen, and of course she was also very happy for herself. Day after day, their life was much better than before. Many people looked down on Madame Hua, thinking that she used her beauty to charm men and that it was easy to make money as long as she opened her legs. However, they did not know that it was very difficult to put aside self-respect and bow down. Now it's like this. Very good. She is becoming more hopeful day by day. The spring rain is continuous and all things come back to life. The lunchbox business at the wharf lasted for a month. Now Qin Rong no longer needed to do it herself. She was already very good at making lunchboxes. Qin Rong counted the silver in her hand and found that she already had more than 140 taels. The restaurant business was booming these days. The lunch session lasted only an hour, and the prepared lunchboxes were basically sold out. Even the dinner session was open later than usual, and the tables had to be turned over at least twice. With good business and making money, Qin Rong was naturally very happy. Qin Rong was using an abacus while making notes. Chen Shubai would record the restaurant bills on weekdays, but Qin Rong kept her own bills. While she was keeping the bill, a handsome young man who looked like a scholar in his 20s suddenly came into the restaurant. Qin Rong remembered him. He was a student at Feilu Academy. There were 3 other young men of similar age with him. Qin Rong looked at the hourglass. The lunch session was almost over. Lunch is over and the lunch boxes are sold out. Please come back tomorrow, said Qin Rong. As soon as Qin Rong spoke, the 3 scholars started making eyes at the more handsome scholar. Qin Rong couldn't understand their expressions, so she winked at Chen Shubai. Chen Shubai immediately stepped forward and said to the 4 scholars, "Brother, if you want to buy lunch, please come back tomorrow." After several scholars pushed and shoved, the handsome scholar bowed to Chen Shubai and said, "Brother, I am Yang Xingqiu, and I am here to see your boss." Chen Shubai frowned when he heard that. He turned sideways to block the sight of these scholars. Their behavior looked like that of lechers. Qin Rong looked at Chen Shubai's actions and understood what was going on. She said nothing and let Chen Shubai handle it. Chen Shubai had been in the restaurant for quite some time. Qin Rong didn't say anything, but he immediately understood what Qin Rong meant. So he took a step forward and said, "Our boss doesn't know you. If you're not here to buy a lunchbox, then go back." Seeing that Qin Rong didn't say anything and Chen Shubai blocked her way again, Yang Xingqiu hurriedly said, "I just passed the examination for Tongxing last year, and I'm planning to take the examination for Xiuzai soon." Qin Rong rolled her eyes silently in her heart. Not to mention being a pure woman, even if he wanted to go to heaven, it would have nothing to do with her. Chen Shubai frowned, a little annoyed. How could he still be so ignorant of etiquette after passing the examination? He asked, "What does your passing the examination have to do with us?" Yang Xingqiu felt that Chen Shubai was also quite tactless, so he said, "Get out of the way. I'm here to look for Miss Qin." Chen Shubai said coldly, "Our boss doesn't know you." Seeing that Chen Shubai was stubborn, Yang Xingqiu stiffened his neck and said, "Miss Qin, I have admired you for a long time. Let's sit down and talk about your marriage." Qin Rong almost dropped her pen. This was too rude. Yang Xingqiu's shout did not attract Qin Rong, but Yudiseo. She held a rolling pin in one hand and put her other hand on her waist and said, "Are you going to leave or not? If not, I'll kick you out, you ignorant and frivolous scholar." Seeing this, Yang Xingqiu's classmates hurriedly chimed in, and, "Look at our brother Yang. He is already a student, he is well educated. If he passes the exam, he will have a bright future. How can a girl from your family show up in public all day? If she becomes the wife of a scholar, won't she enjoy a lifetime of happiness?" Mrs. Yu said angrily, "Who are you looking down on?" Mrs. Yu was about to drop her rolling pin, but when she heard that the other party was a scholar, she stopped. Scholars in those days really had a high status. She was afraid that her ignorance would bring trouble to the restaurant and Qin Rong, so although she did not drop the rolling pin, she and Chen Shubai stood in front of these scoundrels. Qin Rong laughed out of anger. She stared at these people coldly. She wanted to see what tricks these people could come up with. She really didn't have any background or backing. She only relied on her own skills. However, she had a good relationship with the county magistrate's wife and the yamen runners, and she could also talk to the famous Mr. Bai. She wanted to see what stupid things these scholars could do. Yang Xingqiu said at this time, "Aunt, I have already inquired about it. You are Miss Qin's aunt." Although I was abrupt and a little rude today, it was indeed to let Miss Qin know my feelings. Miss Qin is very tired of being out in public every day. If she gets married, she won't have to do this. Qin Rong sneered and walked over. She looked at Yang Xingqiu with a half-smile. "Young Master Yang, right? Let's not talk about whether it's impolite or not. Shouldn't you introduce yourself at this time? Otherwise, how would I know where you came from?" Qin Rong's words seemed to Yang Xingqiu to be just an introduction of her family background. So Yang Xingqiu straightened his back and said proudly, "I am Yang Xingqiu from Qinghe village. I am the only son in my family besides my parents. I also have a younger sister who is engaged. If you agree, Miss Qin, I will go and tell my mother." "Yes, Miss Qin, think about it. Isn't it better to be a future scholar's wife than you who are always in the spotlight?" said Yang Xingqiu's classmate. Qin Rong glanced at Yang Xingqiu's 3 classmates and said, "Where did you come from?" The 3 classmates were not angry when they saw Qin Rong saying this, and they just fanned the flames of Yang Xingqiu. "Look, this young lady is really powerful. You will be in trouble in the future." Mrs. Yu was really angry this time. She swung a rolling pin and hit the man. Chun Shubai pursed his lips and protected Qin Rong behind him. The man who was beaten was also annoyed and shouted that he would report to the police. At this moment, Gu Xing came in with his men. He held down the scholar. Taking the opportunity, Yu Deseo twisted the scholar hard a few times. The scholar screamed in pain, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. "What are you doing?" Gu Xing looked at Yang Xingqiu unhappily. When Yang Xingqiu saw the police coming, his expression froze for a moment. He pointed at Mrs. Yu and said to Gu Xing, "I'm a student, and this witch hit me. You being a student has nothing to do with me. You will be arrested even if you cause trouble. The emperor is subject to the same punishment as common people when he breaks the law. Haven't you heard this truth?" Gu Xing looked at him coldly. Yang Xingqiu said anxiously, "What does it have to do with me if that witch beat someone up? They are obviously guilty. You spoke frivolously in front of a girl. I have been handling cases for many years. Do you know what crime this is?" Gu Xing looked at Yang Xingqiu with disdain and a half-smile. Gu Xing had instructed his men to pay attention to Yu's restaurant when patrolling the streets. It is not easy for a girl to do business, especially when there are disputes and arguments. The girls are always the first to suffer, so Gu Xing came so quickly today. Yang Xingqiu was stunned by Gu Xing's look. In an instant, he made up his mind and insisted that he was here to propose to Qin Rong. "Do you think we are so stupid? You should find a matchmaker to propose a marriage." "How could you propose a marriage by yourself?" Zhou Dazue spat. Yang Xingqiu didn't care about all this and just insisted that he was here to propose marriage. If the proposal failed, it would at most be a dispute between the 2 families. But if it was some other crime, he might even be punished with a beating. Zhou Dazue got even angrier when he saw Yang Xingqiu's dead-end look, and the situation came to a standstill for a while. Seeing this, Gu Xing walked over to Qin Rong and asked softly, "Miss Qin, are you okay?" Qin Rong was silent for a while and then said, "Brother Gu, I want to report to the police." Qin Rong had been thinking that as an unmarried woman running a restaurant, although most of the diners were good, there were still some who were really bad. Didn't she run into one today? Once there is one, there will be 2. She is 15 this year, and this kind of thing will only happen more and not less in the future. Will it be like this every time? The reason why people are fearless is probably because there is nothing to be afraid of. In this case, Qin Rong plans to let people see clearly this time that she is not someone to be trifled with. Next time, if they really want to cause trouble in the restaurant, they should consider whether they have the ability to do it. Gu Xing looked at Qin Rong with a smile in his eyes. "Okay, since you want to report to the authorities, then all of you should follow me to the government office," Gu Xing said to everyone. Mrs. Yu smoothed her hair and calmed herself down, saying, "It's better to report to the authorities. We must let them see how you behave. We should also ask the teachers of your academy to come and see what happened in Feilu Academy that ruined the academy's reputation." Yang Xingqiu and his classmates panicked when they saw that Qin Rong was really going to report to the police. Their words just now were indeed inappropriate. If they really went to see the police, their future would be over. Don't call the police, don't call the police. We don't care about this anti-beating people. Don't call the police, Yang Xingqiu said anxiously. Gu Sheng said, "This is not up to you. The plaintiff is over there. Don't report it to the police. Don't report it to the police, Miss Qin. I just admire you. I have no intention of teasing you. I really want to propose marriage. Mr. Yang, if you still insist on proposing to me, then Brother Gu has to go to Qinghe village and bring Mr. Yang's parents to ask them whether they know about this." Proposing marriage without a matchmaker and without telling the parents, is this a humiliation or teasing? Qin Rong said coldly. Gu Sheng nodded and winked at Zhang Erlang, and Zhang Erlang went to Qinghe village. It's just admiration. How can it be considered teasing? Miss Qin, if you don't want to, just reject me. Why do you have to hurt me like this? Yang Xingqiu became even more anxious when he saw that Gu Sheng really wanted to go find his parents. Qin Rong glanced towards the door and saw Master Chen had also arrived. She realized that something was not right and asked Yu Xiaoshan to go and invite Master Chen. Master Chen. Qin Rong nodded slightly. After listening to what Yu Xiaoshan said, Master Chen invited the dean of Feilu Academy to come as well. He said, "Sister Rong, this is Mr. Yan, the dean of our academy." Mr. Yan, Yang Xingqiu and several classmates were shocked to see Mr. Yan and Master Chen coming. Master, don't call me master. I have never taught you. I only brought the dean here today because I heard from Sister Rong that you are a student of the academy. Master Chen said. Mr. Yan said seriously, "Why are you four here to cause trouble? I love Miss Qin and want to propose to her." Yang Xingqiu still insisted. Mr. Yan asked, "Are your parents still alive?" "Exist. Then why did you come to propose marriage yourself? Did you hire a matchmaker?" Mr. Yan continued to ask. Mr. Yan is always serious and fair, and his aura is naturally strong. Yang Xingqiu was asked so many questions that he stuttered. No. I haven't had time to ask for a matchmaker yet." Mr. Yan snorted coldly and said, "The parents don't know, and no matchmaker has been hired. You are not proposing marriage. You are here to kidnap a girl." Yang Xingqiu was stunned. No, I didn't. You are just taking advantage of the fact that it is inconvenient for a girl to speak openly, so you are fearless. Our academy cannot afford a student like you. Mr. Yan attaches great importance to the character of students. The first teaching that all students who enter the academy here is that they must learn to be a good person before learning to study. Yang Xingqiu was not the first student of Feilu Academy, but he was the first student to be expelled from the academy. Seeing Mr. Yan's statement, Gu Sheng walked to Qin Rong and whispered to her, "Erlang has already gone to Qinghe village. I will take them to the government office. I will have someone notify you when there is any news." Qin Rong knew that Gu Sheng was considerate of her because she was a woman and was afraid that if she went to court, she would be gossiped about no matter if she was right or wrong. "Then I'll trouble you, Brother Gu. No problem." Gu Sheng nodded to Mr. Yan and Master Chen, and then took Yang Xingqiu and his 3 classmates to the government office. There were indeed some people who loved to join in the fun surrounding Yu's restaurant, but when they saw the official taking people away, they scattered like birds and beasts. After Gu Sheng and his men left, Qin Rong bowed to Mr. Yan and Master Chen. "Thank you, Master Chen." "Thank you, Mr. Yan." Master Chen smiled and said, "Why are you being so polite, Sister Rong?" Mr. Yan looked even more ashamed. After all, he is a student from Feilu Academy. "It is my fault." Qin Rong smiled and said, "You are tolerant to teach everyone, but your low character is not your fault. Please don't mind it." Mr. Yan was slightly stunned. He had indeed considered whether to set some thresholds before admission to the academy, but this was somewhat contrary to his original intention. He did not expect that this young lady would see through it. Mr. Yan smiled, which was rare for him. "I heard about your restaurant during the Lantern Festival. It's very famous. I wonder if Master Chen and I will be able to enjoy it today?" Qin Rong naturally nodded. "Mr. Yan, Master Chen, please sit down for a while. I'm going to serve a new dish today, also known as ants climbing a tree." "Ants climbing trees," Master Chen said in dismay. He had no interest in ants. There seemed to be a crack on Mr. Yan's serious face. How could he unobtrusively mention that he didn't eat ants? Seeing the 2 gentlemen's faces trembling, Mrs. Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "A wrong. You are kidding me. Why don't you tell me what the ants climbing trees are made of? Although Mrs. Yu didn't know what ants climbing trees were, she was very sure that it was not done by ants. There was no way ants would appear in the kitchen. Qin Rong also tried to hold back her laughter and said, "It's my fault. The ant climbing the tree is actually minced meat vermicelli." Mr. Yen and Master Chen both breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it wasn't an ant. The recipe for minced meat vermicelli is not difficult, but the sweet potato vermicelli is more difficult to make. Qin Rong just spent a lot of effort to make 10 kilograms of sweet potato vermicelli 2 days ago. We were going to serve a new dish today, and the sweet potato vermicelli had been soaked in water for a long time. Now it was the perfect time to take them out and put them aside to drain. Qin Rong took the scallions and cut them into chopped green onions, cut the ginger into slices, and minced the pork belly. Pour oil into the pot, add the chopped green onions and ginger slices after the oil is hot, and then add a spoonful of the sauce Qin Rong made herself. Stir-fry evenly, then add the minced meat. Stir-fry until the minced meat changes color slightly, then pour in cooking wine, soy sauce, and sugar. Stir-fry a few more times, until the minced meat completely changes color. Qin Rong put a small bowl of water in the pot, boil it, add vermicelli, simmer for half a cup of tea, and then turn to high heat to reduce the sauce. After the minced meat vermicelli was placed on the table, the aroma went straight into the noses of Mr. Yen and Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen waited for Mr. Yen to stretch out his chopsticks first before he followed suit and picked up a piece of vermicelli and put it into his mouth. In just a moment, Mr. Chen felt relaxed. The vermicelli was smooth and chewy, the minced meat was salty and delicious, and the vermicelli was covered with rich soup, which was so delicious that he couldn't stop eating it. "This is too delicious," Master Chen shouted in his heart, and stole a glance to see Mr. Yen chewing without changing his expression. Master Chen was stunned for a moment, then began to encourage himself, saying that he had seen too little of the world. "Look at Mr. Yen, no wonder he is the dean." Mr. Yen looked calm on the surface, but in fact he kept sighing in his heart. "It's so delicious, so delicious. How can there be something so delicious? It's worth writing a poem about. But my mind is now full of minced meat and vermicelli, and nothing else can fit in it. A bowl of minced meat and vermicelli alone would definitely not be enough." So Qin Rong quickly took out a plate of spicy grilled fish from the oven and made a portion of pickled pork with preserved vegetables, a portion of cold tofu, and a plate of scrambled eggs with Chinese tune. Both Mr. Yen and Mr. Chen enjoyed the meal very much. Mr. Yen lost his wife in middle age. He and his wife were deeply in love, and he had no intention of remarrying after his wife's death. He was very upright, and although he also won the second place in the imperial examination, he had never made any significant achievements in his official career. Later, his wife fell seriously ill. He took Mrs. Yen back to Lihua town, working from sunrise to sunset, just like before. Later, Mrs. Yen passed away, and Mr. Yen stayed in Lihua town. Madame Yen was also a good cook, and so was their beloved daughter, Yen Yuzhu. However, since Madame Yen left and his daughter got married, he hadn't enjoyed a meal so much for a long time. After Mr. Yen and Master Chen left, Gusheng asked someone to pass a message to Qin Rong, saying that Yang Xingqiu's parents didn't know Qin Rong at all. The facts were clear, and Yang Xingqiu and his 3 classmates were sentenced to 15 strokes of the cane. After receiving the letter, Qin Rong asked someone to reply, asking Gusheng to come over with the Yamen runners for dinner after he got off duty. Since they were inviting people to dinner, they had to prepare more food. There were not many ingredients left in the kitchen, so Qin Rong went to the dock again to buy some seafood. When Gusheng arrived with a group of Yamen runners, Qin Rong's dishes were almost ready. Shredded pork with fish flavor, dry pot cauliflower, minced pork vermicelli, braised pork, pickled pork with preserved vegetables, spicy grilled fish with dry flavor, roast duck with honey sauce, Chinese tune cake, song saw fish soup, razor clams with scallion oil, chicken feet soaked in vinegar, peppered pork belly and chicken, boiling fish fillet, deep-fried butterfly shrimp, stir-fried 3-diced shrimp. All of them were heavy-tasting dishes to go with rice and wine. Yu Deseo specially cooked 2 large pots of rice, fearing that the Yamen runners would not have enough to eat. As the saying goes, The county magistrate is not as good as the current manager, and for them as businessmen, it is also necessary to have a good relationship with the yamen runners. There was wine, rice, and dishes. The yamen runners were very happy with the meal, and the host Qin Rong was also happy to treat them. Some of these yamen runners were not very old. Although being a yamen runner was not a very important job, they sometimes had to go out in the wind and rain. Moreover, the yamen runners led by Gu Sheng did not exploit the people. They all had a good reputation, so their families were not very well off, and they rarely had such delicious food. They praised Qin Rong again and again, wishing they could praise her to the sky. At this moment, the yamen runners were still drinking. Gu Sheng didn't like drinking, so he hid away. In the yard, he met Qin Rong, who was filtering vermicelli. "Do you need help?" Gu Sheng asked. Qin Rong smiled and shook her head. They are all skilled jobs, so it was done quickly. "Didn't Brother Gu drink with them? I have to go to the provincial capital tomorrow, so I won't drink any more for fear of delaying things," Gu Sheng said in a gentle voice. "Is it an investigation?" There was silence for 2 days and the breeze blew by, but the atmosphere was not awkward. "I have already told Erlang that if there is any problem, just go to him," Gu Sheng suddenly said. Qin Rong raised her head and curled her lips slightly, her eyes full of smiles. "Thank you, Brother Gu. Don't listen to other people's gossip, just be you." Gu Sheng said this without any reason, which made Qin Rong stunned for a moment, but Qin Rong soon understood what Gu Sheng meant. She was a woman, and it would be difficult to explain if someone spread rumors about her. He was comforting her and affirming her. "I know." Qin Rong nodded seriously. Qin Rong did not tell you about this matter after she returned, but the matter was not a small one and had been brought to the attention of the officials, so naturally you had heard the rumors as well. You heard this from Zhou Xianyang, with whom she had once had a quarrel. She had no intention of continuing her work at that moment, so she said something to shopkeeper Liu and hurried to Qin Rong's restaurant. Qin Rong was preparing food in the kitchen at this time. Seeing you sweating and looking anxious, she immediately realized what had happened. "Mom, don't worry." You grabbed Qin Rong's sleeve and said, "Rong, what happened? Why didn't you tell me anything when you got home?" I heard Zhou Xianyang describe it vividly, and I was very worried. Qin Rong had a look of apology on her face. She had neglected this matter, mainly because she got home late yesterday and had no time to tell him. After washing her face, she had forgotten about it. "Mom, it's no big deal. It's all solved." Yu's eyes immediately turned red. "Rong, I know you are capable, but no matter how capable you are, you will always be my daughter. If you don't tell me about something, I will be more worried if I hear it from others. Rong, I know you are more capable than me, but no matter how capable you are still my daughter, a daughter that I treasure dearly. I just feel sorry for you." Qin Rong didn't know why Yu was so excited, so she quickly washed her hands and pulled Yu to sit aside. "Mom, I'm fine. What happened to you?" Yu grabbed Qin Rong's hand and said, "Rong, I just feel sorry for you getting up early and going to bed late, whether it's sunny or rainy. I don't know what happened to you, and I feel even more sorry." Now, Qin Rong understood. Maybe this is similar to the situation where everyone is worried about whether you can fly high, but some people are worried about whether it will be hard for you. "Mom, I understand. I will never forget it." Qin Rong smiled and wiped Yu's tears. Yu was a little embarrassed at this. Rong, mother lost her composure. "No, the relationship between mother and daughter needs to be managed. My mother loves me, so I can eat an extra bowl of rice." After the construction period of the dock was completed, the manager paid Qin Rong. From then on, she no longer had to go to the dock every day to deliver lunch boxes, and Yu Xiaoshan and Chen Shubai were also much more relaxed. After work that day, Yu Xiaoshan and Yu Deseo went back early as they had something to do, leaving Qin Rong and Chen Shubai to clean up the restaurant. Chen Shubai had been doing this for these few days, and his movements had become much more skillful than when he first arrived. After cleaning up the restaurant, Chen Shubai was about to leave when Qin Rong called him. "Brother Shubai." "Boss." Qin Rong handed a purse to Chen Shubai. "Brother Shubai, there is 1 or 2 taels of silver in this purse."
Take it.
"This is my commission for introducing this job at the dock." Chen Shubai quickly declined. "Boss, I didn't introduce this job for money." Qin Rong smiled and said, Of course I know you're not doing this for the money, but I did make some money from it. If it weren't for you, things might not have gone so smoothly. You should take it. You should be preparing to take the Tongxing exam next year at the latest. If you pass, there will be the provincial and metropolitan exams, and all of these will cost money. Qin Shubai laughed. Boss, how do you know what I'm going to do next year? Guessed. Qin Rong also laughed. Qin Shubai took the purse and thanked him. Thank you, sir. I have learned a lot here these days. I went to see Master Bai a few days ago. Master Bai tested my knowledge. He said that with my qualifications, if I try my best, the end result will be a jiren. If I work hard again and invest some resources, I may be able to go further, but it will also be very difficult. Qin Rong didn't expect Mr. Bai to speak so directly. She didn't say anything and waited for Qin Shubai to continue. Qin Shubai sorted out his thoughts and continued, My family is just an ordinary family. If we don't work hard, we will have trouble even having enough food and clothing. The imperial examination can indeed change one's family status, but the price is too high, and I can't afford such a high price. Some people may only be a scholar throughout their lives. Sometimes when I look at the frustrated old scholars, I always wonder, is it worth it? Later I thought, since I can't change my job, I might as well keep the status quo, but I was a little unwilling to do that. I think I will know how to go and where to go in life only after I start. So, boss, I will leave next year, but I won't bet everything on it. Maybe I didn't have all the capital to risk. I still plan to work in the restaurant while making time to study. If I pass the exam, I will be a student. If I pass the exam, I will be a scholar. If one generation fails, there is always the next generation. I am a scholar, so my future generation will be able to follow my path and make it easier. That is also very good, isn't it? Qin Rong's nose was sore after hearing what Qin Shubai said. Yes, there are not so many gifted people and people with destiny in this world. Most people are busy just to have a bite to eat. There are many wishes that need to be passed down from generation to generation. Qin Rong has always had modern thinking and is somewhat resistant to some traditional ideas. She has a modern self-system, but both you and Qin Shubai have made her discover that the will of the ancients also has its unique shining points. The inheritance that Qin Shubai mentioned may also be applied to food. Perhaps she can do more than opening a small restaurant. Brother Shubai, I admire you very much. Qin Rong said seriously. Boss, I really admire you. I didn't intend to say these words at first. I was also a little afraid that others would laugh at me for being silly, stupid, or for wanting to have both, and then I would end up having neither. Brother Shubai, you have to save money after all. Studying is expensive. Speaking of this, my mother also wants me to tell you something. My mother and aunt you often go to the village to sell things. They want to sell anything. I want to ask if they can buy some braised food and tea fruits from you and sell them in the village. Qin Shubai asked. Still 4 times a month, Qin Rong asked.
Well,
there are quite a few villages under the jurisdiction of Qingping County. After all, it is a superior county. Although the people in the villages have a good life, they don't always need to buy small things. Small items are okay, but large embroidery items are almost impossible to sell. They will also buy some needles and thread, but food is different. People in our village can afford to buy some food. That's why my mother asked me to ask you. If it's too late, let Auntie talk to you directly. My mother is afraid that you will subsidize them, so she asked me to ask if it's possible. If it's feasible, she and Aunt Yu will come to the restaurant to talk to you, Qin Shubai said. Qin Rong thought about it and felt that it was feasible. The entire Qingping County was actually hilly, and the villages were scattered among each other. Some villages close to the mountains were rarely visited except for the big market. The food in such villages would definitely be more popular. Brother Shubai, there's nothing else to worry about. It's just that if we visit too many villages, it might be unsafe. Although there were fewer petty thefts in Qingping County under the governance of County Magistrate Wang, Qin Rong still felt that it was a bit dangerous with just 2 women. Qin Shubai smiled and said, Don't worry. If they want to sell food, they plan to hire Uncle Lou's donkey cart next door for a whole day and sell it along Uncle Lou's daily donkey cart route. That's fine, but I have a request, Qin Rong said. Qin Shubai said seriously, Master, please speak. This is definitely a good thing for the restaurant, as it will provide an extra source of income. However, if there is Madame Tsin's tea house along the donkey cart's route, they cannot sell their food along the way. Otherwise, the food will be the same and the two restaurants will be competing for business, said Qin Rong. That should be no problem. I'll go back and tell you. Okay, Qin Rong planned to go back and ask you. It was still early today when Qin Rong returned home. She did not see you and Qin Yu in the main hall. Where are Mother and Ayu? My second sister and Mother are making dried peaches in the kitchen. Today, Manager Lu sent a big basket of peaches to Mother. Qin, he said. Qin Rong put down the backpack and went to the kitchen. You and Qin Yu were busy at work. Qin Rong asked, Mom, are there any more? Yes, in that basket over there. I'll take some to make peach jam. Okay, just take yourself. Mom, why did Manager Lu send you peaches today? Qin Rong asked again. The embroidery shop received a lot of tips for the embroidery I handed in 2 days ago. Shopkeeper Lu gave me some tips, but it wasn't much. I guess she felt a little embarrassed, so she sent the basket of peaches.